Part 1. The Storm and the Curse. Chapter 1. A Pirate's Plight. The storm had descended upon them with the fury of a vengeful god. The thunder roared like an angry beast, its deep growls reverberating through the very core of the Crimson Tempest. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood resolute at the helm, his hands gripped tightly on the wheel, muscles straining with each violent lurch of the ship. The wind howled in a cacophony of rage, whipping his long dark hair into wild tangles. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, scanned the horizon, calculating every shift in the storm's rhythm. Each crash of thunder seemed to echo the pounding of his heart as the ship groaned beneath him. But he remained steadfast, knowing that surrender was not an option. The sea itself seemed alive, its massive waves rising like great walls to batter the sides of the ship. The Crimson Tempest pitched and tossed violently, its wooden frame creaking in protest as it was thrust and pulled by the merciless current. Adrian's jaw clenched as he fought to keep the ship steady, his boots sliding across the slick deck. The thunder crashed again, drowning out all but the pounding of the ship's timbers and the howl of the wind. Beneath him, the ship's hull groaned, its age and the years of wear on its boards evident in the way it shuddered with each strike of nature's wrath. But Adrian would not let it break. The ship was his life, and he would guide it through this chaos or die trying. The heavens above were torn asunder by the violent flashes of lightning, each bolt a jagged scar in the blackened sky. For a brief moment, the world was illuminated in a blinding flash, revealing the intense determination etched across Adrian's weather-beaten face. His brow furrowed in concentration, the lines of age and experience adding gravity to his gaze. He was no stranger to storms, but this one felt different, more insistent, more relentless. Yet in the heart of the chaos, Adrian found clarity. Every crash of thunder, every wave that threatened to engulf them, only sharpened his focus. He knew this battle with nature was a test, one he could not afford to lose. He had fought too long, too hard, to let the sea take him down now. The relentless barrage of rain lashed at Adrian's face, stinging his skin like needles, but he did not flinch. His coat, heavy and soaked through, flapped wildly behind him as he leaned into the storm's fury. His crew was scattered across the deck, struggling to secure the sails and tie down loose ropes. But Adrian's gaze never wavered from the wheel. His hands moved with a practiced grace, steering the Crimson Tempest through the treacherous waters, guiding it through the towering waves with an uncanny sense of knowing. Each tilt of the wheel, each subtle shift in the wind, was calculated with the precision of a seasoned sailor who knew how to read the sea as though it were a second language. As the storm raged on, Adrian's mind did not waver. His heart beat in rhythm with the ship's struggle, the pulse of the vessel in his blood. The storm, furious and unrelenting, was a reflection of his own inner turmoil, the battles fought and won, the sacrifices made to reach this point. The ship was his, as much a part of him as his own body, and it would not fall to the storm. With every wave that threatened to capsize them, Adrian's resolve grew stronger, his fingers tightening around the wheel as though to hold the very storm at bay. The thunder rumbled again, but this time, it sounded almost like a challenge. And Adrian, with the fierce fire of a pirate captain, met it head-on, knowing that as long as he was at the helm, the Crimson Tempest would sail on. Adrian Blackwood was a name whispered in both fear and admiration across the seven seas. His reputation as a cunning and fearless pirate captain had spread like wildfire, with tales of his daring exploits reaching even the farthest corners of the known world. His ship, the Crimson Tempest, was as infamous as its captain, cutting through the waves like a predator on the hunt. Yet, despite the fear he commanded on land and sea, there was one force Adrian could never conquer: nature's wrath. The relentless power of the storm that now surrounded him was a reminder that no man, no matter how skilled or bold, was immune to the fury of the ocean. The wind howled through the rigging with a force that seemed almost alive, bending the masts and shaking the very bones of the Crimson Tempest. The sky above was a bruised canvas of swirling black clouds, with the rain coming down in sheets, lashing against Adrian's tricorn hat and soaking him to the skin. His coat billowed around him, heavy with water, yet he stood firm, unflinching as the storm raged. The ship pitched violently, and the ropes creaked under the strain of the sails. But Adrian did not look away from the dark sea ahead. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, narrowed in concentration, scanning the chaotic waters for any sign of hope, a break in the storm, or a hint of salvation. The storm roared around him, deafening in its intensity. Each gust of wind seemed to scream through the rigging, each wave a massive wall of water threatening to engulf them whole. Adrian's grip tightened on the wheel, his knuckles white as the ship bucked and pitched beneath his feet. The salt water stung his eyes, but he did not blink. His gaze never wavered from the horizon, where the endless black sea met the equally unforgiving sky. A lesser man might have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, but Adrian was made of sterner stuff. He had faced dangers far worse than this before, and though the storm's ferocity was unlike any he had encountered, he refused to believe it could defeat him. In the midst of the chaos, Adrian's mind raced, calculating the ship's movements and the shifting winds. Every part of him, every instinct honed over years of battling the sea, was focused on keeping the Crimson Tempest afloat. His mind flickered to his crew, working desperately on deck, their faces set in grim determination as they fought to secure the sails. The storm was an enemy that knew no mercy, and Adrian was keenly aware that it would take more than just his skill at the helm to guide them through this. He had to rely on his crew's unwavering loyalty and strength, trusting that they would hold fast even in the face of nature's fury. He couldn't do it alone. The storm raged on, but Adrian's resolve remained unbroken. Though the wind screamed like a beast in pain and the waves threatened to swallow them whole, he stood as the unwavering center of the tempest. His eyes, dark with experience and sharpened by countless battles, cut through the storm's veil. The sea was a beast to be tamed, and Adrian Blackwood was no stranger to that challenge. He had outwitted men, kings, and entire navies. Now, it was time to outwit the storm. As the ship groaned and creaked under the strain, Adrian gritted his teeth, refusing to surrender to the storm's rage. The sea may be his adversary, but it was also the very thing that had made him the legend he was. And as long as he still breathed, he would fight it with everything he had. "Hold fast, you scallywags!" Adrian bellowed, his voice strained and rough as it fought to rise above the deafening roar of the storm. The words barely reached the ears of his crew, lost in the howling wind and crashing waves, but the sheer force behind them was undeniable. His eyes locked on the faces of his men, seeing only determination etched in their grim expressions. The ship pitched violently beneath their feet, and yet Adrian's voice cut through the chaos like a rallying cry, igniting a spark of resolve within each of them. They were pirates, seasoned by countless dangers, but this storm was unlike anything they had ever faced. Yet, Adrian's command was clear: they would not yield. The rain came down in torrents, a merciless downpour that lashed at their skin like 1,000 needles. The wind screamed through the rigging, tugging at their coats and tearing at their hair. Despite the ferocity of the storm, the crew scrambled to carry out Adrian's orders, each man working with frantic precision. Ropes were pulled taut, sails were trimmed, and every inch of the ship was secured in preparation for the battering that awaited them. It was a fight for survival, and they trusted Adrian implicitly. He was their captain, and they had followed him into countless storms before. This one would be no different, not while he still drew breath. "Stay together, damn it!" Adrian shouted again, his voice hoarse as he gripped the wheel with both hands, leaning into the ship's violent lurch. The mast creaked and groaned in protest, as if threatening to snap under the strain, but Adrian's focus never wavered. His crew, driven by his leadership, responded with renewed urgency. They moved as a single, well-oiled machine, their movements swift and practiced despite the chaos around them. The storm was a monstrous beast, clawing at the ship with its relentless fury, but Adrian knew that the key to surviving this was unity. They had weathered worse before, and they would do so again, as long as they held together. The waves crashed violently against the sides of the Crimson Tempest, sending water sluicing over the deck in torrents. The ship creaked, its timbers groaning in protest as the storm raged on, but it remained steadfast under Adrian's command. The captain's jaw was clenched, eyes fixed on the shifting horizon, his mind racing through strategies and calculations. He knew every inch of the ship, every sway of the deck, every gust of wind. His crew looked to him for direction, and he would not falter now. "We're not going down today!" Adrian roared into the wind, his voice a defiant shout against the storm's endless rage. The words were a promise, one he fully intended to keep. As the storm continued its violent assault, Adrian's resolve only hardened. His grip on the wheel tightened, fingers bloodless from the force of his hold. His coat flapped wildly behind him, soaked through by the relentless downpour, but he barely noticed. The storm's fury was immense, but Adrian knew that this was a test of will, of strength, of leadership. He had faced death more times than he cared to remember, and each time, he had stared it down with unflinching eyes. Today would be no different. He would not let the Crimson Tempest fall to the storm. With his crew at his back, their courage bolstered by his command, Adrian steeled himself for the battle ahead. Together, they would survive. Together, they would fight. The storm was unrelenting, a force of nature that showed no mercy to those caught in its fury. The crew of the Crimson Tempest was drenched through, their clothes clinging to their soaked bodies as they fought to keep the ship intact. Their hands were raw from gripping the ropes and sails, and their faces were pale with exhaustion, yet their movements remained sharp and practiced. Years of experience had honed them into a well-coordinated unit, and despite the terror that gnawed at the edges of their resolve, they moved with an almost mechanical precision. Each man knew his role, each woman worked without hesitation. But beneath their stoic exteriors, the fear was palpable. The storm was something none of them had expected to face, and even their seasoned instincts were being tested by its ferocity. The sails, already battered by the fierce winds, strained with each gust, threatening to tear apart at the seams. The crew scrambled to reinforce them, hands reaching out desperately to tie down loose ropes and patch up torn cloth. Water poured from the heavens, drenching them with each crash of the waves. The ship pitched violently, rising and falling with the fury of the ocean, but the crew held their ground, keeping the sails from collapsing entirely. The task was grueling, every movement exhausting, but they pressed on, driven by the unspoken understanding that failure was not an option. The Crimson Tempest was their lifeline, and they would do whatever it took to keep it afloat, even as their bodies screamed for rest. The storm seemed intent on testing every limit of the ship, pushing it to the brink with each massive wave that slammed into the deck. The Crimson Tempest groaned under the strain, its wooden frame creaking as though it might split apart at any moment. The crew fought to maintain control, their legs braced against the slick deck as they worked in unison to secure the rigging and prevent the mast from snapping. Each time a wave crashed over the side, water cascaded across the deck, soaking them to the bone and making the ship even more treacherous. The once sturdy surface became a slick, dangerous battlefield, where every step could send a crew member tumbling into the sea. Yet they did not falter, their focus was singular, survival. As the waves rose higher, crashing over the ship with an almost violent force, the crew began to realize just how close they were to the edge. The Crimson Tempest had weathered many storms before, but this one was unlike any other. The ship seemed to shudder with every strike, its timbers bending and groaning under the weight of the sea's onslaught. For the first time in a long while, doubt crept into their minds. Could the ship survive this? Could they survive this? But even as the storm pressed harder, they refused to give in. With each wave that threatened to swallow them whole, the crew's resolve only strengthened. They were a part of the Crimson Tempest just as much as it was a part of them, and they would not let it fall. The relentless fury of the storm showed no sign of relenting, and yet, the crew of the Crimson Tempest held fast. Though their bodies were weary, their spirits remained unbroken. The rain continued to pour, the wind howled louder, and the waves crashed over them with no end in sight. But still they fought. They fought to keep the sails intact, to keep the rigging secure, to keep the ship from being torn apart by the storm's wrath. Each moment was a battle against exhaustion, against fear, and against the very sea itself. But through it all, they moved together, driven by the knowledge that they were not just a crew, they were a family, and they would endure, no matter the cost. Adrian's grip on the wheel tightened, his hands locked in a vice-like hold as the storm tore at him with unrelenting force. His knuckles, pale and trembling with the strain, stood out starkly against the dark wood of the helm. The ship pitched violently beneath him, and the relentless wind howled in his ears. But Adrian remained still, his focus unshakable. Each turn of the wheel was deliberate, each movement measured with the precision that only years of experience could provide. He had faced countless storms in his life, but this one, with its fury and unpredictability, tested every ounce of his skill. His mind was a battlefield, waging a war against the fear creeping into his thoughts. If he lost control now, if he allowed the tempest to dictate their course, the Crimson Tempest could be lost. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, were fixed on the horizon, where the dark sea met an equally dark sky. Through the furious downpour and flashes of lightning, Adrian could just make out the jagged silhouette of a rocky outcrop, its sharp edges cutting through the storm like the teeth of a monstrous predator. The sight sent a chill through his bones, but there was no time for hesitation. The storm had driven them dangerously close to the rocks, the wind and waves pushing the ship off course with terrifying force. Adrian's mind raced as he assessed the situation. One wrong move, one mistake, and the Crimson Tempest would be dashed against the unforgiving cliffs, its fate sealed in the violent embrace of the sea. The ship lurched again, nearly sending Adrian sprawling, but he held firm, his feet planted wide as he struggled to keep the vessel on its course. The sky above cracked open with another flash of lightning, momentarily blinding him, and in that brief, searing moment of light, the rocky outcrop loomed even closer. His heart hammered in his chest, and every muscle in his body screamed with the effort of holding the wheel steady. The wind seemed to mock him, pushing harder against the sails, trying to tear control from his hands. But Adrian's resolve was ironclad. He had weathered storms more ferocious than this, had outrun naval fleets and battled monstrous seas. This would be no different. He refused to let the sea claim the ship. Not today, not ever. The crew was behind him, working tirelessly to keep the sails intact. But Adrian knew that this battle was his alone to fight. His gaze never wavered from the outcrop as the ship bucked beneath him, sending torrents of water crashing over the deck. The Crimson Tempest groaned, its timbers creaking under the strain of the storm, but it held together, resilient as ever. Adrian's hands were slick with seawater, his grip slipping slightly as the wheel fought against him. Sweat mixed with the rain on his brow, but he barely noticed. His thoughts were consumed by the outcrop, the jagged rock looming ever closer, a constant reminder of the danger they were in. He couldn't afford to panic, not now. Every decision he made was a matter of life or death. With a final, forceful turn of the wheel, Adrian guided the Crimson Tempest away from the rocks, the ship groaning as it cut through the water. The outcrop passed just out of reach, its sharp silhouette fading into the distance. But Adrian didn't allow himself a moment of relief. The storm was far from over, and they still had a long way to go. But for now, the immediate danger had passed. His chest heaved with a sigh of relief, but he did not relax his grip on the wheel. There would be no rest until they were out of the storm's grasp entirely. And as the Crimson Tempest continued to battle the waves, Adrian's eyes remained locked on the horizon, his mind ever vigilant for the next challenge that awaited them. "Captain?" First Mate Liam's voice cut through the howling wind, strained and filled with panic. Adrian barely heard him at first, the roar of the storm and the crash of the waves deafening everything else. But the urgency in Liam's voice quickly pierced through the chaos, sharpening Adrian's focus. His gaze snapped toward the first mate, who was bracing himself against the railing, his face pale and drawn from exhaustion. Through the torrential rain and the blur of water streaming down his face, Liam's eyes were wide with fear as he pointed toward the horizon, where jagged rocks loomed ominously against the dark sea. The storm had driven them dangerously close to the treacherous outcrop, and Adrian knew that one wrong move could send them straight into the rocks, where death would await them in the form of splintered wood and crushing waves. Adrian's heart skipped a beat as he followed Liam's frantic gesture, his eyes narrowing as the looming rocks became clearer through the mist and rain. The ship lurched violently beneath him, and a sickening feeling of dread curled in his stomach. They were closer than he had realized, the Crimson Tempest drifting toward the jagged outcrop with terrifying speed. The waves seemed to guide them toward it, pulling the ship into a deadly embrace. Adrian's mind raced, calculating their position, the wind's direction, and the ship's momentum. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and in fact, seemed to be intensifying, pushing the Crimson Tempest harder toward the rocks. It was a race against time now. One wrong turn, one slip of the wheel, and they would be shattered against the unforgiving stone. "We need to steer away, now!" Liam shouted again, his voice hoarse and full of desperation. Adrian could see the fear in his first mate's eyes, a fear that was mirrored in the faces of the rest of the crew. The ship groaned under the weight of the storm, its timbers creaking as if it too understood the peril they were in. Adrian's knuckles turned white against the wheel as he fought against the pull of the waves. His mind sharpened with the clarity of experience, but the stakes had never been higher. The ship was at the mercy of the storm, and the rocks were closing in fast. If he failed to act swiftly, it would be the end of them all. With a strained grunt, Adrian jerked the wheel to one side, the Crimson Tempest responding sluggishly as it fought against the onslaught of the sea. The ship veered sharply, tilting at a dangerous angle as the crew scrambled to adjust the sails and prevent it from capsizing. Water surged across the deck, threatening to wash the crew overboard, but Adrian's focus remained unbroken. The ship groaned again, its timbers protesting as the wheel resisted his pull. The rocks loomed dangerously close, their jagged edges like teeth waiting to tear into the vessel's hull. Adrian's muscles burned with the effort of steering against the storm's violent fury, but he refused to let go of the wheel. He had steered the Crimson Tempest through countless perils, and he would not let it end now, not with death so near. As the ship began to turn away from the rocks, the tension in Adrian's chest slowly eased, but the storm was far from over. The Crimson Tempest groaned again, but this time it felt more like a sigh of relief than a death rattle. Liam, standing at his side, exhaled deeply, though the lines of fear had not yet left his face. The ship's angle lessened as it veered clear of the rocks, the jagged outcrop receding in the distance, though still visible in the storm's dark embrace. But Adrian did not allow himself to relax. They were not out of danger yet, and he knew better than to underestimate the power of the storm. The Crimson Tempest had narrowly escaped its rocky doom, but the battle with the sea was far from won. The storm still raged, and Adrian was determined to see his ship and crew through it, no matter the cost. Adrian nodded grimly, his jaw clenched with the weight of the situation. His eyes flicked from the jagged rocks to the dark sky above, his mind already calculating their next move. The storm was a beast, relentless and unforgiving, and the ship had been driven too far off course. The sharp silhouette of the rocks still loomed dangerously close, their jagged edges like teeth waiting to tear into the hull of the Crimson Tempest. His fingers gripped the wheel tighter, his knuckles stark against the weathered wood. There was no room for hesitation now. Every decision had to be made in an instant. If they didn't act fast, the ship would be torn to pieces. He turned to Liam, his voice low but firm. I see it. Prepare the lifeboats, just in case. We need to turn hard to port and navigate through this damned storm. Liam's eyes widened at the command, but there was no time for doubt. Without a word, he sprinted toward the crew, barking orders to lower the lifeboats. The crew moved with practiced urgency, their movements swift despite the chaos around them. The rain battered their faces, and the wind howled with an intensity that made it nearly impossible to hear each other. Yet, their training kicked in, and the crew responded as one, working together to ensure that the lifeboats were ready for launch if the worst should happen. Adrian's gaze never left the horizon, watching as the storm surged violently around them. The rocks were too close, and every moment they stayed in the open sea was another moment closer to disaster. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest as he turned the wheel hard to port, forcing the Crimson Tempest to change direction. The ship groaned under the pressure, its timbers creaking in protest as the sails whipped violently in the gale-force winds. The deck pitched violently beneath his feet, and he had to fight to keep his balance as the ship lurched in response to the sudden turn. The mast shuddered, and the sails strained against the furious wind. Water surged over the deck with every crashing wave, but Adrian's hands remained steady on the wheel. His crew, though exhausted and battered by the storm, trusted him to guide them through it. They had faced countless storms before, but this one was different. The pressure was suffocating, and the threat of disaster was closer than ever. The ship's bow veered sharply to the left, cutting through the churning waters, but the storm had other plans. The waves seemed to rise even higher, crashing down with terrifying force as the wind howled louder, its shrieking voice making it hard to hear anything else. Lightning flashed overhead, momentarily illuminating the chaotic sea, casting eerie shadows across the deck. Adrian's muscles burned with the effort of holding the wheel steady, each turn more difficult than the last. He could feel the ship's resistance, could sense the strain in its bones as it fought to stay afloat. His pulse raced as he looked up at the mast, praying it would hold. They were navigating through the heart of the storm now, and the rocks were still too close. With a final, gritted effort, the Crimson Tempest angled away from the rocks, its bow pointing more directly into the storm's fury. But even as they moved farther from the jagged outcrop, Adrian knew they weren't safe yet. The storm still howled, still battered the ship mercilessly, but now they had a chance. Liam returned to his side, his face pale but determined. "The lifeboats are ready, Captain," he reported. Adrian nodded, his gaze still fixed on the horizon, his mind calculating their next steps. They weren't out of danger, not by a long shot. But for now, they had survived the first wave of the storm's fury, and Adrian would not rest until the Crimson Tempest and her crew were safely beyond its grasp. With a sharp turn of the wheel, Adrian threw his weight into the motion, forcing the Crimson Tempest toward the narrow gap between the rocks. The ship shuddered violently in response, as though it could sense the danger ahead, but Adrian's grip never faltered. His jaw tightened as the wheel spun under his command, the wood of the helm slick with rain and salt water. The howling wind tore at the sails, but Adrian focused on the gap ahead, his only hope for avoiding a fatal collision. His mind raced, calculating their speed, the wind's force, and the distance to the rocks. Every second was a battle against the storm, every movement crucial. The narrow passage between the jagged cliffs loomed like a dark void, a sliver of hope amidst the chaos, but the danger was clear. One wrong move, one slip of the wheel, and they would be crushed. The Crimson Tempest groaned as the ship pitched violently with the force of the waves. The timber creaked and cracked under the pressure, as if the very bones of the vessel were protesting against the fierce onslaught of nature. Adrian could feel it in his bones. The ship was straining, its frame bending with the effort of holding its course. Water surged across the deck, rushing over the edges of the ship with each wave, as the crew fought to keep their footing. The wind screamed through the rigging, and the sails flapped desperately in the gusts, but the ship held its line. Every moment felt like an eternity as the Crimson Tempest fought to remain on course, pushing through the storm's relentless assault. As the ship hurtled closer to the rocks, the path ahead grew clearer for a moment as lightning sliced through the dark sky. In that instant, the jagged teeth of the rocks were illuminated in stark detail, their sharp edges glistening ominously in the brief flash of light. The gap between the cliffs was impossibly narrow, a treacherous tunnel of stone that seemed to offer little hope for survival. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest as he saw the rocks up ahead, each one threatening to tear the ship apart with a single wrong turn. The flashing lightning cast strange, twisted shadows on the water's surface, making the gap appear even smaller, more suffocating. The Crimson Tempest pressed on, its course set, but Adrian knew the danger they faced. One scrape against those jagged rocks and it could be over. The ship lurched again, and Adrian's grip tightened on the wheel, his muscles aching with the strain of holding the ship steady. He could hear the creak of the timbers, the groaning of the ship's frame as it fought against the storm's fury. The gap was closing fast, and the ship was still too far from the center of it. With another turn of the wheel, Adrian compensated, steering the Crimson Tempest just inches from the jagged rocks. The ship was too close to the rocks now. Its hull was too vulnerable. If they made it through this narrow passage, they would be free, but the risk of disaster was almost unbearable. The crew scrambled to brace themselves against the violent swells of the sea, fear and tension lining their faces. They all knew this was their only chance. Finally, with one last strain of effort, the ship surged forward, slipping through the narrow gap between the rocks. The Crimson Tempest scraped past the stone walls with a heart-stopping groan, the sound of wood scraping against rock ringing through the storm like a death knell. For a brief moment, time seemed to stand still. Adrian held his breath, watching as the ship sailed clear of the rocks, the jagged edges fading into the darkness behind them. A heavy sigh of relief spread through the crew, though none dared to speak yet. The storm raged on, but they had made it. The crimson tempest had survived. Adrian exhaled slowly, his hands still steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the sea ahead. There was still much more to face, but for now, they had won this battle. The crew moved with an intensity that could only come from years of experience, their bodies fluid and synchronized as they worked under the unrelenting assault of the storm. The wind howled like a maddened beast, tearing through the rigging and whipping the sails into chaotic disarray. But despite the fury of the storm, each crew member moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine, their actions dictated by instinct and long hours spent on the sea. They adjusted the sails, pulling them tighter against the wind, fighting to maintain control of the crimson tempest as it was tossed and bucked by the violent waves. Every movement was swift, deliberate, and born from countless battles with the sea. The crew was a team forged through adversity, each man knowing exactly what needed to be done, often without needing to speak a word. In the midst of the chaos, the rhythmic sound of the pumps working tirelessly against the rising water echoed across the deck. The crew manned them with determined focus, their muscles straining as they worked in tandem to keep the ship afloat. Waves crashed over the sides, soaking them through, but they pushed on, their hands steady and unyielding. There was no time for fear or hesitation. The rising water threatened to swallow them whole if they faltered for even a moment. As the ship groaned and creaked beneath the pressure of the storm, the crew knew they had to outlast the chaos, to fight back the sea and hold on until the storm's rage had spent itself. Their hearts beat in unison, a collective rhythm that spoke of their shared purpose, survival. Despite the torrents of rain and the whipping wind, the crew held on to anything they could find to keep their footing. The deck was slick with seawater, treacherous with every step, and yet they moved with purpose, never wavering in their resolve. Some clung to the ropes, their hands raw from the constant strain, while others gripped the railings or whatever solid surface was nearby. The ship lurched again, and the crew braced themselves, their legs wide to absorb the shock as the crimson tempest was tossed from side to side. The rain stemmed their faces, but it was a pain they had grown used to over the years. Each man knew that their survival depended on holding fast, both physically to the ship and mentally to each other. In the midst of the storm's fury, there was an unspoken understanding that echoed among the crew, a bond forged by the trials of the sea. They were a family, bound not by blood, but by the shared knowledge that in moments like this, their survival depended entirely on their unity and determination. The captain's commands were clear, and the crew followed them without question, knowing that each action, no matter how small, contributed to the greater effort. Their faces were etched with fatigue, their bodies weary from the strain of the storm, but their eyes were sharp, filled with a resolve that no wave or gust of wind could extinguish. They fought together, not as individuals, but as a single force, each man knowing his role, trusting his shipmates with his life. The storm roared on, but the crew's determination did not waver. Their unity was their strength, and together they battled the raging sea, the ship their only lifeline in the chaos. The wind continued to scream through the rigging, the waves crashed relentlessly against the hull, and the rain lashed down in torrents, but there was no fear in their movements. They had faced storms before, but this one was different. It was a test, a trial of their endurance and their will. And as the crimson tempest groaned beneath the force of the storm, the crew held on, their hearts in sync, their bodies working as one to keep the ship afloat. They would survive this, together, or they would perish as a single unit. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a deafening thud that echoed through the chaos around him. The crimson tempest lurched violently as it threaded through the narrow gap between the rocks, the hull creaking under the tremendous strain. The jagged teeth of the cliffs seemed to close in around them, their dark, unforgiving silhouettes looming so close that Adrian could almost feel their cold, ancient presence, as if the rocks themselves were determined to claim the ship. The ship groaned as it fought the surging waves, and for a moment, it felt as if they would be torn apart by the sheer force of nature. But Adrian's grip tightened on the wheel, his knuckles white against the wood. His body tensed, every muscle screaming in resistance. But his mind remained calm, focused solely on the task at hand. Sweat mingled with the rain that lashed at his face, stinging his skin as the wind howled around him. His clothes were soaked through, heavy and clinging to his frame, but he refused to let it distract him. His eyes remained fixed on the path ahead, every fiber of his being concentrated on steering the ship through the treacherous gap. The sound of the storm was deafening, the wind and waves roaring like a beast trying to consume them. Yet through it all, Adrian's resolve never wavered. He had weathered countless storms, had faced dangers far worse than this, and he would not let fear take hold now. The Crimson Tempest might have been battered, but it was far from broken. And as long as he commanded her, she would sail through the storm, no matter how fierce. His thoughts were a blur of calculations and instincts, but one thing stood out amidst the chaos: the distant, faint glow of a lighthouse. It was small, barely visible through the storm, but to Adrian, it was a beacon of hope. The lighthouse was their guiding light, an indication of calmer waters just beyond the storm's fury. It was a symbol of the safety they had been desperately fighting for, a promise that the madness of the storm would eventually end. His gaze locked onto that distant glow, the single point of light that seemed to pierce through the darkness and the rain. It was the only thing that mattered now, and with every passing moment, Adrian steered the Crimson Tempest closer to it, his heart sinking with the rhythm of the ship. The ship groaned again, its timbers straining as it fought against the waves, but Adrian's grip on the wheel remained firm, unyielding. He could feel the tension in the ship, the way the wood seemed to shudder with every crash of the waves. The storm had torn at them, battered them, and yet they pressed on, inching closer to the gap. The rocks were so close now that Adrian could almost hear the scrape of the ship's hull against the sharp edges, but he never wavered. His eyes never left the lighthouse. It was all that mattered now. The gap was narrowing, the storm's fury relentless, but Adrian knew they could make it. He could feel it in his bones. They were so close, just a few more seconds, a few more careful maneuvers, and they would be free. Finally, with a final, breath-stealing surge, the ship lurched one last time, slipping through the gap between the rocks. The roar of the storm didn't fade, not immediately, but the ship was now past the worst of it. Adrian allowed himself a brief, silent exhale as he steered the Crimson Tempest away from the jagged rocks, his eyes still fixed on the lighthouse. The calm waters it promised were so close now, just beyond the storm's reach. The ship had made it through, but Adrian knew the journey wasn't over. There would be more challenges ahead, but for now, the storm's grip had loosened. The lighthouse, like a steadfast guardian, stood in the distance, and Adrian knew that as long as they sailed toward it, they would find the calm they so desperately sought. "Steady as she goes!" Adrian's voice rang out, clear and commanding, cutting through the howling winds and crashing waves. The storm's fury still gripped the Crimson Tempest, but Adrian's tone left no room for doubt or hesitation. His words were a rallying cry, a final push toward the calm that lay just beyond the chaos. Every syllable seemed to solidify the bond between the captain and his crew, a silent pact that they would endure together, no matter what. His eyes remained fixed on the distant lighthouse, the single point of light that now seemed like a tangible goal, a promise of safety after the madness they had weathered. He could feel the ship's rhythm beneath him, the tension in the wood as it fought against the waves, but there was no turning back now. The crew responded with a renewed sense of urgency, their movements sharp and synchronized despite the exhaustion weighing heavily on their bodies. Some adjusted the sails, pulling them tighter against the wind, while others gripped the rigging with white-knuckled hands, bracing for whatever the storm still had in store. The deck was slick with seawater, but the crew knew they had only moments to push through. They could hear Adrian's command echo through the storm, a signal that they were on the verge of something more than survival. They were on the cusp of victory. The storm had tested their strength, but they had not wavered. They had fought together, and now they could almost taste the sweet relief of the calm waters ahead. Adrian's hands remained steady on the wheel, his knuckles a stark contrast to the dark wood beneath him, as the ship lurched with each powerful wave. He could feel the creak of the timbers beneath him, the groan of the ship as it fought the relentless pounding of the sea. But through it all, His mind was sharp, focused solely on the path ahead. His voice carried with the authority of a captain who knew the weight of leadership in times of crisis. "We're almost there," he shouted again, the words leaving his lips with the finality of someone who had already charted their course to safety. There was no room for doubt. The lighthouse was within their reach, and that was all that mattered. The wind howled in protest, whipping Adrian's coat around his legs as the ship fought to maintain its course. But his resolve was unwavering. He knew that they had pushed past the worst of the storm, that the worst of nature's wrath was behind them. The crew, though drenched and battered, could feel the same shift in the air. The constant pressure of the waves against the ship had lessened, the winds were not as vicious, and the roar of the ocean was no longer as all-encompassing. In the distance, the faint glow of the lighthouse seemed to grow stronger with every passing moment, its light a beacon of hope piercing through the storm's darkened veil. Adrian's eyes remained locked on it, his entire focus on reaching it, guiding his crew through the final stretch. With each turn of the wheel, Adrian guided the Crimson Tempest closer to its salvation. The ship responded as if it too could feel the proximity of calm, its frame no longer groaning under the strain of the storm. The crew, still working in perfect synchrony, began to show signs of relief, their exhausted faces lifting as they realized the worst was behind them. But Adrian kept his gaze fixed forward, his hands steady on the wheel. They weren't out of danger yet, not entirely, but he knew the worst was over. The storm had tested them, but they had stood firm, and now the calm awaited. "Steady as she goes," he repeated, the words no longer just a command but a declaration that they had won this fight together. As the Crimson Tempest finally broke free from the storm's relentless grip, a wave of calm seemed to wash over the ship. The violent rocking and jarring lurches that had defined the past hours slowly began to subside, replaced by the gentler swells of the open sea. The howling winds that had once torn through the rigging now softened into a mournful whisper, the rain tapering off to a light drizzle. The ship no longer groaned under the strain of the tempest's fury. Instead, it moved with a steady rhythm, as though it too recognized the shift in the storm's hold. Adrian, who had remained locked in a battle of wills with the sea, allowed himself a moment to relax, his grip on the wheel loosening just slightly. They had made it through. The worst was over. The crew, battered and drenched, looked around as the intensity of the weather began to wane. The sounds of the storm, once deafening and all-consuming, faded into a quiet murmur, the chaotic thrashing of the waves now nothing more than a rolling lull. Each member of the crew stood a little taller, their shoulders less tense, as though the tension that had gripped them for hours was finally beginning to ease. The deck, still slick with seawater, felt less treacherous beneath their feet. They exchanged glances of relief, some even allowing themselves brief, exhausted smiles. There was no need for words. The collective feeling of survival, of having weathered the storm together, spoke volumes. They had made it through. Off in the distance, the faint but steady glow of the lighthouse beacon pierced the darkness, its light cutting through the fading remnants of the storm. It shone like a guiding star, unwavering and resolute, offering them a safe haven after the chaos. The crew's eyes turned toward it in unison, the sight of its steady light igniting a sense of hope that was palpable in the air. It wasn't just a symbol of safety, it was the promise of something more, a future beyond the storm, a chance to catch their breath, to regroup, and to move forward. Adrian's eyes locked onto the lighthouse, his face softening with the relief that only a seasoned captain could feel after guiding his crew through such a trial. With every passing moment, the Crimson Tempest seemed to glide more smoothly through the waves, the violent rocking replaced by the gentle lapping of the ocean against the hull. The crew, though exhausted, were able to focus on the task of making sure the ship was in order, securing loose ropes and adjusting the sails for the calmer waters ahead. The storm's wrath had left its mark, but now there was a calm that spread across the deck, a brief reprieve from nature's ferocity. The sound of the waves was no longer an intimidating roar but a steady rhythm, soothing after the madness they had endured. The storm, once a beast that seemed invincible, had faded into the background, a distant memory as the horizon grew clearer. As the ship moved closer to the lighthouse, the sense of unity among the crew strengthened. The storm had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but they had faced it together, with unwavering determination. Now, as the waves settled into a less tumultuous rhythm, the Crimson Tempest sailed smoothly towards safer waters, her crew's collective sigh of relief mingling with the gentle roll of the sea. Adrian remained at the wheel, his grip now relaxed, but his eyes never straying far from the beacon ahead. It was a symbol of the journey's end, of triumph over nature's fury, and a promise that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together, as one. The storm was behind them, and ahead lay a horizon full of new possibilities. Exhausted but triumphant, Adrian stood at the helm of the Crimson Tempest, his eyes scanning the ship in the aftermath of the storm. The battered vessel rocked gently now, her frame still sturdy despite the brutal assault she had endured. The once pristine sails were torn and shredded in places, the ropes and rigging a tangled mess from the relentless winds. The deck, slick with seawater, bore the marks of the storm's wrath. Debris scattered across the planks and a few broken barrels left in the wake of the tempest's rage. But despite the damage, the ship had held together, her heart still beating strong beneath the chaos. Adrian's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the storm clouds were slowly parting, giving way to the promise of calmer skies. He felt a surge of pride. They had made it. As his eyes returned to his crew, Adrian could see the toll the storm had taken on them. They were soaked to the bone, their faces drawn with exhaustion, and some still stumbled on unsteady feet, the physical and mental strain weighing heavily on them. Yet, despite the toll, there was a certain resilience in their posture, an unwavering strength that could only come from having survived such a trial together. They were a family, each one as battered as the ship, but none of them had given up. They had fought the storm, had battled the sea with everything they had, and now they were here, alive, with the storm behind them. Adrian felt a surge of gratitude for each and every one of them. Adrian's eyes met those of his men, his heart swelling with pride. They had stood by him through the worst of it, weathering the storm as one. In their eyes, he saw the same mixture of exhaustion and determination that he felt in his own chest. Their faces were streaked with salt water and sweat, but their expressions held no fear, no doubt. They had done what no one else could, survived the fury of the storm and emerged from it stronger for it. And in that moment, Adrian knew that this crew, his crew, would follow him to the ends of the earth. There was no force that could break them, no storm too fierce to deter them. He felt the weight of his responsibility to them, and yet, in that moment, it felt like the greatest honor of his life. A weary smile spread across Adrian's face as he surveyed the men around him. It wasn't a smile of relief, not entirely, but one of respect and acknowledgement. They had earned it, every single one of them. The storm had tested them, had pushed them to the very edge, and yet they had prevailed. Adrian's hands, still gripping the wheel, relaxed slightly as the tension that had coiled in his muscles began to ease. They were out of danger now. The worst had passed, and the crew had proven their mettle. They were more than just a team. They were a family bound by their shared experiences, by the blood and salt water that had soaked their clothes and stained their souls. As the Crimson Tempest sailed steadily toward calmer waters, the crew began to move with renewed purpose. They knew there was still work to be done, repairs to be made, sails to be tended to, and supplies to be checked, but for now, there was a brief, hard-earned reprieve. Adrian turned away from the wheel, his steps slow and deliberate as he made his way toward the crew. He clapped a hand on the shoulder of the nearest sailor, a gesture of solidarity, of pride. His voice was low, hoarse from hours of shouting over the storm's roar, but it carried the weight of his respect. "Well done," he said simply. His men, weary but with spirits lifted, nodded in return, their gratitude unspoken but clearly understood. They had survived the storm. And with Adrian leading them, they knew they could survive whatever came next. "Well done, lads," Adrian said, his voice rough but filled with pride as he clapped Liam firmly on the shoulder. The first mate met his gaze with a tired but grateful nod, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The storm had taken its toll on everyone, but they had made it through together. For a moment, there was a brief silence as they both took in the quiet that had replaced the storm's fury. The wind was still fresh, carrying the briny scent of the sea, but the violent crashing of waves had lessened, leaving only the sound of gentle lapping against the hull. It was a small victory, one that had come at great cost, but it was theirs. The Crimson Tempest had weathered the worst of it, and so had they. Adrian's eyes swept across the deck, noting the exhaustion etched on each face, the bruises and cuts from the storm's brutality. But despite their weariness, there was a sense of resolve in every sailor's posture. They stood straighter now, their shoulders squared, and the storm's grip on their spirits seemed to loosen with each passing minute. But Adrian knew better than to let their guard down completely. The sea was a fickle mistress, one who could turn on them with little warning, and the challenges they had faced in the storm were far from the only dangers they would encounter on their journey. He could already feel the weight of what lay ahead pressing on his chest, but for now, he allowed himself a moment to appreciate the hard-earned triumph. "We've made it through this storm," Adrian continued, his voice carrying across the deck, drawing the crew's attention. He paused, letting the words sink in. The storm had been fierce, unrelenting, but they had prevailed. They had stuck together, fought with every ounce of strength they had, and now they could claim victory over it. Adrian's gaze hardened, his brow furrowing as he glanced at the damage the storm had inflicted on the ship. The sails were in tatters, the rigging a mess, and parts of the deck were still slick with seawater, but it was nothing they couldn't fix. The Crimson Tempest was a sturdy ship, built to endure the harshest of conditions, and she would continue to do so. But they needed to act quickly. Adrian took a deep breath, his hands still shaking slightly from the adrenaline, but his mind sharp and focused. "But we've got many more challenges ahead," he said, his tone more serious now. The crew's eyes shifted from him to the horizon, where the sky was clearing and the promise of calmer seas beckoned. Yet, in the back of his mind, Adrian knew the ocean could never be trusted. There were always dangers lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to strike. He glanced back at the ship's battered condition, the damage to the sails and rigging, and the wear on the crew. The Crimson Tempest needed repairs, and fast. There was no time to waste. They needed to be ready for whatever the sea might throw at them next. "Let's make sure the Crimson Tempest is ready for whatever comes next," Adrian said, his voice steady and firm. He turned toward Liam and the rest of the crew, his eyes hard with determination. They may have survived this storm, but the pirate captain knew that the road ahead would be filled with challenges that tested their endurance, their unity, and their resolve. Every sailor on this ship had proven themselves in the storm, but they couldn't afford to be complacent. Adrian gave a quick nod, signaling that the work needed to begin immediately. With the crew's collective effort, they would repair the ship, restore their strength, and prepare for whatever dangers lay ahead. Their survival depended on it, and Adrian wouldn't let them fail. As the crew scattered across the deck to begin repairs, their movements were purposeful, driven by a shared understanding that their work wasn't just about fixing the Crimson Tempest, it was about restoring themselves, too. The torn sails were being carefully gathered and stowed, ready to be mended, while others worked to secure the rigging that had been torn asunder by the storm's fury. The ship, though battered, was still a symbol of their strength and unity. Adrian watched them for a moment, noting the way the crew members supported one another, lifting each other's spirits even as their bodies ached from the strain. The storm had pushed them to their limits, but in its wake, it had forged an even stronger connection among them. Adrian's eyes, however, were drawn to the horizon, where the sea stretched out in a peaceful, serene expanse. The chaotic waves that had threatened to swallow them whole were gone, replaced by the soft roll of the water, the calm that followed the storm. He could still feel the lingering tension in his chest from the battle with the tempest, the adrenaline that had kept him sharp, but it was slowly fading. The Crimson Tempest was no longer at the mercy of the storm. The crew's efforts, their unity, and their unspoken bond had carried them through the worst of it. As he stood there, hands resting on the ship's wheel, the faint salt in the air mixed with the fresh promise of calmer days ahead. The storm had tested the crew's mettle in ways few could understand. Its savage winds and crushing waves had threatened to tear them apart, but it had instead brought them closer. Adrian knew the true strength of a crew was tested not in the smooth, easy times, but in the hardest of storms. The men and women who sailed with him had proven themselves worthy of the Crimson Tempest's legacy. Adrian had seen fear in their eyes, yes, but he had also seen the unwavering resolve that followed it. They had not faltered, not once, and now that the storm had passed, that same strength remained. They had weathered the fury of nature, and in doing so, they had solidified their bond. It was a bond forged not just in hardship but in mutual respect and trust. Adrian's gaze lingered on the peaceful sea, knowing that this calm would not last forever. The high seas were never truly still, never truly safe. There would be more challenges, more dangers, more storms to face. But the thought didn't daunt him, it emboldened him. The adventure that awaited them was filled with the unknown, with mystery and danger, but it was a journey he would take with his crew, with the men and women who had earned his respect and loyalty. The sea was a vast, untamed world, but it was theirs to navigate. And with each passing moment, Adrian felt his heart swell with anticipation, ready for the challenges that lay ahead. With the storm behind them and the ship slowly returning to its normal rhythm, Captain Adrian Blackwood stood taller, his resolve steeled by the trials of the tempest. The crew continued their work with a renewed sense of purpose, their spirits high despite the physical toll they had endured. Adrian knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but as he looked at his crew, his family, he was filled with confidence. The storm had been a test, but now, with the Crimson Tempest restored and the crew ready, the adventure of the high seas awaited them. Whatever the future held, Captain Adrian Blackwood and his crew would face it together, with the unwavering bond that had been forged in the heart of the storm. Chapter 2: The Magical Reef. The storm had passed, its fury spent, and now the Crimson Tempest drifted gently in calmer waters. The ship's battered frame creaked softly in the stillness, as though sighing in relief after the violent clash with nature. The crew, exhausted and soaked to the bone, moved with quiet efficiency. Their faces were drawn, but there was a visible shift in their demeanor, a quiet pride in their survival, a determination to restore the ship and themselves. The fierce winds had died, leaving only a light breeze to fill the sails, and the crew worked with a renewed sense of purpose. There was no need for words now. The actions of each sailor spoke volumes. They had faced the storm together, and had come out on the other side, ready to rebuild. As the crew mended the sails and secured the rigging, Adrian stood at the helm, his eyes turned toward the horizon. The storm had left its mark, but it had also strengthened the bond among his men and women. The sight of the first rays of dawn breaking through the clouds brought a sense of relief, a symbolic end to the chaos. The orange and pink hues of the sunrise bathed the ship in a soft glow, casting a serene light on the weary faces of the crew. The tumultuous night was gone, and in its place was the promise of a new day, one that felt almost like a gift after the terror they had faced. Adrian's chest swelled with a quiet sense of pride as he watched his crew move with steady hands, determined to set things right. The sea, once a roaring beast, had transformed into a tranquil expanse of sapphire blue. The waves were gentle now, rolling lazily beneath the ship as the morning light danced across their surface. The Crimson Tempest rocked slowly, no longer at the mercy of the storm, but at the mercy of the calm. The silence that hung in the air was almost surreal after the deafening roar of the tempest. In every direction, the ocean stretched out endlessly, a peaceful expanse that seemed to welcome them after the battle. It was a vast emptiness, but one that held potential, and the crew felt it. This was the sea they knew, the sea they had chosen to sail. The storm had passed, but the adventure was far from over. Adrian took a deep breath, savoring the freshness of the air and the sight of his crew working with a shared sense of purpose. The worst was behind them, but there was still much to do. The ship needed repairs, and the crew needed rest. But as the sun climbed higher, casting its warmth over the deck, Adrian felt a sense of hope. The storm had tested them, yes, but it had also shown him what his crew was made of. They had faced the worst of the sea together, and now, as the waters calmed, they were ready for whatever came next. The Crimson Tempest had weathered the storm, and so had they. The horizon was open, the journey ahead filled with possibilities. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood at the bow, his hands resting lightly on the railing as he scanned the vast expanse of the horizon. The sea, now calm and endless, stretched before him, a canvas of deep blue broken only by the occasional ripple of a passing breeze. The sun, climbing higher with each passing moment, bathed the ship in a warm, golden light, the rays reflecting off the water in shimmering waves. Adrian's eyes, sharp and unwavering, took in every detail of the scene, his mind constantly alert, always searching for signs of opportunity, danger, or something else entirely. His seasoned instincts had never let him down, and today, they pricked at the back of his mind, urging him to look closer. As the sun continued its ascent, casting long shadows across the deck, something caught Adrian's eye, a flash of iridescence beneath the water's surface. At first, it was just a glimmer, a fleeting glimpse of light that seemed out of place in the tranquil sea. But as the light grew more intense, Adrian's gaze sharpened, his focus honing in on the mysterious shimmer. It was an unnatural gleam, almost as if the water itself was hiding something beneath. His heart skipped a beat, and a wave of curiosity washed over him. There were few things that could hide beneath the surface of the sea without leaving a trace. And Adrian had learned long ago that the sea was full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. His eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, trying to make sense of the sight before him. The shimmer seemed to move, dancing in the shallows, as though it was alive. The water itself appeared to bend and twist around it, as if something otherworldly was at play beneath the surface. Adrian's brow furrowed in concentration. He had sailed these waters countless times, yet he had never encountered anything quite like this. His mind raced, considering all the possibilities: treasure, a sea creature, or perhaps even something more elusive, a hidden mystery waiting to be discovered. Whatever it was not something to be ignored. He couldn't help but feel a strange pull toward it, a magnetic force that urged him to investigate further. "Liam!" Adrian called without taking his eyes off the shimmering light below. His first mate, a sharp-eyed sailor who had worked alongside Adrian for years, was quick to respond, stepping up beside him. "Do you see that?" Adrian asked, his voice low and filled with both intrigue and caution. Liam squinted toward the shimmering surface, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the same unusual gleam. "Aye, Captain. It's not natural, that's for sure." The two men exchanged a glance, the unspoken understanding passing between them. Whatever lay beneath those waters, it was not something they could simply sail past. With a command to change course, Adrian's crew sprang into action, preparing for whatever mystery the sea was about to reveal. The adventure, it seemed, was only just beginning. "Liam, come here," Adrian called, his voice low but filled with an edge of curiosity. His eyes remained fixed on the glimmer beneath the surface, his mind working over the possibilities. The sea, so vast and unpredictable, had revealed many secrets in its time, but this shimmer was different. It seemed almost deliberate, as though something was trying to get their attention. The golden light of the sun bathed the water in a soft glow, but beneath it, that shimmer pulsed with an iridescence that felt out of place, unnatural. Adrian's instincts were on high alert, and he knew that whatever lay beneath the waves could be something extraordinary, or something dangerous. Liam, who had been busy overseeing the crew's work, immediately looked up at the sound of his captain's voice. He knew that tone all too well. There was no hesitation in his step as he moved quickly to Adrian's side. As he joined the captain at the bow, Liam followed Adrian's gaze, his eyes scanning the waters intently. The shimmer was still there, just beneath the surface, twisting and dancing with the movement of the waves. "What do you see, Captain?" Liam asked, his voice steady but laced with curiosity. He trusted Adrian's judgment implicitly and knew when something warranted further attention. This was one of those moments. Adrian didn't take his eyes off the mysterious gleam as he spoke. "There," he said, pointing at the water, his finger steady. "Do you see it? It's like the lights, moving with a purpose." He furrowed his brow as he tried to make sense of the sight. It wasn't simply the reflection of the sun on the water. It was something more, something beneath the surface, just beyond reach. "I've sailed these waters for years, Liam, and I've never seen anything like this before. It's not natural." The hairs on the back of Adrian's neck prickled. Something about the shimmer stirred an instinctive unease in him, though he couldn't yet place why. Whatever it wasn't a typical reflection or fish. No, this was something else entirely. Liam squinted, narrowing his eyes as he studied the water. Aye, Captain, I see it now. Looks like it's moving in and out of the shallows, almost like it's guiding us, he said, his voice low with a sense of realization. The unease in Adrian's gut grew stronger as the idea formed. Was it possible that something, or someone, was deliberately leading them? Was it a trap or an opportunity? The unknown lay before them, tempting them to dive deeper into the mystery. Adrian turned to Liam, his expression resolute. Prepare the crew, Liam. We're changing course. Let's see where this leads. There was no turning back now. The sea had thrown them a challenge, and Adrian Blackwood was always ready to meet it head-on. First mate Liam approached, his boots tapping softly against the wooden deck as he moved toward Adrian. He squinted against the glare of the sun, trying to focus on the glimmering sight just beneath the surface of the water. The waves lapped gently at the hull of the Crimson Tempest, but Liam's attention was entirely consumed by the strange phenomenon. It wasn't the normal pattern of sunlight reflecting off the sea, nor the play of shadows from passing clouds. This shimmer seemed deliberate, almost as if it were beckoning them. His seasoned eyes, trained on countless strange sights during their voyages, couldn't quite place what it was, and that uncertainty stirred a gnawing feeling in his gut. He stepped closer to Adrian, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What's that, Captain?" he asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Adrian didn't shift his gaze from the shimmering light. His eyes narrowed in concentration. The mystery beneath the water tugged at him, drawing him in like a siren's call. "I don't know yet, Liam," he said, his voice steady but filled with intrigue. He could feel the pull of the unknown, that familiar excitement mixed with the trepidation of venturing into uncharted territory. He had sailed these waters countless times, yet he had never encountered something like this. The shimmer didn't resemble any fish or marine life he knew of, and it was certainly no mere reflection. The way it flickered and moved felt almost alive. His instincts, honed from years at sea, told him there was something far more significant lurking just beneath the surface. Liam's eyes followed the captain's finger, pointing toward the strange glow that seemed to shift with the currents. He leaned over the edge of the ship, trying to see deeper into the water, but it was too murky to make out anything clearly. The sun's rays, despite their brilliance, seemed unable to cut through the depths where the light emanated from. "It doesn't look like any fish or treasure I've seen before," Liam muttered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His mind raced through possibilities, but nothing seemed to fit. He turned back to Adrian, sensing that his captain was already contemplating a course of action. "Do you think it's some kind of trap? Or maybe a signal?" Adrian's gaze remained fixed on the water, his mind swirling with possibilities. He had never believed in superstition, but there was something unnerving about the way the shimmer danced beneath the waves, like it was inviting them into deeper waters, promising something just out of reach. Adrian turned to Liam, his expression a mixture of resolve and caution. "Prepare the crew," he said, his voice decisive. "We're not going to ignore this. We'll approach slowly, keep our wits about us, and see where it leads. Whatever it is, it's not by accident. We're going after it, but we'll be ready for anything." With a final glance at the mysterious shimmer, Adrian turned and strode to the helm, his mind set on the course ahead. The adventure had taken a turn, and he intended to see it through, no matter the risk. Adrian shook his head slowly, disbelief mingling with amusement as he gazed at the shimmering sight beneath the water. A grin began to spread across his face, the kind of grin that only came when a new mystery, an adventure, beckoned. He had sailed through storms, battled rival pirates, and uncovered treasures in the most unlikely places, but nothing had quite caught his attention like this. His usual confidence was tinged with an eagerness that hadn't surfaced in years. "I've never seen anything like it," he said, his voice carrying a mix of wonder and excitement. The shimmer, still moving in that strange, purposeful way, held his gaze, pulling him deeper into the unknown. It wasn't a threat, not yet anyway, but it was something that demanded attention. His first mate, Liam, stood by his side, eyes still narrowed in confusion, but Adrian's grin was contagious. Liam had seen his captain confront many strange situations, but this one was different. There was a fire in Adrian's eyes that Liam hadn't seen in some time, a spark that had always driven their most daring escapades. "Looks like something worth investigating," Adrian added, more to himself than to Liam, but the words carried an unspoken invitation. The captain's curiosity had been piqued, and once that happened, there was no turning back. Whatever lay beneath the shimmering surface, it had managed to capture the interest of a man who had seen it all. Liam exchanged a quick glance with Adrian, his lips tightening into a knowing smile. "Aye, Captain. Looks like we've got ourselves another mystery," he said, his voice low but filled with the same sense of intrigue that Adrian had ignited in him. It wasn't just the sea they sailed upon. It was a world full of secrets, and they were often the first to uncover them. Liam could sense the shift in the atmosphere. The ship had been calm for only moments, but now, with Adrian's resolve firm and his curiosity sparked, it was as if the entire crew felt the change. The adventure had taken a new direction, and they would follow their captain wherever it led. Adrian turned toward the crew, his grin widening as he shouted over to them. "All hands, prepare to change course. We've got something to chase." The crew, quick to respond to their captain's orders, sprang into action. The ship's course began to shift, moving toward the glimmering mystery just beneath the water's surface. Adrian's mind raced with possibilities, treasure, ancient relics, or even a hidden danger, but his excitement outweighed his caution. For Adrian Blackwood, the unknown was always a thrill, and this mystery was no different. With the wind now at their backs, the Crimson Tempest moved forward, cutting through the water, toward whatever secrets the sea was hiding. The crew, weary from their relentless repairs and longing for a moment of respite, eagerly gathered around the deck as Adrian steered the Crimson Tempest toward the shimmering reef. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, the tension from the storm still lingering but slowly dissipating as the crew focused on the new discovery ahead. The men and women stood shoulder to shoulder, all eyes fixed on the sight before them, curiosity and wonder taking hold of them. They had faced the fury of nature, but now they found themselves drawn to something far more mysterious, something that promised both beauty and danger in equal measure. Adrian, his hands steady on the wheel, shared their anticipation, his gaze locked on the shifting waters ahead. As the ship drew closer, the calm surface of the sea seemed to change before their eyes. The water beneath them was no longer the deep blue they were accustomed to. It had transformed into a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors. Every ripple, every subtle movement of the ship created a new pattern, as if the sea itself were alive with energy. Radiant blues blended seamlessly into soft purples, while vibrant greens and turquoise swirled together, as though painted by an unseen hand. The colors shifted and flowed with the waves, creating a hypnotic effect that held the crew's attention in a spell. It was as if they had stumbled upon a hidden world, a secret beneath the surface that only those brave enough to sail these waters could witness. The beauty of the reef was undeniable. Even the most hardened sailors, who had seen countless wonders over the years, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they marveled at the magical display unfolding before them. The colors beneath the water seemed to pulse with life, flickering like the light of distant stars or the glow of 1,000 fireflies. There was a sense of otherworldliness to the scene, as though they had entered a realm untouched by time. The reef's magic was palpable, a force that seemed to reach up from the depths, calling them to venture closer. It wasn't just the beauty of the display that captivated them, it was the feeling that something extraordinary awaited just below the surface. Adrian, sensing the awe that had gripped his crew, allowed the ship to drift slowly closer, his eyes narrowing as he observed the shifting colors. His heart quickened, not just from the wonder of the sight but from the growing suspicion that this was no ordinary reef. There was something deliberate about the way the colors shifted, something intentional in the way the sea seemed to guide them forward. The captain's instincts, ever sharp, told him that the magic of the reef was more than just a visual spectacle. It was a clue, an invitation to something hidden beneath the waves. As the ship glided closer, he felt the weight of the moment settle over him. Whatever secrets lay within this kaleidoscopic reef, Adrian Blackwood was ready to uncover them. The Crimson Tempest anchored just off the coast of the shimmering reef, its sails flapping softly in the wind as the crew prepared to explore this newfound mystery. Adrian stood at the bow, watching as a few brave crew members worked swiftly to lower a small boat into the water. The men moved with practiced precision, their faces set with a mixture of excitement and caution. Adrian felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. There was something about this place that pulled at him, something he couldn't yet explain. With a determined nod to his crew, he motioned for them to gather. "Let's see what this reef has to offer," he said, his voice carrying over the stillness of the sea. He climbed into the boat with ease, flanked by Liam and a few others, their faces reflecting the same sense of adventure. As the small boat drifted away from the ship, the air around them grew heavier with anticipation. The crew rowed with quiet determination, the rhythmic dip of the oars into the water breaking the silence. The calm sea beneath them seemed to vibrate with energy, as if the very water itself was alive. Adrian's eyes remained fixed ahead, where the reef's colors continued to dance in the depths. The closer they drew, the more the water began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The once peaceful surface of the sea had taken on a new quality, as though it were part of something much greater and more mysterious. With each stroke, the boat drew nearer to the heart of the reef, the sense of magic growing stronger. As they reached the outer edge of the reef, the enchantments became even more pronounced. The water was now alive with movement, revealing strange bioluminescent creatures flitting in and out of view. Their soft, glowing bodies cast eerie, ethereal trails of light through the water, illuminating the depths with an otherworldly glow. The creatures seemed to be both part of the reef and its guardians, darting around with purposeful intent. Some resembled jellyfish, their translucent forms pulsing with blue and green light, while others were more abstract, shapes that seemed to change with every blink of the eye. The air around the boat felt charged, as if the very essence of the reef was reaching out to them, drawing them closer into its depths. The crew's faces were filled with awe as they watched the spectacle unfold beneath the water's surface. Even Liam, ever the pragmatic first mate, was silent, his gaze fixed on the strange creatures that seemed to welcome their presence. Adrian, too, was transfixed, his heart racing with the thrill of discovery. He could feel the weight of the reef's secrets pressing in on him, as if it were trying to communicate something ancient and profound. The shimmering light, the creatures, the pulse of energy in the water, it was all connected, and Adrian could sense that they were on the brink of uncovering something far beyond their expectations. "Keep your wits about you," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the quiet lapping of the water. Whatever this reef held, it was more than just magic. It was a key to something larger, something that would change everything. Adrian's eyes widened as he leaned forward in the boat, his gaze fixed on the reef below. The water had cleared, revealing an astonishing sight, intricate patterns etched into the coral formations. The symbols, unlike anything he had seen before, seemed to dance across the stone like living carvings. They pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow, as though they were alive with energy, responding to the movements of the boat above them. The symbols shifted subtly, their forms changing and evolving, as if they held secrets that only the most attuned could decipher. Adrian's breath caught in his throat. He knew at once that the reef was more than just a natural wonder. It was a relic, an artifact of something ancient and powerful, waiting to be uncovered. As the boat drifted closer, the patterns became even more distinct, glowing brighter as if drawing them in. The runes etched into the coral glimmered with a kind of intelligence, their meanings long forgotten by the world above the surface. The air around them grew heavier with a sense of mystery and reverence. It was as though the very ocean was holding its breath, watching them, waiting. Adrian could feel the pull of the symbols, as though they were calling to him, urging him to understand their meaning. His fingers itched to reach out and touch the coral, but he knew better than to act without caution. The reef was not simply a piece of the sea. It was a living testament to forgotten magic, something that could hold both knowledge and peril in equal measure. The more Adrian studied the reef, the more he realized that the patterns weren't just random designs. They were deliberate, each one connected to the others in a vast web of meaning. His mind raced with the possibilities, ancient civilizations, lost magics, or even a forgotten history of the seas. The reef was like a map, a guide to something greater hidden beneath the waves, its magic alive and dormant for centuries. It was clear now that this was no ordinary reef. It was a repository of something far beyond the natural world. Adrian's heart hammered in his chest as he realized the potential of this discovery. The knowledge contained within those runes could change everything, if they could unlock its secrets. A chill ran down Adrian's spine as the boat slowly glided past the glowing patterns, the light from the symbols casting eerie reflections on the surface of the water. For a moment, he could have sworn that the reef itself seemed to react to their presence, the symbols flickering as though aware of their gaze. There was power here, undeniable, ancient power that lay dormant, waiting for someone to awaken it. The feeling in the air was electric, charged with the potential for both discovery and danger. Adrian knew they were standing on the brink of something momentous. Whether they would unlock the secrets of the reef or fall victim to its forgotten magic remained to be seen. But one thing was certain: the Crimson Tempest had just sailed into uncharted waters, and nothing would ever be the same again. Liam's voice broke the heavy silence that had settled over the crew, his tone filled with awe as he pointed toward a cluster of glowing sea anemones nestled among the coral. Adrian followed his gaze, his breath catching as he took in the sight. The anemones glowed with an ethereal, pulsating light, each one expanding and contracting in perfect harmony with the ebb and flow of the ocean. The soft, rhythmic glow illuminated the surrounding water, casting long shadows on the coral below. It was as if the creatures were breathing in time with the very heartbeat of the sea itself, their movements a silent testament to the magical forces at work in the depths. The sight was mesmerizing, unlike anything Adrian had ever seen before. "It's like something out of a legend," Liam murmured, his voice reverberating with both wonder and disbelief. Adrian nodded, his own words lost for a moment as he watched the mesmerizing display before them. The sea anemones weren't just a natural phenomenon, they were a part of something larger, a living relic of an ancient world. There was a magic to their movements, a purpose behind their existence that Adrian couldn't yet fathom. The glow they emitted seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the ocean's tides, as if they were communicating with the waters themselves. It was a sight that felt almost sacred, as though the sea was revealing a hidden truth to those daring enough to explore its depths. The light from the anemones shimmered across the water's surface, casting iridescent reflections on the boat and the crew, giving everything an otherworldly glow. The air was thick with the scent of salt and the faint tang of ozone, the calm before the storm of realization settled over Adrian. He could feel the weight of this discovery settling upon him like an ancient mantle. These sea creatures, with their hypnotic glow and intricate movements, were not simply part of the reef. They were its guardians, its keepers, holding the secrets of the deep within their luminous embrace. It was as though the ocean had chosen to reveal a piece of itself to them, a gift wrapped in mystery and magic. The crew watched in silence, each person mesmerized by the pulsating beauty of the anemones, caught between the wonder of the moment and the creeping realization that this place held power far beyond their understanding. Adrian's mind raced with possibilities, but he knew they had to approach this discovery with caution. The anemones, like the reef itself, were a mystery, a beautiful, dangerous mystery. "Keep your wits about you," Adrian finally said, his voice steady despite the swirl of thoughts in his mind. "We don't know what magic is at work here, but we've come too far to turn back now." The crew nodded in silent agreement, their awe tempered with the knowledge that they were standing on the edge of something much bigger than they had ever imagined. Adrian nodded slowly, his gaze never wavering from the glowing sea anemones and the reef stretching out before them. His expression was thoughtful, as though he were piecing together something that had been elusive for years. He said, his voice carrying the weight of his realization. "This reef is no ordinary place." He leaned forward slightly, his hand resting on the edge of the boat as his eyes scanned the magical landscape before him. "It's protected by something far older than us, something that holds secrets we may not fully understand." The words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of what they were encountering. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their awe tempered by the underlying tension in Adrian's voice. The reef had already shown them that it was no mere collection of coral and sea creatures. It was alive with an ancient force, something beyond the natural world. Adrian could feel it, deep in his bones. This was a place that time had forgotten, hidden beneath the waves, guarding something that might be too powerful for them to comprehend. The symbols etched into the coral, the creatures that glowed with unnatural light, all pointed to a force that had been dormant for centuries, perhaps millennia. The realization sent a ripple of unease through the crew. The wind picked up slightly, tugging at their sails, as if the sea itself was trying to communicate with them. The boat rocked gently in the water, its movements mirroring the rhythm of the reef's pulse. Adrian's mind raced with the implications of what lay before them. If this reef held such power, what had caused it to be forgotten? And why had it been left untouched for so long? He couldn't shake the feeling that their arrival was no accident, that they had been drawn here for a reason. Yet, with the pull of the reef's secrets came an undeniable sense of danger. What if they were not meant to uncover what was hidden beneath the waves? The crew fell silent, each man absorbed in his own thoughts as they drifted closer to the heart of the reef. Adrian's mind continued to churn with questions, but he knew one thing for certain: they were on the verge of something monumental. Whether they were prepared for it or not, the answers lay within the depths of this enchanted place. "We must tread carefully." Adrian finally spoke again, his voice quiet but resolute. "Whatever we discover here, it will change everything. We must be ready for whatever comes next." The crew nodded, their resolve hardening. They had weathered many storms together, but this was a challenge that would test them all in ways they could never have anticipated. As the small boat glided through the calm waters of the reef, the crew's attention was drawn to something extraordinary. Partially submerged in the coral, almost as if it had been swallowed by the sea itself, stood an ancient stone archway. Time and the relentless ocean had worn down the stone, but the shape of the structure remained unmistakable, a forgotten relic of a past age. Thick layers of moss and tangled seaweed clung to its surface, as though nature itself sought to conceal its existence. Despite the wear of centuries, the archway exuded a quiet, unshakable sense of significance, like a threshold between the known world and something much older, much more mysterious. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he studied the archway, noting the delicate carvings that lined its weathered stones. Ancient runes were etched into the surface, their shapes intricate and unfamiliar, yet they seemed to hum with an unearthly rhythm. The air around the archway felt charged, vibrating with an almost imperceptible energy. It was as if the very atmosphere had thickened, the unseen power of the reef wrapping around them like a protective shroud. The water around the structure seemed to shimmer with a strange light, reflecting the arch's enigmatic glow, creating an ethereal aura that made the entire scene feel otherworldly. Adrian could feel the pull of it, an ancient magic that beckoned him closer. Liam, standing at Adrian's side, took a tentative step forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What is this, Captain?" he asked, his voice low, almost reverent. "It's like nothing I've ever seen before." Adrian did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached out with one hand, letting his fingers hover just above the surface of the water. He could feel the faint crackling of energy beneath his fingertips, like static before a storm, yet far more ancient. The sensation sent a shiver up his spine, but he remained motionless, absorbing the magnitude of the discovery. This archway, with its glowing runes and pulsing energy, was no mere part of the reef. It was a relic, a key to something that had long been forgotten. The crew watched in awe, some of them whispering among themselves, but Adrian held them in silence. He could sense that they were on the brink of something monumental, something that could change the course of their journey. The archway stood as a silent sentinel, guarding secrets that had long been lost to time. Whatever magic lingered here, it was far beyond their understanding, and yet it was undeniable. The archway was a doorway to the unknown, a challenge to their very existence. With a heavy breath, Adrian stepped forward, his hand finally brushing the stone. He could almost hear the faint whisper of an ancient voice in the wind, urging him to look deeper, to uncover the truths that had been buried beneath the waves for centuries. The adventure ahead had just taken a far more dangerous and mystical turn. "This must be the heart of the enchantment," Adrian murmured, his voice barely audible above the soft lapping of the water against the boat. His fingers gently traced the ancient symbols carved into the stone archway, the markings smooth under his touch, yet pulsating with a subtle, rhythmic energy. Each rune seemed to hold a story, a piece of a forgotten world woven into the very fabric of the reef itself. Adrian's mind raced, piecing together fragments of old tales, legends told by sailors and mystics alike. He had heard whispers of places where magic and nature were no longer separate, where the very essence of the land and sea became one. But never had he imagined that such a place would be real, let alone right before him. Liam watched Adrian, a mixture of awe and confusion on his face. "What kind of magic is this, Captain?" he asked, his voice thick with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. Adrian paused, lifting his gaze from the intricate carvings to the shimmering waters that surrounded them. The air felt charged, almost alive, as if the reef itself was breathing in time with the ocean. "I don't know, Liam," Adrian admitted, his brow furrowing in thought. "But whatever it is, it's ancient. It's as though the reef was built around this very magic, holding it in place, protecting it from the world above." He stepped back slightly, his eyes scanning the structure once more. "This is no mere natural formation. It's a gateway, a living relic of a time long past." The water around the archway seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow, its colors shifting like the iridescence of a pearl. The magical energy surrounding the structure was undeniable, and it filled the crew with a sense of awe yet also unease. Even the air itself felt different, thick with the weight of ancient power. Adrian's heart raced as he realized they were standing at the edge of something far greater than anything they had encountered before. This wasn't just a place of beauty, it was a place of power, a nexus where forces older than time itself converged. The realization that they had stumbled upon such a sight filled him with both reverence and a simmering sense of danger. As the crew silently took in the sight before them, Adrian felt a strange pull to the reef, as if it was calling to him, inviting him to unlock its secrets. "I've heard tales of such places," he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else, "where magic and nature intertwine, where the sea itself holds memories that stretch back millennia. But I never thought I'd see one for myself." He took another step closer, his fingers tracing the glowing symbols once more. The sensation that washed over him was one of deep connection, a bond between himself and the ancient forces at play. He could feel it now. The reef was not just a location, but a living, breathing entity with a purpose, guarding something that had been hidden from the world for ages. It was a place where the past and present converged, and Adrian knew that whatever lay beyond this enchanted gateway would change everything they thought they knew about the world. The crew approached the ancient archway with a sense of awe that was almost tangible. The usual chatter and clatter of their daily tasks had fallen silent, replaced by a quiet reverence, as they moved closer to the structure. Each step seemed to draw them further into the heart of the enchantment, the very air thick with an unseen power. The water around them shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, casting flickering reflections on their faces. The magical energy emanating from the archway was unlike anything they had felt before, an almost electric charge that seemed to ripple through their bodies, making their skin tingle and their hearts beat a little faster. Even the bravest among them couldn't ignore the subtle, creeping sense of wonder and fear that began to take root in their chests. As they neared the arch, the beauty of the reef seemed to intensify. The coral, so vibrant and alive, pulsed with colors that shifted like liquid light, rich blues, fiery reds, and electric greens that seemed to dance in harmony with the rhythm of the ocean. It was as though the reef itself was a living entity, its heart beating in tune with the crew's own. The symbols etched into the stones glowed faintly, their designs intricate and mysterious, as though they were waiting for someone to decipher their meaning. The very essence of the place felt like it was alive, shifting with the waves, and yet ancient beyond measure. The crew could sense that they were standing on the threshold of something momentous, something that was not meant for ordinary men. A hushed silence fell over the group, each crew member caught in the spell of the reef. The air seemed to thicken with an unspoken promise, the allure of the unknown tempting them forward. Adrian could see it in their eyes, the same mix of wonder and hesitation that he felt himself. This was not a place to be entered lightly. It was a place of magic, of old power, and the crew felt a deep, unspoken understanding that whatever lay beyond the archway would change their lives forever. The thrill of discovery surged through their veins, tempered by the heavy weight of the unknown. There was no going back now. The sea had drawn them here, and they would answer its call. The archway stood as both a beacon and a warning, its presence both inviting and intimidating. The crew felt themselves drawn to it, as though it was calling them, urging them to step forward into its embrace. It promised adventure, the kind of discovery that would etch their names into history, but it also whispered of danger, of secrets better left untouched. But in that moment, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the overcast sky, casting a warm glow over the water, they couldn't help but be captivated. The promise of the reef, of the magic and mysteries it held, was too great to resist. Whatever lay on the other side of the archway was waiting, and Adrian, with his crew at his side, was ready to uncover its secrets. The crew of the Crimson Tempest spent the remainder of the day fully immersed in the mysteries of the reef. Adrian led the charge, his mind racing as he studied the intricate carvings on the stone archway and the coral formations that surrounded them. The vibrant, bioluminescent creatures that swam through the water seemed to hold secrets of their own, their glowing forms moving like silent messengers from another age. The crew documented everything they saw, sketching the runes and taking notes on the creatures that flitted around them, hoping to piece together the ancient magic that enveloped the reef. With each discovery, they grew more certain that this place was not only a site of great natural beauty, but also a key to something far older and more powerful than anything they had ever encountered. As the sun climbed higher, its light caught the shimmering water, causing the reef's colors to shift and glow with an almost hypnotic brilliance. The crew moved from one spot to the next, drawn by the allure of the reef's endless wonders. Some members ventured into the shallows, their hands brushing against the smooth, iridescent surfaces of hidden stones. Others inspected the arcane symbols carved into the coral, their eyes squinting in concentration as they tried to decipher their meanings. Adrian stood at the heart of it all, his gaze fixed on the ancient runes etched into the archway, his thoughts whirling. He had always known there were mysteries on the high seas, but this reef was unlike any legend he had ever heard. As the day wore on, the light began to fade, and the sea grew quieter, the waves lapping gently at the boat's hull. The crew reluctantly turned back toward the Crimson Tempest, their minds filled with both excitement and uncertainty. The knowledge they had gained felt like a heavy burden, one that they couldn't quite grasp but couldn't ignore either. The magic of the reef was undeniable, and yet something about it felt unfinished, as if the true purpose of their discovery had yet to reveal itself. The once vibrant colors of the reef began to dim as the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long, stretching shadows across the water, giving the entire scene an air of quiet mystery. The magical energy that had hung around them now seemed to settle, leaving an almost eerie stillness in its wake. By the time they returned to the Crimson Tempest, the crew was exhausted but filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The weight of their discovery hung over them like an unspoken promise, one that both excited and unnerved them. Adrian stood at the helm, his eyes reflecting the fading light of the setting sun, his mind already racing with the implications of what they had found. He turned to his crew, his voice steady but laced with anticipation. "We've found something here, something important," he said, his gaze sweeping over the men who had shared in this incredible journey. "Tomorrow, we'll begin uncovering its secrets. But for tonight, let's rest. We've earned it." The crew nodded in agreement, their thoughts a mix of wonder and wariness, ready to face whatever the reef would reveal next. The magical reef stood as an enigmatic monument before Adrian and his crew, its secrets hidden beneath layers of time and ancient power. Despite the day's exploration, Adrian knew they had only scratched the surface of what the reef had to offer. The glowing ruins and strange creatures were just the beginning, and as he gazed out at the now tranquil waters, a sense of urgency stirred within him. He could feel the weight of the mysteries pulsing beneath the surface, beckoning them toward discovery. The reef wasn't just a curiosity, it was a key, one that could unlock paths to treasure, knowledge, or perhaps even forces beyond their understanding. The more Adrian thought about it, the more he realized how little he truly knew about the forces at play within the reef's shimmering expanse. The runes that had appeared to be just ancient carvings were clearly tied to something greater, perhaps a magic so old that even the most seasoned sailors had forgotten its existence. It wasn't just a symbol, it was an invitation, a map to something deeper, something hidden for centuries. His mind raced with the possibilities. What if the reef was part of something larger, a network of magic that spanned the seas? What if it held the key to untold power, or the answers to questions long forgotten by man? The more he thought about it, the more determined he became to unlock its secrets. Yet there was also a sense of caution that Adrian couldn't ignore. The reef's magic was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was raw, untamed, and perhaps even dangerous. There was a deep hum of energy that seemed to vibrate through the air and the water, a force that felt alive and aware of their presence. Every instinct told him to proceed carefully, to tread lightly and not rush into the unknown. The ancient magic of the reef could be a gift, but it could also be a curse. Adrian knew that some mysteries were best left uncovered. But his curiosity and the thrill of the unknown pushed him forward. This was a discovery unlike any other, and he couldn't allow fear to hold him back. As night settled over the crew, with the stars now a silent witness to their newfound purpose, Adrian stood at the helm, his mind ablaze with thoughts of the reef. The winds had calmed, but the fire within him was stronger than ever. The adventure that had begun with a storm and a ship was now leading them into uncharted waters, both literally and figuratively. The reef held more than just secrets. It held the potential to change everything, to take them beyond the limits of their current world. And Adrian, ever the explorer, knew that they were on the cusp of something extraordinary. The journey was far from over, and he was ready to see where the reef's magic would lead them next. As the reef slowly faded into the deepening twilight, its iridescent glow fading like the last embers of a fire, Adrian stood at the helm of the Crimson Tempest, his hands steady on the wheel. The sea around him seemed almost unnaturally calm now, the tumult of the previous day's storms a distant memory. But within Adrian, a storm of a different sort was stirring, one of curiosity, anticipation, and unshakable resolve. The reef had been a discovery, but it was only the beginning. He knew that the sea, vast and untamed, held countless secrets yet to be uncovered, and the thrill of the hunt coursed through his veins like a powerful tide. Adrian's gaze swept across the horizon, where the dark expanse of the ocean stretched endlessly, whispering promises of adventure and danger. The ancient magic of the reef was still fresh in his mind, the shimmering coral and glowing creatures vivid in his memory. But there was more to uncover, more mysteries beneath the surface, waiting for someone bold enough to seek them out. The thrill of the unknown had always called to him, and now, after the strange encounter with the reef, it seemed that the sea was calling him once more. The possibilities were endless, and he felt a burning desire to chase them all, to venture farther into the heart of the mysteries that lay hidden just beyond the horizon. His crew, worn and weary, had earned a moment's rest, but Adrian knew the quiet would not last long. There was too much to explore, too much to discover in a world as vast and wild as this one. His heart raced at the thought of the untold adventures that awaited. The ocean was not just a home, it was a living, breathing entity, its mysteries locked away beneath its surface like treasure in a chest. And Adrian Blackwood was determined to find the key to those mysteries. His mind drifted to the ancient runes carved into the stone archway, to the strange, pulsing energy that had radiated from the reef, and to the promise that magic, old and powerful, was still very much alive in the world. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared beneath the horizon, Adrian felt a surge of energy, as though the very sea itself was beckoning him forward. There was no fear, no hesitation in his heart, just the certainty that this was where he belonged. The adventures that lay ahead were more than just quests for treasure. They were journeys into the unknown, into the heart of the world's oldest mysteries. With his crew at his side and the wind at his back, Adrian knew that whatever came next, he was ready. The sea held many secrets, and he would chase them all, no matter where they led. Chapter 3: Shipwrecked. The Crimson Tempest sat like a wounded beast upon the rolling sea, its once vibrant sails now shredded and limp, hanging like tattered flags in the wake of the storm's fury. The violent winds that had assaulted them for hours had done their damage, leaving behind a vessel that felt as though it had aged 100 years in a single night. The ship bobbed uneasily on the gentle swell, its movements slow and labored, as if it were uncertain whether to fight the tide or surrender to it. Each creak of the ship's wooden frame echoed through the still air, a constant reminder of the violent struggle it had just endured. Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of land or safety, though the darkness of the sky offered little in the way of clarity. His thoughts were sharp, as always, but even he couldn't shake the unease that gnawed at him. The tempest had passed, but the damage to the Crimson Tempest was evident in the battered masts, the shredded ropes, and the countless small repairs that would need to be made if they were to continue their journey. The ship's proud figurehead, once gleaming with fierce determination, now appeared bruised and scarred, a reflection of the crew's wearied spirits. Yet, it was not the physical damage that truly concerned Adrian. The storm had been vicious, but it was only the first part of the ordeal. There was something in the air, something that felt wrong, that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The sea, which had once been a partner in their adventures, now felt distant and unwelcoming. The waves, which had once danced beneath the ship's keel, now seemed to whisper in a language Adrian could not understand. The calm after the storm was unnervingly still, as though nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Liam, Adrian's first mate, approached quietly from behind, his steps slow and deliberate as he made his way to the captain's side. "It's bad, Captain," Liam said, his voice low, eyes scanning the ship's damaged sails and rigging. "We'll need to take the time to repair it, or we'll be stranded out here. But I get the sense, something else is out there. Something we can't see." The unease in Liam's voice mirrored Adrian's own, and for a brief moment, the two men stood in silence, sharing the same quiet apprehension. Adrian nodded grimly, his gaze never wavering from the horizon. He had seen storms before, had weathered worse than this, but there was an undercurrent to this one that he couldn't shake. It wasn't just the storm's violence that had left its mark, it was the sense that something far more dangerous had been unleashed in its wake. The winds had calmed, the waves had settled, but the world still felt on edge. The crew's exhaustion was palpable, but they would need to push through. If they were to survive what lay ahead, they would need to focus on the task at hand, repair the ship, restore order, and prepare for whatever the sea had yet to throw at them. With a deep breath, Adrian turned back to face the crew, his mind already working through the steps needed to secure their survival. The storm had tested them, but they had come through it. Now it was time to face the next challenge. He looked over his shoulder at Liam, then back at the ship, his expression hardening with determination. "Get the men to work," Adrian ordered, his voice sharp. "We repair what we can and get this ship back in fighting shape. The sea's not done with us yet, and neither are we." As his crew began to move, Adrian's eyes narrowed in the direction of the calm, empty sea. The storm had passed, but the true danger was still out there, just beyond the horizon. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his hands gripping the wheel with a firm but steady hold, as the ship drifted through the calm aftermath of the storm. His eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the horizon with a mixture of determination and concern. The sea, now eerily still, stretched out before him in all directions, its vast expanse seemingly indifferent to the chaos that had just unfolded. The storm had passed, but the sense of unease remained, clinging to the ship like the salt water still dripping from the sails. Adrian's mind raced through possible courses of action, but the uncertainty of what lay ahead left a gnawing feeling deep in his chest. Behind him, the crew worked with quiet urgency, moving from task to task with the practiced efficiency born of years at sea. They were battered and bruised, their clothes soaked through with the remnants of the storm, but there was no time to rest. They had weathered the storm, but the Crimson Tempest was far from unscathed. The sails were torn, ropes were frayed, and the rigging had taken a beating. Even the ship's hull had been strained by the relentless battering of the waves. Despite the exhaustion that hung over them like a cloud, the crew pressed on, each man and woman knowing that survival depended on their ability to restore order to the chaos that had enveloped them. Adrian's eyes flickered over the crew, noting the weariness in their movements and the silent tension in their posture. Every swing of the hammer, every pull of the rope, was a reminder of the storm's fury, and yet, there was a quiet sense of pride among them. They had been through worse, and they had survived. As the sun began to climb higher in the sky, casting a pale light over the ship, Adrian felt a deep resolve settle within him. The sea had tested them, but it had not broken them. If anything, it had strengthened their bond, the bond between captain and crew, between ship and sailors. Together, they would repair what had been damaged, and they would sail on. Still, Adrian's gaze never left the horizon. The storm may have passed, but the feeling of unease lingered, a subtle undercurrent that tugged at him with every passing moment. The sea, for all its beauty and bounty, was a treacherous mistress, and Adrian knew that the calm after the storm was often more dangerous than the storm itself. There was no telling what threats might be lurking beneath the surface or just beyond the horizon, waiting for an opportunity to strike. His mind flickered briefly to the strange energy they had encountered in the magical reef, the symbols etched into the coral, the glowing creatures that had flitted around them. Was that a sign of something more? Or had the storm stirred up forces they weren't prepared for? The sound of footsteps behind him broke Adrian from his thoughts. He turned slightly to find Liam, his first mate, approaching with a furrowed brow. "Captain," Liam said, his voice low but urgent. "We've patched up what we can for now, but we'll need more time to make proper repairs. The sails and rigging won't hold for long if we don't give them the attention they need." His eyes flickered to the horizon, then back to Adrian, his expression reflecting the same unease that had settled over the captain. "The men are tired, but they'll press on if you give the order. What's our course?" Adrian took a deep breath, his gaze drifting once again to the endless expanse of water. His thoughts were clear, as always, but the weight of the decisions ahead pressed heavily on him. They had come through the storm, but they were far from out of danger. The unknown lay ahead, and whatever challenges the sea had in store for them, they would face them together. With a firm nod, Adrian finally turned to his first mate. "Set a course for the nearest port," he said, his voice steady but filled with resolve. "We'll make what repairs we can there. But keep your eyes open, Liam. The storm may be over, but something tells me the sea isn't done with us yet." "Captain, the rudder's been damaged," Liam reported, his voice strained with a mixture of frustration and concern. His usually composed demeanor was frayed, and the tension in his words was a clear sign of the urgency of the situation. Adrian's eyes narrowed, his pulse quickening slightly as he turned toward Liam, his mind already working through the implications of such a setback. The rudder was the ship's lifeblood, the mechanism that allowed them to navigate the open sea with any semblance of control. Without it, they were at the mercy of the ocean, a drifting vessel with no clear direction. "Damn it," Adrian muttered under his breath, his grip tightening on the wheel. His gaze flickered to the crew members who were already scrambling below deck to assess the damage. "How bad is it?" he asked, his voice steady despite the anxiety gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. The ship's trajectory had already begun to shift, a subtle but dangerous veer off course, and Adrian could feel the pull of uncertainty in the way the Crimson Tempest moved. Without the rudder's full functionality, they could end up stranded or worse, at the mercy of the next storm, or a pirate ship waiting to pounce. Liam hesitated for a moment before answering, his eyes flicking over the ship's stern. "It's not completely gone, but the damage is severe," he said, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the crew working frantically to stabilize the ship. "We're having trouble getting a clean course, and if we don't fix it soon, we'll be stuck drifting." The wind had shifted, and now they were at risk of being blown further off course, possibly into the open sea where no land was in sight. The crew's efforts were admirable, but without Adrian's command, they would be powerless to remedy the situation on their own. "We'll need to make repairs fast, Captain. If we don't, we risk losing the ability to steer entirely." Adrian's mind raced as he assessed their options. The nearest port was still too far to reach in the current condition of the ship, and they couldn't afford to drift aimlessly, especially when they had no way of knowing what dangers the open sea might bring. His eyes scanned the horizon, looking for any sign of land or other ships that might be able to offer assistance. But the sea stretched endlessly before him, a blank canvas that offered no answers. He had faced storms before, but this was different. This was a challenge that could leave them stranded, at the mercy of the ocean's whims. "We can't afford to drift," Adrian said, his voice low but firm, cutting through the rising chaos around him. "Get the crew together and begin repairs immediately. We'll have to make do with what we've got for now." His eyes locked onto Liam's, a look of fierce determination passing between them. "We're not helpless out here. I want everyone working on this, and I mean everyone. We'll fix it ourselves if we have to. This ship isn't going down today." Liam gave a sharp nod, his expression hardening as he turned to rally the crew. Adrian stood at the helm, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the crew mobilize. The ship groaned under the strain, its frame still reeling from the storm's fury, but Adrian knew they couldn't afford to lose control now. Every moment counted. With a deep breath, he focused on steadying the wheel, using all his strength to guide the Crimson Tempest as best he could, knowing that even if the rudder was damaged, the crew's resilience could carry them through the storm. There was no turning back now. They would survive, or they would sink together. Adrian's gaze followed Liam's pointing finger, and his heart sank as he saw the ship's precarious position. The Crimson Tempest was drifting dangerously close to the magical reef they had encountered earlier, its once beautiful, vibrant colors now a terrifying sight. The glowing coral, which had once beckoned them with its promise of adventure and mystery, now stood as a menacing obstacle. The swirling hues of blue, purple, and green had an ominous aura in the fading light, their hypnotic beauty no longer capable of masking the reef's deadly nature. Adrian's stomach churned as he realized just how close they were to disaster. The ship was no longer responding to the helm as it should. With the rudder damaged and the storm's aftermath still wreaking havoc on the vessel, they were at the mercy of the currents and wind. The reef's jagged spires, now more prominent in the dimming twilight, jutted out of the water like the teeth of some ancient beast. Each passing wave seemed to carry them closer, and Adrian could already hear the sharp scrape of coral against wood in his mind. The Crimson Tempest was a sturdy ship, but the sea and its natural defenses were not to be underestimated. One wrong move, one moment of inattention, and they would be torn apart by the very beauty they had marveled at only hours ago. "Hard to port, Liam!" Adrian commanded, his voice sharp as he fought to steady the wheel. But the response was sluggish, and the ship seemed to resist his efforts. He gritted his teeth, hands tightening on the wheel, willing the Crimson Tempest to obey him. But the ship was as tired as its crew, battered by the storm and now fighting a slow, inevitable drift toward the reef. Time was running out, and Adrian could feel the pressure mounting with every passing second. The reef, once an enchanting marvel of the ocean, was now a looming reminder of their vulnerability in this unpredictable world. Liam, his face pale with concern, grabbed a nearby crew member's arm and barked orders to the others. "Get those lines tightened. We need to slow this drift before we're on top of it." He rushed to assist, but the crew's frantic movements did little to change their trajectory. It was clear that even their best efforts might not be enough to stop the ship from running aground. Adrian's thoughts raced as he considered the possibility of abandoning ship, but he quickly dismissed it. The Crimson Tempest was their home, their livelihood, and the idea of leaving it to the mercy of the ocean was unthinkable. Adrian took a deep breath, trying to calm the rising tide of panic that threatened to cloud his judgment. He scanned the horizon, looking for anything that could help them, anything that could offer a way out. But the sea was empty, and the sky had turned a foreboding shade of purple. The lighthouse they had glimpsed earlier was now miles away, and there was no sign of any other ships on the horizon. It was just them and the Crimson Tempest, with no guarantees of survival. The magic of the reef, once something to be revered, now felt like a cruel trick, an invitation to adventure that had led them to the brink of disaster. "Hold steady, lads," Adrian said, his voice gruff but steady as he turned to face the crew. "We've faced worse before, and we'll face it again if we have to. Get those sails ready for a last push. We're not giving up without a fight." His eyes met Liam's, and for a moment, there was a silent understanding between them. They were in this together, as they always had been, and no matter how dire the situation, they would not go down without trying everything they could. As the crew sprang into action, Adrian's focus returned to the reef, knowing that their lives were now tied to the ship's survival and the sea's mercy. "Damn it!" Adrian muttered under his breath, his knuckles white as he gripped the wheel tightly. The wind howled through the rigging, snapping the remaining sails in the air like angry flags. His heart pounded in his chest as he fought the ship's sluggish response to the helm, his mind racing. The Crimson Tempest was drifting ever closer to the reef, its bow swinging dangerously toward the jagged coral. Every passing second felt like an eternity, and the low groan of the ship's hull beneath him only added to the tension, as if the vessel itself was fighting against the inevitable. "We need to steer clear before the reef tears us apart," Adrian said with an urgency that was almost foreign to him. It was rare that Adrian Blackwood, the legendary pirate captain, ever found himself in such a precarious position. The sea, once a vast expanse of promise and mystery, now felt like an unforgiving enemy. The storm had left the Crimson Tempest battered and broken, and the damage to the rudder was only amplifying their helplessness. With each passing wave, they were pushed closer to the reef, its dark outline becoming sharper, more threatening in the dim light of the evening sky. Adrian's eyes darted to the glowing expanse beneath the water, now more menacing than ever. The magical colors that had once captivated him now seemed like a cruel mirage, a trap that had drawn them in, only to swallow them whole. He knew that the Crimson Tempest was tough, but no ship could survive a collision with those sharp, unforgiving spires. Adrian glanced over his shoulder at the crew, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear. They were working with frantic energy, but their efforts seemed to be in vain. The lines creaked under strain as they tried to adjust the sails, but without proper steering, their movements felt almost futile. The crew's usual confidence had faltered. They knew as well as Adrian that this might be a battle they wouldn't win. "Get those ropes tighter! We need to halt the drift!" Liam shouted to the men, his voice strained. His eyes were wide with concern, his usual bravado slipping under the weight of their situation. Adrian could see the worry in his first mate's face, mirrored by the other crew members. The Crimson Tempest had carried them through countless battles and treacherous waters, but today it seemed as if even the legendary ship might not be enough. With every wave that struck the hull, Adrian felt the ship shift slightly, her movement growing more unpredictable. The water was becoming choppy, and the current was relentless, dragging them closer to the looming threat of the reef. It was clear now that the danger wasn't just the coral's sharp edges, but the hidden currents that swirled around it. The sea was alive with dangerous intent. "Come on, damn it," Adrian growled, his eyes narrowing as he forced the wheel to turn, trying to push the ship away from the encroaching danger. But the Crimson Tempest was slower than it should have been, too sluggish to respond as it once had. The feeling of helplessness gnawed at him, a feeling Adrian was not used to, a feeling he couldn't afford to indulge. The air grew heavier as the ship creaked ominously under the pressure, and the once welcome sound of the waves crashing against the ship now felt like the countdown to disaster. The reef was so close now that Adrian could almost hear the sharp slap of coral against the hull in his mind. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to act, to do something, anything, to avoid the inevitable. He glanced over at the crew again, their faces grim as they struggled to maintain their footing on the slick, rain-drenched deck. Despite their best efforts, the Crimson Tempest seemed to have a mind of its own, one that was slowly but surely steering them toward the reef's deadly embrace. Time was running out. "Hard to port! Hard to port, now!" Adrian barked, his voice hoarse from the strain. He felt the ship's resistance with every inch of movement, as if it was fighting him. His breath quickened, and his pulse thrummed in his ears. The reef was so close now that it felt as if the ship was merely inches away from disaster. His mind raced with the knowledge that this was the moment that would decide their fate. One wrong move, one misstep, and the Crimson Tempest would be torn apart, her crew lost to the depths of the ocean. Adrian refused to let that happen. He refused to go down without a fight. He clenched his teeth, determined that he would steer them out of this mess, if only the ship would respond to him. The crew worked frantically, their movements tense and disjointed as they struggled to patch up the damaged rudder. Every moment spent trying to repair the vital piece of the ship felt like an eternity. With the rudder crippled, the Crimson Tempest had lost much of its ability to steer, drifting helplessly toward the looming reef. Adrian paced back and forth at the helm, eyes darting between the crew and the growing menace ahead. The men worked with desperation, trying to reinforce the rudder as best they could, but the damage was extensive. Large chunks of wood had splintered away during the storm, and there was little hope of a quick fix. The crew's hands were blistered and bloody from the effort, their faces drawn and weary. But they kept at it, knowing how crucial it was to get the ship under control. As they toiled with the repairs, the ship's movement became more erratic. Every wave sent the Crimson Tempest lurching, throwing the men off balance as they tried to keep their footing on the slick deck. The creaking of the ship's wooden frame grew louder with each passing moment, a constant reminder that the ship was in a fragile state. The sails flapped wildly, unable to be controlled, and the ship veered wildly off course. Adrian's stomach churned as he watched the reef grow closer, the jagged tips of the coral stalk against the darkened water. The Crimson Tempest seemed to fight its own course, almost as if it was unwilling to leave the danger behind. The ship's erratic movements were a deadly dance with fate. The water beneath the ship had changed, its once tranquil beauty now transformed into a swirling vortex of color and menace. The vibrant hues of the magical reef had turned into something more sinister, twisting and swirling in unnatural patterns, as though the ocean itself was trying to draw the ship into its depths. The colors were no longer calming but pulsating with a frantic energy, each turn of the water bringing the ship closer to the treacherous coral below. The eerie, bioluminescent creatures that had once danced playfully beneath the surface now swirled in disturbed circles, their glowing bodies flashing erratically as if sensing the ship's peril. Their strange movements only added to the growing tension, as if the very creatures of the reef were rallying against the Crimson Tempest. Adrian gripped the wheel harder, his jaw clenched, trying to keep the ship steady despite its uncontrollable sway. His mind raced through every possible solution, but all he could see was the approaching wall of coral, the deadly teeth of the reef that would tear through the ship if they didn't manage to steer away. The crew had done their best to fix the rudder, but it was clear now that their work had been in vain. The damage was too severe, and there was no way to get the ship back on course. Panic was setting in, and Adrian could feel the weight of the crew's eyes on him, waiting for some sign of leadership, something to guide them through the chaos. But as the ship dipped dangerously toward the reef, Adrian knew that there might be no way to avoid the inevitable. The bioluminescent creatures around them had grown more agitated, their glowing bodies flashing brighter and faster, casting strange and ominous shadows across the water's surface. Their erratic movements were like an unspoken warning, a sign that the reef was alive with an energy that reacted to the presence of the ship. The sea itself seemed to be alive, its waters churning violently as if it had a mind of its own. The eerie glow of the creatures had intensified, casting an unnatural light on the crew, who struggled against the relentless tide. Adrian's heart hammered in his chest as the water surged and bucked beneath them. The Crimson Tempest was in the eye of a storm it couldn't escape, trapped between the forces of nature and the malice of the reef. The ship's bow dipped lower as they drew closer to the deadly coral. Adrian's voice rang out through the chaos, cutting through the sounds of crashing waves and the crew's frantic shouts. "Brace for impact!" he yelled, his voice hoarse with fear and urgency. He could feel the ship's final moments approaching, the sense of inevitability rising like a tidal wave. The crew held on, gritting their teeth as they braced themselves for the impact, but Adrian could see the reef closing in faster than they could react. Time had run out, and it seemed there was nothing left to do but wait for the Crimson Tempest to meet its fate. "Prepare to drop anchor!" Adrian's voice rang out above the roar of the storm, cutting through the chaos like a sharp blade. His words were urgent, driven by the ever-growing sense of impending disaster as the Crimson Tempest drifted perilously closer to the reef. The wind howled and the rain lashed against the crew, but there was no mistaking the urgency in his tone. The ship's erratic movements made it impossible to get a steady bearing on the reef, and the danger was closing in with each passing second. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he gripped the wheel, trying to steady the ship despite the broken rudder, his mind racing to find any way to stop their inevitable collision. Liam, who stood nearby at the edge of the deck, immediately sprang into action, shouting orders to the crew. The men worked frantically, scrambling across the slick surface of the ship to the anchor chains. The storm had turned the deck into a hazardous battlefield, with the waves crashing relentlessly over them, but the crew was no stranger to adversity. Their faces were grim, their expressions set in determined focus as they raced against the clock to secure the anchor. Despite the exhaustion written across their faces, there was a sense of unity in their movements. They had faced countless challenges before, but this was different. The threat of the reef was not something they could fight with their usual tactics. The anchor was finally brought up, the chains rattling as the crew struggled to secure it. But the ship was moving so wildly that it was almost impossible to get a firm hold. The Crimson Tempest shuddered as the anchor was dropped, but the force of the ocean's currents made it difficult for the ship to halt its forward momentum. The wind howled in protest, pushing the ship further toward the deadly coral. Adrian's heart raced as he watched the reef loom larger, the jagged teeth of the coral becoming clearer with every passing wave. The ship creaked under the pressure, and Adrian's knuckles went white as he gripped the wheel harder, praying that the anchor would hold long enough to give them a fighting chance. The crew strained with all their might, pulling the ropes tighter, hoping to slow the ship's relentless drift. The anchor had caught, but only just. The water beneath the ship churned with violent fury, swirling around the anchor's chain, pulling the Crimson Tempest in different directions with each crashing wave. The crew was struggling to keep their footing, desperately attempting to pull the ship away from the reef's deadly grasp. Adrian, standing at the helm, could feel the stress of the ship's frame as it groaned and creaked beneath the pressure. His mind raced through every possible solution, but none came to him in time. The wind and the water were relentless, and no matter how much they pulled, the ship felt as though it was caught in the reef's pull. "Steady, lads!" Liam shouted, his voice carrying through the tumult. "We can't let her drag us in. Keep those ropes tight, or it's the end for all of us." The crew pulled with renewed strength, their bodies straining against the unforgiving elements. The ship's movement slowed, but not enough to completely avoid the coral formations looming ahead. Adrian could see the sharp edges of the reef scraping against the water's surface, waiting to tear through the ship's hull. His stomach tightened in dread as he realized they were still on a dangerous path, but the anchor had slowed their progress, giving them a slight chance of pulling away. The ship lurched violently, sending a wave of panic through the crew. For a moment, Adrian thought they had reached the point of no return, but then the anchor held fast, and the ship's momentum began to slow. The tension in the air was palpable, every man on deck holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable impact. Adrian's heart raced as the ship groaned again, and then, finally, the Crimson Tempest stopped moving. They had avoided the worst, but the danger wasn't over. The crew, drenched and exhausted, collapsed on the wet deck, their bodies heaving with relief, but their eyes still wary. Adrian stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the ominous reef that still loomed too close for comfort. They had bought themselves a moment, but the real test was far from over. The crew scrambled frantically to deploy the anchor, but the ship's unstable motion made their task nearly impossible. The Crimson Tempest pitched and swayed under the battering waves, its damaged rudder making every movement unpredictable. Crew members struggled to keep their footing, their hands slick with seawater as they hauled on the ropes and adjusted the sails. Each wave that struck the ship sent them stumbling, and the rain hammered down with relentless fury, blurring their vision and adding to the confusion. Still, they worked with urgency, knowing that the ship's survival, and their own, depended on their ability to act quickly. The anchor, already on the deck, seemed to mock their efforts as the ship continued its perilous drift toward the jagged teeth of the reef. Adrian stood at the wheel, his grip tight, knuckles white against the polished wood. His eyes were locked on the approaching reef, now just a few hundred yards away, the sharp coral formations cutting through the water like the claws of some monstrous creature. The Crimson Tempest groaned and creaked as it was tossed about by the fury of the storm, and Adrian could feel the strain in the ship's frame. The constant motion made it difficult to make any headway in stopping the ship's trajectory, and his mind raced, weighing the options. "We have to slow her down," He muttered to himself, barely able to hear the words over the crashing waves. If we don't stop now, it'll be too late. Liam, his first mate, was shouting orders across the deck, trying to keep the crew focused despite the chaos. Get those ropes tight, Liam bellowed, his voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. If we don't hold fast, she'll drag us right into the rocks. But even as the crew scrambled to comply, the ship's erratic motion was proving too much to manage. The anchor, normally a reliable tool for halting a ship's movement, was struggling to find purchase in the churning water. The Crimson Tempest surged forward again, inching ever closer to the jagged reef. The heavy weight of the anchor seemed to have little effect on the ship's momentum, and every moment that passed seemed to bring them closer to the inevitable crash. Adrian's mind raced, but there was little he could do in that moment except to hold the wheel steady and pray that the crew could maintain control. The wind howled and the waves lashed at the ship, making every task feel like a battle against nature itself. The anchor's chain rattled, and the crew's voices became a distant murmur beneath the storm's roar. With every passing second, the reef loomed closer, the glimmering, dangerous shapes of coral growing larger, ready to tear the ship apart. The captain's heart pounded in his chest, but he held firm, unwilling to let fear or panic take hold. The Crimson Tempest was his ship, and he would not let it succumb to the ocean's wrath without a fight. The crew's efforts were beginning to show signs of success, the anchor finally catching on something solid beneath the surface. But it was clear the ship was still moving toward the reef. The ropes were pulled taut, the ship's forward motion slowing, but not enough. Adrian could feel the strain on the anchor and knew that, even with all their might, they couldn't stop the ship's drift completely. It was a race against time, and the gap between them and the reef was closing with each surge of the ocean. The air was thick with tension, every man aboard aware that the slightest misstep could send them crashing into the unforgiving coral. Then, with a sudden shudder, the Crimson Tempest jerked to a halt. The anchor, caught at last, had held fast in the swirling currents, stopping the ship's forward momentum just inches from the deadly reef. The crew let out a collective breath of relief, their bodies sagging with exhaustion but their spirits lifted by the reprieve. Adrian remained at the wheel, his gaze fixed on the looming coral ahead, but for the first time in what felt like hours, the immediate danger had passed. The ship was no longer at the mercy of the storm and the reef, but Adrian knew they weren't out of danger yet. The anchor held, but the storm still raged, and the battle for survival was far from over. A sudden, violent jolt sent the crew stumbling across the deck, their feet slipping as the ship lurched unpredictably. The Crimson Tempest groaned in protest, its wooden frame protesting against the brutal impact. The force of the collision with the reef was undeniable, and the ship scraped painfully against the coral's sharp edges, sending a shower of splinters into the air. The sound of cracking wood echoed across the deck, sharp and unsettling, as if the ship itself were crying out in pain. The relentless crash of the waves against the hull only added to the chaos, the storm still raging around them as the men scrambled to maintain their footing. Adrian's heart skipped a beat as the ship bucked beneath him, the wheel almost slipping from his hands. His eyes darted to the side, where jagged coral formations were now visible beneath the churning water, their edges like the teeth of some ancient sea monster. The ship's hull scraped across the reef, sending a shiver through his bones. He could feel the Crimson Tempest shudder with each new impact, the sound of wood groaning and splintering growing louder with each passing second. The ship was caught, its progress halted, but the damage was already done. He gritted his teeth, fury and fear mixing in his chest. They had to act fast or the ship would be torn apart. The crew was in disarray, their every step hindered by the violent movement of the ship. Men were thrown to the ground as the Crimson Tempest lurched again, and those who managed to stay on their feet were desperately grabbing for anything solid to keep from being thrown overboard. The ropes on the deck were whipped about by the wind, and loose planks of wood skittered across the surface, adding to the chaos. Several of the men shouted for help, their voices lost in the roar of the storm and the crash of the waves. The ship's movements were erratic, swaying back and forth as it struggled against the coral's grip. Liam was the first to regain his balance, his voice rising above the cacophony of the storm. "Get the pumps! Now!" he shouted, his tone commanding. He rushed toward the starboard side, where the ship had taken the brunt of the impact, and began checking the hull for breaches. Water was already beginning to flood the lower decks, and if they didn't stop the leaks soon, the Crimson Tempest would sink under the weight of the storm and the damage. Adrian watched him go, his eyes briefly flicking to the men who were struggling to secure the ropes and prevent the ship from being pushed further onto the reef. It was a race against time, and the odds were slipping further out of their favor. The ship lurched again, this time with a sickening crack that seemed to come from deep within the hull. The force of the impact pushed several men off their feet, and a few of them crashed into the railing, their bodies bruised from the violent movement. Adrian's knuckles turned white as he gripped the wheel with everything he had, trying to steady the ship as it continued to scrape across the reef. His mind raced, weighing every possible course of action, but there was no clear solution. The storm was too fierce, the damage too severe. All they could do now was hold on, and hope the ship could survive long enough to be freed from the reef. Suddenly, a massive wave crested over the ship, crashing down with brutal force. The Crimson Tempest buckled under the weight of the water, and Adrian's eyes widened in horror as the wave engulfed the starboard side, sending men scrambling to higher ground. The ship groaned and shuddered again, this time with a more foreboding sound, as if it was protesting its own survival. The men who had been below deck rushed up to the main deck, their faces pale as they saw the severity of the damage. It was clear now that the Crimson Tempest would not last much longer if they didn't get her off the reef. Adrian's heart hammered in his chest as he surveyed the scene before him. The ship was at its breaking point, and they were running out of time. "Everyone to the port side!" he bellowed, his voice barely cutting through the roar of the storm. "We need to shift her weight and break free from the reef. Move now!" The crew sprang into action, their movements frantic but precise. It was a last-ditch effort, a desperate bid to save the Crimson Tempest from the reef's deadly grip. With all their strength, they worked together to shift the weight of the ship, hoping against hope that it would be enough to free them from the coral's hold. "Hold fast!" Adrian roared, his voice filled with urgency, cutting through the chaos of the storm. His grip on the wheel tightened as the ship continued to buck violently beneath him. The Crimson Tempest creaked and groaned, its wooden frame straining against the weight of the water crashing against its sides. Waves slammed into the hull with relentless force, threatening to tear the vessel apart. But Adrian refused to let go, his eyes locked on the dark, roiling sea around them. His crew was still scrambling to secure everything they could, their movements desperate as they worked together to keep the ship from breaking apart. The wind howled, whipping through the rigging with a ferocity that sent the sails flapping like thunderous wings. The storm had not let up, and every second seemed to bring the ship closer to disaster. Adrian's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the men work feverishly across the deck, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. Yet there was something in their eyes, something that told him they weren't ready to give up. They had been through storms before, and they would make it through this one too. He had to believe that. "We hold together!" Adrian shouted over the roar of the tempest, rallying his men with every ounce of his strength. Liam, his first mate, was the first to respond, his voice sharp and steady despite the conditions. "Aye, Captain. We'll make it through, just keep her steady." Liam worked alongside the rest of the crew, helping to secure the rigging and prevent the sails from tearing. The ship shuddered beneath them, and the force of another wave sent water splashing over the deck, soaking the men through. But they didn't falter. There was no time for hesitation. They knew what was at stake. Adrian could feel the strain of the storm in his bones, but he stood firm, unwilling to let the tempest claim them. The Crimson Tempest pitched violently as another massive wave surged forward, nearly sweeping some of the men off their feet. But Adrian's shout rallied them, and the crew clung to the rigging, ropes, and anything they could grasp. The ship groaned under the pressure, its hull scraping against unseen rocks beneath the churning waters. The storm's fury seemed endless, and the sight of the swirling, inky black sea was both a threat and a reminder of how fragile their situation truly was. Yet Adrian held his position, his eyes scanning the horizon, looking for any sign that the storm might be nearing its end. There had to be something, anything, that would turn their fortune. With each passing moment, the crimson tempest seemed to lurch further into the storm's grasp. The waves rose higher, crashing over the side of the ship, soaking the crew in an unforgiving cascade of water. The wind screeched as it tore through the sails, and the lightning illuminated the sky in flashes of blinding white. But through it all, Adrian's voice never wavered. "Keep pushing!" he shouted, his words a force of will against the chaos. His men followed his command without question, their exhaustion pushing them only harder. Together, they fought the storm, unwilling to let it claim their ship or their lives. Despite the odds, Adrian's resolve remained unshaken. His crew's strength was unmatched, and he could feel their collective will binding them together, an unspoken promise of survival. The Crimson Tempest was battered and bruised, but it was not yet broken. As the storm raged on, Adrian gripped the wheel with renewed determination. His men had given everything they had, and he would do the same. There was no turning back now. They either weathered this storm together or they didn't make it through at all. "Hold fast!" he bellowed again, his voice carrying over the storm, reaching every corner of the ship. "We're not done yet!" The storm's fury seemed endless, but Adrian refused to let the fear creep in. As the rain pelted down and the waves threatened to engulf them, he stood tall at the helm, a beacon of unwavering leadership. The crew's movements had become almost instinctual, a well-rehearsed rhythm in the midst of chaos. The ship continued to fight against the storm, its timbers straining with every crash of the waves. But together, they were making it through. They had weathered worse, and they would weather this too. The Crimson Tempest may have been battered, but as long as Adrian and his crew remained steadfast, it would never be truly broken. The storm had not yet fully released its grip on the Crimson Tempest. Though the winds had eased, the sea remained a chaotic and turbulent expanse, still agitated from the storm's fury. The crew, weary but determined, scrambled across the slick deck, their efforts focused on preventing further damage to the ship. Waves continued to crash over the sides, drenching them with cold, salt water. Their movements were frantic, each person working in a frenzy to secure the rigging, patch the sails, and keep the ship's damaged rudder from causing a deadly spin. Despite their efforts, the ship's course remained unstable, and the danger of the reef loomed ever closer. Adrian stood at the helm, his knuckles white against the wheel, the wood creaking and groaning beneath his grip. His eyes flicked back and forth between the rudder, which had been severely damaged during the storm, and the jagged outline of the reef that loomed ominously on the horizon. The ship veered dangerously to the left, its trajectory spiraling toward the perilous rocks. His mind raced, trying to formulate a plan to steer them clear, but time was running out. He could feel the weight of the crew's expectations, the urgency pressing against his chest. If they didn't act quickly, the Crimson Tempest would be torn apart by the unforgiving coral beneath. Liam, his first mate, was beside him in an instant, barking orders to the crew as they scrambled to address the rudder's malfunction. "Steady, lads! Hold the ropes!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the last remnants of the storm's fury. The men worked tirelessly to secure anything they could to stabilize the ship's movements, but with the rudder compromised, their efforts were only temporary. Every wave that rocked the ship seemed to bring them closer to disaster, the reef's jagged teeth waiting just beneath the surface. Adrian's gaze never wavered from the treacherous path ahead, his mind turning over every possible solution, but nothing seemed immediate enough to turn the tide. The water around them began to shift, the currents swirling in unpredictable patterns as if responding to the ship's struggle. The eerie bioluminescent glow of the reef seemed to pulse in time with the rolling waves, its unnatural light casting strange shadows across the sea. Adrian could feel the weight of the reef's presence, as if it was calling to the Crimson Tempest, tempting it to crash against its deadly embrace. He clenched his jaw, refusing to let fear creep in. There had to be a way out. He could see the crew working tirelessly on deck, their faces a mix of fear and determination, each man giving everything they had to keep the ship afloat. Their resilience was the only thing that gave him hope. In the distance, he could see the outlines of the reefs drawing nearer, the jagged rock formations almost tangible in their menacing approach. The ship's erratic movement, driven by the damaged rudder and the unstable currents, made it impossible to make a clean escape. The ship groaned again, a deep, guttural sound that echoed through the deck as another wave slammed against them. Adrian's grip tightened, his mind narrowing to the pressing need to act quickly. He glanced at Liam, who was shouting commands to the crew, but even with their best efforts, the Crimson Tempest continued to drift, helplessly drawn toward the rocks. With a sudden realization, Adrian snapped into action. "Cut the sails!" he ordered, his voice firm despite the chaos around him. The crew responded without hesitation, working swiftly to release the tension in the sails and slow the ship's momentum. Adrian adjusted the wheel as best as he could, using the last of his strength to guide the ship in a direction that might save them. The waves still crashed against the sides, but now there was a faint hope. The ship's speed slowed enough that it might allow them to steer clear of the reef, but the window of opportunity was narrow, and Adrian knew they were still playing with fire. Every second that passed felt like an eternity, and he silently prayed that they wouldn't be too late. The crew continued to battle against the ship's precarious position, their faces etched with exhaustion and desperation. But Adrian's resolve never faltered. He could see the reef now, the sharp coral outcroppings only a few yards away, their jagged edges ready to shred the ship's hull. He held the wheel with a steady hand, the storm's remnants still whipping through the air, but he remained calm, focused on the task at hand. With the sails cut and the rudder barely functioning, it would be up to their remaining skill and determination to navigate the ship away from disaster. The crew's unity and relentless effort would be the deciding factor in whether they lived to sail another day. With gritted determination, Adrian and his crew worked tirelessly to rig a temporary fix for the damaged rudder. The task was arduous, each man pushing past his own exhaustion to make quick repairs under the relentless pressure of time. Adrian barked orders, directing the crew to use ropes and spare parts from the ship's hold to stabilize the rudder enough for them to regain some control. It was a patchwork solution, but it was all they had. As the final adjustments were made, Adrian's grip tightened on the wheel, feeling the subtle shift as the rudder began to respond. Slowly but surely, the Crimson Tempest began to pull away from the reef's grasp, inching away from the jagged rocks that had threatened to tear the ship apart. The water, once a swirling vortex of color and menace, began to settle into a less chaotic rhythm as the ship's movement became more manageable. The crew, though exhausted, moved with renewed focus, their faces lined with the strain of the storm's aftermath. Adrian kept his eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind racing as he considered the extent of the damage to the ship. The Crimson Tempest was still afloat, but the ordeal had left its mark. The hull, which had once gleamed proudly under the sun, now bore the deep gouges and scars of the reef's cruel grip. Each scrape and dent was a testament to the battle they had fought, and barely won. The crew, drenched and worn from their efforts, moved about the deck with weary steps, but there was a sense of quiet triumph among them. They had survived the storm and the reef's deadly embrace. Yet, despite their success in steering the ship to safety, the toll of the ordeal was evident. Adrian glanced over at Liam, his first mate, who was coordinating the assessment of the ship's condition. The strain on Liam's face was unmistakable, his normally sharp eyes now clouded with exhaustion. It was clear that the repairs to the rudder were only temporary, and the Crimson Tempest would need more thorough work if they were to sail smoothly again. The ship's crew, though battle-worn, shared a bond that had only grown stronger through their struggle. Adrian could feel the weight of their exhaustion as he surveyed the deck, noting the hunched shoulders and tired eyes of the men who had fought so hard to save the ship. But there was no time to linger in fatigue. The Crimson Tempest still had a long journey ahead, and its crew needed to ensure the ship was fit to continue. As they worked together to assess the damage and secure the rigging, the steady rhythm of their movements spoke of the trust and unity they shared, a bond forged in the crucible of danger. As the final repairs were made, Adrian stood at the helm, feeling the ship's renewed strength beneath his hands. The rudder was still unstable, but for the moment, it was enough. The Crimson Tempest had pulled free from the reef, but the threat of further damage remained. The hull, though holding firm, had taken a beating, and it would require time and skill to fully repair it. Adrian's thoughts were already on the future. There were many challenges ahead, and while the crew had proved their resilience, It was clear that they would need to be vigilant if they were to navigate the treacherous waters that lay before them. The sun, now setting low on the horizon, cast a dim golden light over the crimson tempest, a stark contrast to the fierce battle they had just survived. The ocean, once a churning battlefield, had calmed into a tranquil expanse, as though in acknowledgement of their victory. But the peace was fleeting, and Adrian knew that the danger was far from over. The reef had been but one obstacle in a much larger journey, and they would need to remain ever watchful as they sailed forward. With the ship's rudder temporarily repaired and the crew beginning to recover, Adrian allowed himself a brief moment of relief. But he was a captain, and his focus was always on the horizon, ready for whatever challenges the sea would throw their way next. As the crimson tempest slowly drifted into safer waters, Adrian took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the tension in his chest begin to ease. The ship, still afloat but battered, creaked as the waves, now less tumultuous, rocked it gently. Adrian's gaze swept over the vessel, assessing the damage with a grim expression. The magical reef, once a place of wonder and mystery, had proven to be a far more formidable adversary than they had anticipated. It was no longer a treasure to be admired but a deadly force to be reckoned with, its jagged edges having scraped deep into the hull, leaving scars that would take time and skill to repair. The crew had worked tirelessly to prevent further damage, but there was no escaping the evidence of the reef's destructive power. The ship's once proud sails were torn and ragged, the canvas ripped in several places by the violent forces of the storm and the reef's unforgiving grasp. The rudder, though temporarily fixed, was far from reliable, and Adrian knew it would need more thorough repairs if they were to continue their journey safely. Even the deck, where the crew had fought so desperately to regain control, showed signs of wear, with planks splintered and some sections near the waterline already beginning to swell. Adrian's heart sank as he realized just how close they had come to losing everything. Despite the damage, the crew was already at work, moving with a quiet determination to make the necessary repairs. There were no complaints, no words of frustration, only the steady rhythm of men doing what had to be done. Liam, ever the steadfast first mate, was already organizing the crew into teams to inspect the hull and secure the sails. Adrian watched them for a moment, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. They had survived the storm and the reef's merciless attack, but they were not yet out of danger. The ship might have been saved, but the work ahead of them was just beginning. Adrian's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the horizon, his thoughts already racing ahead. The sea was vast, and they had only scratched the surface of its many dangers. The magical reef, with its eerie glow and hidden power, had been just one challenge among many. And though they had survived, Adrian knew it was not the last of the reef's mysteries they had encountered. There were whispers of treasure hidden deep within those waters, of ancient magic that could turn the tide of any journey. But those same whispers spoke of the reef's deadly nature, how it could tear apart any ship foolish enough to venture too close without understanding the forces at play. Turning his attention back to the ship, Adrian's gaze lingered on the crew, their faces drawn with exhaustion but determined. They had weathered the storm and the reef's wrath, and now they would rebuild. He knew that their survival depended on more than just the strength of their ship. It was their unity, their ability to work together in the face of adversity, that had seen them through. The Crimson Tempest was damaged, yes, but it was not beyond saving. Neither was the crew. Adrian's heart swelled with a sense of gratitude and resolve. He would not let this setback defeat them. Adrian's mind raced as he considered their next steps. With the damage to the rudder and the sails, their progress would be slow, and they would need to find shelter soon to make more extensive repairs. But for now, they had a moment of respite. The sea had calmed, the worst of the storm was behind them, and the horizon was no longer a harbinger of doom, but a promise of safety. Adrian took another breath, allowing the fresh air to fill his lungs as he steadied himself for the work ahead. There was still much to do, and much to discover. But one thing was certain, the Crimson Tempest and its crew would endure. Patch up what you can, Adrian instructed, his voice steady but carrying the weight of the situation. His eyes scanned the damage with a sharp, calculating gaze, noting every tear in the sails, every gash along the hull. The storm had left its mark on the Crimson Tempest, but they weren't out of danger yet. His crew, though weary, responded quickly, moving with purpose as they began assessing the damage and doing what they could to keep the ship afloat. Adrian knew there was no time to waste. The sea was never truly calm for long, and they had to be ready for whatever came next. "We'll need to make repairs before we can continue," he continued, his tone leaving no room for argument. There was no question in his mind that the ship's damage could be fixed. It was the question of how long it would take and whether they could hold out long enough. The rudder needed serious attention, and the sails would have to be replaced or at least reinforced to ensure they could catch the wind. The hull was battered though not breached yet, but Adrian knew it was only a matter of time before the damage started to take its toll. The tempest had weathered the worst of it, but the work ahead would test their strength and resolve. The crew worked in silence, a few murmuring quietly to each other as they scrambled to retrieve tools and materials from below deck. They had been through storms before, some worse than this, but none had left the ship in such a vulnerable state. It wasn't just the physical damage that weighed heavily on Adrian, it was the toll the storm had taken on their spirits. He could see it in the crew's faces, the exhaustion, the fear, the uncertainty. Even the toughest sailors could be broken by something like this. But Adrian wasn't about to let that happen. Not now, not when they were so close to finding whatever lay ahead on the horizon. "And keep a weather eye out," Adrian added, his voice hardening with urgency. This storm may have been the first of many. He knew the sea had a way of throwing curveballs when least expected, and if they didn't remain vigilant, the next storm could be their last. The winds were calming for now, but the air still carried the weight of something unsettling. The smell of the salt water mixed with the faint scent of ozone, a sure sign that more bad weather might be lurking just beyond the horizon. The crew's eyes were trained on the sky as they worked, scanning for the first sign of clouds, of wind changing direction, of anything that might signal the next threat. Liam, Adrian's ever-reliable first mate, moved up beside him, his face grim as he surveyed the damage. "Aye, Captain," Liam muttered, rubbing his hand over his brow. "We'll patch her up as best as we can, but we'll need to find a safe harbor soon to make proper repairs." Adrian nodded, knowing Liam's words were true. They couldn't keep pushing the ship this hard. It needed time to recover. They all did. But there was a long stretch of sea between them and any known safe ports, and that meant relying on their skill and luck to make it through. Adrian's gaze drifted out over the horizon once more, his thoughts momentarily lost in the vast expanse of the ocean. The sun was low in the sky, casting a soft orange glow over the water, but it wasn't enough to mask the unease gnawing at him. This storm had been fierce, unpredictable, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was only the beginning. Their journey had already proven to be one of hardship, but Adrian was resolute. He wouldn't allow the Crimson Tempest to fall. They would face whatever came next together, and they would rise from the wreckage stronger than before. But first, they had to survive. The crew moved in quiet synchronization, their actions deliberate despite their exhaustion. Some worked to secure the rigging, others patched up torn sails, and a few tended to the damaged hull, their hands skilled but weary from the relentless storm. Every movement seemed to carry the weight of the hardships they had endured, yet there was no hesitation in their efforts. The Crimson Tempest had withstood nature's fury, but it had come at a cost. It was clear that the ship would need time to heal, and so would its crew. But for now, they focused on the task at hand, making the necessary repairs to keep the vessel afloat and ready for whatever lay ahead. Adrian stood at the bow, his hands gripping the ship's rail as he watched his crew work. The storm had left its mark on both the ship and the men who sailed her, but Adrian's resolve remained unshaken. His gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, where the sea stretched out endlessly, both a promise of adventure and a reminder of the dangers that awaited them. The ship had survived the reef's cruel grasp, but it wasn't just the ship that needed to recover. Adrian could sense the weariness in the crew's hearts. They had faced an ordeal that would haunt them, yet the journey wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Adrian's shoulders, and the strain of leadership was etched into the lines of his face. He knew that the Crimson Tempest could not weather many more storms like this one. They were far from home, and even farther from any safe haven. But Adrian had always thrived in uncertainty, and the sea was no stranger to him. He had faced countless perils before, and each time he had come out stronger. He trusted in the strength of his crew, in their unwavering loyalty, and in their ability to face the unknown together. Whatever came next, they would face it as one. As the crew worked tirelessly, Adrian's mind wandered to the adventure that lay ahead. The reef, though beautiful, had been a stark reminder of the dangers the sea could throw at them. But it had also been a clue, an indication that there was more to the ocean's mysteries than they had realized. Ancient magic pulsed beneath the surface, hidden and powerful. And if the reef was any indication, their journey would lead them to even more ancient wonders, long-forgotten secrets that could change the course of their lives. Adrian had always sought treasure, but now he was beginning to see that the true treasure might not be gold or jewels, but the knowledge and magic that lay buried in the deep. With a deep breath, Adrian pulled his thoughts back to the present. The Crimson Tempest was no longer in imminent danger, but that didn't mean their troubles were over. The sea was unpredictable, and they had already seen how quickly a calm horizon could turn into a nightmare. The crew's repairs would take time, but they couldn't afford to linger for too long. Adrian knew that, as long as they were out here, they would have to be prepared for anything, whether that meant facing more storms, hidden enemies, or the very magic that seemed to pulse from the sea itself. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the ocean, Adrian's mind hardened with resolve. The Crimson Tempest had survived, but now they had to chart a course forward. Whatever the future held, Adrian was ready. His crew was ready. They had come this far, and they would continue onward, seeking out new adventures, facing challenges head-on, and discovering the secrets of the sea that lay just beyond the horizon. The storm was behind them now, but the real adventure, perhaps the greatest one yet, was just beginning. Chapter 4: The Cursed Guardian. As the Crimson Tempest slowly pulled away from the treacherous reef, the crew worked with quiet determination, their movements a mix of fatigue and focus. The calm seas offered them a brief respite, but no one was fooled by the gentle rocking of the ship. The damage sustained during their harrowing brush with the reef was extensive, and each sailor knew the repairs would take time and skill to complete. The torn sails, the splintered wood, and the battered rigging were just a few of the signs of the ordeal they had survived. Yet, despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, there was a shared sense of purpose in the air. The ship had been saved, but they still had much work ahead. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon even as his crew tended to the repairs. The once mighty Crimson Tempest now seemed fragile in comparison, a reflection of the storm that had nearly torn it apart. Adrian's mind raced as he considered their next steps. The reef, with its magical allure and deadly dangers, had proven to be far more than just a natural obstacle. Its enchantments were unpredictable, and the crew had only narrowly avoided disaster. Adrian knew that the sea was full of hidden threats, but this reef felt different. There was something ancient and powerful beneath the waves, something that could change the course of their journey in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light over the ocean's surface, but the beauty of the moment was lost on the crew. They had no time to relax, no time to savor the calm. Their ship, though still afloat, was vulnerable. Every man aboard knew that the magical forces they had encountered were not to be taken lightly. The bioluminescent creatures, the shimmering waters, and the faint whispers of ancient power all lingered in their minds. The reef was no ordinary hazard of the sea. It was a reminder that there were mysteries out here far beyond their understanding. Despite the calm, there was an uneasy tension in the air, and Adrian could feel it settling like a weight on his chest. Liam, the first mate, worked alongside the crew, issuing orders and coordinating the repairs with practiced ease. He knew the importance of efficiency in moments like this. The longer they lingered, the more vulnerable they became to the unpredictable nature of the ocean. He paused for a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow and glanced at Adrian. The captain's face was unreadable, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Liam followed Adrian's gaze to the horizon, where the calm water stretched endlessly, offering no indication of the dangers that still lay ahead. But Liam knew better than to trust the apparent peace of the sea. The calm was but a fleeting illusion, and both of them knew it. As the crew worked well into the twilight hours, Adrian remained at the helm, his grip steady on the wheel. His thoughts drifted back to the reef, the ancient symbols etched into its coral formations, the strange energy that seemed to pulse from the depths. There was something calling to him, something that pulled at his curiosity and his sense of adventure. The Crimson Tempest had narrowly escaped, but Adrian's instincts told him that their encounter with the reef was only the beginning. There was more to uncover, more to discover. And as the night fell over the sea, he couldn't shake the feeling that the ocean was holding its breath, waiting for them to make the next move. Beneath the calm expanse of the ocean, far from the reach of the Crimson Tempest and its weary crew, a darker force stirred. The water, once tranquil, began to shimmer with an unnatural glow, as though the very depths of the sea had come alive. A subtle shift in the currents hinted at something moving beneath the surface, something ancient, powerful, and entirely out of place. The eerie light that danced across the water's surface cast shadows that seemed to pulse with an almost sentient rhythm, as though the ocean itself were holding its breath. Slowly, a figure emerged from the depths, rising gracefully as if drawn from the very heart of the sea. Its form was both beautiful and haunting, a blend of elegance and danger. The figure's skin seemed to shimmer with the iridescence of fish scales, catching the dim light of the fading sun. Long, flowing hair swirled like dark tendrils around it, each strand moving as though it were part of the ocean itself. The being's eyes, glowing with an otherworldly intensity, seemed to pierce through the water and out into the world above, sensing the presence of the Crimson Tempest and its crew. This creature was not of human origin, yet there was an unmistakable grace to its movements. It was a being of the deep, an entity that had dwelled in the ocean's hidden caverns for centuries, untouched by the world of men. The very sea around it seemed to respond to its presence, the water darkening and shifting in intricate patterns, as if recognizing its master. The figure moved with purpose, its intentions unknown but undeniable. It was as if the sea itself had summoned this being to the surface, pulling it from the farthest reaches of the deep in response to something far more powerful than a mere storm. The eerie light around the figure intensified, casting an unholy glow that reached even to the surface, flickering across the rolling waves. The wind, which had calmed for a moment, began to stir once more, but this time it was different, colder, sharper, as if the very elements were shifting in response to this new force. The figure did not surface with a roar or a crash, but with an almost serene grace, as if it had always belonged in this world, even though it was a mystery to those who sailed upon the oceans. Its appearance was not a threat, at least not yet, but the sense of power emanating from it was unmistakable. Above, the crew of the Crimson Tempest continued with their work, unaware of the entity rising from the ocean's depths. Their focus was on the repairs, their minds occupied with the immediate challenges of their journey. But beneath them, something ancient and forceful was awakening, and the calm that seemed to stretch endlessly across the horizon was nothing more than the stillness before the storm. This new presence in the sea would not be ignored for long, and soon enough, the crew would come to realize that the magic they had encountered was far more dangerous and far-reaching than they could have ever imagined. Serena, the cursed guardian, emerged from the dark depths of the ocean with an elegance that seemed out of place against the turmoil of her existence. Her long hair, the color of sea foam kissed by moonlight, swirled around her like a living tapestry, its iridescent strands shifting from shades of sea green to silver as if reflecting the ever-changing currents. Each movement she made was fluid, as though she were more a part of the water than a creature that had once walked on land. Yet, despite the grace of her form, an undeniable sadness clung to her like a second skin. Her eyes, deep and sorrowful blue, glistened with the weight of countless centuries spent beneath the waves, a silent witness to the endless cycles of time and the unending solitude of her duty. Once a proud mermaid, Serena had once reveled in the freedom of the sea, her heart as open as the ocean itself. But that was long ago, before the curse bound her to the reef, a prison she could never escape. The curse, cast upon her by a power older than the seas themselves, had transformed her from a protector to a warden, trapping her in a never-ending loop of sorrow and duty. The reef, a place of wonder and enchantment, had become both her charge and her burden. She was bound to it, her soul tethered to the coral formations and bioluminescent creatures that thrived within its magical embrace. It was a place of beauty, but also of isolation, where her only company were the endless waves and the memories of a time before her transformation. The weight of her responsibility was not something she could ever shake, no matter how much she longed for release. Serena's presence within the reef was as integral as the water itself, her power and magic woven into the very fabric of the sea. She had watched for centuries as intruders, sailors, pirates, adventurers, dared to approach the reef, only to be repelled by her forceful will. Her curse bound her to the reef's defense, and though she could not leave, she could make sure that none ventured too close, lest they disturb the ancient secrets it held. The ship that had recently come so dangerously close to the reef had been no different. She had sensed its presence long before its crews saw the shimmering waters, and now she had risen to deal with the threat. As she hovered just beneath the surface, Serena's sorrowful gaze scanned the horizon, her heart heavy with the knowledge that her fate was sealed. The curse that kept her bound to the reef had no end. There was no hope for redemption, no way to break the cycle of guarding and condemning, forever watching the world pass by, unable to participate in it. She was both the guardian and the prisoner, a figure of both beauty and tragic power. The curse had twisted her existence into something both revered and feared, a creature of myth and sorrow. Yet, even with the weight of her endless duty, Serena could not help but feel the stirrings of something different. The presence of the ship, so close, had awakened a spark of curiosity in her, a feeling she had not known in centuries. The ocean, her only companion, seemed to respond to her unspoken desires. The waters grew still, as if awaiting her next move. She had no intention of letting these intruders near the heart of the reef, but something about them, about the ship, about their presence, felt different. It was a strange sensation, one she could not quite name, but it tugged at something deep within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, this would be the moment that would finally change her fate. She was bound to protect the reef, yes, but could it be that in doing so, she might uncover something that would break the chains of her cursed existence? The future, as always, was uncertain, but Serena could not ignore the flicker of hope that now burned within her heart. Serena's scales shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, each one a reflection of the ancient magic that had shaped her existence. They glittered like precious jewels, catching the dim light that filtered through the water, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the surrounding coral. Each scale was a work of art, its iridescence shifting with the movement of the water, a reminder of the enchantments that had bound her to the sea for centuries. The magic of her transformation flowed through her like a current, ever-present and undeniable, marking her as both part of the ocean and its eternal warden. Her tail, long and powerful, rippled through the water with effortless grace, propelling her forward as she approached the reef. It was a thing of unmatched beauty and strength, sleek and streamlined, perfectly suited to the currents of the deep sea. As she swam, her movements were fluid and almost imperceptible, a dance of quiet determination as she navigated the coral formations she had come to know so well. The water parted around her as if recognizing her presence, acknowledging the deep connection she held with this sacred place. Her every motion was a testament to the centuries she had spent in the reef's embrace, each stroke of her tail a reminder of the endless time that stretched before her. As Serena neared the heart of the reef, the ancient runes carved into the coral seemed to stir in response to her approach. The soft, glowing light of the runes flickered faintly, pulsing in time with the rhythm of her movements. It was as though the coral itself recognized her, a living embodiment of the magic that had shaped the reef into something more than just an underwater sanctuary. The faint glow cast a serene light over the surrounding water, and Serena could feel the magic coursing through the currents, wrapping around her like an old friend. This was her realm, her domain, and though it had been her prison for so long, there was a strange sense of peace in the familiar patterns of the coral and the steady pulse of the ancient runes. The runes on the coral spoke a language older than time, one that Serena had long since learned to understand. They told stories of forgotten gods, lost civilizations, and the first guardians who had watched over the sea. Each marking, each faint glow, was a piece of the tapestry that had woven her existence into the fabric of the reef. She had been chosen to protect this place, her soul tied to its magic, and in turn, the reef had become a part of her very being. It was an ancient pact, one that had bound her to the sea, and which she could never escape. And yet, with every passing year, as the centuries blurred together, Serena had come to feel more like a prisoner of the reef than its protector. Despite the power and majesty of the reef, a nagging sense of longing gnawed at Serena's heart. She could feel the weight of the curse more keenly as she swam closer to the center of the coral, where the heart of the enchantment pulsed with an unyielding energy. She was bound here, eternally tied to the reef's protection, her only companions the ancient markings and the sea creatures that called the coral home. But with each passing day, that sense of longing grew stronger, and Serena could not help but wonder if there would ever be a way to break free from the ancient magic that held her captive. Would she remain the reef's guardian forever, or could fate have something different in store for her? Only time would tell, but for now, the glow of the runes and the pull of the reef's magic would continue to guide her, as it always had. As Serena swam closer to the heart of the reef, a deep sense of unease began to settle in her chest. The water around her seemed to hum with an unfamiliar tension, a disturbance that had not been there before. Her senses, finely attuned to the magic that flowed through the reef, could feel the subtle rift left in the wake of the violent storm. The fury of the crimson tempest had wreaked havoc on the delicate balance that had kept the reef's enchantment stable for centuries. The normally serene currents now felt erratic and disjointed, as though the magic that had long protected the reef was now strained, uncertain. Serena's heart clenched with the knowledge that the damage was no small thing. It threatened not only the reef's safety, but her own existence as its guardian. The magic of the reef had always been a part of Serena, woven into her very being. She had been shaped by it, bound to it, and had learned to harness its power over the centuries. But this was different. This was not just a small disruption in the currents, or a momentary lapse in the flow of energy. The storm's violence had left its mark on the enchantments that shielded the reef, causing cracks in the protective wards that had kept it safe for so long. Serena's eyes narrowed with determination as she flicked her powerful tail, a movement that stirred the water in a rush of energy. The currents around her shifted, responding to the call of her magic. Her hands, delicate but strong, traced ancient gestures in the water, invoking the long-forgotten words of the sea. With each wave of her hand, Serena wove the magic of the reef back together, a task that required both strength and precision. The ancient enchantments, though strong, had been thrown into disarray by the storm. They had to be re-anchored, reforged, so that the delicate balance of life within the reef could continue. Serena's power surged through the water, flowing from her fingertips and into the coral that surrounded her. The glowing runes etched into the rock pulsed in response, their light intensifying as the magic of the reef began to repair itself. It was as if the entire reef was awakening from a deep slumber, the once dormant enchantments now sparking with renewed life. As the magic swirled around her, Serena could feel the transformation taking place. The water around her seemed to calm, the agitation of the currents fading as the enchantments slowly but surely began to take hold. The cracks in the protective wards mended, stitching together the fabric of the reef's magic. The coral, once dulled by the storm's violence, seemed to brighten, its colors shifting back to their natural brilliance. The water itself seemed to sigh in relief, as though it, too, had been burdened by the chaos that had swept through. Serena's movements grew more fluid, more confident, as the magic responded to her will, healing the damage and restoring the harmony that had been disrupted. Though the task was immense, Serena did not falter. Her mind was focused, her spirit unwavering. This was her duty, her curse, and her purpose. As the final thread of magic was woven into place, she could feel the reef's enchantment settle once more, steady and unbroken. The waters around her shimmered with a renewed vibrancy, the once turbulent currents now flowing in harmony once again. Serena took a deep breath, her eyes closing for a moment as she felt the weight of centuries-old magic coalesce around her. She had done it, restored the reef to its natural state. But deep inside, she knew that the forces that had disrupted it were still out there, and that her watch over the reef was far from over. Serena's voice, soft yet powerful, resonated through the water like a lullaby, rich with both sorrow and strength. The melody seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the ocean, the ancient words of the incantation weaving themselves into the currents. Each note she sang carried centuries of history, of memories and emotions tied to the reef and the magic that bound it. The haunting beauty of her voice reverberated across the coral, sending a shiver of calm through the once agitated waters. It was a song of healing, a plea to the sea itself to restore balance and harmony to the once stirred depths. As Serena sang, the magical energy of the reef responded. The water around her shimmered with a radiant light, swirling in delicate patterns like a dance of colors. The creatures of the reef, once disturbed by the violent storm, now seemed to settle, their erratic movements slowing as the soothing influence of Serena's song washed over them. The wounded coral, scarred by the storm's fury, began to heal as the song's magic flowed into its fractured edges. The energy wrapped around the reef's ancient structures, knitting them back together, restoring the life that had been temporarily driven away. Each pulse of Serena's voice carried an unseen force, like the caress of a mother's touch, calming the anxious heart of the reef. The colors of the reef, muted by the storm's chaos, began to brighten as Serena's magic took hold. The once dull greens and browns of the coral grew vibrant again, the hues deepening into brilliant shades of emerald, ruby, and sapphire. The water itself seemed to glow with life, the light refracting through the clear depths in dazzling patterns. It was as though the reef was awakening from a deep slumber, its colors blooming once again under the careful nurturing of the song. Even the smallest of creatures, once frightened by the violent shifts in the currents, seemed to respond, their movements now calm and synchronized with the gentle rhythm of Serena's incantation. The hum of magic, once interrupted and strained, began to return to its harmonious state. It was a quiet, pulsing energy that resonated through the entire reef, the heartbeat of the ocean itself. Serena could feel it deep within her, the familiar sensation of the enchantments settling back into place, their power flowing freely once more. The connection between her and the reef was palpable, like an invisible thread pulling her closer to its heart. The storm had shaken the very foundation of its magic, but now, with her voice as the vessel, the balance was being restored. The water around her sparkled with the renewed energy, the song carrying not only the magic of the reef but the strength of Serena's enduring connection to it. As the final note of the incantation faded into the water, Serena's heart swelled with a bittersweet sense of relief. The reef was healing, its once turbulent waters now calm and steady. The magical energy flowed freely again, a delicate balance restored between the natural world and the ancient forces that govern it. Serena closed her eyes for a moment, allowing herself to feel the peace that had returned to the depths. But even as the reef seemed whole again, a lingering sense of foreboding clung to her. The disruption, the intrusion of the Crimson Tempest, had left a mark on the reef, and Serena knew that the forces that had caused the disturbance were still out there, waiting. But Serena's task was far from finished. The magic that tethered her to the reef, the curse that bound her to this watery domain, was a double-edged sword. It granted her the power to protect the reef, to guard its ancient secrets. But it also condemned her to an eternity of isolation. She had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the sea, to the ebb and flow of the tides. But with each passing century, the weight of her duty felt heavier. Her role as the guardian of the reef demanded constant vigilance, for even the smallest disturbance in its harmony could have catastrophic consequences. The curse that had once been a source of pride had long since become a burden, one that she could never escape. Serena's connection to the reef was both a privilege and a curse. She felt its pulse beneath her skin, every shift in the currents, every whisper of magic carried on the tides. It was a deep, intimate bond, one that allowed her to feel the reef's pain and joy, its life and death. But this bond also tied her to an endless cycle of watchfulness. Over the years, she had seen countless ships sail too close, their greedy captains oblivious to the reef's importance, their actions unknowingly provoking its wrath. Serena had warned them in many ways, but some were too foolish to listen. Others had come seeking riches, their eyes fixed on the promise of treasures hidden beneath the waves. The reef, with its enchanted creatures and mysterious allure, had become a target for those who sought to profit from its magic. The ships that ventured too near the reef were not just a threat to its fragile balance, but to Serena herself. She had witnessed the greed that coursed through the hearts of men and women who believed they could take whatever they desired from the sea. Time and time again, she had intervened, using the power bestowed upon her by the reef to drive the ships away, to protect its sanctity. The glow of the reef's bioluminescent creatures would flare brightly, sending pulses of magical energy through the waters, creating barriers that would push the ships back. But while these warnings might keep the worst offenders at bay, they also left scars on the reef, scars that Serena felt deeply, as though each ship's intrusion was an injury to her very soul. Serena had seen the consequences of human greed too many times. There were those who would stop at nothing to exploit the reef's power, and the danger was ever present. She had learned to remain hidden when necessary, watching silently from the depths, her keen eyes ever alert to the movements of ships above. She had seen captains who mistook the reef's beauty for an invitation, and their ships would meet with disaster, crashing against the jagged rocks that guarded the secret heart of the reef. It was always the same: greed would blind them, and the reef would exact its price. But Serena was not a vengeful spirit. She was its protector, bound to safeguard its magic, even when it meant causing harm to those who threatened it. Yet, despite the constant vigilance and the heartache it brought her, Serena remained steadfast in her duty. The reef's power was not hers to wield. It was a gift, a legacy of an ancient world that must be preserved. The curse that bound her, forcing her to remain and protect the reef, had become a part of who she was. She had long ago accepted her fate, finding solace in the knowledge that she was the reef's eternal guardian. But with each passing day, as ships ventured closer and the world above the sea grew more restless, Serena could not help but wonder if there would ever come a time when she could finally rest, when the curse would no longer define her existence. Until then, she would continue her watch, her heart heavy with the knowledge that the balance of the reef, and perhaps even her own fate, was always one storm away from shattering. As she swam through the vibrant coral formations, Serena's thoughts were troubled, drifting like the currents around her. The Crimson Tempest had come dangerously close to the reef, and although she knew the damage caused by the ship had been unintentional, a deep sense of unease lingered within her. She could feel the ripples of disturbance in the water, a residue of the chaos that the storm had wrought. The ship's crew had likely been desperate, struggling to survive the fury of the tempest, yet even their unintended intrusion left its mark on the delicate balance of the reef. Serena had spent centuries protecting the reef from those who sought to exploit it, but this was different. These men and women were not here for treasure or conquest. They were simply surviving a force of nature they could not control. But despite their apparent innocence, Serena could not shake the gnawing feeling that the crew of the Crimson Tempest posed a threat, however indirect. She had witnessed the havoc that even the most well-meaning individuals could wreak when they ventured too close to the reef. Their presence, while unintentional, could bring forth further dangers, storms, creatures disturbed from their peaceful habitats, or even the reef's own magic reacting to the disruption. The reef was a living entity, one whose temperament could shift like the tides. If left unchecked, the ship's proximity could lead to more harm than just the damage already done. Serena's heart ached at the thought of more ships, more souls being swept into the ancient cycle of disaster that the reef seemed to bring to those who did not heed its warning. She had to consider whether to act. The ancient magic that bound her to the reef had granted her the ability to influence the sea, to guide its currents and creatures, but it had also taught her restraint. There was a fine line between protection and intervention. Serena had learned, over the long years, that sometimes the best course of action was to remain unseen, to wait and observe. The reef had survived for eons without her interference, and it was not her place to impose her will on every passing ship. Yet, the presence of the Crimson Tempest, so close to the magical heart of the reef, made her doubt that passive observation would suffice. She could feel the potential for calamity, a sense that the storm was only the beginning of a greater disruption. As she moved deeper into the heart of the coral, the glowing runes that adorned the ancient stone structures flickered in response to her thoughts. The reef's power was palpable, and its ancient magic hummed with urgency, as though it too sensed the delicate tension that hung in the waters. Serena's connection to the reef had always been strong, but now it felt as if it were pulling at her, demanding a decision. The balance of its magic had been disturbed, and it would not take much for that disturbance to escalate into something far worse. The crew of the Crimson Tempest had shown no malice, but the reef could not differentiate between intention and consequence. What might seem like an innocent venture could unravel everything that Serena had worked so hard to protect. Despite her growing concerns, Serena knew that the crew of the Crimson Tempest had not yet done irreversible harm. The damage they had caused could be mended, and the delicate threads of magic that held the reef together could be restored. But that was only if they left it undisturbed from this point on. As she swam through the luminous waters, Serena made a decision. She would watch them closely, ready to intervene if necessary, but she would give them a chance. The reef's magic was vast, and it could heal, but the crew had to be allowed the time and space to retreat, to move away from the peril they had unknowingly courted. It was a dangerous gamble, but Serena could not ignore the possibility that these humans, these souls tossed by fate, might, in the end, be the ones who unknowingly set the balance of the reef right once more. Determined to protect both the reef and the crew from harm, Serena made a silent vow to watch over them from the shadows, where her presence would remain a mystery. The crew of the Crimson Tempest had been unwitting intruders, but she could not afford to take chances. She knew that if they ventured too close again, their ignorance could trigger another disaster. The reef's magic was volatile, its power both a blessing and a curse. Serena's role was to safeguard it, to keep its secrets hidden from those who would seek to exploit it. The balance was delicate, and she would do everything in her power to ensure that it remained intact. As she moved through the dark waters, Serena's senses heightened, attuned to every shift in the currents, every subtle movement of the ship's crew. From the deep crevices of the coral and the tangled clusters of seaweed, she kept her eyes on the Crimson Tempest, her keen vision allowing her to track their every move. The ship, now safely away from the reef, appeared harmless from the surface, but Serena knew better than to let her guard down. The ocean, like the humans, was unpredictable. A single careless decision could bring destruction to both the reef and the crew, and Serena could not allow that to happen. The delicate equilibrium of her world had to be preserved, even if it meant remaining hidden in the depths. The shadows of the ocean were Serena's domain, and she moved through them with the grace of a phantom. Her silvery green hair swayed with the water's currents, blending seamlessly into the marine landscape. She was a creature of the deep, her form nearly indistinguishable from the shadows of the water. The reef responded to her presence, the ancient runes glowing softly in recognition, as though it too knew that she was its guardian. The calm waters around the ship gave her little concern, but Serena's instincts urged caution. She knew that the real danger lay not in the storm they had just survived, but in their proximity to the reef's heart, where the magic pulsed with a life of its own. Though the ship had moved away from the reef's most dangerous areas, Serena was not so easily appeased. The ship's damage had already left scars on the coral, and the consequences of their reckless approach could ripple through the magic of the sea for some time. She could sense the faint traces of disruption lingering in the water, the subtle fluctuations of power that had been triggered by their passing. It was not enough to harm the reef, not yet, but it would take time to undo the damage. Serena would remain vigilant, watching every move of the crew, ensuring that they did not make the same mistake again. The magic of the reef could be restored, but only if the crew allowed it the space to heal. Days passed, and Serena's watchful eyes never strayed far from the Crimson Tempest. As the ship continued its journey, she followed from a distance, ensuring that the crew stayed clear of the reef's most sensitive areas. Her vigilance was unwavering, her every sense focused on the task at hand. She could feel the balance slowly returning, the ripples of magic settling back into their natural flow. But Serena knew that this was only the beginning. The reef's enchantments were powerful, and the secrets it held were as dangerous as they were precious. She would guard them until the end of time if necessary, for the reef was not just her duty, it was her home, and she would defend it with everything she had. The mermaid's silhouette faded into the depths, blending seamlessly with the shadows of the coral formations. Her long, shimmering tail swished gracefully, guiding her deeper into the labyrinth of vibrant coral and soft, undulating seaweed. The colors of the reef seemed to swallow her whole, as though the ocean itself accepted her as its eternal guardian. The haunting beauty of the underwater world surrounded her, a comforting embrace for one so bound to it. Yet, despite the serenity of her surroundings, the weight of her curse lingered, a constant reminder of her unbreakable bond to the reef. Serena's heart, though burdened with the sorrow of centuries, held a flicker of hope, a hope that perhaps one day, the curse that held her captive would be lifted. The possibility seemed distant, a dream that drifted just out of reach, like a shadow beneath the surface. She longed for the day when she could roam freely, to live as she once did, untethered to the endless responsibility of guarding the reef. But that time was not yet here, and until it arrived, Serena remained the reef's vigilant protector, bound to its enchantments and its ancient secrets. As she swam through the coral's embrace, the ocean around her felt like an extension of her own being. The ancient runes etched into the rock seemed to pulse softly with each beat of her heart, responding to her presence as though the reef itself recognized its guardian. Her fingers brushed against the familiar stones, a quiet gesture of reassurance as she passed. Though the reef had been disturbed by the intrusion of the Crimson Tempest, Serena could feel the magic slowly returning to its natural rhythm. She had mended the damage, but the responsibility of maintaining that balance would never leave her. The curse was not just her burden, it was her duty. In the silence of the deep, Serena allowed herself a fleeting moment of introspection. What would it be like, she wondered, to be free from the weight of the curse? To feel the rush of the open sea without the looming obligation to protect the reef? Such thoughts were dangerous, she knew, for they were rooted in longing, a longing that could never be fully realized while she remained bound to this sacred duty. The ocean's currents whispered of secrets, and while the answers remained just beyond her reach, Serena's resolve never wavered. She would remain as the reef's sentinel, its unyielding guardian, ever watchful, ever vigilant. The dark waters seemed to carry Serena's thoughts farther into the depths as she drifted through the reef, the gentle current guiding her path. She was a part of this place, as much as the coral or the fish that swam through it. The reef had shaped her, and in turn, she had shaped the reef. It was a bond deeper than the ocean itself, forged by centuries of guardianship and sacrifice. Though the burden of the curse weighed heavily on her, Serena found solace in the knowledge that she had a purpose, one that transcended her own desires. She would remain here, in the shadows of the reef, as its eternal protector, watching over it with a quiet strength until the day came when her curse would finally be broken, and she could find peace. As Serena disappeared into the depths of the reef, the ocean around her seemed to quiet in reverence, the shimmering coral and bioluminescent creatures fading into the shadowy expanse. The reef, with its vibrant colors and ancient runes, pulsed with a quiet but powerful energy, as if acknowledging the mermaid's unwavering protection. Her presence, though unseen, lingered in the currents, a silent promise woven into the very fabric of the reef. It was as though the water itself whispered her commitment to guarding the secrets of this enchanted place, a reminder to all that the reef was not just a natural wonder but a sacred domain bound by ancient magic. The Crimson Tempest sailed on, blissfully unaware of the Guardian's watchful eyes. The ship creaked and groaned, its battered sails catching the wind as the crew worked tirelessly to make necessary repairs. The horizon stretched endlessly before them, filled with the promise of new adventures and untold discoveries. But the crew, caught up in the mundane tasks of navigation and survival, paid no mind to the magical forces swirling beneath the surface. They were unaware of the quiet figure that lingered in the depths, her gaze fixed firmly on their every movement, her intentions unknown to them. The mysteries of the sea were far from over, and their journey was just beginning. The waters around the ship remained calm, a deceptive tranquility after the chaos of the storm. The magical reef, though distant now, still held its ancient secrets beneath the shimmering surface. It was a place that had seen countless sailors and ships pass by, many of whom never knew the dangers it concealed. Serena's watchful eyes, however, would never let the reef's mysteries be forgotten. As the ship sailed further into the vastness of the ocean, she remained a silent protector, a shadow beneath the waves, ensuring that the power of the reef would not be misused or disturbed again. As the crimson tempest cut through the water, the adventure ahead beckoned with all the allure of the unknown. Unseen forces, both magical and natural, shaped the course of their journey, guiding them toward new challenges and hidden wonders. Yet, Serena knew that some of those wonders would come at a price. There were dangers that only she knew too well. The crew, for all their bravado and strength, had only scratched the surface of the world's mysteries. And she, bound by the curse that tethered her to the reef, would continue to protect them from the forces they could not see, even if they never realized it. With each passing hour, the ship drew further away from the reef's immediate grasp, but the shadow of Serena's presence lingered in the depths. The mermaid's vigil was far from over, and the secrets she guarded would remain locked away, at least for now. The adventure that awaited the Crimson Tempest was not just one of exploration and discovery. It was a journey that would soon test the very limits of what the crew knew about the world. And as they sailed into the horizon, they were unknowingly guided by the unseen force of a guardian whose motives were as mysterious as the water she protected. Chapter 5: Serena's Decision. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the once vibrant sky now a canvas of fiery oranges and soft purples, the ocean stretched out in every direction, its vast expanse both calming and intimidating. The Crimson Tempest rocked gently on the water, its sails torn and frayed, a testament to the storm's fury. The crew, their faces weathered and tired, moved in slow, methodical motions, working on repairs where they could. The sound of hammers against wood, the occasional mutterings of frustration, and the creaking of the ship were the only noises that filled the air. But despite their best efforts, it was clear that progress was slow, and exhaustion hung heavy in the air like a thick fog. Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon, his mind far from the tasks of the moment. The ship's movements, though smoother now, still felt off-kilter, and the damage to the rudder and hull was far from fully repaired. The memory of the magical reef, with its shimmering colors and ancient enchantments, was a constant presence in his thoughts. They had narrowly escaped the reef's grasp, but the feeling of being watched, of something far beyond their understanding, lingered in his mind. The mysteries of the sea were vast, and Adrian could not shake the feeling that their journey had only begun to uncover them. The crew, though physically drained, had learned to fall into a rhythm amidst the chaos. Liam moved between the men, offering quiet instructions and encouragement where needed, his presence a steadying influence. Yet even he seemed to share Adrian's unease, often casting his gaze toward the distant water, as though searching for something just beyond their reach. The tension was palpable, and despite their best efforts to continue, the weariness of their situation seemed to have woven itself into the very fabric of the ship. The storm's aftermath had been harsh, but it was the uncertainty of what lay ahead that truly gnawed at the crew's spirit. Adrian's thoughts continued to spiral as he stood at the bow, the faint breeze tugging at his coat. He knew that, despite the ship's battered condition, they could not afford to linger in these waters for long. The reef, with its forgotten magic and dangerous allure, had been a warning, a reminder that the sea held secrets that could undo them if they were not careful. But what haunted him more than the damage to the ship was the nagging sense that the reef had not finished with them yet. There was something ancient there, something far older than the world they knew, and Adrian could not shake the feeling that it was calling to them, waiting for their next move. As the last light of day slipped below the horizon, the crew began to settle into a quiet routine, their exhaustion finally catching up to them. The ocean, now a dark, still expanse, mirrored the somber mood that had taken root among them. Adrian, however, could not rest. He knew that they were at a crossroads, teetering on the edge of something greater than they could understand. He had seen the reef's power, and he could feel it even now, pulsing in the depths below. The mysteries of the sea had not yet revealed themselves fully, and as captain of the Crimson Tempest, it was his responsibility to navigate whatever came next, no matter the cost. As the last light of day faded, the once serene sea began to shift. Dark clouds gathered ominously on the horizon, rolling in like a tide of ink, swallowing the sky. Adrian stood at the bow of the Crimson Tempest, his sharp eyes narrowing as the wind picked up, swirling around him in unpredictable gusts. The calm of the evening had been short-lived, replaced by a deepening sense of unease. The air was thick with tension, and the usual hum of the sea had been replaced by a heavy stillness, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. His instincts, honed over years of navigating treacherous waters, screamed at him that something was coming, but even he could not have anticipated the ferocity of what was about to unfold. The first gust of wind struck like a slap, and the ship rocked violently on the water. Adrian's hand shot out to grip the railing, his knuckles turning white as the wind howled around him. The sea, once calm, began to churn, its surface twisting and turning in wild, erratic patterns. The sails, still damaged from the previous storm, flapped and strained against their ropes, the tension in the fabric sending jolts through the ship's frame. The crew, scattered across the deck, began to shout orders and scramble to secure the ship, but the gale was already upon them, its strength far beyond anything they had prepared for. As the storm intensified, the sky darkened to an almost unnatural black, and flashes of lightning lit up the sky in jagged, brilliant streaks. The wind howled with a savage intensity, sending spray from the waves crashing over the deck, soaking the crew in icy cold water. Adrian's mind raced as he took stock of the damage already done. The rudder, still in the process of being repaired, would be nearly useless in the face of this new tempest. The ship was at the mercy of the storm, and the crew, despite their best efforts, were struggling to maintain any semblance of control. The once mighty Crimson Tempest now felt fragile, a toy in the hands of nature's fury. Adrian's voice cut through the chaos, a commanding presence amidst the panic. "Secure everything! We can't afford to lose any more sail!" he bellowed, his words nearly drowned by the roar of the wind. He moved with purpose, helping where he could, but his mind remained focused on the storm's origins. Something about the speed and intensity of this gale felt unnatural, as if it had been summoned by some unseen force. His thoughts immediately turned to the magical reef they had encountered earlier. Could the enchantments there have something to do with this storm? Was the curse of the reef reaching out to ensnare them once more? As the ship lurched in the powerful gusts, Adrian's grip on the wheel tightened, his muscles straining against the relentless pull of the storm. The Crimson Tempest groaned under the pressure, her timbers creaking and groaning as if protesting the assault. The waves rose higher, their dark faces reflecting the lightning's flash as the ship was tossed on the furious sea. The crew fought valiantly, their voices barely audible over the roaring wind, but Adrian knew that even their best efforts might not be enough. The night had descended into chaos, and the storm, relentless and unforgiving, showed no sign of abating. All he could do was hold fast, his eyes scanning the violent horizon, waiting for the moment when the storm would either pass or break them entirely. The storm hit with a suddenness that left the crew no time to brace themselves. The skies darkened as thick, black clouds blotted out the faint light of the setting sun, casting an eerie gloom over the ship. A low rumble of thunder rolled across the ocean, and before anyone could react, the first wave hit with a deafening crash. Water surged over the deck, drenching everyone in icy spray as the ship was thrust violently to the side. The crew staggered, their footing uncertain as the tempest roared to life around them. It was as if the very sea had turned against them, determined to claim the Crimson Tempest as its own. The wind, fierce and relentless, whipped through the sails with a shriek of fury. The ship's mast groaned under the strain as the gusts tore at the rigging, threatening to rip the sails to shreds. Each wave seemed larger than the last, towering over the ship and crashing down in a torrent of salt water. The Crimson Tempest groaned and creaked under the pressure, the sound of splintering wood echoing through the chaos. The storm was unforgiving, its power raw and untamed. The once proud vessel, still recovering from the damage of the previous storm, was now at the mercy of nature's fury. Adrian Blackwood, gripping the wheel with white knuckles, fought to keep the ship steady amidst the turmoil. His heart raced, but his mind remained sharp, issuing orders as his crew scrambled to secure the ship. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the storm's savage form in brief flashes of blinding light. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of ozone and salt. The crew shouted over the howling wind, their voices barely heard above the roar of the tempest. Each wave was a new threat, a reminder of just how fragile they were against the power of the sea. The hull of the ship creaked and groaned as the storm's fury battered it from all sides. The ship lurched forward with every wave, sending the crew scrambling to hold on to anything solid. The damage to the rudder was still fresh, and without full control, the ship was at the mercy of the storm's erratic currents. The crew worked frantically, their faces drawn with fear and exhaustion, trying to maintain what little order they could amidst the madness. But with each passing moment, it seemed the tempest grew more intense, as though it were alive, feeding on their struggle. Adrian's gaze never left the horizon, his mind racing to find a way to survive the storm. The ship was taking on water, and the creaking of the hull was becoming more frequent. Every moment felt like a battle between life and death as the storm continued to rage. The crew worked tirelessly, but Adrian knew that even their best efforts might not be enough. He clenched his teeth, determination burning in his chest. This was a fight they couldn't afford to lose. Not now, not when they had come so far. Through the flashing lightning and deafening wind, he vowed that no matter the cost, the Crimson Tempest would survive this storm. Adrian fought desperately to stay on his feet as the storm battered the Crimson Tempest, but the ship's violent rocking proved too much. A monstrous wave, far taller than the others, surged over the deck, sweeping him off his feet and into the merciless sea. The cold water hit him like a shock, stealing his breath and sending a freezing chill through his bones. His hands reached out instinctively, grasping for anything solid, but the ship was already too far away, and the waves swallowed him whole. For a moment, the world spun wildly around him, and all he could hear was the deafening roar of the storm above and the rush of water as it pulled him deeper. The currents were unforgiving, dragging him further from the ship with alarming speed. Every attempt to kick his legs or grab for something to cling to was met with a fierce resistance, as though the very ocean was working against him. The sea's cold grip sapped his strength, pulling him under again and again, his limbs growing heavier with each passing second. Panic surged within him, but he fought to maintain control, even as the weight of the water threatened to drag him into the depths. His lungs burned, and his vision blurred as the waves crashed over him relentlessly, the storm's fury taking its toll on his body and mind. Adrian's mind raced as he tried to fight the rising tide, his instincts screaming at him to survive, to get back to the ship. But the ocean had a different plan. The deeper he sank, the darker the water became, the once menacing storm above now a distant memory. He could no longer see the ship's outlines, nor hear the voices of the crew, only the oppressive weight of the water and the endless rush of currents. The cold seemed to seep deeper into his bones, and his strength began to fail him. The surface of the sea felt impossibly far away, and his body grew weaker with every second that passed. Just as the last of his strength began to fade, a strange sensation washed over him, a flicker of awareness, as though something were watching, something far older and more powerful than the storm itself. The cold, suffocating depths seemed to pause, as if the very sea held its breath. Adrian's heart raced, but whether it was from fear or something else, he couldn't tell. In the chaos of the storm, in the dark, choking abyss of the ocean, a sense of something ancient and commanding, brushed against his mind, stirring him from his near unconsciousness. The waves didn't seem so fierce, the cold not so overwhelming, as if a force beyond him was intervening. With a final, desperate effort, Adrian reached out, his body sinking lower, his thoughts beginning to cloud. But before he could give in entirely, a powerful force surged through the water, grabbing him, pulling him upward. The darkness of the sea seemed to retreat, and a strange warmth enveloped him, though the ocean around him remained cold. The storm above still raged, but down here, beneath the waves, he felt the unmistakable sensation of being carried, guided, by something unknown. And as his vision blurred, he dared to believe that the ocean was not his enemy, but perhaps, for the first time, something willing to save him. Deep beneath the surface, where the water grew colder and darker, Serena's senses tingled with an uneasy foreboding. The storm's furious assault above had disturbed the delicate balance of the magical reef, sending ripples of unrest through the ancient coral and its glowing creatures. She could feel the pulse of the reef in her very soul, each fluctuation of energy a call that resonated with her long-held instincts. It was more than just the physical storm. This was something deeper, a disturbance of the very forces she was sworn to protect. Something had happened to the balance, something that would bring change that could not be avoided. As she swam through the swirling currents, Serena's thoughts turned to the ancient prophecy that had been passed down through her people for centuries. It was a prophecy that spoke of a time when the reef would face an intrusion so great that it would require more than just her alone to protect it. A time when the waters would call for aid beyond the realm of the guardians, beyond the merfolk, and into the hearts of those who walked upon the land. Serena had always carried the weight of that prophecy, its meaning lingering in her thoughts even as she performed her duties as the reef's protector. But now, in the wake of the storm's chaos, she could feel the stirring of that ancient promise, as though the prophecy were awakening, signaling the arrival of the fateful moment. The water around her shimmered with unnatural light as she approached the heart of the reef, her eyes narrowing as she sensed the ripple of a powerful presence. It was not an ordinary presence, it was something more. The energy from the reef's core hummed with a strange resonance, and for the first time in centuries, the familiar pulse of the magic seemed to be disrupted by an unknown force. Serena's heart raced as she realized what she was feeling, a disturbance far greater than the storm. This was the very disruption foretold in the prophecy, the sign that the time had come for her to act. Yet, she could not make sense of it. The prophecy had always been vague enough to leave room for doubt, and now, that doubt gnawed at her. Despite the unease stirring within her, Serena pressed on, her powerful tale propelling her deeper into the reef's sacred depths. The ethereal glow of bioluminescent creatures flickered in her wake, casting strange shadows on the coral. She could feel the eyes of the reef's magical entities upon her, as though they too were waiting for the answer to the question that hung in the water. Her mind raced, torn between her duty to protect the reef and the undeniable pull of the prophecy. The reef had always been her charge, her realm to protect from those who would seek to exploit it, yet this new presence felt different, far more significant than any shipwreck or intruder she had encountered before. With each passing moment, the prophecy seemed to draw nearer, the weight of the reef's call growing stronger. Serena's fingers brushed the ancient runes carved into the coral walls, their faint glow seeming to pulse in rhythm with her heart. She closed her eyes, focusing all her energy on the message that the reef was sending her, the call that she had been waiting for. She could no longer ignore it. The disturbance, the prophecy, the arrival of someone from the surface, it was all converging. Serena understood, perhaps for the first time, the true meaning of her curse. She was not just a guardian. She was a catalyst, and this storm, this disruption, was the beginning of something far greater than she had ever imagined. The prophecy, passed down through the generations of Serena's people, was both a burden and a glimmer of hope. It spoke of a time when the magical reef would be disturbed by a soul from the surface, a person not of the sea but destined to seek out its secrets. The reef, alive with its ancient enchantments, would call to this individual, and their arrival would signal the beginning of a momentous change. Serena had always known this day might come, but she had never imagined the turmoil it would bring. The prophecy was shrouded in mystery, its meaning as elusive as the tides, but one thing had always been clear: the soul from the surface would play a pivotal role in her future, and hers in theirs. Her heart quickened as she thought of the prophecy's deeper promise. It wasn't just the reef's protection that was at stake. The curse that bound Serena to this underwater realm, tethering her to the very heart of the reef, had always been her greatest burden. Her existence had been defined by it, a guardian with no end, a watcher with no freedom. But the prophecy spoke of a rare chance to break the curse, to free herself from her eternal role. However, it also warned that such a moment could only be seized if she acted at the right time, when the fateful soul from the surface arrived, seeking the secrets she had sworn to protect. This was not just about the reef. It was about Serena's own fate, intertwined with the future of those above. As Serena swam through the depths, Her mind raced with the possibilities. She had spent centuries guarding the reef, never once daring to hope for her own release. Yet, the prophecy seemed to be unfolding before her very eyes, the storm and the disruption signaling the arrival of that destined soul. Her every instinct told her that this was no mere coincidence, that this soul, someone from the surface, perhaps the very one who had caused the disturbance, was the key to her freedom. But how could she trust a stranger, one from the world she had been separated from? The reef's magic had always been her life, her only reality, and the thought of stepping beyond it, of breaking the bond that had held her for so long, was both exhilarating and terrifying. Her tail moved with a swift grace, carrying her deeper into the coral's embrace, her thoughts tangled in the prophecy's riddles. Serena knew that the storm had not been a random act of nature, but a catalyst, an omen. She could still feel the lingering presence of the ship, the crimson tempest, that had been caught in the fury of the waves. Had one of its crew members been the one to disturb the reef? Had they come seeking something beyond mere exploration, perhaps even answers to the very mysteries that Serena had guarded all these years? She could no longer ignore the connection, the undeniable pull that seemed to draw her towards them. She was bound by her duty, but now, that duty seemed to have a new meaning. The weight of her decision pressed upon her as Serena hovered in the darkness, surrounded by the shimmering glow of the reef. The prophecy's promise of breaking the curse was no longer a distant possibility. It was an imminent choice. Should she allow the surface dweller to unlock the secrets of the reef, thus fulfilling the prophecy, or would she resist, continuing to protect the magic at the cost of her own freedom? The decision was hers, and though the reef's enchantments would forever remain a part of her, Serena could no longer deny that the path ahead was a crossroads. This moment, this soul from the surface, would determine her fate, and the fate of the reef she had sworn to protect. As the storm's wrath raged around him, Adrian fought against the relentless pull of the ocean, his limbs heavy and his vision blurred by the churning waters. The cold was seeping into his bones, his strength waning with each passing moment. His head bobbed beneath the surface, the turbulent waves pushing him deeper into the darkness of the sea. Just as despair threatened to take him completely, a figure emerged from the depths, cutting through the water with an elegance that defied the chaos of the storm. Serena rose like a vision from the abyss, her long, flowing hair trailing behind her like silver threads in the moonlight, her presence both ethereal and commanding. Serena's eyes, glowing with a soft, otherworldly light, fixed onto Adrian as he struggled against the sea's grasp. The connection between them was immediate, a force that transcended the bounds of the natural world. Her gaze was not one of pity, but of recognition. She knew him, or at least she knew that he was the one the prophecy had spoken of. With a swift, powerful flick of her tail, she closed the distance between them, her movements fluid and effortless in the water. The storm roared around her, but she seemed unaffected, a calm in the eye of the tempest. Her heart raced not with fear, but with a sense of purpose she had not felt in centuries. This was the moment she had been waiting for. As she reached him, Serena's strong arms wrapped around Adrian, pulling him to the surface with a force that seemed impossible given the fury of the waves. The storm's ferocity and the cold sea had no claim on her. She was beyond its reach. Adrian, gasping for air, blinked in disbelief as he was drawn into the embrace of a creature so beautiful and strange, a being that seemed both of the sea and of something much older, much more powerful. Serena's eyes never left his, her expression unreadable yet intense. The water around them swirled with an unnatural stillness, as if the ocean itself had yielded to her presence. For a moment, everything seemed to pause. The storm's thunder no longer seemed as deafening, and the crashing waves around them lost their menace. Serena could feel the pull of the prophecy in her chest, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the captain. She had always known that the time would come, but she hadn't realized how closely it would be tied to this very moment. Adrian was the key, the soul from the surface whose destiny was bound to the fate of the reef and, perhaps, to her own freedom. The waters whispered ancient songs in Serena's ears, and she understood now that her role as the protector of the reef had always been intertwined with the arrival of this man. As she began to guide him through the storm-tossed sea, Serena's thoughts were consumed by the weight of what lay ahead. The reef, her sanctuary and her prison, pulsed beneath them, its magic still raw from the earlier disturbances. The captain was no ordinary soul. There was something about him, something she couldn't yet comprehend, but she knew that his presence would change everything. As they swam towards safety, Serena realized that she was no longer just the cursed guardian. With Adrian in her arms, the prophecy was coming to life, and it was no longer just about the reef. It was about breaking the chains that had bound her for so long. The storm may have been fierce, but in that moment, it was the beginning of something new. With a graceful and commanding flick of her tail, Serena propelled herself toward Adrian, cutting through the tumultuous sea with an almost unnatural ease. The churning water seemed to obey her movements, the waves momentarily parting in reverence to the cursed guardian. Her gaze remained fixed on Adrian, whose desperate flailing had slowed as the storm claimed more of his strength. She was close now, and as the gap between them narrowed, Serena felt an unfamiliar stirring within her, a strange sense of urgency mixed with a deep, unspoken connection. She reached out, her hands firm but gentle, grasping his body with surprising tenderness for such a powerful being. The moment their hands met, a rush of heat passed between them, an unspoken recognition in the touch. Adrian, gasping for breath, looked up to see the face of the one who had come to his rescue. Her long hair, dark and iridescent with shades of green and silver, floated around her like an ethereal halo, and her eyes, glowing with an otherworldly light, seemed to pierce straight through him. There was a quiet strength in her gaze, a profound calm that stood in stark contrast to the fury of the storm. As her hand steadied him, Adrian felt the tempest's rage subside around them, the winds howling and the waves crashing retreating as if in deference to the mermaid before him. Serena, with her tail slicing effortlessly through the water, began to guide Adrian toward the surface. The storm's relentless onslaught seemed to lose its power as she moved, the winds and the crashing waves almost parting around her. It was as though the sea itself recognized the ancient power she wielded, yielding in reverence to the guardian of the reef. The water, once tumultuous and violent, became smoother with every stroke of Serena's tail, the chaos slowly giving way to calm. As they rose, the tension in the sea began to ease, and the swirling currents that had nearly pulled Adrian under began to lose their grip on him. The storm still raged above them, but beneath the surface, Serena created an oasis of tranquility, her presence commanding the sea's magic as if it were her very own. Her powerful arms held Adrian steady, guiding him up from the depths with precision and grace, her body moving in a rhythmic dance that defied the surrounding chaos. She didn't speak, but her steady, reassuring motions conveyed more than words ever could. She was in control, a silent protector, and Adrian, though confused and struggling for breath, couldn't help but feel a deep, calming trust in her touch. The sea, which had once threatened to drown him, now seemed to yield before her, its turbulent embrace transforming into something gentle and safe. As they finally broke the surface, the storm's ferocity felt distant, like an echo from another world. Serena's hand remained on Adrian's arm, guiding him through the churning waters, her body close to his in a way that made the violent world around them seem insignificant. She had pulled him from the depths, from the brink of certain death, but she knew this moment held more than just survival. It was the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy. Serena could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, the understanding that this man, this soul from the surface, was now intricately tied to the reef, to its secrets, and to the curse that had bound her for centuries. As they moved through the water, her heart, once heavy with the burden of her curse, began to beat with a flicker of something more, hope. Adrian's chest heaved with desperation as he struggled to catch his breath, the salt water still clinging to his lungs. The storm's ferocity seemed distant now, replaced by the quiet, almost peaceful rhythm of the water around him. His body, weak and exhausted from the battle against the waves, was held aloft by Serena's steady grip. Her form, glowing faintly in the moonlight that now filtered down through the storm clouds, was almost surreal. She was no ordinary sea creature. There was a grace to her every movement, an undeniable power that emanated from her like a beacon. Her eyes, glowing softly with an otherworldly light, were focused on him, unwavering and calm, as though she had always known this moment would come. His mind was a blur as he stared at her, struggling to comprehend the situation. She was beautiful, yes, but there was something haunting about her, something that spoke of ancient sorrows and untold secrets. The moonlight seemed to dance off her scales, which shimmered with shades of green and silver, like a living tapestry woven from the depths of the ocean. Her long hair flowed like liquid tendrils in the water, and her presence was both mesmerizing and unsettling. Adrian's heart raced, his body still trembling from the cold and shock. With every desperate breath, he tried to make sense of the miracle that had just saved him. With great effort, Adrian forced his parched throat to form words. His voice was hoarse and broken, but he couldn't contain the question that had been clawing at his mind. Who are you?" he gasped, the words barely audible over the sound of the still raging storm. His mind, clouded by the overwhelming terror and confusion, couldn't place her. Was she a ghost? A spirit of the sea? His eyes roamed over her form, still trying to make sense of what he was seeing. The woman before him seemed both human and something else entirely, something ancient, something that belonged to the deep waters, to the very heart of the ocean. Serena's gaze softened as she watched him, her expression unreadable yet filled with a quiet understanding. She had lived for centuries, her existence tied to the magical reef and the curse that bound her to it. She had seen countless mortals lost to the sea, many of them driven by greed or curiosity, but none had ever been pulled from the depths as Adrian had been. She had known that this moment would come, that the prophecy would unfold when the time was right. But seeing the man who would change everything, seeing him so fragile and vulnerable in her arms, stirred something deep within her. A flicker of hope, something she hadn't felt in centuries, began to stir in her heart. She didn't immediately answer his question. Instead, she adjusted her hold on him, steadying him in the water. "You are safe," she said at last, her voice melodic and soothing, carrying the weight of an age-old wisdom. Her words weren't a direct answer, but they seemed to settle over him like a blanket of warmth and calm, giving him the reassurance he needed. Adrian's gaze softened as he looked into her eyes, feeling a strange sense of connection, as if something beyond his understanding was pulling them together. Serena's presence was both a balm and a mystery, and Adrian realized, with a growing sense of awe, that she was no mere figment of his imagination. She was something far older, far more powerful, and far more real than anything he had ever encountered. "I am Serena, the guardian of the reef," she replied, her voice soft and melodic, cutting through the roar of the storm like a lullaby in the midst of chaos. Her words seemed to carry a sense of ancient power, an aura of calm amidst the violent tempest that had nearly claimed Adrian's life. The wind howled around them, and the waves continued their furious assault on the ocean's surface, but there was a profound stillness in Serena's presence. As she spoke, her glowing form seemed to shine even brighter against the backdrop of the tumultuous sea, casting a serene light that illuminated the water around them. Adrian's breath hitched as he absorbed her words. The storm, which had moments before felt like an inescapable beast, now seemed a mere inconvenience in comparison to the depth of what she was telling him. "Guardian of the reef?" he repeated, his voice barely a whisper as he tried to make sense of it all. His mind, still swimming in shock and confusion, struggled to grasp the enormity of the situation. What could a creature of the sea have to do with him, a mere mortal? And yet, as he looked into her eyes that shimmered with an ageless wisdom and sorrow, he felt the weight of her words. There was no mistaking the truth in them. Serena's eyes softened as she observed his reaction, her gaze filled with something akin to pity, but also understanding. She had known from the moment she sensed his presence in the storm that this was the moment foretold by the prophecy. The words of that ancient prophecy had echoed in her heart for centuries, a constant reminder of her duty and her curse. It spoke of a soul from the surface, a man who would seek the secrets of the reef, a man whose fate would intertwine with hers. She had long wondered when the prophecy would come to fruition, and now, as she held Adrian in her arms, she knew that this was the moment. Their fates had been bound long before he had ever set sail. "I have come to rescue you," Serena continued, her voice as steady as the ocean's deep currents. "You were meant to be saved by me, though you did not know it. The prophecy calls for you to discover the secrets of the reef, but you must do so with care. There are forces at play here, forces you do not yet understand. Her words were heavy with meaning, each one chosen with the wisdom of someone who had lived through countless lifetimes. Adrian's confusion deepened, and he struggled to process her cryptic message. The storm still raged around them, yet here she was, this otherworldly being, speaking of prophecies and fate, of things far beyond the grasp of any sailor. The storm continued its relentless fury, but there was something undeniably comforting in Serena's presence. As she held Adrian steady in the water, she gently guided him through the waves, her strength seeming to defy the chaos surrounding them. "You are not alone," she added, her voice a steady anchor in the midst of the storm. "The path ahead will be difficult, but together we can face it. The reef is not simply a place of beauty and danger, it is a keeper of secrets, and it holds the key to breaking the curse that binds me." Serena's words were both a promise and a warning, a reminder of the journey ahead, but also of the immense responsibility they both carried. Adrian's heart beat faster as the weight of her revelation sank in. He was no longer just a sailor lost at sea. He was a part of something much larger, something that transcended the storm and the waves. Despite the storm's ferocity, Serena's presence seemed to weave a protective shield around them. The raging sea, which had once been a terrifying force, now seemed to recoil from her. Waves that would have sent a normal ship spiraling into chaos seemed to part in response to her, and the surging tides were tempered as if guided by an unseen hand. With every powerful stroke of her tail, Serena propelled herself and Adrian through the water with an effortless grace, her movements precise and fluid, defying the violent forces of nature. Her tail cut through the water like a blade, guiding them steadily through the storm's thrashing, her strength unwavering as they moved farther away from the reef and towards the safety of the ship. Adrian, still clinging to Serena for support, marveled at the contrast between the madness of the storm and the serene power she commanded. The air was thick with the scent of salt and the raw energy of the tempest, but in her presence, the sea seemed to bend and sway as though it were under her control. His heart pounded in his chest, but there was an odd sense of comfort in her touch. She moved with a determination that matched his own desire to survive, yet there was an ancient sadness behind her eyes, an unspoken burden that he could sense but not yet understand. As they moved through the water, Adrian's mind raced, still struggling to reconcile the mythical creature he had encountered with the man he had been before the storm had swept him into this impossible situation. With each graceful movement, Serena drew them closer to the Crimson Tempest, and the ship slowly began to emerge from the chaos. The sails were torn, the mast creaking with the strain of the storm, but it was still there, still floating, still a sanctuary. Adrian's eyes strained against the dark storm, searching for any signs of life aboard, his mind desperate to know if the crew had survived the same fury that had nearly claimed his life. The ship seemed impossibly far away, but with Serena's steady guidance, it drew nearer, as if the sea itself was helping them along. Adrian's breath was shallow, but there was hope now, a flicker of possibility where before there had only been terror. As they neared the ship, the winds began to die down, and the storm seemed to lose its bite, the violence of the waves gradually receding. It was as if the very sea had recognized Serena's presence, calming itself in deference to her ancient power. The moment felt surreal, an impossible calm after the storm's overwhelming fury, as though the universe had held its breath. Adrian looked up at Serena, noticing how her ethereal form seemed to glow brighter with each passing moment. Despite the danger they had faced, there was a quiet strength in her that seemed to permeate the water around them. Her eyes locked onto his for a brief moment, and he felt an unspoken understanding pass between them. She had not just saved him, she had guided him through something far beyond his comprehension. With one final powerful movement of her tail, Serena closed the distance between them and the Crimson Tempest. The ship loomed large now, and Adrian could make out the figures of his crew, who were frantically trying to secure the ship against the storm's remnants. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. They had made it through the worst of the storm, and though the night still held its dangers, he knew they would survive. Serena's grip on him remained firm, her voice steady as she whispered words of reassurance. but it was clear that her work was not yet done. Neither of them knew what awaited them beyond this storm, but in this moment, as they approached the safety of the ship, it felt as though fate itself had given them a second chance. As they neared the ship, Adrian's grip on Serena's arm began to weaken, the exhausting struggle against the storm's violent embrace finally taking its toll. His limbs felt heavy, his body drained of strength, and his head swam with dizziness. The relentless chill of the sea had sunk deep into his bones, sapping his resolve, and every stroke of his arms seemed to take more effort than the last. The ship, once a comforting sight on the horizon, now felt impossibly far away, the swells of the sea rising and falling like mountains between them. He wanted to hold on, to stay awake and alert, but the overwhelming fatigue made it harder to keep his focus. His mind swirled with thoughts of the crew, the ship, and the ordeal they had just survived, but he was struggling to stay conscious, the weight of the storm's fury pressing down on him. Serena noticed the subtle shift in Adrian's energy, the way his body sagged, and the way his breaths became more shallow. Her heart tightened with empathy, but there was no time to dwell on it. There was still work to be done. Her sharp eyes softened with a quiet determination, the responsibility she had carried for centuries stirring within her. "Hold on, Captain," she murmured, her voice steady and calming despite the danger surrounding them. "We are almost there." Her words were not just a promise, but a pledge, an assurance she knew deep in her soul. With every passing second, they drew closer to the ship, and Serena could sense the urgency in Adrian's struggle. She would not let him slip away, not now, not after everything they had endured together. With a powerful flick of her tail, Serena propelled them forward with renewed speed, her movements fluid and graceful, cutting through the water like a blade. Her form glowed faintly, a beacon in the darkness, casting a soft, otherworldly light on the churning waters around them. She could feel Adrian's faltering grip, his weakening pulse beneath her fingers, but she refused to let that be the end of their journey. The sea roared around them, the wind still howling in the aftermath of the storm, but Serena's resolve held firm. She had carried the weight of her curse for centuries, watching over the reef and its secrets. But in this moment, she had a different purpose: to protect this man, the captain whose fate had somehow become intertwined with hers. She would not let him fall to the sea, not while there was still hope. Adrian's vision blurred, his body sinking with exhaustion, but Serena's touch was a lifeline he could not ignore. Her hands, strong and sure, gripped him with unrelenting care, pulling him ever forward. As they drew closer to the Crimson Tempest, Adrian could hear the sounds of his crew, distant shouts of urgency echoing in the night. They had to reach them. He had to make sure they were safe. But the weight of the storm, the fear, the uncertainty, it all seemed too much to bear. He fought to stay conscious, his mind flickering in and out of awareness, but Serena's presence anchored him. It was as if her very being was infused with the strength of the ocean itself, a force of nature that refused to yield, and it gave him the strength to keep going, even when every fiber of his body screamed for rest. With the final burst of energy, Serena guided them to the edge of the Crimson Tempest. The ship's crew, now visible, scrambled to throw down ropes, their faces filled with both relief and shock at the sight of their captain in Serena's arms. As the ropes were thrown and Adrian's weary body was lifted aboard, Serena's eyes met his one last time. The connection between them was silent but deep, an understanding that their fates had been intertwined in ways neither could have anticipated. Adrian's strength had all but abandoned him, but in that moment, he realized that Serena's resolve had carried him through. She had fulfilled her part of the prophecy, and as the crew pulled him aboard, he could feel a new chapter of their journey beginning, one shaped by the mysterious guardian of the magical reef. With a final burst of effort, Serena propelled herself and Adrian through the churning waters, her powerful tail cutting through the waves with a speed born of urgency. The storm had not fully passed, but the worst of it seemed to relent as she drew closer to the Crimson Tempest. Her muscles burned from exertion, but the sense of duty that had guided her for centuries spurred her forward. Every stroke of her tail brought them closer to safety, closer to the ship that represented hope for both her and Adrian. The ship's dim lights flickered in the distance, and Serena could see the figures of the crew moving frantically on deck, their eyes widening in shock as they spotted their captain's unconscious form drifting in the water. The crew wasted no time. Several members rushed to the railing, shouting orders to one another as they quickly secured a rope, preparing to throw it overboard. Serena's breath was shallow, her movements beginning to slow, but her resolve was unshaken. She watched with a mixture of relief and sadness as the rope was tossed toward them, the thick coils unrolling in midair. Adrian's limp body, heavy with exhaustion and soaked from the sea, was almost impossible to lift on her own, but she held him steady as the rope fell closer. In that fleeting moment, Serena realized how much she had risked, how much she had given to ensure his safety. And yet, despite the task's toll, there was a quiet satisfaction in knowing that he was on the brink of safety. With the rope now in hand, Serena took one last glance at Adrian before she released her grip, her fingers gently loosening around him. She could feel the pull of the ocean, the call of the deep that had been her home for so long, but she knew her place was here, in this fleeting moment, guiding him to his crew. The sounds of the ship's crew shouting instructions echoed in her ears as Adrian's body was swiftly hauled up by the men on deck, their rough hands pulling him to safety with practiced ease. Serena lingered in the water for a moment longer, watching as the crew worked together, lifting their captain with care and urgency, before the last of her strength gave way. It was time for her to retreat into the depths, to once again fade into the shadows of the reef, her task completed, for now. As Adrian was pulled aboard, his drenched form was quickly enveloped by the crew, who worked quickly to get him to his feet. Despite their relief at seeing their captain alive, a few of them hesitated, still eyeing the water warily. The storm was not yet over, and there was a palpable sense of unease in the air. But their focus remained on Adrian, who had miraculously survived the violent storm. He looked dazed, his eyes blinking against the rain and wind, but there was something more in his gaze, a recognition, perhaps, of the presence that had saved him, though he could not fully comprehend it. Serena watched from a distance, her heart heavy but hopeful, knowing she had done what she was bound to do. Her time in the surface world was fleeting, but for this moment, her role had been fulfilled. Serena's form began to fade into the shadows of the sea as the crew helped Adrian back onto the deck of the Crimson Tempest. The storm continued to rage overhead, but the immediate danger had passed. Adrian stood shakily, supported by the crew, his eyes scanning the water one last time as if expecting to see the figure that had saved him. But the ocean was silent now, the only sound the steady crash of waves against the ship's hull. Serena's task was done, but the story of their fates, woven together by a prophecy, was just beginning. As she disappeared into the depths, she carried with her a flicker of hope that one day, the curse binding her to the reef might be lifted, and she could find peace. But for now, she remained the guardian of the reef, ever watchful, ever vigilant. As the last echoes of the storm faded into the distance, the turbulent ocean seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The once ferocious winds died down, leaving only a gentle breeze that ruffled the damp sails of the Crimson Tempest. The monstrous waves that had battered the ship were now a mere ripple on the water's surface, their violent crash reduced to a faint murmur in the distance. The ship, which had been at the mercy of the tempest just moments before, now bobbed gently on the water, rocking in a peaceful rhythm that felt almost surreal after the chaos that had just unfolded. The crew, weary and drenched, stood in stunned silence, looking out over the now calmed sea. The horizon stretched endlessly before them, a stark contrast to the storm they had just weathered. In the quiet aftermath, a sense of calm had settled over the ship and its crew. Adrian, though still recovering from his near drowning, stood at the helm, his gaze sweeping over the now calm sea. His breath was steady, though his body ached from the ordeal. His thoughts lingered on the moments of his rescue, the image of the mysterious figure who had saved him burned into his mind. Who or what had come to his aid? He could not shake the feeling that the storm's sudden end was no coincidence, nor could he ignore the strange and powerful presence that had guided him from the depths. It was as if the sea itself had been altered by Serena's actions, its energy shifting with the completion of her task. Serena, the cursed guardian, had vanished into the darkness of the deep, her ethereal form receding into the shadows of the magical reef. She moved with the grace of someone who belonged to the sea, her connection to the ancient power of the reef unbroken even as she withdrew from the surface world. Her presence, though no longer visible, still lingered in the water, as if the very ocean held her memory. The reef, now restored and calm, pulsed with a steady, almost imperceptible hum of magic, a quiet reminder of the Guardian's watchful eye. Though Serena had completed her mission, the bond between her and the reef remained unshaken, her role as its protector eternal. For a moment, all was still. The crew of the Crimson Tempest remained on deck, their attention divided between the sea around them and the captain, who appeared lost in thought. Adrian's hand gripped the wheel of the ship, his mind a whirlwind of questions. Who was the mermaid who had saved him? Why had she chosen to rescue him? And what was the meaning of the prophecy she had spoken of? He knew that the answers to these questions lay somewhere beyond the horizon, just out of reach, and the uncertainty of it all gnawed at him. Yet, there was also a strange sense of peace settling over him, as though the storm had not only passed but had also paved the way for something new, something yet to be discovered. As the ship drifted further away from the reef, the magic that had once surged so strongly beneath the water began to recede as well, leaving behind a lingering sense of quiet anticipation. The Crimson Tempest was safe for now, its crew intact and their spirits somewhat lifted by their miraculous survival. But the mysteries of the reef, and the presence of Serena, would not be easily forgotten. There was a sense that the sea had offered its protection for a reason, and that the journey ahead held even greater challenges. With a final glance at the sea, Adrian turned toward his crew, his face set with determination. The adventure was far from over, and the reef's secrets were only the beginning of the story that was unfolding before them. Adrian stood at the edge of the deck, his soaked clothes clinging to his skin, his body still trembling from the shock of his near drowning. The wind had died down, leaving only a gentle breeze that whispered through the sails, carrying with it the salty scent of the sea. The waves, once a violent force, now lapped peacefully against the ship's hull. Adrian's gaze was fixed on the horizon, but his thoughts were far from the calm sea before him. His mind raced with the memory of the mysterious mermaid who had saved him, the graceful, otherworldly figure who had appeared from the depths of the ocean. Her touch had been both strong and gentle, as though the sea itself had come to his aid. He still couldn't fully comprehend what had just happened, but he knew one thing for certain: their journey had just taken a turn into the unknown. The crew, though still recovering from the storm's fury, gathered around Adrian, their faces a mix of concern and relief. Liam, ever the first to check on the captain, was the closest, his brow furrowed as he looked at Adrian's exhausted form. "Captain, are you all right?" Liam's voice held a rare softness, his usual bravado tempered by the gravity of the situation. Several other crew members stood nearby, their eyes lingering on Adrian, silently waiting for any sign that their leader was truly okay. Though they had seen storms before, they had never witnessed anything like this, never seen their captain nearly claimed by the ocean itself. The relief that he had been pulled back to safety was palpable, but the unanswered questions hung in the air like a fog. Adrian's chest heaved as he took in a deep breath, his body still cold from the water, but his heart racing with the adrenaline of the encounter. He turned slowly to face the crew, forcing a smile despite the unease still gripping him. "I'm fine," he said, his voice hoarse, though it held a note of certainty. The crew didn't need to hear more, for his presence alone reassured them. They had witnessed his strength countless times before, and now, seeing him on his feet, even in the wake of such an ordeal, was enough to restore their faith. But the captain's mind was elsewhere, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts about the mermaid, the reef, and the prophecy she had spoken of. There was a deep, unspoken understanding among the crew members that something had shifted, that this storm, and their survival, was not a coincidence. As the silence stretched between them, Adrian's eyes moved away from the crew and back to the horizon, where the last remnants of the storm clouds were slowly dispersing. The sea now seemed tranquil, almost serene, but Adrian knew that beneath the surface, there was something far more powerful at play. He could feel it in his bones. The eerie calm that followed such chaos was never truly a sign of peace. Something ancient and potent had awoken, and it had chosen to intervene in his fate. He didn't know why, or what the mermaid's presence meant for them, but the connection between the reef and their journey was undeniable. He could sense that whatever awaited them was tied to the secrets of the ocean and the forces they had yet to fully understand. Turning back to face his crew, Adrian squared his shoulders, pushing aside the swirling thoughts in his mind. "We've made it through this storm, but we cannot ignore the power that still lingers beneath the surface," he said, his voice steady, though the weight of his words was not lost on them. The crew exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and determination. The captain had always led them with unwavering resolve, but this encounter had changed something in all of them. They were no longer just sailors on a ship. They were part of a much larger story, one entwined with the very heart of the sea. With a final nod, Adrian turned back to the wheel, his fingers gripping the ship's helm with a newfound sense of purpose. The Crimson Tempest had survived, but their true adventure was just beginning. "Captain, are you all right?" Liam asked, his voice filled with worry, as he stepped closer to Adrian, his eyes scanning the captain's drenched form. The storm had subsided, but the tension in the air was still thick, lingering like the remnants of a nightmare. Adrian stood at the ship's edge, his soaked clothes clinging to him, the salt water dripping from his hair. His usually confident stance was now slightly slouched, as if the weight of what had happened was beginning to settle on him. Liam's concern was evident in his furrowed brow, the way he held back from reaching out, unsure if the captain needed space or support. The crew, though they had been through storms together, had never seen Adrian like this, vulnerable, shaken, and perhaps even a little lost. Adrian's chest rose and fell with slow, steady breaths as he turned to meet Liam's gaze. There was a long pause before he spoke, the exhaustion in his eyes betraying the calm he tried to project. "I'm fine, Liam," Adrian replied, his voice rough from the cold seawater, but he gave a weak smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "It's just a lot to process." His fingers grazed the edge of the railing, the grip tight as if anchoring himself to the present moment. The storm had felt like an overwhelming force, but the true weight of it, the mystery of the mermaid, and the eerie calm that followed the chaos, lingered far beyond the storm itself. He could feel it, deep in his gut, the sense that there was more to this encounter than mere survival. Liam studied Adrian's face carefully, as though weighing his captain's words against the uncertainty in his expression. There was something unsettling about the way Adrian spoke, as if he wasn't fully present, as if his mind was drifting far away, lost in the depths of the sea's mysteries. "You don't seem fine," Liam said softly, his usual bluntness tempered by the genuine concern that only came when the stakes were high. He was no stranger to danger, having sailed with Adrian through countless storms and challenges, but what had happened tonight, what they had witnessed, was beyond their understanding. The captain's near-death experience and the strange intervention of the mermaid were things neither of them could explain, and that uncertainty gnawed at him. Adrian turned his gaze back to the now quiet sea, his thoughts still swirling. The storm was gone, but its aftermath felt heavy, both in the air and in his chest. He had faced countless dangers on the open water, but something about this storm, this encounter with the unknown, felt different. It was as though the ocean itself was alive, watching them, guiding them, or perhaps testing them. And then there was the mermaid, Serena. Her ethereal presence, the prophecy she had spoken, the way she had saved him. It was all too much for his mind to fully grasp, but one thing was certain. Their journey had taken a turn that neither he nor the crew could have anticipated. There was no going back now. Liam, seeing the distant look in Adrian's eyes, hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "We'll get through this, Captain," he said, his voice firm but reassuring. "We've faced worse storms, and we've always made it through." The words were simple, but they held the weight of countless shared experiences, battles against nature, against enemies, and against the unknown. The crew trusted Adrian with their lives, and though the captain's silence spoke volumes, Liam knew that Adrian's resolve would carry them forward, as it always had. It wasn't just the storm they had survived, it was something far greater, something that was only beginning to reveal itself. And no matter what came next, Liam believed that with Adrian at the helm, they would navigate it together. Adrian nodded, though his eyes remained fixed on the horizon, as if the sea itself held the answers he was searching for. His fingers, still trembling slightly from the cold, curled around the ship's railing. The storm had left him physically drained, but it was the weight of his thoughts that seemed to burden him the most. The calm, quiet ocean stretched endlessly before them, an eerie silence hanging in the air after the storm's fury. The sound of the waves lapping against the hull felt distant, almost dreamlike, as his mind replayed the strange encounter. He could still see the mermaid's form beneath the moonlit water, her otherworldly presence as vivid in his memory as the crash of the storm. Someone, it wasn't a figure he could easily dismiss, not now. She had saved him, yes, but there was more to it. She had spoken of a prophecy, of their fates being bound together, and it stirred something deep within him, something he couldn't yet understand but knew he had to unravel. Liam watched his captain closely, noting the intensity in Adrian's gaze as he stared out at the sea, lost in his thoughts. "What do you mean, Captain?" Liam asked, unable to hide the curiosity in his voice. He had sailed with Adrian for years, seen him face countless challenges without flinching, yet this moment felt different. There was an unspoken weight in the air, a feeling that something monumental had just begun, and neither of them fully grasped its significance. The crew, still reeling from the storm, had started to get back to work, but Liam remained at Adrian's side, unwilling to let the moment pass without seeking more answers. The encounter with the mermaid, the strange prophecy, the storm itself, it all seemed far too extraordinary to be a mere coincidence. Adrian turned his gaze back to Liam, a flicker of determination crossing his features. "There's a story here, Liam," he said, his voice steady but filled with an underlying intensity. "A story that goes far beyond anything we've encountered on this ship. What happened tonight, it's part of something ancient, something profound, and I have a feeling that this is only the beginning of it." His words were heavy with the weight of the unknown, the certainty that they had crossed the threshold into a world that defied all logic. Adrian was a man of the sea, a captain whose life had been shaped by the unpredictable forces of nature, but this felt different. It was as if the very ocean had shifted beneath their feet, revealing a deeper, hidden layer of its power, one that was now intertwined with their fate. He didn't fully understand it yet, but he could sense that whatever lay ahead, it would change everything. Liam processed Adrian's words, his brow furrowing in thought. He had seen his captain face down impossible odds before, but the certainty in Adrian's voice now was different. There was no bravado, no swagger. Adrian was a man who lived on instinct, who made decisions with a sharpness that came from years at sea. But now, there was something in his eyes that hinted at a fear of the unknown. Liam could feel it too, that unease creeping into his own thoughts. The storm had been terrifying, yes, but it was the strange appearance of the mermaid, and the prophecy she had spoken that loomed in his mind. Their fates were bound together. What did that mean? And why had she chosen to save Adrian, of all people? The answers to those questions were buried somewhere beneath the surface, hidden in the mysteries of the ocean, but they were questions that couldn't be ignored. Adrian exhaled slowly, his mind still spinning with fragments of the mermaid's words. "I've sailed these waters for years, Liam, and I've never felt anything like this. This connection to the sea, to something older than anything we've ever known, it's like it's been waiting for us. For me." He shook his head, as if trying to make sense of his own thoughts. "I don't know where it will lead, but I'm certain we're about to uncover something that will change everything. And I need you to be ready. We all need to be ready." His voice grew firmer, more resolute. He had never been one to shy away from the unknown, but now, with the weight of destiny pressing down on him, he understood that their journey had just become far more dangerous, and far more significant than he could have ever imagined. The crew would need to trust him, follow him, because what was coming next would require more than just courage. It would require understanding, strength, and the willingness to face a truth that might shatter everything they thought they knew about the world they sailed. As the crew moved about, making final repairs to the Crimson Tempest, the sounds of hammers and rope being tightened filled the air. The night had settled in, its quiet broken only by the creaking of the ship and the soft splash of water against the hull. Adrian stood at the bow, staring out at the still waters, his mind far from the mundane tasks of maintenance. Despite the exhaustion that clung to him from the storm and the ordeal of being pulled from the sea, his thoughts remained tangled with the memory of Serena, the mysterious guardian of the reef. The way she had appeared from the depths, her ethereal form glowing in the storm's chaos, was seared into his mind. There was something about her, something ancient and knowing, that hinted at a much larger story than he could yet comprehend. As the crew worked around him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the encounter had only marked the beginning of something far more profound. Adrian knew that the prophecy Serena had spoken of was no coincidence. The mermaid had claimed that their fates were bound together, but what did that really mean? He had spent his life on the sea, navigating treacherous waters and facing down adversaries, but never had he encountered something so otherworldly. The ocean, once a realm he understood, now seemed vast and mysterious in ways he could not grasp. Serena's warning echoed in his mind. The balance of the reef had been disturbed, and with it, something had shifted within the very fabric of the sea itself. The magical forces that ruled the waters now seemed to have a purpose, one that extended beyond the survival of a single ship or crew. What role was he destined to play in all of this? And how would their journey unfold now that his fate had intertwined with hers? As the ship swayed gently in the calm after the storm, Adrian's thoughts wandered back to Serena's words. "Our fates are bound." The phrase resonated deeply within him, carrying a weight he could not yet fully understand. He had seen too much of the sea's power to dismiss it as mere coincidence. Serena was a part of something ancient, something that had existed long before the first sailors set foot on these waters. And now, by some twist of fate, he had been drawn into that world. The prophecies spoke of a time when someone would come to the reef, someone with the potential to change everything. Was that someone him? And if so, what was the true cost of fulfilling that destiny? The crew, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within their captain, carried on with their tasks. They worked tirelessly, patching up the damage caused by the storm, knowing the ship could not remain in its weakened state for long. Yet Adrian remained distant, his focus unshakable. He knew that they could repair the ship, but the true repairs lay ahead, the unraveling of the mystery that had been thrust upon them. He could sense the weight of the journey ahead pressing down on him. It was not merely about surviving the dangers of the sea or outmaneuvering enemies. It was about understanding the forces at play and finding a way to navigate the deeper currents that now guided his path. As the crew settled down for the night, taking turns on watch and seeking rest in the quiet lull that followed the storm, Adrian remained on deck, his thoughts consumed by the vision of Serena in the depths. He knew that their encounter was not a chance event. Something greater was at work, and the events of the past few days were only the first steps down a path he could not turn away from. He was no stranger to the sea's unpredictable nature, but this felt like a call to something more, something that would shape the future of both the crew and the world they sailed. As the ship rocked gently, the stars above seemed to offer no answers, only the certainty that the adventure ahead would be fraught with more mysteries than he could ever have anticipated. The journey had just begun. Chapter 16: Shared Goals. The cavern's soft, ethereal glow cast gentle shadows over the two travelers as they sat side by side, the quiet murmur of the reef's magic echoing around them. In the silence, the magnitude of their shared journey began to sink in, deepening the bond between them. What had started as two separate quests, each fueled by personal desires and burdens, had now converged into a singular mission. The weight of their respective goals, the curse Serena carried and the treasure Adrian sought, was no longer an individual burden to bear but a shared responsibility. This understanding shifted the dynamic between them, transforming their connection from one of mere alliance to one of partnership and mutual respect. As they exchanged thoughts and insights, their words revealed the depth of their realization. Their destinies were no longer distant or disconnected. They were intertwined, each challenge they faced now an opportunity to move forward together. The treasure Adrian sought, once an elusive prize, now held the promise of healing, not just for his own past, but for Serena's curse and the reef's troubled history. Serena, too, began to see the treasure not as an artifact of power but as a vital part of her own freedom, a way to lift the darkness that bound her to the reef. In this moment, they both understood that their paths were aligned in a way neither had anticipated. The newfound camaraderie between them became the foundation for their next steps. They were no longer just two individuals with separate missions. They were allies, bound by a common cause. Each glance and each shared word seemed to reinforce the unspoken trust that had formed between them. There was no longer any doubt about the importance of their unity, and in each other, they found the strength to face the challenges ahead. The weight of the past was still heavy, but it was lighter now, shared between them. Together, they could face the trials of the reef, not just as adventurers, but as two souls who understood the significance of the journey they were on. The cavern's dim light seemed to reflect the quiet certainty that now filled their hearts. Their goals were no longer fragmented but fused into a singular vision for the future. They were ready to face the unknown, knowing that they had something stronger than their individual quests, each other. The trials of the reef, the darkness of Serena's curse, and the treasure that eluded Adrian were no longer insurmountable. With their paths intertwined, the challenges ahead became less daunting. The bond they had formed in this quiet moment would be the strength they carried into the depths of the reef, ready to unlock its secrets and restore what had been lost. Adrian leaned back slightly, his eyes tracing the dim outlines of the cavern walls as he absorbed the weight of Serena's words. The magnitude of their shared journey felt more profound now, as if the very air around them had shifted to accommodate their newfound understanding. "It's incredible how our quests are so closely linked," he said slowly, his voice rich with both awe and determination. The realization that their goals weren't merely parallel but deeply intertwined seemed to ground him, giving his mission a greater sense of purpose. This wasn't just about treasure anymore or a way to break a curse. It was about restoring balance to a place that had been ravaged by time and dark magic, and the two of them had a chance to make it right. His thoughts drifted to the treasure, once a singular pursuit to honor his father's memory, now transformed into something much greater. The artifacts he sought were no longer just relics of power, but possibly keys to breaking the curse that bound Serena. Adrian's mind raced with the implications. If the treasure could indeed help lift the darkness haunting the reef, then his father's quest had a deeper meaning than he had ever anticipated. Breaking the curse and finding the treasure, these goals are not just parallel. Adrian continued, his gaze locking with Serena's. They're intertwined. We're not just trying to achieve separate ends. Everything we do here impacts both of us. Serena's presence beside him felt even more vital now. She wasn't just an ally or a guardian. She was the living thread that connected his journey with the reef's fate. Her curse was not just a tragedy to be resolved, but a catalyst that linked their destinies. The stakes were higher than either of them had realized. If they succeeded, they would not only free Serena from her eternal prison but also restore the balance to the reef, healing both the land and their hearts in the process. Adrian felt a surge of responsibility in his chest as he looked at her, knowing the weight of their combined mission could be the very thing that kept them moving forward, no matter the challenges ahead. Adrian's voice grew stronger as he continued, the fire of determination now clearly evident in his words. "We're in this together, Serena. The treasure and the curse, they're not separate anymore. The same dark magic that twisted the reef is the force we have to face if we're going to succeed. But together, we have a chance." The bond between them felt more solid now, a shared commitment that transcended the personal stakes of their individual quests. With each passing moment, Adrian felt more certain of the path they were walking, two travelers bound by fate, ready to face the challenges of the magical reef and unlock its deepest secrets. Serena nodded, her expression turning contemplative as her gaze swept over the softly glowing walls of the cavern. The ancient murals, with their depictions of the reef's once thriving kingdom, seemed to echo the weight of her words. "Yes," she said thoughtfully, her voice quiet but firm. "It seems that our paths were meant to converge. The treasure could be the key to breaking the curse, and resolving the curse could reveal the true nature of the treasure." Her tone carried a deep certainty, as though the pieces of a long unfolding puzzle were finally falling into place. She glanced at Adrian, her eyes reflecting both hope and determination. The intertwining of their quests felt almost fated, a realization that gave Serena a renewed sense of purpose. For For years, she had shouldered the burden of the curse alone, convinced that it was her solitary duty as the reef's guardian. But now, with Adrian at her side, the weight of that responsibility seemed lighter. His presence, and his mission, offered something she had not dared to hope for, a partnership in a journey that could rewrite the reef's history. If the treasure holds the answers we seek, she continued, her voice steady despite the emotion stirring within her, then its purpose must go beyond wealth or power. It may be the key to healing the damage caused by the sorcerer's betrayal and restoring the balance the reef once knew. Adrian nodded, his expression mirroring Serena's resolve. The connection between the curse and the treasure now felt undeniable, as though their individual quests were threads woven into the same intricate tapestry. He could see how their successes and failures were intertwined, each relying on the other to reach a resolution. If that's true, he said, his voice low but resolute, then we need to approach the trials ahead with that in mind. Every step we take could reveal not only clues to the treasure's location, but also the truth behind the curse. It's all connected, every challenge, every mystery, every choice we make. As the two of them sat in the stillness of the cavern, the enormity of their shared task pressed heavily on them, but it also fueled their determination. The idea that their quests were one and the same made every trial ahead seem less daunting. They weren't just fighting for their individual goals anymore. They were fighting for each other and the future of the reef itself. Serena straightened, a new strength in her posture as she looked at Adrian. We move forward together, she said, her voice resolute. No matter what we face, we'll uncover the truth and restore what was lost. Adrian met her gaze, and for the first time, he felt not just the weight of his father's legacy but also the immense power of a shared destiny. Adrian leaned forward, his gaze unwavering as he looked into Serena's eyes. The glow of the enchanted cavern reflected in his determination, casting subtle highlights on his features. Our goals are aligned, he began, his voice steady yet filled with conviction. In a way, this makes our mission even more significant. By working together, we're not just pursuing personal objectives, we're addressing a greater purpose. The weight of his words seemed to echo in the chamber, reverberating against the walls adorned with the history they were now part of. His expression carried both seriousness and hope, as if he could see the vast implications of their quest stretching out before them. Serena listened intently, her own thoughts racing as Adrian's words resonated deeply. He was right. This wasn't just about her burden or his legacy anymore. The reef's magic, the curse, and the treasure were threads in a much larger tapestry, one that connected their lives to the fate of something far greater. She nodded slowly, her voice thoughtful. You're right. This isn't just about breaking the curse or uncovering the treasure's secrets. It's about restoring balance to the reef, healing the damage done by the sorcerer, and honoring the sacrifices of those who came before us. Together, we can achieve what neither of us could accomplish alone. Adrian's confidence grew as he saw Serena's resolve deepen. Exactly, he said, his tone encouraging. Each trial we face, every clue we uncover, it all serves a larger purpose. And knowing that we're working towards something greater than ourselves makes every challenge worthwhile. His gaze shifted briefly to the murals surrounding them, as if drawing strength from the stories they depicted. This isn't just a journey for us, it's a chance to rewrite the fate of this reef and the lives tied to it. And we owe it to ourselves and to the people who once called this place home to see it through. The two of them sat in reflective silence for a moment, the magnitude of their mission settling over them like a mantle. But instead of feeling daunted, they felt emboldened. Their shared determination seemed to transform the cavern's quiet stillness into a space filled with potential. Serena's lips curved into a small, resolute smile as she spoke. Then we press on, with our goals united. Whatever lies ahead, we face it together, knowing that we're not just chasing a treasure or lifting a curse, we're reclaiming a legacy and forging a new future. Adrian returned her smile, the spark of partnership and purpose in his eyes illuminating the path they had chosen to walk as one. Serena's eyes locked onto Adrian's, a spark of newfound resolve lighting their depths. Her voice, steady yet tinged with a quiet determination, broke the silence. I agree, she said firmly. The curse that binds me to this reef and the treasure your father sought are pieces of a larger mystery, one that neither of us can unravel alone. But together, we stand a chance. Combining our efforts isn't just a choice, it's the only way forward. Her words carried a weight that resonated deeply, both in their immediate significance and in the broader implications of their shared journey. Adrian listened intently, nodding as he considered her perspective. "You're right," he replied, his tone reflective yet filled with a growing sense of purpose. Understanding the reef's magic is key, not just to breaking the curse, but also to unlocking the truth behind the heart of the reef. Whatever power it holds, it's connected to the treasure and the legacy it represents. If we can uncover those secrets, we'll not only achieve our personal goals but also restore what was lost to time and tragedy. His words hung in the air, laden with the weight of the past and the promise of what could be. Serena's gaze shifted briefly to the murals surrounding them, their ancient artistry depicting the very story they were now living. "The heart of the reef isn't just a magical artifact," she said thoughtfully, her voice soft but resolute. "It's a symbol of everything this reef once stood for: harmony, balance, and protection. If we can uncover its truth and harness its power, we might not only lift the curse but also restore the reef to what it was meant to be. That's a legacy worth fighting for, and it's one I'm willing to share with you." Their eyes met again, the air between them charged with a shared understanding. In that moment, the boundaries of their individual quests dissolved, replaced by a united front against the challenges that lay ahead. Adrian extended a hand, and Serena clasped it firmly, their grip a silent vow. Together, they would navigate the treacherous waters of the reef, not as separate individuals with separate missions, but as partners united by purpose and bound by growing trust. Whatever trials awaited, they would face them side by side, their resolve stronger than ever. Adrian nodded, a determined smile playing across his lips as conviction settled over him. "It's clear now," he said, his voice steady and purposeful, "that our collaboration is crucial. Neither of us can do this alone. The trials ahead are as much a test of unity as they are of strength. If we want to succeed, we need to approach them with a unified strategy, blending our individual strengths and insights." His words carried an undeniable truth, one that seemed to echo in the cavern's ancient stillness. For the first time, Adrian felt that their paths were not merely converging by chance but were deliberately intertwined by the reef's wool. Serena met his gaze, her eyes filled with agreement and resolve. "You're right," she replied, her voice calm but filled with a quiet intensity. "The reef's enchantments are designed to challenge us on every level, physically, mentally, even emotionally. Together, we bring different perspectives and skills to the table, and that's what will give us an edge. Your resourcefulness and determination, combined with my understanding of the reef's magic, can form a balance the reef might not expect." She paused, her expression thoughtful. "But more than that, we need to trust each other completely. These trials won't just test our abilities, they'll test our bond." Adrian considered her words, a sense of gravity settling in his chest. "Trust," he echoed, his tone reflective. "That's going to be the foundation of everything we do from here on out. The reef isn't just throwing random challenges at us, it's gauging our ability to work together, to adapt and overcome as a team. If we hesitate, if we doubt each other, even for a moment, we risk everything." He took a deep breath, his determined smile softening into something more earnest. "But I trust you, Serena, and I'll do everything I can to make sure we succeed, not just for my father's legacy or the treasure, but for you and the reef as well." Serena's expression softened, her resolve tempered with gratitude. "And I trust you, Adrian," she said sincerely. "I've carried this burden alone for so long, but now I feel like I don't have to anymore. With you by my side, I truly believe we can overcome whatever the reef throws at us." The two of them sat in contemplative silence for a moment, the glow of the cavern's light reflecting their shared determination. In that instant, the enormity of their task seemed less daunting. They were no longer two individuals pursuing separate goals, but a unified force, ready to face the unknown together. Serena's expression softened, her features reflecting both relief and determination as the weight of her words settled between them. "Yes," she said, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Breaking the curse will not only free me from its hold but also potentially unlock the secrets of the treasure. These two goals aren't just connected, they're two sides of the same coin. If we're going to succeed, we need to focus on our shared objectives and commit ourselves fully to this mission. Her words carried a renewed sense of purpose, as though voicing the connection between their quests had solidified her resolve. Adrian nodded, understanding the gravity of what Serena was saying. "You're right," he replied, leaning slightly forward. "This isn't just about finding a way through the trials. It's about embracing the fact that we're stronger together. Every step we take, every challenge we face, is an opportunity to learn more about the reef and about ourselves. We're not just fighting for our own goals anymore, we're fighting for something far greater." His voice was firm, his conviction unmistakable, and for the first time, the daunting task ahead felt like a surmountable challenge. Serena's gaze lingered on Adrian, her appreciation for his determination evident in the way her lips curved into a small, grateful smile. "And that's why we'll succeed," she said, her tone resolute. "Because we're not afraid to lean on each other, to share our strengths and shoulder the burdens together. The reef's magic is unpredictable, but it's also purposeful. I believe it's testing not just our abilities but our unity. If we can prove that we're a true team, I think we'll find the answers we're looking for." She paused, her eyes flickering to the glowing murals around them, as though drawing strength from the ancient stories they depicted. Adrian followed her gaze, letting the moment of quiet contemplation ground them. The light from the enchanted crystals seemed to pulse gently, as if in rhythm with their shared determination. "Then let's make that our focus," he said at last, his voice soft but resolute. "No matter what we face, we'll face it together. One trial at a time, one mystery unraveled at a time." He extended a hand towards Serena, and she took it without hesitation. Their clasped hands were a silent vow, a testament to the partnership they had forged and the shared mission that now bound them as firmly as the reef's enchantments bound its secrets. Adrian rose to his feet, the faint glow of the cavern casting determined shadows across his face. He extended a hand towards Serena, his expression resolute but kind. "Then let's continue this journey with renewed purpose," he said, his voice firm yet warm. "We're no longer just allies navigating the same waters. We're partners, bound by a quest that not only aligns our goals but strengthens our resolve." His words carried a weight that resonated deeply, emphasizing the unity they had forged through their shared revelations and hardships. Serena looked up at him, a flicker of surprise and gratitude passing through her eyes before she reached for his hand. His grip was steady, anchoring her in a way she hadn't expected. Rising to stand beside him, she felt a sense of determination growing within her, fed by the clarity of their purpose. "Partners," she echoed softly, as though testing the word. Then, more firmly, she added, "That's exactly what we need to be. The reef's magic has tested us as individuals, but I have no doubt that it will challenge us even more as a team. If we trust in each other, we can overcome whatever lies ahead." Together, they turned toward the pathway that led deeper into the reef, the cavern walls seeming to shimmer as though in agreement with their resolve. The glow of the bioluminescent crystals reflected off the ancient murals, the stories etched into the stone feeling alive with relevance to their mission. Adrian glanced at Serena, her profile illuminated by the soft light. "We'll face it all, every trial, every challenge, with this understanding," he said. "Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that no treasure, no victory, is ever truly achieved alone." Serena met his gaze, her expression steady and filled with a quiet strength. "And no curse is broken without understanding and perseverance," she replied. "Together, we'll uncover the truth of this reef, not just for ourselves but for everyone connected to its history and magic. The queen, the treasure, the curse, they're all pieces of the same puzzle." With a nod, they stepped forward into the unknown, their shared mission lighting the way as they prepared to face whatever mysteries awaited them in the depths of the magical reef. Serena grasped Adrian's hand, her smile warm with a blend of camaraderie and renewed determination. The gesture, though simple, spoke volumes, a pact between two individuals now bound by shared purpose and trust. "Agreed," she said, her voice steady and sure. Together, we'll face the challenges and uncover the mysteries that lie ahead. Her words carried a quiet strength, affirming their commitment to each other and the journey they had undertaken. For the first time in a long while, she felt the heavy burden of her curse lighten, knowing she wasn't carrying it alone anymore. Adrian's lips curved into a smile that mirrored her own, the sense of unity between them palpable. Our shared goals will guide us, Serena continued, her gaze unwavering as she looked into his eyes. And our combined efforts will lead us to success. She glanced at the glowing murals around them, each depicting tales of trials and triumphs. They seemed to draw inspiration from the very walls of the cavern, as though the stories of the past were cheering them on. Serena could feel the resonance of those ancient struggles in her own journey and knew that their alliance was a pivotal step toward rewriting the reef's fate. They stood there for a moment longer, their hands clasped, as though sealing their resolve with the silent language of trust. The faint, bioluminescent glow cast their shadows across the cavern walls, blending them into the murals as if their story was now part of the reef's ancient narrative. Serena's smile faded slightly, replaced by an expression of focused determination. We'll need to stay vigilant, she said. Every step we take brings us closer to the truth, but it also means facing greater dangers. The reef won't make this easy for us. Adrian nodded, releasing her hand but holding on to the sense of unity they had just forged. No, it won't, he agreed. But if we keep our eyes on the bigger picture and rely on each other, there's nothing we can't face. We've already come this far, and I have no doubt we'll find the strength to go even further. As they turned toward the path leading deeper into the reef, their strides were purposeful and aligned. The weight of their shared mission and the promise of uncovering the reef's secrets propelled them forward, ready to meet the trials that awaited with unwavering resolve. As they prepared to leave the cavern, the air between Adrian and Serena was charged with an unspoken understanding. The dim glow of bioluminescent algae reflected off the damp walls, casting an ethereal light on their faces. Each glance exchanged carried a depth that words couldn't capture, a mutual recognition of how far they had come. The cavern, once a foreboding maze of shadows and dangers, now felt like a sanctuary that had solidified their bond. The trials they had faced within its confines had tested not just their physical endurance, but their ability to trust and rely on one another completely. The magical reef stretched out before them, its mysteries waiting to be uncovered. For Adrian, the adventure ahead represented more than just discovery. It was a chance to protect something greater than himself, and Serena was an anchor in that mission. Her unyielding resolve and sharp instincts were a constant source of inspiration, reminding him why they were here. He adjusted the straps of his gear, his movements steady despite the weight of anticipation. With each step toward the reef, he felt the connection between them strengthening, as if the challenges they had yet to face were already weaving them together in unbreakable threads of trust. Serena, too, felt the shift in their partnership. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and gratitude as she observed Adrian's unwavering focus. He had grown more attuned to the reef's rhythms, and his ability to adapt to its unpredictable nature mirrored her own. For the first time in a long while, she didn't feel like she was navigating the unknown alone. Their shared purpose gave her a sense of belonging, and it was this unity that emboldened her to push forward. The cavern had tested her independence, but it had also shown her the strength in having a companion whose goals aligned so seamlessly with hers. As they stepped out of the cavern and into the reef's open expanse, a new wave of determination washed over them. The vibrant, otherworldly coral formation seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of the beauty they were fighting to preserve. They moved in sync, their steps mirroring the rhythm of their shared resolve. Whatever trials lay ahead, they were ready to face them together. The reef's magic wasn't just in its physical wonders, it was in the way it forged bonds, testing and transforming those who dared to explore it. For Adrian and Serena, it was no longer just an exploration. It was a journey that defined who they were becoming, individually and as a team. With their destinies now intertwined, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of the unknown, the flickering light of the reef casting vivid hues across their determined faces. The weight of their mission was undeniable, yet it carried a strange sense of clarity. They had come to understand that this journey wasn't just about breaking a curse or uncovering treasure. It was about discovering the depths of their own strengths and the power of unity. The realization filled them with a renewed purpose, sharpening their focus as they prepared to navigate the reef's uncharted waters. Each step forward felt like a declaration of defiance against the challenges that awaited them. The magical reef loomed ahead, a labyrinth of glowing coral spires and whispering currents. Its beauty was both enchanting and deceptive, hiding dangers that would test even the most seasoned explorers. Adrian glanced at Serena, his expression firm yet tinged with admiration. She moved with a quiet confidence, her gaze scanning their surroundings with practiced precision. Her resolve was unshakable, and it mirrored his own. Together, they had become a team forged by necessity and strengthened by trust. Their shared understanding of the stakes, not just for themselves but for the lives intertwined with the reef's mysteries, bound them in ways neither had expected. As the journey continued, the challenges came swiftly and without mercy. Unpredictable currents forced them to adapt, while the reef itself seemed to shift, its ever-changing pathways keeping them on edge. Yet, each obstacle only deepened their bond. Adrian's strength and quick thinking complemented Serena's agility and resourcefulness, their synergy a testament to the unity they had cultivated. Every success, no matter how small, felt like a victory not just against the reef's perils but against the doubts that once lingered in their minds. With each passing trial, they found themselves relying less on spoken words and more on the unspoken language of shared resolve and determination. Finally, as the day's light began to fade, the reef transformed under the deep blues of twilight, its bioluminescence growing ever brighter. Adrian and Serena paused briefly, the stillness allowing them to reflect on how far they had come. The treasure and the promise of breaking the curse still lay ahead, distant yet tangible. But in this moment, the journey itself felt equally significant. The reef had not only tested their resolve but had shown them the strength found in unity, and the courage born from shared purpose. As they stood together, poised to continue their quest, there was no doubt in their hearts that they were ready for whatever challenges the magical reef had yet to reveal. Chapter 7: The Curse Revealed. The sun blazed high in the sky, its warmth casting a golden hue over the crimson tempest as it sailed further from the magical reef. The ship, once battered by the storm, now moved with an almost serene grace across the calm sea. On deck, the crew worked with renewed energy, their spirits lifted after the storm's fury had passed. There was a sense of quiet camaraderie among them, as though they had survived something far greater than a mere battle with nature. Yet, amidst the bustle, Captain Adrian Blackwood and Serena had retreated to a secluded part of the ship, their minds heavy with the weight of the revelation that was about to unfold. The soft lapping of the waves against the hull seemed to echo the growing tension between the two as they stood at the edge of the ship, watching the horizon stretch endlessly before them. Serena had been silent since their departure from the reef, her ethereal presence less vibrant in the light of day, as if the weight of her centuries-long burden had momentarily returned. Adrian, ever the curious and determined captain, could sense that the time for answers had come. The mysteries that had swirled around their meeting, and the prophecy she had hinted at, demanded to be brought into the light. He could no longer ignore the pull of the unknown that seemed to bind them together. Serena's eyes, normally filled with quiet strength, now held a vulnerability that Adrian had not yet seen. She took a deep breath, as if gathering the courage to finally speak the truth that had haunted her for so long. "I've lived with this curse for longer than I can remember," she began, her voice softer than usual, the melody of it tinged with sadness. "It is my responsibility to protect the magical reef, to guard its secrets, and ensure that none disturb the balance it holds. But this duty comes with a cost, one I have borne alone for centuries. The prophecy speaks of a time when a soul from the surface will arrive, someone whose fate is tied to mine, and together, we must unlock the truth of this place and break the curse that binds me." Adrian listened intently, his heart heavy with the realization that their fates had been written long before they had ever met. The gravity of her words settled over him like a storm, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for what to say. He had come to this journey seeking treasure and adventure, but now, it seemed, his path had veered into something far greater. Serena, bound by an ancient curse, was not simply a guardian of the reef, she was a prisoner of her own fate. As the sun continued its slow ascent in the sky, casting long shadows across the ship, Adrian understood that their journey was not just about survival or discovery, but about something much more profound, the opportunity to change the course of history itself. Seated on a weathered wooden crate near the edge of the ship, Serena's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the calm waters stretched out infinitely. The soft ripples of the sea shimmered in the late afternoon light, but her eyes held none of the tranquility that surrounded her. Instead, there was a far-off look, as though her mind was adrift in the depths of time itself, revisiting moments long past. Her posture was relaxed yet strained, as if the weight of centuries had momentarily pressed her down. It was a rare moment of vulnerability, a crack in the walls she had so carefully constructed around herself. The serene beauty of the sea did little to soothe her troubled heart. Her thoughts seemed far from the present, lost in a past burdened by the curse she had spoken of. Adrian, observing her from a distance, felt an almost magnetic pull toward her. His curiosity, tempered with empathy, had grown stronger with each passing day. The mysteries surrounding Serena were numerous, but it was clear that her past was deeply tied to the very heart of the magical reef. Adrian, though typically driven by a thirst for adventure, now found himself intrigued by something more profound, a story that reached beyond treasure or triumph, one that involved a person shackled by fate. He stepped quietly to her side, taking a seat on a nearby crate, his presence offering no disruption to her thoughts. There was a careful, respectful silence between them, as though both were bracing for the revelations that were bound to unfold. When Serena finally spoke, her voice broke the silence like a soft wave against a distant shore. The reef, it's more than just a place of magic. It's alive in ways that most cannot understand. Its secrets are tied to the very fabric of my existence. Her words came slowly, weighed down by the depth of what she was about to share. She turned slightly toward Adrian, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that suggested the gravity of the truth she was about to unveil. I wasn't always this way, bound to the reef, bound to a prophecy. There was a time when I was free, when my life was my own. But that was before the curse took hold, before I became the guardian. Adrian leaned forward slightly, his attention rapt. The calm of the sea around them seemed to fade into the background, and the only sound was the gentle creaking of the ship as it sailed. Serena's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her history. The revelation was more than he had anticipated. It was a story of loss, of sacrifice, and of a fate that had been woven long before they had crossed paths. Adrian could feel the intensity of the moment, the sense that their journey was shifting, moving towards something far beyond the boundaries of their previous understanding. The path they were on now was no longer just about navigating the seas. It was about unraveling a tale that had been centuries in the making. Serena's gaze shifted back toward the horizon, her eyes narrowing as if seeking the distant past in the depths of the endless ocean. She inhaled deeply, as though preparing herself to speak of the curse that had been her constant companion for centuries. The silence between them seemed to stretch, the weight of the truth heavy in the air. Her voice, when it came, was soft, yet each word carried the force of a story that had been buried for far too long. The curse was cast upon me long ago, by a force tied to the very essence of the reef. She began, her tone almost reverent as she spoke of the magic that bound her. It was a punishment, but also a responsibility. I was chosen, or perhaps cursed, to be its guardian, its protector. For centuries, I've watched over this place, bound to its magic, ensuring its secrets remain hidden from those who would seek to exploit it. Adrian listened intently, the curiosity that had been brewing in him now tempered with a sense of awe. He could feel the weight of her words as if they were carved into the ship's very timbers. The calmness of the sea around them seemed to amplify the intensity of the moment. Serena continued, her voice tinged with a sorrow that seemed as old as the sea itself. The reef is a place of power, a source of untold magic. But it is also dangerous, a place where greed and ambition can easily destroy what is most precious. The curse was meant to keep the balance, to ensure that no one would disturb it, that no one would use its power for selfish purposes. But in doing so, it locked me here, bound to its depths, unable to leave, unable to find peace. Adrian's brow furrowed as he absorbed her words. So, you're saying you were chosen to protect the reef, but in doing so, you became trapped here, bound by this curse? He asked, his voice full of understanding and empathy. Serena nodded slowly, her eyes downcast. Yes. It is both a gift and a prison. The prophecy speaks of a time when a soul from the surface would come, a person whose fate is tied to the reef, whose actions could either free me from my curse or bind me to it forever. And now I believe that person is you. She turned to face him, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the veil of time. The prophecy has been passed down through generations, but no one ever thought it would come to pass, not until now. Adrian's heart raced as the weight of her words sank in. He had heard of prophecies before, tales of fate and destiny, but this felt different. This felt real, and the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders seemed almost too much to bear. And what exactly am I supposed to do? He asked, his voice steady despite the rush of uncertainty flooding his mind. Serena's gaze softened, and for a brief moment, the sorrow in her eyes gave way to something more hopeful. I don't know yet. The prophecy speaks of a journey, of challenges to be faced, but it also suggests that together, we can uncover the secrets of the reef. There are hidden truths about the magic, about my curse, and perhaps even about your own destiny, that we must uncover. Only then will we know if the curse can truly be broken. Adrian stood in silence for a moment, taking in the magnitude of the situation. The sea stretched out before them, vast and uncharted, much like the path that now lay ahead. He could feel the pull of something greater than himself, something ancient and powerful, beckoning him toward a destiny he had never imagined. He glanced at Serena, her figure outlined by the golden light of the setting sun, and knew that their fates were indeed intertwined. Then we will uncover it, he said, his voice firm with a newfound determination. Together, we will face whatever comes, and find a way to free you from this curse. Serena's eyes softened, a faint smile touching her lips as she nodded in agreement. Thank you, Captain Blackwood. I believe this is the beginning of something far greater than either of us could have ever anticipated. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, but there was an undeniable strength beneath the layers of emotion. Her eyes, shimmering with the wisdom of centuries, held Adrian's gaze, silently imploring him to understand the weight of her words. The sea chose me because of my connection to its magic, my deep bond with the creatures that call it home. But the curse was not a choice. It was forced upon me by an ancient force, one that believed only a guardian bound to the reef could prevent its power from falling into the wrong hands. In exchange for my duty, I was granted immortality, but at the cost of my freedom. I cannot leave the waters, cannot walk on land, and I can never know peace until the curse is broken. Adrian felt the enormity of her words settle in his chest like a stone, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of the path that had led them here. He could see the toll the centuries had taken on her, both in the sadness that lingered in her eyes and the way her shoulders seemed to carry a weight too great for any one being. Her life had been one of isolation and duty, a never-ending vigil over a magical place no one was meant to disturb. You've been trapped here all this time, alone, with only the reef for company? He asked, his voice gentle, but filled with a deep sense of sympathy. Serena nodded, the sadness in her expression deepening. Yes. At first I thought I could bear it. I believed that my role was important, that I was protecting something greater than myself. But the years turned into centuries, and the loneliness became unbearable. I've seen countless ships pass by, their crews unaware of the magic beneath them, unaware of the burden I carry. And all the while, the prophecy loomed, a constant reminder that I cannot break free alone. Her voice faltered, and she lowered her gaze for a moment, as if to shield herself from the vulnerability that threatened to overwhelm her. The prophecy speaks of a soul from the surface, someone destined to help me. But it also warns that the wrong person could destroy everything I've worked to protect. Adrian stood silent for a moment, the weight of her confession hanging between them. The sea seemed to still around them, as though it too were listening. He understood now the magnitude of what Serena had endured, and the enormity of the responsibility that had been thrust upon both of them. "I can't pretend to understand what it's been like for you," he said finally, his voice steady but filled with empathy. "But I can promise you this. I won't let you face this alone. If there's a way to break the curse, we'll find it together. And if that means protecting the reef in the process, then we'll do that too." Serena looked up at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears, but the faintest flicker of hope had returned to them. "Thank you, Captain. Together, we may just have a chance." Serena's eyes softened as she looked toward the reef, the colors of its coral and seaweed dancing in the sunlight like an intricate tapestry. The sight of it brought a mix of both comfort and sorrow, comfort in knowing that it was her responsibility to protect such beauty, but sorrow because it had been her prison for centuries. She sighed, the weight of her words hanging in the air. The enchantment was cast long ago, by the forces of the sea itself, or perhaps even by those who sought to harness its magic. It was meant to ensure that no one could ever plunder the reef's secrets, to protect its delicate balance. And in doing so, it entwined my fate with it, making me its eternal guardian. Her voice grew quieter as she continued, as though she were speaking of a memory too painful to relive fully. "The magic of the reef is unlike anything else in the world. It is alive, its power coursing through the waters, protecting and healing everything around it. I was chosen, not by choice, but by the will of the sea. I became the guardian, tasked with keeping its secrets safe, but in return, I was bound to the reef, never able to leave its waters. I cannot step foot on land, cannot walk freely like other beings, because if I do, the magic of the reef will start to fade." She paused, the vulnerability in her expression softening her otherwise regal demeanor. Adrian listened intently, his heart aching for Serena as he understood the gravity of her curse. He could see how deeply it had shaped her, how it had isolated her from the world she had once known. She wasn't just a guardian, she was a prisoner of her own duty. "So, this is why you've stayed hidden," Adrian murmured, his gaze shifting from the distant reef to her face. "Why you've kept your distance from the world above the waves." Serena nodded, the sadness in her eyes flickering like a shadow. "Yes. I've watched from afar, unable to interfere directly, waiting for the day when the prophecy would come true. But I never expected someone like you, someone from the surface, to be the key. It's overwhelming." The silence between them stretched, filled with the weight of their shared understanding. Adrian's mind raced as he thought about the enormity of Serena's curse, and the responsibility they now shared. "So, the prophecy, it's not just about the reef or breaking your curse," Adrian said slowly, piecing things together. "It's about the balance of this whole place, isn't it? If the wrong person comes along, everything you've been protecting could fall apart." Serena's eyes met his, her expression earnest. "Exactly. The reef is more than just a natural wonder, it is a nexus of magic. If someone with ill intentions seeks its power, they could unravel everything, and my curse would become a distant memory, overshadowed by chaos. That is why I must be cautious, why I cannot trust easily, and why I need you, someone with both the heart and the strength to safeguard it alongside me." Serena took a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for the right words within the vast expanse of the sea. The waves rippled gently, the calm after the storm offering an eerie tranquility. "The prophecy is old, passed down through whispers of the wind and the tide. It speaks of a time when a soul from the surface, someone chosen by fate, would cross paths with the guardian of the reef. This soul, driven by a deep desire to protect, would help break the curse and restore balance to the waters. But the prophecy is not clear on how this will happen, or what dangers we will face along the way." She turned her gaze back to Adrian, her eyes reflecting both the wisdom of the ages and the uncertainty that had plagued her for centuries. "What I do know is that this person, this soul, is not just a random individual. They must possess a unique strength, a heart full of courage and a spirit that can withstand the trials ahead. The prophecy doesn't specify exactly who that person will be, but it's always been clear that the moment we meet, our fates would be irrevocably intertwined." Serena's voice softened, a trace of vulnerability slipping through her usual composure. "And now I believe that person is you, Captain Blackwood." Adrian felt a shiver run down his spine at the weight of her words. He had never thought of himself as someone destined for anything grand, let alone to play a part in such an ancient prophecy. But why me? I'm just a pirate, a man trying to survive in a world full of chaos. How could I possibly help you with something like this? The questions tumbled from his lips, his confusion palpable. Serena's gaze remained steady, as though she had been waiting for him to ask that very question. You are more than just a pirate, Adrian, she said softly. You have a fire within you, one that burns for something greater than yourself. I've sensed it since the moment we met. The path ahead will test us both, but I believe you are the key to unlocking the answers we need. You are the one who can help me break free from this curse. The air between them seemed to pulse with the weight of their shared destiny, the prophecy now an undeniable force drawing them together. As Adrian considered her words, he realized that, despite the doubts swirling in his mind, a part of him knew she was right. He had already seen the strength within himself, even if he hadn't fully understood it. And now, faced with this ancient prophecy, he could feel the pull of fate guiding him towards something much larger than himself, something that would challenge everything he thought he knew. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: together, they would face whatever lay ahead, and nothing would stand in their way. Serena's gaze shifted to the horizon as she recalled the ancient words, her voice tinged with the weight of centuries. The prophecy speaks of a time when the reef's magic would falter, and a soul from the surface would come seeking its secrets. It foretells that this soul would be key to understanding the balance of power between the reef and the forces that threaten it. Her voice trembled slightly, as if the gravity of her words were too heavy to bear. For generations, the reef has remained in a delicate equilibrium, protected by its magic and my guardianship. But even the strongest spells weaken over time, and it is said that when the reef's magic falters, only the right person, someone with the ability to restore balance, will have the power to save it. Adrian absorbed her words, feeling the full scope of the responsibility she was describing. He had always thought of the sea as a wild, untamable force, but now he was beginning to understand just how fragile its balance truly was. So, the reef is in danger, he said slowly, his mind racing with the implications. But what does this have to do with me? How am I supposed to restore that balance? Serena's expression softened, and she met his gaze with a look that was both reassuring and laden with sorrow. The prophecy does not provide all the answers, she replied. It only speaks of the person who will come to understand the true nature of the reef's magic and the threats that loom over it. The soul from the surface will have the power to bridge the gap between the ancient forces that protect the reef and those that would seek to exploit its power. The wind picked up, swirling around them as if responding to the gravity of their conversation. There are many who seek the power of the reef for their own gain, greedy pirates, conquerors, and those who would disturb the fragile peace that has kept it hidden for centuries. Serena continued. But the prophecy does not just speak of outside forces. It speaks of something far more dangerous, the internal imbalance within the reef's magic itself. Over time, the magic that binds it has become tainted, and unless the right person can cleanse it, the very heart of the reef will be lost forever. Adrian's chest tightened as he realized the magnitude of the task before them. He had never imagined that his life would be tied to such an ancient, powerful cause. But something deep within him, an undeniable pull, told him that this was no accident. So I'm the one who has to fix it, he said, more to himself than to her, the weight of his newfound responsibility settling over him. Serena nodded, her eyes filled with both hope and uncertainty. Yes, Captain. You are the one who can restore the balance. But to do so, we must uncover the truths hidden within the reef's depths. Only then will we know how to stop the forces that threaten it, and how to break the curse that binds me to this place. Serena's eyes locked onto Adrian's with an intensity that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The weight of her words hung in the air between them, almost tangible. According to the prophecy, she continued, her voice steady but filled with an underlying sense of urgency. The guardian of the reef, me, would find their fate entwined with this surface dweller. It is said that together, we would uncover the hidden truths and, through our actions, either break the curse or strengthen the reef's protection. Her words left a heavy silence in their wake, as if the very air around them had stilled in acknowledgement of the ancient forces at play. Adrian's mind raced, struggling to piece together the implications of what she had just revealed. He had known their meeting was no coincidence, but this prophecy suggested something far more significant than mere chance. "So, the reef's fate, and yours, are tied to mine now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Serena's expression softened, but there was a flicker of something dark in her eyes, as if the weight of her role had become too much to bear. "Yes," she confirmed quietly, her voice tinged with sadness. "The prophecy does not say how or why, only that the guardian's destiny is bound to the surface dweller who comes seeking the secrets of the reef. It is a connection that neither of us can deny." She turned her gaze back to the calm sea, as though searching for something beyond its vast expanse. "The prophecy is both a blessing and a burden. If we succeed in uncovering the truths hidden within the reef, it will mean the end of my curse and the restoration of the balance the reef needs to survive. But if we fail, it will only solidify my bond to this place, and the forces threatening the reef will only grow stronger." Her words were heavy, and Adrian felt the enormity of what they were about to embark upon start to settle in his chest like a stone. The stakes were far higher than he had imagined, and yet, a part of him felt an unexplainable sense of resolve, as though this was the very purpose he had been waiting for. "Together," Serena repeated, turning her gaze back to him, her expression filled with both determination and vulnerability. "Our actions, our choices, will shape the outcome. Whether we break the curse or reinforce the protection of the reef, our fates are now intertwined. I cannot do this alone, and I believe that, despite the darkness ahead, we have the strength to change the course of what is written in the prophecy." Adrian met her gaze, his mind made up. There was no turning back now, but he knew that with Serena by his side, the weight of the world, however heavy, could be carried together. Adrian's brow furrowed with concern, his voice thick with both curiosity and worry. "But why are you bound by this curse? What is the nature of the enchantment?" His words seemed to echo over the quiet sea, demanding answers that Serena had kept hidden for centuries. She exhaled slowly, as if preparing herself for a revelation that she had never truly shared with anyone. Her gaze drifted once again to the shimmering expanse of the reef in the distance, the place that both tormented and anchored her existence. The weight of the past seemed to settle deeper into her chest as she gathered the words. "The enchantment," she began, her voice low, "was cast long ago by the ancients, those who first harnessed the reef's magic and understood its power. They recognized that the reef was not just a source of beauty, but a force that could either protect or destroy, depending on how it was treated. I was chosen to safeguard it, to ensure its secrets were kept from those who would seek to exploit its power." She paused, her fingers tracing the edge of the crate she was seated on, as though drawing strength from the physical connection. "The curse is not one of my own choosing, but a consequence of my duty. It binds me to this place, preventing me from ever truly leaving or experiencing freedom." Adrian listened intently, feeling a deep sympathy for her plight. He could sense the centuries of isolation and duty that weighed upon her shoulders. "So, you're trapped here, bound to the reef by this enchantment, with no way to break free?" His words were soft, but the frustration in them was clear. Serena's gaze hardened slightly, her expression pained but resolute. "Yes, I am bound," she replied, her voice tinged with a quiet bitterness. "But it is not just about physical freedom. The magic of the reef entwines with my soul, tying me to its very existence. It is as though the reef and I are two halves of a whole. If the reef suffers, I suffer. If it thrives, so do I. I have watched its beauty fade over the centuries, and each time it weakens, so does my strength. The enchantment was meant to protect the reef, but over time, it has become a cage." She turned back to face Adrian, her eyes reflecting a vulnerability he had not seen before. "The prophecy, however, gives me a sliver of hope. It suggests that my fate can be changed, that the right person, someone with the courage to face what lies hidden beneath the surface, may be able to undo the curse." That is why we must work together, Captain. The reef's magic is failing, and without a solution, the consequences will reach far beyond just me. We must uncover its secrets, or everything I have guarded for centuries will be lost forever. Her words hung in the air, and Adrian felt the enormity of their task settle in. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Serena sighed deeply, her breath heavy with the weight of long-held regret. Her eyes, once bright with the hope of freedom, now seemed clouded with sorrow as she continued. The curse was a punishment for a transgression committed long ago, she began, her voice tinged with the bitterness of a past that still haunted her. I was entrusted with the reef's protection, a sacred duty that I took on willingly. But in a moment of weakness, I failed. There were those who sought to exploit the reef's magic, greedy men who desired its power for themselves. I allowed them too close, and in my attempt to keep them at bay, I made a choice that shattered the trust placed in me. Her gaze drifted to the horizon, as if trying to escape the painful memories that clung to her words. The silence between them stretched for a moment, and Adrian felt a growing sense of empathy for the guardian who had been bound by both her mistakes and her responsibilities. "What happened?" he asked softly, not wanting to push too hard but feeling the need to understand. Serena's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes narrowing as she recalled the moment that had changed everything. The reef's magic is not just a force of nature. It is an ancient power, a gift and a curse, one that demands balance and respect. I failed to maintain that balance, and the magic retaliated. The enchantment that now binds me to this place is both a punishment and a safeguard, ensuring that I never forget my failure while protecting the reef from those who would abuse it again. Her voice faltered for a brief moment, the weight of her guilt threatening to overwhelm her. Adrian's heart ached for her, the burden she carried so clear in the way she spoke of her past. He could see how deeply the mistake had marked her, how much she had sacrificed in her efforts to atone. "So, you're bound to the reef not just because of your duty, but because of your failure?" he asked, his voice gentle, as if offering a space for her to unburden herself. Serena nodded slowly, her gaze fixed on the calm waters that stretched out before them. "Yes. The magic keeps me here, tethered to the reef, ensuring that its protection is never compromised again. It also keeps me from the life I once dreamed of, a life free from this endless cycle of guardianship. It is my penance, and yet, in a strange way, it also serves as a protection, preventing the reef from falling into the wrong hands once more." She turned her eyes back to Adrian, and there was a flicker of something new in her gaze, a spark of hope, perhaps, that had long been absent. "But the prophecy," she continued, her voice firm now, "it suggests that there may be a way to undo the curse. That with the right person, someone who can face the challenges ahead and uncover the secrets buried within the reef, the cycle may be broken. Maybe, just maybe, I can fulfill my duty and find the redemption I've been searching for all this time." Her words hung in the air, and Adrian felt the gravity of her situation settle over him once more. The journey ahead was uncertain, but he knew that together, they would face whatever lay ahead, and perhaps, together, they could rewrite her fate. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that reflected the depth of her sorrow. "I have lived for centuries in this curse," she continued, her words heavy with the weight of time. "Watching over the reef, knowing that I am its protector, but also its prisoner. Each day, I long for release from this endless duty. The reef, beautiful and untouchable, is both my charge and my cage. I have witnessed countless changes, storms, explorers, greed, but I have never been free to leave." Her hand brushed over the water, the motion gentle but filled with a quiet longing. The sea, in all its vastness, had become her only companion, and yet, it was a constant reminder of her confinement. She paused for a moment, taking a deep breath as if to steady herself before continuing. "The prophecy suggests that there is a chance for redemption," she said, her voice steadying with a hint of hope. "But it is not a simple thing. It requires a great sacrifice, a willingness to give up something precious in order to break the curse. The magic that binds me is ancient and complex, woven into the very fabric of the reef. Understanding it fully is not something that can be done easily. It demands knowledge, courage, and a bond that goes deeper than mere duty. Serena's gaze shifted to Adrian, her eyes pleading as if silently asking for his understanding. I cannot break the curse alone. The prophecy speaks of us, of you and me, and how we must work together to unlock the truth hidden within the reef. Adrian felt the weight of her words settle on him, the enormity of the task ahead becoming clearer with each passing second. He could see the centuries of weariness in her eyes, the quiet desperation to find peace, and the fear that her redemption might never come. What is the sacrifice? He asked quietly, his voice tinged with both concern and determination. Serena's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and for a brief moment she looked away. The sacrifice may be something I have not yet fully understood, something that I will have to face when the time comes, she replied softly. But it will not be easy. No redemption ever is. Her words were heavy with the knowledge that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, and yet, there was a flicker of something else in her eyes, a fragile hope that, for the first time in centuries, she might have a chance at freedom. Adrian reached out, placing a hand gently on hers. We'll figure it out together, he said, his voice firm and resolute. Whatever the cost, we'll face it together. You don't have to do this alone anymore. Serena met his gaze, her heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and cautious hope. For the first time in so long, she allowed herself to believe that there might be a way out, if not for herself alone, then for both of them, as they navigated the uncertain path that lay ahead. The prophecy had set their fates on a collision course, and while the journey would be perilous, Serena no longer felt as though she had to walk it alone. Adrian's heart ached as he listened to Serena's words, the weight of her burden pressing down on him. He could see the centuries of sorrow in her eyes, the quiet resignation that had settled into her being. His chest tightened with empathy, and for a moment, the vastness of the sea felt smaller, as if the distance between them had closed. She had lived for so long under the shadow of this curse, forced to protect the very thing that kept her bound to a life of solitude and longing. Adrian felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility, not only for the reef but for her. He reached out, placing a hand gently on her shoulder, his voice soft but filled with determination. So, you're saying that our path together is not just about protecting the reef but also about finding a way to free you from this curse? Serena nodded, her gaze steady as she met his eyes, the gravity of their shared mission settling between them. Yes, she said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. The prophecy has always spoken of the reef's protection, but it has also alluded to the possibility of breaking the curse. It's not just about keeping the secrets hidden or preserving the magic of this place. It's about finding the right moment and the right person to help me fulfill my purpose. Her eyes lingered on the horizon, where the sea stretched endlessly, as if searching for the answers that had eluded her for so long. For centuries, I have waited, watching for a sign, for someone who could help me understand what this prophecy truly means. And now, that person is you. Adrian felt a sense of awe wash over him, mixed with the realization of just how deep their connection ran. Their paths, once separate, had been woven together by fate, and the prophecy that Serena spoke of now felt more like a call to action than a distant mystery. He knew that the road ahead would be dangerous, filled with uncertainties and sacrifices, but he couldn't help the surge of resolve that filled him. We'll figure this out, Serena, he said, his voice strong and unwavering. I'm not going to let you bear this burden alone. Whatever it takes, we'll find a way to break your curse. His words were not just promises. They were a vow, a commitment to stand by her side no matter what challenges awaited them. Serena's expression softened, the flicker of hope she had long suppressed finally beginning to stir within her. For the first time in centuries, she felt the faintest spark of possibility, an ember of belief that, with Adrian's help, she might find the freedom she had yearned for. She didn't know how they would unravel the mysteries of the prophecy or what sacrifices they would have to make, but in that moment, she knew one thing for certain: they were no longer alone in their fight. Together, they would uncover the hidden truths, face the dangers lurking in the deep, and hopefully, unlock the key to her redemption. Serena's expression was one of quiet resolve, the weight of her centuries-long burden evident in the set of her jaw and the firmness in her eyes. She nodded slowly, her gaze unwavering as she turned to face Adrian. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady and filled with purpose. "Our journey will involve uncovering the ancient secrets of the reef, understanding the magic that binds me, and finding a way to break the curse. It will not be an easy path. There will be dangers, forces far older and more powerful than either of us that will seek to prevent us from reaching the truth." The depth of her experience, the quiet power she carried within her, shone through in her words, as if every word was weighed by the centuries she had lived. Adrian listened closely, his mind already beginning to form a picture of what lay ahead. He could see the enormity of the task before them, the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. But even as he felt the weight of it, a fire began to build in his chest, one that mirrored the determination in Serena's eyes. He knew this was no ordinary journey. They were not just fighting for survival or for the reef's protection. They were battling against the curse that held Serena captive, and the stakes were higher than he could have imagined. "I'll be with you, every step of the way," he vowed, his voice low but unwavering. "We'll face whatever challenges come together." Serena's gaze softened at his words, and for a fleeting moment, the centuries of solitude seemed to lift from her shoulders. His commitment, his willingness to stand by her side, gave her a sense of hope she hadn't allowed herself to feel in so long. "Thank you, Captain," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the gentle lap of the waves against the ship. "You may not fully understand what you're agreeing to, but it means more to me than I can express." Despite her gratitude, she knew that the path ahead would be fraught with unimaginable trials. The magic of the reef, the forces binding her, and the mysteries hidden in the depths would not give up their secrets easily. Adrian met her gaze with a strength that seemed to grow with each passing moment. "I don't need to fully understand it yet," he said, his tone quiet but firm. "I trust you, Serena, and I trust that we're meant to do this together." The weight of their shared responsibility settled in the silence between them, but it was no longer a burden. It was a bond that had formed in the heat of danger, a partnership forged in the depths of the sea. And with that, they both knew that their journey was no longer just about breaking a curse or protecting an ancient reef. It was about something deeper, something that would change the course of their lives forever. Adrian's hand rested gently on Serena's shoulder, a solid, grounding presence amidst the turmoil of their shared burden. His touch, warm and steady, offered a quiet strength that contrasted with the storm of emotions swirling within her. Serena looked up at him, her heart stirred by the sincerity in his words. For centuries, she had carried the weight of the curse alone, and now, with Adrian by her side, the world seemed a little less heavy. She could feel the truth in his promise, that they were no longer separate entities but partners bound by a shared fate. Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment she allowed herself to feel the flicker of hope she had buried deep within. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice softer than usual. She had never allowed herself to rely on anyone before, and yet in Adrian's presence, the possibility of breaking free from the curse felt more tangible than ever. The journey ahead would be fraught with peril, but she no longer feared it in the same way. With Adrian's unwavering support, the path seemed less daunting, though no less uncertain. Adrian met her gaze with a quiet determination. "I know how much this means to you," he said, his voice steady with resolve. "We'll uncover the secrets of the reef, and we'll face whatever dangers come our way. Whatever happens, we'll do it together." His words were simple, but the weight of them carried the promise of something profound. This wasn't just a journey to lift a curse. It was a commitment to something greater, a bond that went beyond the surface of their mission. Adrian's loyalty to Serena, forged in the fire of their shared struggles, now became the foundation of their quest. Serena nodded slowly, her chest tightening with an unfamiliar emotion. She had not expected to feel such an overwhelming sense of relief from his words. For so long, she had believed she was destined to be alone in her fight, trapped in the endless cycle of the curse. But now, with Adrian's vow, something deep within her shifted. She wasn't alone anymore. "Together," she echoed softly, feeling the weight of the words settle within her. Whatever the future held, they would face it side by side. And for the first time in centuries, Serena allowed herself to believe that maybe breaking the curse was not just a distant dream, it could be a reality. Serena's gaze softened as she looked at Adrian, the weight of her centuries-old curse briefly lifting from her shoulders. There was a newfound warmth in her expression, a spark of hope that had been dimmed for so long. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to believe that her fate might not be as inevitable as she had always feared. Adrian's steadfast presence, his willingness to help her despite the unknown dangers, filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Captain," she said, her voice quieter now but full of sincerity. "Your willingness to help means more to me than you can know." Adrian's heart swelled with a sense of purpose at her words, and the bond between them felt stronger than ever. He had always believed that courage could move mountains, but as he gazed at Serena, he realized that their connection was something far more powerful. Together, they had the potential to unravel the mysteries of the reef, to break the chains that bound Serena to her curse, and to protect something far greater than either of them had imagined. He knew the road ahead would not be easy, but with her by his side, there was no challenge they couldn't face. "We'll find it, Serena," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "Whatever it takes." Serena nodded, the weight of her centuries-long burden now shared between them. She had always feared the complexity of the reef's magic, the way it intertwined with her own life, making escape seem impossible. But with Adrian's courage and her own knowledge of the ancient magics that governed the reef, she finally felt that a glimmer of hope was within reach. "The reef's magic is intricate and powerful," she explained, her eyes reflecting both the sorrow of her past and the hope of her future. "It's woven into the very fabric of this place, and for centuries, I've been bound to its will. But I believe that with your strength and my knowledge, we can uncover the truth that lies hidden beneath the surface." Adrian looked out at the endless expanse of ocean, a sense of resolve settling in his chest. They had only just begun to scratch the surface of this journey, but already, the weight of the prophecy and the bond between them were taking shape. The mysteries of the reef were vast and daunting, but for the first time, Adrian felt confident that they would find the answers they sought. "We'll uncover it, Serena," he promised again, his eyes meeting hers with unwavering certainty. "Together, we'll break the curse and restore balance to this place. You don't have to face this alone anymore." As Adrian and Serena sat together, the quiet hum of the sea around them seemed to mirror the weight of their shared mission. The air was thick with anticipation, the gravity of what lay ahead sinking in. Their fates were intertwined now, bound by the prophecy and the mysterious curse that had held Serena captive for centuries. The enormity of the task before them, uncovering the secrets of the magical reef, understanding its ancient magic, and finding a way to break the curse, was daunting, but it no longer felt insurmountable. With each passing moment, their bond grew stronger, a quiet but unshakable resolve forming between them. Adrian's thoughts raced, swirling with the implications of everything Serena had shared. The weight of the prophecy and the mysteries that lay buried beneath the surface of the reef made the future feel both exhilarating and uncertain. But as he glanced at Serena, he found solace in the steady determination that now filled her eyes. She was no longer the solitary guardian bound to her curse. She was a partner, someone whose strength and wisdom would guide them through the challenges ahead. And he, too, was ready to play his part, no longer just the captain of a ship but a co-conspirator in unraveling the truths that had long remained hidden. The ocean stretched out before them, vast and infinite, a world of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Each wave that crashed against the crimson tempest seemed to carry with it the promise of something more, something ancient and profound that would change everything they thought they knew. As the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting the ship in the warm glow of twilight, Adrian felt the weight of their shared responsibility. Yet, there was a flicker of hope in the air, a quiet sense that together, they would find a way to unlock the mysteries that had kept them in suspense for so long. In the silence between them, a deep understanding settled. They weren't just two individuals thrown together by fate. They were now part of something larger, an ancient story that had been waiting for the right people to uncover its truths. With each step they took toward the reef, They grew closer not only to breaking Serena's curse but to discovering the magic that had shaped the very world they sailed upon. The road ahead would be long and fraught with challenges, but in that moment, as they sat side by side, they knew they were ready for whatever came next. As the sun bathed the ocean in a golden light, Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the Crimson Tempest, ready to embark on the next chapter of their journey. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unpredictable, yet there was a calmness in the air that mirrored the quiet resolve in their hearts. The weight of the curse Serena had carried for centuries now lay between them, but it no longer felt like an insurmountable burden. Instead, it was a challenge they would face together. With the prophecy guiding their steps, they knew that their path was set, their destinies entwined in ways neither of them fully understood yet. Serena's eyes scanned the horizon, her gaze filled with a quiet determination as she thought of the long journey ahead. The reef, with its secrets and ancient magic, awaited them, and while the danger was undeniable, so was the sense of purpose that burned within her. For the first time in centuries, she felt that the weight of her curse might finally be lifted, not by her alone, but through the help of the man who had unexpectedly crossed her path. Adrian's presence gave her hope, and together they would uncover the truth behind the reef's magic and the enchantment that bound her to it. Adrian stood beside her, his mind focused and steady. The sea, which had once seemed a place of uncertainty and peril, now held the promise of answers. His thoughts often drifted to the mysterious connection between him and Serena, to the destiny they shared and the prophecy that had drawn him into this ancient tale. With each passing moment, he grew more certain that their bond, formed in the face of danger, was the key to unlocking the secrets of the reef. What lay beneath the surface was no longer just a mystery to be solved. It was a challenge that called to him, urging him to confront the unknown and protect the one who had already given so much. As they prepared to set sail, a sense of unity settled between them. The wind caught the sails of the Crimson Tempest, and with it, the promise of new horizons, new challenges, and new discoveries. Their journey would take them deep into the heart of the magical reef, where danger and wonder coexisted in equal measure. But no matter what lay ahead, Adrian and Serena knew that together, they would uncover the answers they sought and face the forces that threatened to tear apart the delicate balance of the world they inhabited. Chapter 8: Adrian's Gratitude. The Crimson Tempest glided effortlessly through the serene waters, its majestic sails billowing in the soft morning breeze. The ship's wooden hull creaked as it cut through the calm sea, a stark contrast to the violent storm that had ravaged them only days before. The crew worked in quiet unison, repairing the final touches on the ship's rigging and sails, returning to their usual tasks. Despite the return of normalcy to the ship's rhythm, there was an undercurrent of unease, a quiet tension that hung in the air, as though the sea itself still whispered of the storm's fury. Everyone aboard knew that they had weathered more than just a physical tempest. The journey ahead was fraught with unknowns, and the memory of what had transpired still lingered like a storm cloud on the horizon. Captain Adrian Blackwood stood at the bow, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the horizon. The steady movement of the ship beneath him was a comfort, a rhythm he knew well, but his mind was far from the routine of sailing. Serena's words echoed in his thoughts, her revelations about the prophecy and the curse that bound her to the magical reef. He had always prided himself on being a man of reason, grounded in the practicalities of the sea and the battles that came with it. Yet, in the wake of his encounter with the mysterious guardian, the very foundation of his understanding had been shaken. Serena's truth was far beyond anything he had encountered before, and the weight of that knowledge pressed heavily on his shoulders. The more Adrian reflected on his strange encounter with Serena, the more he found himself questioning his purpose. The prophecy spoke of a destiny that intertwined their fates, and though he had initially thought of it as mere superstition, he could no longer dismiss the pull he felt towards her. There was something undeniable in their connection, a bond forged in the heat of the storm, when the sea itself seemed to conspire to bring them together. The cryptic words she had spoken still haunted him, especially the notion that together they could either break her curse or fortify the reef's magic. Adrian's mind raced with the implications. What was his role in this? Why had he, of all people, been chosen to stand beside her? These questions gnawed at him, But with each passing day, he grew more determined to find answers. Adrian turned from the bow, walking with purposeful strides across the deck, his eyes scanning the faces of the crew. They worked with a subdued energy, still weary from the storm but eager to return to the routines that made them feel anchored. Despite their exhaustion, Adrian could sense that something had changed in the air. The crew had felt the presence of the storm and the mysterious force that had accompanied it. Some whispered about the strange guardian who had saved their captain, while others simply cast uncertain glances towards the sea, wary of what lay beyond. Adrian knew that the crew had no answers, just as he had none, but the shared uncertainty lingered. It was a burden that would have to be carried in silence, for the journey ahead was theirs alone to face. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm light over the sea, Adrian found himself at the helm, gripping the wheel with a firm hand. The calm waters stretched endlessly before him, a vast expanse that seemed both inviting and foreboding. His eyes scanned the distant reef, its silhouette visible on the horizon, a reminder of the mysterious guardian and the prophecy that now governed their course. There was a part of him that longed to return to the certainty of the past, to the days before Serena had appeared and unraveled everything he knew. But there was another part of him, a quieter, more insistent voice, that urged him forward. He had been given a glimpse into something far greater than himself, and though it terrified him, Adrian could not deny the pull it had on his soul. The crew continued their work, the ship's course steady as they sailed away from the reef and into the unknown. The sea had calmed, but Adrian knew that their journey was only beginning. The prophecy had set their paths on a collision course with forces that neither he nor Serena could fully comprehend. Yet, despite the uncertainty, Adrian's resolve had hardened. He would not turn away from this path, not now. The mysteries of the reef, the magic that bound Serena, and the ancient secrets yet to be uncovered, they were all part of the same story, and Adrian was determined to see it through. With each passing wave, they drew closer to whatever lay ahead, and whatever challenges awaited them, they would face together. Adrian paced slowly along the deck of the Crimson Tempest, the rhythmic creak of the ship beneath his feet grounding him as his mind spun with questions. The warm sea breeze tousled his dark hair, but his attention was far from the soothing horizon. The events of the past few days replayed in his mind, the violent storm, Serena's mysterious intervention, and the ancient magic that had touched his very soul. It had all happened so fast, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter had shifted the course of his life. He had sailed through countless storms, faced death at sea more times than he could count, but nothing compared to the force that had pulled him into the web of the reef's enchantments. As he walked, Adrian's thoughts wandered back to Serena, the guardian who had appeared as if conjured by the very sea itself. She was no ordinary woman, of that much he was certain. Her beauty was otherworldly, her presence commanding and enigmatic. Yet it was the sadness in her eyes that haunted him most. The curse she spoke of was not something easily dismissed. He had seen the effect it had on her, felt the weight of it in her voice as she spoke of centuries of servitude. And though he had been drawn to her in ways he couldn't explain, there was an underlying tension in the knowledge that their paths were destined to intertwine for reasons beyond their control. The reef, with all its ancient power, was at the heart of it all, and somehow, so was he. The more Adrian thought about the prophecy, the more he struggled to make sense of it. It spoke of a soul from the surface coming to the reef, a being who would unlock the magic that protected it, and possibly break the curse that bound Serena to her eternal watch. That soul was him, whether by fate or by chance. But why? Why had he been chosen for this role? His life had been a series of calculated risks, guided by the wind and the stars, and yet now it seemed that some greater force had set a course he couldn't steer away from. The thought unsettled him. It wasn't in his nature to follow prophecies. He was a captain, a man of action, not some pawn in an ancient game. Yet, every instinct told him there was truth in what Serena had said, and that truth was something he couldn't ignore. The magic of the reef itself was another mystery that weighed heavily on Adrian's mind. He had seen its power firsthand, how it had calmed the storm and protected them from certain doom. It was ancient, woven into the very fabric of the ocean, its influence seeping into the depths where the sun never reached. It was the kind of power that defied understanding, and yet he couldn't help but feel its call. The sea had always been a place of both beauty and danger, but the reef was something different entirely. There was a hidden force there, a magic that had lived for centuries, waiting for something, or someone, to unlock its secrets. And now that Adrian had been brought into its web, he couldn't help but wonder how deep it all went. Serena's curse was a more personal matter. He had seen the weariness in her eyes, the way she carried the weight of her centuries-long duty as though it was a part of her very being. The pain in her voice when she spoke of her inability to leave the reef was tangible. Adrian's heart ached for her. She had been bound by magic, a protector of something sacred and ancient, yet cursed to live without freedom. She wasn't just a guardian of the reef, she was a prisoner of it. The thought troubled him, for he couldn't fathom what it would be like to be bound to something for eternity, never able to break free, never able to truly live. He couldn't help but wonder if her curse had affected more than just her, if it had, in some way, tied the very fate of the reef to her own. The burden of their shared mission began to settle on Adrian's shoulders, heavier with each passing moment. He was no stranger to responsibility, but this felt different. This wasn't just about protecting the ship or the crew. It was about something far greater, something tied to ancient forces and prophecies beyond his understanding. He had to admit that he felt a pull towards Serena, a connection that went beyond simple gratitude or attraction. It was as though their fates were woven together, each step they took leading them further into a story that had already been written long before their meeting. And despite the uncertainty, despite the fear of the unknown, Adrian knew one thing for certain: they had to face it together. The mysteries of the reef, the magic, the curse, whatever lay ahead, they would confront it as one. The bond between them had been forged in the fires of the storm, and it was stronger now than ever before. As the ship continued its steady journey through the calm waters, Adrian knew that this was only the beginning. There were still countless questions to answer, and he had no idea what challenges lay in store. But one thing was clear: he was no longer just a captain on a ship. He was part of something much larger than himself, and the path ahead would shape not only his destiny but Serena's as well. With a deep breath, Adrian turned his gaze toward the horizon, his mind settling into a focused resolve. Whatever mysteries the reef held, whatever secrets Serena's curse guarded, he was determined to uncover them. Together, they would unlock the truth. As Adrian made his way toward the bow of the Crimson Tempest, his footsteps slow and deliberate, he couldn't shake the thoughts of Serena that had lingered since their last meeting. The ship glided smoothly through the open sea, the sun casting a soft, golden light across the waters, but his attention was fixed on the figure that had emerged from the depths. There, just beyond the ship's wake, was Serena, swimming effortlessly beside the vessel. Her movements were graceful, almost otherworldly, as if she were one with the sea itself. The way she moved through the water, her long, flowing hair trailing behind her like a silken ribbon, only served to deepen the mystery surrounding her. She was no mere woman, and he knew it. She was something far more ancient and powerful, tied to forces beyond his comprehension. Serena had been a constant presence since their fateful encounter, and though Adrian had tried to focus on the tasks at hand, her enigmatic nature refused to leave his mind. There was something about her that both fascinated and unsettled him. He had witnessed her magic firsthand, the way she had intervened during the storm, guiding the Crimson Tempest through the chaos with an ease that suggested she wielded power beyond any mortal understanding. And yet, despite the extraordinary nature of her actions, there was a sadness in her eyes, a depth of emotion that seemed to speak of centuries of isolation and longing. It was as though she was trapped in a world she no longer belonged to, bound to the reef and its ancient secrets by a curse she could not escape. As Adrian reached the bow, he leaned over the railing, his gaze fixed on the woman in the water. The closer he looked, the more he saw the subtle way the light seemed to shimmer around her, as if the sea itself recognized her and granted her some kind of reverence. There was an ethereal quality to her, as though she were both a part of the ocean and yet apart from it, a living testament to its mysteries. He couldn't help but wonder what it must be like to exist in such a way, connected to the deep, timeless magic of the reef, but also bound by a curse that prevented her from ever truly escaping. Her presence, though mesmerizing, was also a constant reminder of the weight of the prophecy she had shared with him. The prophecy that had set their paths on an irreversible course. Despite the questions that swirled in his mind, Adrian found himself drawn to her in ways he couldn't explain. It wasn't just the allure of her beauty, or the mystery surrounding her. It was something deeper, something that went beyond mere fascination. He had always trusted his instincts on the sea, and they told him that Serena's role in his life was far from over. There was something more to their connection, something that tied them together in a way that neither of them fully understood yet. He couldn't ignore the pull he felt toward her, the sense that their fates were entwined, for better or worse. As much as he tried to push aside the growing bond between them, it only seemed to strengthen with each passing day. Serena's gaze, too, seemed to seek him out, as if she sensed his thoughts drifting toward her. When their eyes met, there was an unspoken understanding between them, an acknowledgement of the strange and tenuous partnership they had formed. She swam closer to the ship, her body moving with an effortless grace that spoke to the magic she wielded. The water around her seemed to shimmer and ripple, as if the sea itself was bending to her will. Yet despite the power she exuded, there was a vulnerability in her expression that stirred something deep within Adrian. She was not invincible, despite the magic she commanded. She was bound by the same curse that had shaped her existence for centuries, and in some ways, that made her more human in his eyes. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment, the stillness of the sea around them, as if everything in the world had momentarily paused to bear witness to the unspoken connection between him and Serena. There was a silence that stretched between them, filled with the sound of the gentle waves lapping against the hull of the ship, and yet it felt as though 1,000 words were left unspoken. He wanted to reach out, to say something, anything, that would bridge the distance between them, but the right words eluded him. Instead, he simply stood there, watching as Serena continued to swim beside the Crimson Tempest, her presence as enigmatic and powerful as the sea itself. In that moment, Adrian understood that the journey they were on together was not just about the reef, or the curse, or the prophecy. It was about something far deeper, something that had yet to reveal itself, but which would ultimately shape their fates. With a deep breath, Adrian steadied himself, his mind still a whirl of emotions from the conversation with Serena and the revelations that had followed. The sea before him was calm, the gentle swell of the waves reflecting the soft hues of the morning sky. It was as though the world itself had quieted in reverence of the moment, the tension of the past few days momentarily easing. He made his way toward the side of the Crimson Tempest, drawn by an invisible pull that seemed to beckon him toward Serena. He knew that their journey was far from over, and yet it felt like a new chapter was about to unfold. The time had come to face the mysteries that surrounded her and their shared destiny. As Adrian reached the railing, he saw Serena in the distance, swimming gracefully toward the ship. The early morning sun cast a warm, golden light across the water, and as she drew closer, the shimmering glow of her form seemed to merge with the sunlight, creating an ethereal vision that almost seemed to defy reality. The contrast between her presence and the ordinary world around her was striking, her movements fluid and mesmerizing, as if she were both a part of the ocean and something entirely separate from it. The sea, too, seemed to respond to her, its surface glistening with an almost otherworldly radiance, as though the very water recognized the ancient power she wielded. Serena emerged from the water with a grace that left Adrian breathless. As she pulled herself onto the side of the ship, her iridescent scales caught the light, sending ripples of color through the air. Her long, dark hair, still damp from her swim, fell like a curtain around her shoulders, glistening in the sunlight. The magical aura that surrounded her seemed to pulse with life, the air thick with an energy that resonated deep within Adrian. He had seen her before, but never like this, never in the full brilliance of her power. For a moment, the ordinary world around them seemed to fade away, and only the two of them remained, standing on the edge of something vast and unknown. Adrian could feel the weight of the moment as he stepped closer to her. The magic that emanated from Serena was undeniable, yet there was also a vulnerability in her gaze that stopped him in his tracks. Her eyes, usually filled with mystery and sorrow, softened as she met his gaze. There was no barrier between them now, no distance that could separate their fates. The weight of the prophecy, the curse that bound her to the reef, hung in the air between them, but so did a quiet understanding. It was as though, in this shared silence, both of them knew that the path ahead would be perilous, yet it was one they would face together. Serena reached out a hand to him, her fingers delicate and cool to the touch as she placed them on the railing of the ship. The contact sent a strange, electric sensation through Adrian, a reminder of the power she held, but also the trust she had placed in him. Her eyes never left his as she spoke, her voice low but filled with an emotion that seemed to transcend the surface of their conversation. "I know this is overwhelming," she said, her voice carrying a depth of sorrow and hope. "But we must move forward. There is much to be done, and the answers we seek lie beneath the surface, both of the reef and within ourselves." Her words echoed in his mind, stirring a sense of urgency that matched the pull of the sea. Adrian nodded, his heart swelling with a mixture of determination and empathy. He had no illusions about the challenges that lay ahead, nor the dangers that they would face. But in Serena's eyes, he saw something that fueled his resolve, a spark of hope that they could find a way to break the curse and restore balance to the magical reef. It was a path fraught with uncertainty, but it was a path they would walk together. He could feel the weight of his decision settle within him, grounding him in a way nothing else ever had. The journey they were about to embark on was not just about the reef or the prophecy. It was about them, their connection, and the power they had to change the course of fate itself. As the ship sailed steadily forward, the golden light of the morning sun casting long shadows across the deck, Adrian and Serena stood side by side, the calm before the storm settling around them. In that moment, with the sound of the waves gently lapping against the ship's hull and the promise of what lay ahead, it felt as if time itself had paused to witness the beginning of their shared journey. Their fates were now bound together, intertwined by forces beyond their control, and the weight of that connection was both heavy and freeing. With each passing wave, they moved closer to the secrets of the reef, and with each step, they came closer to unlocking the truth that would change their worlds forever. "Serena," Adrian called out, his voice steady but laced with a sense of urgency. It carried over the gentle lapping of the waves, breaking the calm of the morning as he stood at the edge of the crimson tempest. The wind stirred the sails, but his focus was solely on the figure in the distance. He had been walking the deck, lost in thought, when he had seen her emerge from the water, her form glistening beneath the soft glow of the rising sun. The connection between them, forged by prophecy and the weight of their shared journey, weighed heavily on him, and now, he felt the need to address it. Serena's head turned slightly at the sound of his voice, her shimmering figure suspended between the ship and the vast expanse of the sea. For a moment, she paused, as if contemplating whether to approach or remain distant. The expression on her face was unreadable, but there was a flicker of recognition in her gaze, an understanding that this was no casual call. Adrian could feel the shift in the air as the unspoken bond between them pulsed, and with a fluid motion, Serena began swimming toward the ship, her movements as graceful as the water she moved through. As she neared the side of the ship, Serena lifted herself from the water with ease, her wet form glistening like a vision come to life. She stood before him now, the sunlight catching on the iridescence of her scales, making her appear almost otherworldly. Adrian's heart beat faster as he regarded her, his mind racing with a multitude of thoughts, questions that had been gnawing at him since their first meeting. There was so much about her, about the reef, about their intertwined fates, that remained a mystery. But now, more than ever, he needed clarity. "Serena," he began again, his voice softer this time, as he tried to meet her gaze. "I need to speak with you." The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything he had been processing. They had talked about the prophecy, the curse that bound her, and the dangerous path they were about to take together. But there were still so many things left unspoken, so many threads of their connection that needed to be explored. He felt an urgency now, a need to understand not just the magic of the reef, but the woman standing before him, whose fate was so intricately tied to his own. Serena's expression softened, the hardness that often marked her features fading as she regarded him. Her eyes, still touched with the depth of ancient sorrow, held a flicker of understanding, as though she knew the direction his thoughts had been drifting. She took a small step closer, her presence commanding yet gentle, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The ocean whispered beneath them, the ship creaked gently as it sailed onward, and the weight of the journey ahead pressed against them both. She could see the confusion in Adrian's eyes, the questions that still lingered, and she knew that this conversation would be pivotal to their next steps. Adrian exhaled, his breath shaky with the complexity of what he was about to ask. "I can't deny that I don't fully understand the magic of the reef or the curse that holds you here. But I do understand one thing," he said, his voice growing firmer with resolve. "This journey, this mission, it's bigger than just us. It's about finding answers, not just for the reef, but for you as well. I need to know more. I need to understand how we can break this curse, and how I fit into all of this." His words were vulnerable yet filled with a quiet strength, a determination to uncover the truth, no matter where it led. Serena's gaze softened, and for a moment, Adrian could see the burden she carried, the weight of centuries spent guarding the reef, trapped in a role she had not chosen. She nodded slowly, the truth of his words resonating with her. "You are right," she said, her voice calm yet heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. "There is much to explain, and much we must uncover together. But I have lived with this curse for so long, it is difficult to know where to begin. I can only promise you this. There is more to this journey than what the eyes can see, and the answers we seek are hidden deep within the very heart of the reef." Serena surfaced beside the ship, her sleek form emerging from the water with a fluid grace that seemed to defy the natural limits of the ocean. The early morning sunlight reflected off the surface of the water, bathing her in a soft glow that made her appear almost ethereal, like a creature conjured from the depths of myth. As she approached the side of the Crimson Tempest, her eyes, wide and unblinking, locked onto Adrian's. They shimmered with an inner light, but beneath the luminescence, there was a flicker of something else, something darker, more sorrowful, a depth of emotion she had yet to reveal. Her gaze held his for a moment, and in that instant, he saw both the strength of a guardian and the weight of centuries spent trapped by an ancient curse. Adrian, standing at the edge of the ship, leaned over slightly, his arms resting on the rail. He had been lost in thought, the events of the last few days swirling around him like a storm he couldn't shake. The prophecy, the curse, and the strange, unexplainable connection between him and Serena all weighed heavily on his mind. He had been trying to make sense of it all, but the more he pondered, the more elusive the answers seemed to be. Serena's unexpected presence now, breaking the silence of his thoughts, only added to the storm in his chest. He didn't know what to say, or even how to begin to unravel the complexities of their shared path. But her questions seemed to cut through the fog of his confusion. Her voice, soft yet full of an ancient wisdom, reached him across the gap between them. "Captain Blackwood, what troubles you?" The way she spoke his name, calm and measured, felt as though she understood more about him than he could fully grasp. It wasn't just a question born out of concern. It was the voice of someone who had seen centuries pass and was accustomed to reading the quietest shifts in the hearts of others. Serena's eyes never left his, and in them, he saw the subtle recognition of his internal struggle. Her presence, while comforting in its serenity, also carried a sense of melancholy, as though she, too, was trapped within the currents of fate that seemed to bind them both. Adrian sighed, his breath heavy with unspoken thoughts. He could feel her gaze pressing against him, a reminder that whatever confusion he felt, whatever doubts clouded his mind, would not remain unaddressed. He had questions, so many questions, but it was difficult to voice them. Serena had given him glimpses of her truth, the weight of her curse, and the prophecy that tied their fates together. But there was so much more to uncover. He had promised to help her, to find a way to break the curse that bound her, but the path ahead seemed unclear. "It's not the reef or the prophecy," he began slowly, his voice quieter than usual. "It's everything. All of this, what I'm supposed to do, what we're supposed to do. I can't shake the feeling that there's something we're missing, something I don't understand about all of this." Serena's expression softened at his words, the faintest trace of a smile touching her lips. She was used to questions, used to uncertainty, yet there was something in the way Adrian spoke, something raw and genuine, that caught her attention. "The weight of the unknown is a burden we all must bear," she replied, her tone gentle, but with an underlying firmness that suggested she had long since come to terms with the mystery she faced. "But you're not alone in this, Captain. You have my guidance, my knowledge, and together, we can uncover the truths hidden beneath the waters. The journey ahead will be difficult, but I sense you already understand that. The question is not whether you can bear it, but whether you will allow yourself to trust the path we must take." Her words hung in the air, as if daring him to take the next step. Adrian met her gaze again, and this time, something within him stirred. Serena's presence, her quiet strength and unspoken understanding, seemed to cut through the fog that had clouded his mind. He realized, for the first time, that his doubts weren't just about the curse or the prophecy. They were about his own role in all of this. He had committed to this journey, but did he truly understand what it meant to be part of something larger than himself? To be the one who might change the course of Serena's fate? He wasn't sure, but he knew that with her beside him, he couldn't falter. "I don't know what lies ahead," he admitted, his voice steadier now. "But I do know that I won't walk this path alone." Adrian's eyes lingered on Serena, his gaze filled with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. His chest tightened as he recalled the moment when he had been at the mercy of the storm, tossed about on the merciless sea. It had been Serena's intervention, her mysterious power and presence, that had pulled him from the brink of death. Even now, as he stood on the deck of the Crimson Tempest, he could still feel the weight of the ocean's unforgiving embrace. But then, there had been a sudden warmth, an inexplicable shift, and he had found himself saved. Serena had appeared as if from nowhere, her shimmering form rising from the water, guiding him to safety. It was a miracle, and yet there was so much he still didn't understand about her and the forces at play. His words, though simple, were laced with sincerity. "First, I want to thank you," he said, his voice steady but full of emotion. "What you did for me, saving my life, means more than words can express." He paused for a moment, considering just how little he truly understood about the depth of Serena's magic. She was more than just the guardian of the reef. She was something otherworldly, her connection to the sea and the ancient curse that bound her a mystery he couldn't yet comprehend. But that didn't change the fact that she had acted selflessly, without hesitation, when he had been drowning in despair. And for that, he was grateful beyond measure. Serena, ever composed, met his gaze with the same quiet intensity she always carried. The faintest glimmer of something like recognition flickered in her eyes, as though she understood the weight of his words more deeply than he realized. She had saved many before him, many souls adrift in the vast ocean, struggling against the pull of the sea's power. But this time, with Adrian, it felt different. There was something about him that had stirred something deep within her. She had known that their paths were destined to intertwine, but she hadn't fully grasped what it would mean to care for the man standing before her. It was a connection that she hadn't expected, and one that would require more from both of them than either could predict. A soft, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Serena's lips as she responded. "You do not need to thank me, Captain," she said, her voice a smooth, melodic cadence, like the whisper of the sea itself. "It was not out of obligation, nor duty, but something far deeper that compelled me to act. I am bound to the ocean, its guardian in ways that go beyond simple duty. But I will accept your gratitude nonetheless." There was a subtle shift in her posture, a slight relaxation in the stiffness that had marked her earlier interactions. She was no stranger to such praise, but there was something different in Adrian's tone. It wasn't just gratitude, it was something else, something she hadn't expected to find. Despite her calming presence, Adrian couldn't shake the confusion that lingered beneath his gratitude. He still couldn't fathom the depths of Serena's power, nor the curse that tethered her to the reef. The more he learned, the more questions arose. "I don't understand," he admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I don't understand what you are, or why you chose to save me. There's so much about all of this that doesn't make sense." His brow furrowed slightly, frustration building behind his words. "You're tied to this reef, bound by magic and some ancient prophecy, and yet you risked everything to pull me from the sea. Why? What makes me different from any other sailor who might have found themselves in peril?" Serena's expression softened at his words, and for a moment, her gaze drifted toward the horizon, her thoughts far from the present. She had lived for centuries with the weight of her duty, her existence defined by the reef and the magic that sustained it. She had seen countless others lost to the sea, and yet, something about Adrian had called to her in a way that no other had. It was more than just fate, it was a force neither of them fully understood. She turned back to face him, her eyes steady. "You are not just any sailor, Captain Blackwood," she replied, her voice quiet but unwavering. "There is a reason our paths have crossed, though I cannot yet explain it fully. But I can tell you this, your presence here is not by chance. The reef, the prophecy, and the curse, it all has to do with you. Our destinies are linked, whether you realize it yet or not." Serena's gaze softened as she inclined her head, the gesture one of quiet acknowledgement. "You are welcome, Captain," she said, her voice carrying a weight that went beyond simple politeness. "It is my duty, though not without its own price." The words lingered in the air, and for a moment, it felt as though the vast expanse of the ocean itself had held its breath, awaiting her next words. The sea was her domain, its secrets and its sorrows bound to her, and yet, it had never been a simple task. Her duty was more than just guarding the reef. It was a sacred bond that tied her to the very heart of the water, and it came with a heavy burden. Adrian studied her closely, sensing the depth behind her words. There was something in her tone that suggested the cost of her duty was more than just physical labor, or the responsibility of watching over the reef. It was a sacrifice that went deeper, something that touched the very core of who she was. Her shimmering form, so ethereal and otherworldly, held a mystery that both captivated and unsettled him. He could see that the life she led, bound to the magic of the reef, was one of constant struggle. Serena was not a mere guardian. She was its prisoner, a sentinel whose role had come at the expense of everything else. Serena's eyes darkened for a moment, a flicker of something like sorrow crossing her features. She looked out over the water, as if searching for something far beyond the horizon. "The price of my duty is not easily understood," she continued, her voice softer now, laced with a quiet melancholy. "I am bound to this place, to the magic that sustains it. I watch over the reef, protecting its secrets from those who seek to exploit them, but I cannot leave. I cannot live a life beyond this, beyond the ocean's grasp." Her words hung heavy in the air, and Adrian felt a pang of sympathy for her. To be so tethered to a place, unable to move beyond it, was a fate he could hardly imagine. As she spoke, her body seemed to shimmer in the early morning light, the glow of the water around her reflecting her internal struggle. The reef was a powerful force, its enchantments intricate and ancient, but it came with its own set of rules that Serena could not escape. She had been chosen by the sea, tasked with protecting its delicate balance, but it was a choice made for her long ago. Her freedom had been traded for the reef's protection, and the consequences of that pact had been more severe than she had anticipated. Adrian felt a deep empathy for her, though he still struggled to comprehend the full scope of her curse. "I can't imagine what it must be like," he said softly, his voice filled with a mix of awe and sorrow. "To be bound to something like that, to never truly be free." His words trailed off, but the sentiment was clear. He could see now that Serena's burden was not one of her choosing, but one that had been forced upon her by forces far beyond their control. The weight of that realization made him all the more determined to help her find a way to break the chains that held her. Serena met his gaze once more, her expression shifting between gratitude and sadness. There was an unspoken understanding between them now, a shared awareness of the complexities of their fates. "I have lived for centuries with this duty," she said, her voice tinged with quiet resignation. "And though I have grown accustomed to it, there are moments when I wonder what life beyond the reef might have been. but the magic of the sea binds me in ways I cannot escape." There was no bitterness in her words, only a quiet acceptance of her fate. Yet, in the depths of her eyes, Adrian could see that she still longed for something more, something beyond the eternal cycle of her guardianship. And though he didn't fully understand how, he knew that he would do whatever it took to help her find it. Adrian let out a deep sigh, his fingers running through his dark hair in frustration as he tried to piece together the whirlwind of emotions and thoughts tumbling through his mind. "I appreciate that," he began, his voice thick with sincerity. "But I can't shake the feeling that there's so much more to this than I understand." His gaze drifted to the horizon, where the calm waters stretched endlessly under the morning sun, offering no answers to the countless questions swirling in his mind. The magical essence of the reef, Serena's cryptic words, and the bond that seemed to draw them together, it all felt like a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit. "Your presence, the reef's magic. There's something profoundly mysterious here, and it's hard for me to grasp." His words faltered as he tried to find the right way to express the complexity of it all. It was as though the very fabric of reality around them had shifted in ways he could not fully comprehend. Serena, ever perceptive, watched him carefully, her eyes flickering with a mixture of understanding and something deeper, perhaps a sadness that came from knowing too much. She remained silent for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle before she spoke. "It is not easy to understand, Captain," she said softly, her voice carrying the quiet authority of one who had witnessed more than most could fathom. "The magic of the reef is ancient, bound by forces older than time itself. And my role as its guardian is not just a task, but a calling, a force that intertwines with my very being." Her eyes shifted to the water below, where the surface seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. It was as though the reef itself was watching them, its presence ever so faint yet undeniable. "The bond between us, between me and the reef, is something beyond mere magic. It is something that speaks to the heart of the world itself." Adrian took in her words, still struggling to make sense of it all. The magic of the reef, the strange bond that seemed to tie him to Serena. Nothing about it made sense, and yet everything about it felt significant. He couldn't deny the pull he felt when she was near, the way the very air seemed charged with energy. It was as though the world itself was trying to tell him something, but the language was foreign to him. "I can feel it," he admitted, his voice low, almost to himself. "The power of it. It's overwhelming, like the sea is trying to speak directly to me." His hand rested on the ship's railing, though it rough beneath his palm as he tried to steady his thoughts. "But the more I try to understand, the more I realize I'm only scratching the surface. There's something deeper here, something that neither of us fully knows." Serena studied him for a moment, her gaze softening with a rare vulnerability. "That is the nature of the magic," she said quietly. "It does not reveal itself easily. For centuries, I have tried to understand it, and yet, every time I think I've grasped its true meaning, it slips further from my reach. The reef is a living entity, not merely a place of beauty and mystery, but a keeper of ancient secrets, secrets that even I do not fully know." Her voice faltered slightly, and for the first time, Adrian saw the burden of her long existence reflected in her eyes. "The connection between us, Captain, is part of a much larger design. The prophecy spoke of a surface dweller, someone like you, whose presence would shift the tides. I never fully understood what that meant, but I feel it now. Your arrival here, our meeting, is part of something much bigger than either of us." Adrian felt a chill run down his spine as the gravity of her words settled in. The prophecy, the curse, the magic, it was all tied together in ways he could not yet fathom. But there was one thing he knew for certain. Whatever lay ahead, it was not something he could navigate alone. The reef was a powerful force, its mysteries far beyond his understanding, but Serena, with all her knowledge and the weight of her centuries of guardianship, seemed to be his guide. "So what do we do now?" he asked, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling within him. "How do we begin to unravel all of this?" Serena turned to face him, her expression resolute yet tinged with something softer, perhaps hope. "We begin by trusting the journey," she said, her voice firm with conviction. The answers will come, Captain, but we must be patient. There are forces at work here, and they will reveal themselves when the time is right. Together, we will uncover the truth, and in doing so, perhaps find a way to break the curse that binds me. There was a strength in her words, a quiet certainty that, despite everything, they would find a way through the web of mystery surrounding them. And for the first time since their meeting, Adrian felt a flicker of hope, however faint, that they might truly be able to uncover the secrets of the reef, and in doing so, free Serena from the chains that had held her for so long. Serena's gaze softened, and as if sensing Adrian's lingering confusion, she moved closer to the side of the ship. The light of the morning sun reflected off the water, casting a warm, golden glow that seemed to embrace her shimmering form. Her eyes, usually so distant and mysterious, now held a tenderness that reflected the burden she carried. She tilted her head slightly, offering him a small, understanding smile. "It is understandable to feel confusion," she began, her voice calm and reassuring. "The magic of the reef is ancient and complex, woven into the very fabric of the ocean. It is not something that reveals itself easily. I have spent centuries trying to comprehend its depths, and I too am still learning." Her words seemed to carry a weight, as if each one was imbued with the countless years she had spent grappling with the forces at play. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood of the ship's railing, as though seeking something tangible to ground her in this moment. "The reef is not just a place, Captain," she continued, her voice growing softer, yet filled with an underlying strength. "It is alive in its own way, a living entity that holds the memories and the magic of the sea. Its secrets are guarded by the very water that surrounds it, and only those who truly understand its nature can unlock its power. I have tried, over and over, to find the answers, but some things remain elusive." Adrian listened intently, the weight of her words settling over him. It was clear that Serena was not just a guardian of the reef in the traditional sense. Her connection to the place went far beyond that, entwining her fate with the magic that lay beneath the surface. She was more than just its protector, she was a part of it. He found himself torn between the incredible knowledge she shared and the profound sadness in her eyes. How could someone bear the weight of such a responsibility for centuries, with no clear end in sight? The thought lingered in his mind as he looked at her, trying to understand the enormity of her curse. Serena seemed to sense his thoughts, and she gave a small, rueful smile. "I know it is difficult to grasp. For you, the reef is a mysterious place that holds no particular significance. But for me, it is everything. It is both my prison and my duty, and the magic that binds me to it is not something I can easily escape." Her fingers tightened slightly on the railing, and for a moment, Adrian saw the true weight of her burden. It wasn't just the reef's magic that held her. It was an ancient, unyielding force that had kept her tethered to this place for centuries, with no promise of release. "I was chosen to protect the reef long before I was cursed," Serena continued, her voice quiet now, tinged with a deep, lingering sadness. "I believed that my duty was to preserve the balance of the sea, to guard its secrets from those who would seek to exploit them. But in a moment of weakness, I failed. I broke the trust that had been placed in me, and as punishment, the reef's magic bound me to it forever. The curse is my penance, but it is also a safeguard, a way to ensure that no one else can wield the power of the reef." Her words hung in the air, thick with regret, but there was also an undeniable strength in her voice, a resilience that had carried her through the centuries. Adrian felt a pang of empathy for Serena, understanding the depth of her sacrifice and the toll it had taken on her. "So, this curse, it's not just about punishment," he said softly, trying to make sense of everything she had shared. "It's also a protection, a way to keep the power of the reef safe." Serena nodded, her eyes reflecting the sorrow and determination that had defined her existence. "Yes," she replied, her voice steady but filled with the weight of centuries. "It is both. The magic of the reef is not something to be taken lightly. It has the power to change the world, but it can also destroy it. That is why it must remain hidden, protected by the curse that binds me." Serena's eyes met his again, and for the first time, Adrian saw a glimmer of hope flicker in them. But I believe there is a way to change it, she said quietly. The prophecy speaks of a time when the curse can be broken, when the balance can be restored. It is through this journey, Captain, that we may find the answers we need to free me and the reef from this endless cycle. Her words were not just hopeful. They were filled with a quiet determination, a belief that, together, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead and uncover the secrets of the magical reef. Adrian's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of everything Serena had shared. He stood there, on the edge of the ship, his gaze drifting out to the shimmering expanse of the reef. It was both a breathtaking sight and an enigmatic one, its beauty masking the deeper, hidden powers beneath the surface. He had witnessed its magic firsthand, felt the pull of its enchantments, and seen the way Serena was bound to it. Yet, despite all he had experienced, a sense of confusion still lingered. Why had he been chosen to become part of this mysterious fate? What was the connection between him and the ancient prophecy that Serena had mentioned? His thoughts raced, struggling to comprehend the full significance of the situation. He turned back to Serena, meeting her gaze with a mixture of curiosity and unease. I've seen the reef's beauty, felt its power, and witnessed the impact of the curse, Adrian said, his voice steady but laced with uncertainty. But I don't fully understand why this is happening now, why I've been drawn into this. What is it that you need from me? His question hung in the air, charged with the weight of everything they had discussed. He knew that his involvement was not by chance, but the exact nature of his role remained elusive. Was he simply a vessel through which the prophecy would unfold, or was there something more to it? Serena's expression softened as she looked at him, her eyes reflecting a quiet understanding of his confusion. She had been carrying the burden of the reef's magic and her curse for so long that she had almost forgotten what it was like to view it through fresh eyes. But Adrian's question brought her back to the heart of their journey, reminding her that she wasn't alone in this. It is not easy to understand, she said, her voice gentle but firm. The prophecy speaks of a soul from the surface, someone whose presence is essential to breaking the curse. And that someone, Captain, is you. The words hung heavily between them, and for a moment, Adrian felt as though the air had thickened. The enormity of what she was saying began to sink in. He wasn't just a passive observer in this tale. He was a key part of it. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. What did that mean for him? What responsibility was he now bound to? He opened his mouth to speak, but Serena continued before he could voice his concerns. I cannot break the curse alone, she said, her gaze intense and filled with resolve. I have tried for centuries. But together, we may be able to unlock the secrets of the reef's magic. That is what I need from you, your help in understanding what lies beneath the surface, both literally and figuratively. Adrian absorbed her words, the weight of them settling over him. He had always been a man of action, someone who faced challenges head-on, but this was different. The stakes were higher, the unknowns greater. Yet, as he looked at Serena, he felt a sense of duty rising within him, a willingness to help her, to face whatever lay ahead. So, you need my help to break this curse, he said, his voice more certain now. But I'm still not entirely clear on how I fit into this prophecy. What is it that I can do? His question was born of necessity, the need for clarity in a world that had suddenly grown much more complicated. Serena gave a small nod, her gaze unwavering as she spoke. You are the one who can bridge the gap between the magic of the reef and the surface world. The prophecy speaks of a union of sorts, a merging of forces that will allow the curse to be lifted. But it is not just about knowledge or power. It is about understanding the deeper connection between the sea, the reef, and those who dwell above it. You, Captain, are the catalyst for that understanding. Your presence here is not by chance. Adrian took a deep breath, the weight of her words sinking in. It was clear now that he was not just a passive participant in this journey. He was vital to its success. The realization filled him with a sense of responsibility, but also a determination to see this through. I'll help you, Serena, he said firmly, his voice resolute. I don't understand everything yet, but I will. And I'll stand by you, whatever it takes. His words were a promise, not just to her, but to the reef itself, to the magic that had brought them together, and to the destiny that awaited them both. Serena took a moment to gather her thoughts, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon where the waters met the sky. The weight of centuries of history seemed to hang in the air as she prepared to reveal the truth that had been veiled for so long. Adrian stood patiently beside her, sensing that the answer she was about to give would provide more clarity to the tangled web of mystery they found themselves caught in. The silence stretched, as if the sea itself was holding its breath in anticipation. When Serena finally spoke, her voice was gentle but unwavering, filled with the kind of quiet conviction that came from a deep, personal understanding of the prophecies she had carried for so long. The prophecy foretold that someone from the surface would come at a time when the reef's magic was at a critical juncture. Serena explained, her gaze shifting toward Adrian. The light from the setting sun made her skin glow with an ethereal quality, as if she were a part of the sea itself. Your presence is not by chance, Captain. It is a part of a larger design, one that involves both the reef's protection and my own redemption. Her words hung in the air, the weight of them pressing down on Adrian as he tried to process what she was saying. It was as if the truth had always been there, waiting to be revealed, and now, it was becoming clearer with every word she spoke. Adrian's mind raced as he absorbed her explanation. He had always believed in fate to some extent, but this was something far beyond any twist of destiny he had ever encountered. The idea that his arrival in these waters was not an accident, that it had been written in some ancient prophecy, was a concept he struggled to fully comprehend. Still, the sincerity in Serena's voice, the depth of her belief, convinced him that this was no mere fantasy. This was real. He felt the weight of her gaze, and something deep within him stirred, a connection that transcended logic and reason, as though the very fabric of the universe was drawing them together. You're saying that I'm part of this prophecy? Adrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He turned to face Serena fully now, his brow furrowed in confusion and awe. But why me? What role do I play in all of this? I'm just a captain. There's nothing special about me. The words felt strange as he said them, knowing deep down that they didn't quite ring true. But how could he be the one chosen for such a monumental task? The more he thought about it, the more his doubt began to erode, replaced by a sense of responsibility he had never felt before. Serena's eyes softened, her expression filled with empathy as she regarded him. It is not about who you are in the eyes of the world, Captain, she said, her voice calm and reassuring. The prophecy speaks of a soul whose actions will balance the forces at play, someone whose strength lies in their heart and their willingness to face the unknown. You may not see it now, but your presence is the key to unraveling the mysteries of the reef and breaking the chains that bind me. There was a quiet power in her words, an understanding that went beyond what Adrian could fully grasp, but he knew that what she was saying was the truth. The prophecy had always been waiting for him, and he was now irrevocably tied to it. Adrian felt a chill run down his spine as the gravity of her words settled within him. He had heard stories of ancient prophecies, of chosen ones who rose to meet their destinies, but he had never imagined himself as part of such a tale. He was just a man trying to survive in a world that had always been unforgiving. And yet, standing beside Serena, feeling the pulse of the reef's magic thrumming through the air, he could no longer deny that his life had shifted in ways he could not explain. There was no turning back now. He had a purpose, a role to play in a story that had already begun long before he had set foot on this path. As much as I may not understand everything right now, Adrian said, his voice steady with a newfound resolve, I'm here. I'll help you, Serena. If my presence can truly protect the reef and offer you redemption, then I won't turn my back on it. The words felt like a promise, not just to her but to himself. He had faced many storms in his life, both on the sea and in his heart, but this felt like the beginning of something that would define him forever. Serena paused, letting her words sink in, her gaze unwavering as it met Adrian's with an intensity that spoke volumes. There was no room for doubt in her eyes, only a quiet determination that reflected the weight of the centuries she had spent trapped by her curse. She continued, her voice steady but imbued with a sense of urgency. You are a key player in this unfolding story. she said, her tone carrying the gravity of the prophecy's promise. Your courage and determination are essential in unraveling the secrets of the reef and breaking the curse that binds me. Every word seemed to hang in the air, charged with meaning, as if the very fabric of fate was aligning itself before them. Adrian could feel the power of her words pressing against him, filling him with a mix of awe and apprehension. The more she spoke, the clearer it became that the path they were on was not something either of them could avoid, no matter how much they might wish to turn back. His role in this ancient prophecy, his connection to the reef and its guardian, seemed more certain now, even if the details remained shrouded in mystery. But as he looked at Serena, he saw not just the weight of her curse but the spark of hope in her eyes, the hope that together they might uncover the truth and free her from the chains that bound her to the reef. The path we must take is fraught with challenges, Serena continued, her voice softening as she spoke of the obstacles they would face. The magic of the reef is not easily understood, and there are those who would use its power for their own purposes. We must tread carefully, for there are dangers beyond the reef's waters, and not all who seek its secrets have noble intentions. Her words painted a picture of a world far more complicated than Adrian had ever imagined. The reef, its magic, and the curse she bore were only pieces of a much larger puzzle, one that required careful navigation and a steadfast resolve. Adrian's mind churned with the weight of what she had said. He had never been one to back down from a challenge, but this was different. This wasn't just about survival or treasure, it was about fate, about something far more powerful and ancient than anything he had encountered in his years on the sea. He looked at Serena, her form half submerged in the water, the sunlight dancing off the surface like an ethereal halo around her. She wasn't just a guardian or a victim of a curse. She was a woman with a purpose, and he, for reasons beyond his understanding, was tied to that purpose. I understand, Adrian finally said, his voice low but firm. You've made it clear that our journey is more than just a shared fate. I'm part of it now, whether I want to be or not. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. I won't pretend I know all the answers, or even that I fully understand the weight of what we're about to face. But I know this, I won't leave you to carry this burden alone. There was a quiet intensity in his words, an unspoken promise that, no matter how difficult the road ahead, he would remain by her side, just as the prophecy had foretold. Serena's expression softened at his declaration, her heart lifting slightly with the reassurance of his unwavering resolve. She had carried the burden of her curse alone for so long that the idea of sharing her struggle, of having someone to stand beside her in the face of the unknown, was a comfort she had long since given up on. Together, she echoed, her voice thick with emotion. That is all I can ask for. This journey will test us both, but with your courage and my knowledge, we may yet break the chains that bind me and restore the balance that has been lost. There was a fire in her gaze now, a renewed sense of hope that had been dormant for far too long. As they stood there, the soft lapping of the waves beneath them seemed to echo the pulse of the sea itself, as though the world was holding its breath in anticipation of the steps they were about to take. The future was uncertain, full of dangers they could not yet comprehend, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Serena felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in years: hope. And with Adrian by her side, she dared to believe that they might just have the strength to face whatever lay ahead. Together, Adrian stood silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the horizon as he let Serena's words sink in. The weight of what she had said hung heavy in the air. The responsibility she had placed upon him was daunting, far beyond anything he had ever imagined when he first set out on the sea. It wasn't just a matter of survival or treasure anymore. It was about something much greater, a promise, a curse, and a future that hung in the balance. Serena's burden was now his own, and the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet there was something in her eyes, a flicker of hope, that stirred something within him. He couldn't turn his back on that. I see, Adrian finally said, his voice steady but laced with a hint of resolve. So, my role is to help you uncover these secrets and restore balance. It's a daunting task, but if it means helping you and protecting the reef, then I'm committed to it. The words felt heavy in his chest, but as he spoke them, a sense of clarity settled over him. This was no longer just a partnership of convenience. It was a shared destiny. He had never been one to shy away from a challenge, and though this one seemed insurmountable, the bond they were forging gave him the strength to face it head-on. Serena met his gaze, a mixture of gratitude and determination reflecting in her eyes. Her curse had held her captive for so long, and the thought of finally breaking free was a hope she had learned to bury deep within her heart. But now, with Adrian's commitment, that hope stirred once again. His words were not just a promise, they were a lifeline, a sign that maybe, just maybe, the centuries of torment she had endured were finally nearing an end. She could feel the weight of her duty, but with him by her side, the burden seemed lighter, more manageable. There was power in their alliance, a power that neither of them fully understood yet but could no longer deny. The journey ahead will not be easy, Serena warned, her voice softening. There are dangers far beyond what we've seen so far. The magic of the reef is ancient and complicated, and those who seek to control it will stop at nothing to get what they want. We must be prepared to face not only the forces of nature but also those who would exploit the power of the reef for their own gain. She paused, her gaze drifting to the shimmering waters beneath them, the sea stretching out into the unknown. But with your courage and my knowledge, we stand a chance. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what was to come. There was no turning back now. Adrian's expression hardened as he absorbed her words. The threat of enemies who would use the reef's magic for their own gain was not something he had considered. But as a captain, he had dealt with threats before. Pirates, storms, treacherous waters, none of these were new to him. What unsettled him, however, was the realization that the battle ahead would not only be against those who sought to exploit the reef, but also against the very forces of magic itself. He would have to step into a world he knew little about, guided only by Serena's knowledge and his own resolve. But the thought of standing beside her, of helping her break free from the chains of her curse, filled him with a sense of purpose he had never known. He took a deep breath, steadying himself against the uncertainty of the road ahead. I won't let you face this alone, Serena, Adrian said, his voice firm with determination. We'll uncover the secrets of the reef, and together, we'll find a way to break the curse. Whatever it takes. The certainty in his voice seemed to give her strength, a promise that he would not falter. It wasn't just about the reef or the magic. It was about the journey they would take together, the trust they were building in each other. Serena nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she felt the weight of his words settle into her heart. It was a smile that held a quiet, deep gratitude, a recognition that, for the first time in centuries, she might not have to carry the burden alone. Thank you, Captain, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. With you by my side, I believe we can change everything. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unknown, but together, they were no longer just two individuals facing a fate they couldn't control. They were partners, united by destiny, bound by a shared purpose. And for the first time in a long while, Serena allowed herself to believe that the future held the possibility of something brighter. Serena's expression softened, her gaze meeting Adrian's with a flicker of hope that hadn't been there before. The weight of centuries of solitude, of her curse and the endless years spent trapped in the same fate, seemed to lift ever so slightly. She had learned to guard her emotions over the years, to keep her hopes buried deep beneath the surface. But Adrian's words had stirred something in her that she hadn't allowed herself to feel for a long time: hope. The thought that perhaps this curse, this prison of magic that had held her for so long, might finally be broken, filled her with a quiet sense of possibility. Thank you, Captain, she said, her voice filled with a gratitude that was rare and genuine. There was something in the way Adrian had offered his help, so freely and without hesitation, that made her believe that they might truly stand a chance. She had been alone in her struggle for centuries, with only the echo of the prophecy to guide her. But now, with Adrian by her side, it felt as though the weight of her burden was shared. Your willingness to help brings me hope and strength, she continued, her eyes momentarily drifting to the horizon, where the sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting the sea in hues of gold and orange. For the first time in so long, I can see the possibility of something beyond this curse. She paused, taking a deep breath, as though considering the vastness of what lay before them. The journey ahead would not be easy, that much was clear. The reef's secrets were old and shrouded in layers of magic that had defied understanding for centuries. Even with Adrian's resolve and her own knowledge, there was no guarantee that they would be able to uncover the truth. But there was something in the air, a tangible sense of determination that pulsed between them. It wasn't just about breaking the curse. It was about facing the unknown together, about daring to hope for something more than what the reef's magic had allowed her to dream. The journey ahead will test us both, Serena continued, her tone steady and thoughtful. The road is long, and the forces at play are far more complicated than we can fully understand. There are dangers, both seen and unseen, and obstacles that will challenge us in ways we cannot predict. She glanced briefly at Adrian, as if weighing his readiness for the trials they would face. There was a calm strength in him, an unwavering sense of purpose that gave her confidence. He was no stranger to challenges, but the ones they would encounter would be unlike anything he had ever faced before. This wasn't just a battle of swords or strategy. It was a battle of magic, of fate, and of time itself. But Serena wasn't deterred by the uncertainty. If anything, it only solidified her resolve. For centuries, she had been trapped in the same role, bound by the reef's magic and unable to move beyond it. She had watched as generations passed, as time moved on without her. But now, with Adrian's promise to stand by her side, she felt the first real spark of possibility that things could change. "But with your resolve and my knowledge," she said, the words carrying more weight than she had intended, "we have a chance to achieve what has seemed impossible for so long." She could feel the power of their partnership taking shape, their combined strength forming the foundation of something greater than either of them had imagined. For a brief moment, Serena allowed herself to lean into the possibility of success. It was a rare thing for her to embrace hope so fully, but she couldn't deny the sense of unity she felt with Adrian. Together, they would face the magic of the reef, uncover its secrets, and challenge the forces that had kept her imprisoned. There was a fire in her chest now, a renewed sense of purpose that had been dormant for so long. If she had ever doubted that there was a chance for her redemption, that doubt was now fading. The path ahead was still unclear, but she no longer felt alone in it. They would walk it together. As Adrian nodded, a silent agreement passing between them, Serena's heart lifted just a little more. She couldn't yet say for certain what would come of their journey, but she knew one thing for sure: this was the beginning of something new. With Adrian's courage and her knowledge, they stood at the precipice of a future that, for the first time, felt within reach. And no matter what trials awaited them, she would face them with him by her side, knowing that together, they were stronger than either could be alone. Adrian's words were simple, but there was a quiet strength in them that resonated deeply with Serena. He could sense her uncertainty, the burden of centuries weighing heavily on her shoulders, and yet, in his eyes, she saw a reflection of the same determination that had driven her all these years. His reassuring smile, warm and unwavering, felt like a lifeline in the vastness of the unknown that stretched before them. It wasn't just the promise of action, but the sincerity in his voice, the trust he placed in her, that made her believe, truly believe, that they could succeed. "We'll face it together," Adrian repeated, his voice low but resolute. He stood tall, his posture firm as though his words alone could steel them both against the dangers they were about to face. Serena knew that he wasn't just speaking for her sake. His commitment was genuine. Even with the enormity of the task before them, the countless mysteries they had yet to uncover, Adrian had already made his decision. He was with her, and that thought alone filled her with a sense of gratitude she hadn't realized she could still feel. "I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything," he continued, the vulnerability in his words striking a chord with Serena. It was clear that the complexities of their situation weighed heavily on him. The magic of the reef, the prophecy, the curse, it was a lot to absorb in a short span of time. But there was something in his honesty, in his willingness to acknowledge that he didn't have all the answers, that made him feel even more reliable. He wasn't pretending to have everything figured out. He was ready to face the unknown, to learn as they went, trusting her to guide them through it. Serena looked at him, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief and hope. His willingness to trust her, despite the uncertainty that surrounded them, felt like the first step toward unraveling the mystery of the curse and the prophecy. "With your courage and my knowledge, we'll uncover the truths we need," she responded, her voice soft but firm. There was a deep truth in those words, a conviction that hadn't been there before. It wasn't just about the magic that bound her. It was about the two of them working together, each bringing something unique to the table. She had spent so long bearing the weight of her destiny alone, but now, with Adrian beside her, it felt as though the future was within reach. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared understanding settling between them. The wind rustled through the sails of the Crimson Tempest, and the sound of the waves lapping against the ship seemed to echo the rhythm of their shared resolve. Serena allowed herself a fleeting moment to believe that they might actually succeed. It wasn't just about breaking her curse anymore. It was about finding balance, restoring harmony to the reef, and finally freeing herself from the constraints that had bound her for centuries. Adrian's smile never faltered, even as he processed the enormity of what lay ahead. He wasn't entirely sure of what he had signed up for, but there was no hesitation in his decision. He had committed to this journey, not just for the reef, but for Serena, and that was all that mattered. Together, they would face whatever came next. Whatever mysteries the reef held, whatever dangers lurked beneath the surface, they would confront them head-on. And though the path was uncertain, one thing was clear: no matter the trials, they would not face them alone. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, its golden light stretched across the endless expanse of the ocean, bathing the Crimson Tempest in a warm, amber glow. The tranquil waters reflected the rising sun, mirroring the sense of calm that had settled over Adrian and Serena. The ship cut smoothly through the waves, its sails billowing with the morning breeze. Standing side by side at the bow, the two of them felt the weight of their shared purpose settle over them like the light itself. A weight that was neither burdensome nor heavy, but instead a quiet, unspoken understanding of what lay ahead. The mysteries that surrounded the magical reef were vast, their complexities as deep and unknowable as the waters themselves. Serena, who had spent centuries bound to the reef, still felt as though the magic that ruled her fate held more secrets than she could comprehend. Yet, as she stood next to Adrian, the uncertainty that had once plagued her seemed more manageable. Together, they had begun to uncover the truth, bit by bit, and with each piece, the path forward seemed a little clearer. She could see the potential in the future, a future where the curse might be broken, and the reef restored to its full power. But this would not be easy, and the dangers were as real as the ocean that surrounded them. Adrian, too, had felt a shift within himself since their last conversation. The weight of the revelations about Serena's curse and the prophecy that bound their fates had shaken him, but in the midst of that turmoil, he had found resolve. His mind, still grappling with the complexities of their situation, now focused on the singular goal ahead: to help Serena, to protect the reef, and to uncover the secrets that had eluded her for centuries. It was a daunting task, one that would stretch both their limits, but it was a task that he would face without hesitation. The mysteries of the reef were no longer just abstract concepts to him. They were part of his own story now. As they sailed toward the unknown, their hearts beat in unison with the rhythm of the sea. They both understood the stakes, though either spoke of the dangers that lay in wait. The reef's magic was as unpredictable as the tides, and the forces that sought to disrupt its balance were powerful and unseen. But for the first time since the storm, Adrian felt a sense of certainty in the journey they had embarked upon. His loyalty to Serena, to the cause they shared, had crystallized. Whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them together. It was not just about unraveling the curse or saving the reef. It was about ensuring that their choices would shape the future they both wanted to see. Serena glanced at Adrian, noting the determination in his eyes. His resolve, though still tempered by questions, mirrored her own. She had never expected to find someone who would stand by her side in this way. Someone who, despite not fully understanding the magnitude of what they were about to face, still believed in the possibility of success. It gave her a strength she hadn't known she possessed. She had been alone for so long, bound by duty and burdened by a curse she could not escape. But now, With Adrian's unwavering support, she felt a spark of hope, something that had been buried deep within her for centuries. Together, they stood in silence, the warmth of the sun and the promise of the journey ahead enveloping them. The world seemed to fall away for a moment, leaving only the steady hum of the ship, the distant cry of seagulls, and the gentle lap of the waves against the hull. Their fates were intertwined, and though the road ahead was uncertain, they both knew one thing with absolute clarity: they would face it together. The reef's secrets were still hidden beneath the surface, and the prophecy had yet to reveal its full meaning, but one thing was sure: they were no longer bound by fate alone. They had each other, and that would be enough to guide them forward. The Crimson Tempest sailed steadily through the vast expanse of the ocean, its course now set on a path that could not be undone. The ship, once merely a vessel for adventure, had become a symbol of something much larger, a shared journey into the mysteries of the reef and the ancient curse that bound Serena to it. The sails caught the steady winds, propelling the ship forward, while the creaking of the wooden hull seemed to echo the uncertainty and anticipation that filled the air. Adrian stood at the helm, watching the horizon as the waves parted before them, his thoughts a mixture of gratitude and unshakable curiosity. Since his encounter with Serena, everything had shifted. The reef's shimmering beauty had first captivated him, but it was the deeper magic that surrounded the place, and Serena's connection to it, that truly gripped his mind. The more he learned about the curse and the prophecy, the more questions seemed to emerge. He had never imagined that he would be drawn into something so deeply entwined with ancient forces, but now, every moment spent on this journey only deepened his resolve to uncover the truth. His gratitude for Serena's actions, saving his life in the midst of a perilous storm, was immense, but it was matched by an insatiable need to understand the larger forces at play. As the ship sailed on, Adrian's mind began to turn over the details Serena had shared with him. The prophecy had foretold his arrival, but the hows and whys remained just out of reach. Was it mere coincidence that he had been brought into this? Or was there something more profound at play? Something that could change the course of his life and the fate of the reef forever? He couldn't deny the weight of the responsibility now resting on his shoulders. But with that burden came a sense of purpose that was as new to him as it was undeniable. This journey was no longer about treasure or adventure. It was about something much more meaningful. The mysteries of the reef loomed large before him, but Adrian felt a stirring within him, a readiness to face whatever lay ahead. Every revelation, no matter how cryptic, felt like a key to unlocking the secrets of this ancient place. Serena, too, seemed to carry the weight of these secrets, her quiet resolve matched by the depth of the curse that bound her to the sea. She was both a guide and a prisoner, her life a testament to the intricate dance between the reef's magic and the duty she had been sworn to. Yet, in her eyes, Adrian saw a flicker of something else, a hope that had long been buried but was now beginning to stir, perhaps in part because of the alliance they had forged. As the days passed, the ship's course remained steady, but the tension of the unknown never fully left Adrian. He found himself turning to Serena more and more, seeking her counsel and knowledge of the reef's secrets. Though she had lived with the curse for centuries, there were still gaps in her understanding, things that even she could not fully explain. Together, they would have to dive into those unknowns, uncovering truths that had remained hidden for far too long. The danger, too, was something they would face together. Forces beyond their control seemed to be closing in on the reef, and with each passing day, Adrian felt the urgency of their mission growing stronger. At the same time, the bond between Adrian and Serena deepened. It wasn't just the shared goal of breaking the curse or unlocking the reef's secrets that tied them together. It was something unspoken, a trust that had slowly formed in the quiet moments between their conversations. He had come to respect her not only for her knowledge but for her strength, her resolve in the face of centuries of solitude. She was more than a guardian of the reef. She was a person who had borne a heavy burden for far too long. And now, Adrian was determined to help her lift it, whatever it took. His commitment to her and the journey they were on had become as clear as the wind in the sails. The Crimson Tempest continued its course, cutting through the waters with unwavering purpose, the promise of discovery and the weight of responsibility ahead. Every sunrise brought them closer to the heart of the reef, and the answers they so desperately sought. Adrian stood tall at the helm, his mind focused, his heart aligned with the new purpose that had emerged in his life. The sea stretched out endlessly before him, but now it held a different meaning. It was not just an obstacle or a challenge, it was the key to everything. And with Serena by his side, he was ready to face whatever dangers and revelations awaited them in the deep blue. Chapter 9: Seeking Shelter. The sun hung low on the horizon, its golden rays stretching across the tranquil sea like a painted canvas. The waters were calm, their surface undisturbed except for the gentle wake left behind by the crimson tempest as it sailed steadily away from the magical reef. The ship, though still operational, bore the marks of the fierce storm that had tested its integrity. Its battered hull creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, each sound a reminder of the violent forces they had just endured. Despite the visible damage, Adrian Blackwood stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the horizon, his mind consumed by the strange events that had unfolded in the reef's embrace. Though Adrian's body was free from injury, the toll of the storm and the mysteries of the reef weighed heavily on him. His muscles ached from the strain of fighting the tempest, and his mind raced with the questions Serena's revelations had sparked. The magic of the reef, the curse binding Serena to it, the prophecy. It was all a jumble of complexities he was only beginning to comprehend. His thoughts swirled, but beneath it all, a deep fatigue pressed upon him, one that went beyond the physical exhaustion of surviving a storm. He felt the weight of the journey ahead, the responsibility of their shared mission to uncover the secrets of the reef, and he knew that if he didn't find rest soon, his resolve would begin to falter. Serena, ever perceptive, noticed the subtle signs of Adrian's exhaustion. She had long since attuned herself to the rhythms of the sea, and the subtle shifts in energy that came with the tide. Adrian's posture had stiffened, his movements less fluid than usual, and his gaze was distant, as though he were lost in thought. She could feel the burden of the prophecy and the curse that haunted her weighing on him as well, and she knew that it was time for him to take a step back and recover. The journey they were on would require not just physical strength but emotional resilience, and Adrian's current state of mind wouldn't serve them well in the challenges ahead. With a quiet decision, Serena approached Adrian, her presence at once calming and commanding. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her touch warm against the cool air of the evening. Adrian turned to her, his expression a mix of surprise and gratitude, though it was clear from his weary gaze that he had not been expecting the gesture. Serena spoke softly, her voice low and steady. "Captain, you have done more than your share. Rest now. The journey ahead will be long, and you will need all your strength to face what comes." Her words were simple, but there was an undeniable sense of authority in them, as though she were not just offering advice but giving him permission to slow down. Adrian hesitated for a moment, the weight of his responsibilities tugging at him. He was the captain, the one the crew looked to for leadership and guidance. To rest now, to step back, felt almost like a betrayal of the role he had taken on. But as he looked into Serena's eyes, he saw not just concern but an understanding, a shared recognition of the toll this journey was taking on both of them. He realized that she was right. He couldn't lead them into the unknown if he didn't take the time to recover. With a slow nod, he acknowledged her words, the tension in his shoulders easing as he allowed himself to let go of some of the weight that had been pressing down on him. Serena gestured toward the aft of the ship, where a quiet corner had been set aside for moments like this, away from the bustle of the crew and the demands of the deck. Adrian followed her, grateful for the space and time to collect himself. He sat down, his legs feeling heavy beneath him, and let his gaze drift over the calm waters, the rhythmic motion of the sea lulling his mind into a rare stillness. Serena remained close, offering him the space he needed but staying within reach, her presence a quiet comfort. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Adrian felt a fleeting sense of peace. He was still unsure of the path ahead, of the mysteries they had yet to uncover, but for now, in this moment, he allowed himself to rest. The hours passed in a serene quiet, the only sounds the occasional creak of the ship and the distant calls of seabirds. Adrian closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the soft warmth of the sun on his skin and the cool breeze on his face. It was a rare respite, a brief interlude in a journey that had already proven to be full of uncertainty and danger. But as the night began to fall, casting its deep blue shadow over the sea, Adrian knew that this moment of peace was only temporary. Tomorrow, they would continue their journey, deeper into the mysteries of the reef, and the weight of the prophecy would press even harder upon them. But for now, he allowed himself to simply breathe, knowing that with Serena's guidance and his own resolve, they would face whatever came next. As twilight descended, a soft hush seemed to settle over the sea. The sky transitioned from shades of orange and pink to deep purples and blues, casting a serene glow over the world. The last vestiges of sunlight shimmered on the water's surface, turning it into a vast canvas of liquid gold. The air had grown cooler, the breeze more pronounced, and the day's warmth was beginning to fade into the quiet of evening. On the deck of the Crimson Tempest, Adrian stood at the edge, his figure silhouetted against the horizon. His gaze was distant, fixed on the line where the sea met the sky, as if searching for answers in the fading light. In the stillness of the moment, a soft ripple broke the surface of the water nearby, drawing Adrian's attention. From the depths, Serena's ethereal form emerged, her silhouette glowing faintly in the twilight. The fading light seemed to dance around her, accentuating the almost otherworldly grace with which she moved. Her long hair flowed in the water like a dark wave, and her eyes, bright and unearthly, locked onto Adrian with a quiet intensity. She had always seemed to embody the very essence of the sea, beautiful, mysterious, and untamable. Now, as she approached the ship, she carried with her an energy that felt both soothing and profound. Serena's quiet movement drew Adrian's attention fully away from the horizon. He turned slightly, watching her glide through the water, her presence a stark contrast to the steady, unforgiving nature of the sea itself. Her gaze met his, and despite the distance between them, he felt as though she were pulling him in, guiding him towards something deeper, something beyond the immediate world around them. He had seen her before, shrouded in mystery, a figure bound to the magical reef, but tonight there was something different in her. Perhaps it was the fading twilight, or perhaps it was the moment itself, but Serena's presence felt heavier, filled with meaning that went beyond words. When she reached the side of the ship, Serena paused, her figure emerging from the water like a vision woven from the sea itself. The last rays of the sun caught the edges of her form, making her appear almost translucent, as though she were part of the ocean itself. Her eyes, glowing faintly with an inner light, studied Adrian with an unreadable expression. She was silent for a moment, her gaze searching his face as if measuring the weight of his thoughts. The air between them seemed to thrum with unspoken understanding, as though both of them recognized the significance of the moment, the stillness before a shift in their journey. Adrian's eyes lingered on her for a moment, a sense of awe and confusion swirling within him. There was so much he didn't understand, the magic, the prophecy, the connection between them, but looking at Serena, he felt a deep certainty. She was the key to the mysteries they faced, and somehow, she had become the anchor to his resolve. The strange pull he had felt toward the reef and the prophecy now felt more purposeful, more personal. The weight of their shared mission settled upon him once more, but this time, he no longer felt burdened by it. The challenges ahead were formidable, but with Serena by his side, they no longer felt insurmountable. With a slight shift in her posture, Serena closed the distance between them, her voice breaking the silence. "Captain, the time is near. The secrets of the reef are within reach, and the prophecy's path grows clearer with each passing moment. We must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead." Her words were calm, but there was an underlying urgency in them, a sense that the magic they were dealing with was awakening, shifting towards something significant. Her presence, always serene, now seemed to vibrate with the promise of change, of the unraveling of deep, ancient truths. As she spoke, the darkness of the night crept in, surrounding them with the soft murmur of the sea. Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words and the quiet intensity of the moment. He could feel the weight of her gaze on him, the unspoken bond between them solidifying with every passing second. "I'm ready, Serena," he said quietly, his voice steady. "We'll face whatever comes next together. Whatever secrets the reef holds, we'll uncover them." As he spoke, the last light of the day dipped below the horizon, and and the stars began to twinkle above, their cold light reflecting off the darkening sea. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, and in that moment, Adrian knew that their journey had entered a new phase, one that would challenge them in ways they could not yet imagine. But as long as they stood together, he felt ready to face whatever the future held. "Captain," Serena called softly, her voice smooth and calming as it carried over the gentle sound of the waves, reaching Adrian with an almost melodic quality. The night air was crisp, and the stars above flickered faintly against the dark canvas of the sky. The sea whispered around them, its steady rhythm a comforting backdrop to the weight of the world Adrian had been carrying. He turned his gaze toward her, momentarily distracted from his thoughts by the softness of her tone, and found himself meeting her glowing eyes, which reflected the starlight like twin beacons in the darkness. There was an undeniable gentleness to her, but also a quiet command, a presence that made him feel both seen and understood. Serena, standing in the water just below the ship, regarded him with a patient expression. Her figure was bathed in the silvery light of the moon, making her seem even more ethereal, as if she were part of the sea itself. Despite the intensity of their journey so far, her calm demeanor remained a constant, like the ocean, ever present and unshaken by the storms that had come before. She was a figure of both mystery and wisdom, someone whose connection to the reef and the ancient forces at play went far deeper than Adrian could yet comprehend. Still, in this moment, he recognized her desire to ease his burden, to offer him some reprieve from the weight of the world he had been shouldering. "It is time for you to rest," Serena continued, her voice gentle yet firm, a note of concern woven through the words. The reassurance in her tone felt like a balm to Adrian's weary mind. He had spent so long caught in the tide of the unknown, trying to process everything that had been thrust upon him. The recent storm, the curse, the reef's magic. It was all so overwhelming, and yet Serena seemed to know just when he needed a moment to pause. She had been guiding him through the chaos, offering him glimpses of clarity when he needed them most, and now, it seemed, she was offering him the chance to rest. The thought of it, of simply allowing himself to stop for a while, felt foreign but undeniably tempting. Serena's eyes softened, as if she understood the hesitation that lingered in his expression. She moved slightly closer to the ship, the water swirling around her in a fluid motion that seemed almost hypnotic. "I know a place," she said, her words carrying a promise of peace. "A place where you can find shelter and recover from your ordeal. It is quiet, safe, and far removed from the dangers of the sea. You will be able to gather your strength and your thoughts." Her offer was more than just a suggestion. It was an invitation to find solace in the midst of their turbulent journey, a chance to recharge and prepare for what lay ahead. Adrian looked at her for a long moment, torn between his innate drive to press forward and the pull of her offer. His body ached from the strain of the days past, and his mind was clouded with the many questions that still hung in the air. The temptation to rest, to escape the relentless weight of responsibility for even a brief moment, was overwhelming. But there was something else, a deep trust in Serena, a sense that she was offering him not just physical shelter, but the emotional respite he desperately needed. Despite the strangeness of it all, despite the mystery surrounding her and the reef, he couldn't deny the sincerity in her offer. After a brief silence, Adrian exhaled slowly, his shoulders sinking with the release of tension. "I trust you," he said quietly, his voice rough from fatigue. "I'll go with you. I need to rest, to clear my mind." There was no fear in his words, only a quiet acceptance. He had fought against his exhaustion for so long, but now, with Serena's offer hanging in the air, he knew that taking this moment for himself would not be a sign of weakness, but a necessary step in their journey. He had come to rely on her guidance, and now, more than ever, he understood that in order to face the challenges ahead, he had to honor his own need for recovery. Serena nodded in approval, her face breaking into a small, knowing smile. Without another word, she moved back into the water, her form blending seamlessly with the night around her. "Come," she called softly, as if beckoning him into the unknown but safe haven she had promised. Adrian followed her, feeling an unfamiliar lightness in his chest, as if the weight he had been carrying for so long was finally starting to lift. With Serena leading the way, He knew that this moment of rest was just the beginning of a new chapter, one where he would find the strength to continue the journey, armed with both physical and emotional clarity. Adrian turned to face Serena, his brow furrowing slightly as his curiosity peaked. His exhaustion was still evident, but the question seemed to clear the haze in his mind, bringing him back to the present. There was a flicker of relief in his eyes as well. He had been running on empty for far too long, and the promise of respite, of a place where he could finally unwind, was almost too good to be true. Serena's unwavering presence had always provided a quiet sense of assurance, but now, as she motioned for him to follow, he couldn't help but wonder what this mysterious place was that she had in mind. His gaze softened, his body instinctively relaxing in anticipation of whatever comfort she was offering. Serena met his question with a calm, steady gaze, the faintest glint of something like warmth in her eyes. "You'll see soon enough," she replied, her voice smooth like the ocean itself, gentle but imbued with an undeniable strength. There was a quiet reassurance in the way she spoke, as though her words alone were meant to ease any lingering doubts Adrian might have. She didn't offer any further details, but there was something in the way she carried herself that suggested the place was not only safe but perhaps even magical in its own right. Her ethereal presence seemed to fit the image of a place untouched by time, a sanctuary hidden from the chaos of the world. As she spoke, Serena began to glide through the water, her movements fluid and effortless. The night around them seemed to deepen, with only the faint glow of the ship's lanterns and the stars overhead illuminating their path. Adrian watched her for a moment, his gaze lingering on the way she seemed to merge with the water, as if she were a part of it. There was an elegance to her, a timelessness that made him wonder what it was like to exist within the ancient rhythms of the sea. Despite the mystery that still surrounded her, he trusted that she knew what was best for him in this moment. Without another word, she beckoned him to follow, and Adrian hesitated only for a heartbeat before stepping closer to the edge of the ship. The cool night air brushed against his skin, bringing with it the salty scent of the sea and the promise of something new. As he lowered himself carefully over the side of the Crimson Tempest, the water was cool but welcoming, surrounding him in its embrace. The rhythmic sound of the waves lapping against the ship faded as he joined Serena in the water, the space between them growing smaller with every stroke he took. They moved in tandem, Serena leading the way through the still waters, her figure glowing softly in the moonlight. Adrian followed, trusting her completely now, even as the unknown stretched out before him. His muscles, which had been tense and stiff from days of strain, began to loosen as he swam, the soothing sensation of the water easing his fatigue. He found himself marveling at the way the sea enveloped them, as if it were alive, aware of their presence, and offering them its sanctuary. There was no fear, no uncertainty in his mind now, only the quiet peace that came from surrendering to the rhythm of Serena's guidance. As they swam further away from the ship, Adrian's thoughts began to quiet, replaced by the peaceful sounds of the water and the subtle magic of the moment. He had been caught in the chaos of their journey for so long, always running toward the next challenge, the next unknown. But now, for the first time in what felt like ages, he allowed himself to be still. The water beneath him, Serena beside him, he had never realized how much he needed this moment. The world around him was vast, and yet, in that instant, it felt smaller, more manageable. The place Serena had promised, the shelter she spoke of, was not just a physical haven. It was a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, there could be peace. Serena's eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery, her voice carrying the weight of secrets long kept hidden beneath the waves. An underwater sanctuary, hidden from the eyes of those who do not know its secrets, she said, her words both an invitation and a promise. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a seamless line of twilight. There was something almost otherworldly in the way she spoke, as though she were unveiling a treasure that could not be touched by the ordinary hand. Adrian felt a stirring of anticipation deep within him, the exhaustion that had weighed heavily on his shoulders suddenly lifting, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of curiosity. The water around them seemed to respond to her words, the gentle swells of the ocean turning calm and smooth, as if the very sea was attuned to Serena's presence. She swam with graceful, purposeful strokes, her body cutting through the water with ease, as though she were a part of it. Adrian followed closely, though he could not help but marvel at the way the moonlight danced off her, casting shimmering ripples on the surface of the water. Every movement of hers was imbued with an ethereal beauty, and it made the promise of the sanctuary ahead seem all the more compelling. Whatever lay ahead, he knew it would be unlike anything he had experienced before. As they swam, the world around them seemed to shift. The sea's surface, once flat and featureless, now appeared to glow with an almost magical intensity. Serena's words had set something in motion, the water itself becoming more alive, pulsing with a subtle energy. It was as though they were leaving the ordinary world behind, venturing into a space where time and reality blurred. Adrian's senses heightened, every sound and movement magnified in the stillness of the night. The only light now came from the stars overhead and the soft glow that emanated from Serena, guiding him forward into the unknown. Soon, the outline of a formation beneath the water came into view. It was subtle at first, just a faint shadow against the deeper blue of the ocean floor. But as they drew closer, the shape became clearer, a massive stone archway, adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by clusters of vibrant coral. The archway seemed to pulse with a quiet, ancient energy, as though it had stood for centuries, unnoticed by those who were not attuned to its presence. The thought that such a place existed, hidden so deeply within the sea, struck Adrian with awe. This was no ordinary refuge. It was a place crafted by forces far older and wiser than anything he had encountered on land. Serena led him beneath the archway and into a cavern of breathtaking beauty. Inside, the water was warmer, infused with a softness that made it feel as though the sea itself were cradling them in its embrace. The walls of the cavern shimmered with iridescent minerals that caught the light in mesmerizing patterns. The air, though thick with moisture, seemed lighter somehow, filled with the scent of salt and earth. Adrian felt the weariness in his bones begin to fade as the magic of the sanctuary wrapped around him, offering him the respite he so desperately needed. The space felt alive, but in a way that was soothing, like the quiet hum of a world untouched by human hands. Serena motioned for him to follow her deeper into the sanctuary. The water here was calm, its surface smooth and clear, reflecting the soft glow of the cavern's walls. There were pools along the sides, each filled with water that seemed to shimmer with healing energy. Serena knelt beside one such pool, her hands brushing the surface lightly. "This place," she explained, her voice a gentle whisper, "has been a sanctuary for those who need healing, physically and spiritually. The magic of the reef flows through it, restoring balance and peace to those who seek it." Adrian watched her with a mixture of wonder and gratitude. The place was not just a physical haven, it was a sanctuary for the soul, a place where one could find renewal and solace, far removed from the chaos of the world above. With a nod of agreement, Adrian followed Serena to the edge of the ship, his eyes tracing the smooth expanse of the ocean below. The water was a deep, inviting blue, calm and still as it reflected the fading light of the day. The gentle undulation of the waves seemed to beckon him, as if the sea itself was calling him to take the next step. Serena stood at the edge, her silhouette framed by the fading orange of the horizon, and as she turned to look at him, her gaze was steady, encouraging, almost serene. Her presence here, amidst the vastness of the ocean, was as natural as the water itself. Adrian felt a tug in his chest, an instinctive pull toward her, and a deeper sense of knowing that this was a journey he had to take. Serena's movements were fluid and graceful as she took a step forward, gliding effortlessly into the water. Her body sliced through the surface with little effort, a quiet ripple marking her descent. The shimmering water swallowed her whole, and for a brief moment, Adrian watched the spot where she had disappeared, his heart racing with both anticipation and uncertainty. The thought of diving into the ocean, following her into its depths, brought with it a strange sense of both dread and excitement. The vastness of the sea was humbling, its mysteries deep and uncharted, and yet there was a part of him that felt ready to face whatever awaited below. Adrian hesitated for a moment longer, his mind spinning with the weight of the unknown. The air was warm, and the ship around him creaked softly in the quiet of the evening. He glanced over the side, peering into the endless expanse of blue that stretched below, and the question that had been gnawing at him, about Serena, about the reef, about his role in this unfolding journey, swirled in his mind. The decision to follow her, to dive into the depths of the ocean, was not just a physical one, it was symbolic of the path he had chosen to walk. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to trust her, to trust the sea, and to trust the forces at play that had led him here. Without another thought, Adrian stepped forward, his legs bending as he crouched near the edge of the ship. He closed his eyes for a split second, gathering his resolve, then plunged into the cool embrace of the ocean below. The water was sharp against his skin, a contrast to the warmth of the air above. For a moment, there was only the rush of water in his ears, the sensation of weightlessness as his body sank deeper into the ocean's depths. The coolness of the water felt invigorating, a welcome contrast to the weight of the storm and the turmoil that had gripped him on the surface. As his body adjusted to the ocean's embrace, Adrian's eyes opened, and he saw Serena just ahead, already moving effortlessly through the water. Her form was a blur of graceful motion, her long hair flowing behind her like strands of silk. There was a quiet power in the way she moved, a certainty that made the unfamiliar depths seem less threatening. Her presence in the water, so at home and unafraid, gave him a sense of calm. He pushed forward, his arms slicing through the water, using the rhythmic pull of the ocean to guide him. The further he descended, the more alive the sea seemed, as if the world beneath the surface had its own pulse, its own rhythm, waiting to be discovered. The light above began to fade as they swam deeper, the shadows of the sea growing longer and more pronounced. Yet the water around them remained clear, the soft glow of bioluminescent creatures beginning to flicker on the edges of their vision, casting an ethereal light in the deep blue expanse. Serena led the way, her movements graceful and sure, as if she were one with the ocean. Adrian followed closely behind, his breath steady and calm, trusting her guidance. The world above, with its concerns and questions, felt like a distant memory now, replaced by the quiet rhythm of the sea and the journey that lay ahead. As Adrian descended into the depths, the sunlight above seemed to stretch and filter through the water in long, golden beams. The surface shimmered faintly above him, but as he sank further, the light began to take on a softer, more ethereal quality. The deep blue of the ocean surrounded him, yet the sunlight created a mosaic of light and shadow, illuminating the water in a mesmerizing glow. The effect was almost hypnotic, as if the very ocean itself was alive, breathing, and speaking in soft whispers. The tranquility of the moment was profound, and for a brief second, Adrian felt like he was suspended between two worlds, the familiar above and the mysterious depths below. Serena moved ahead with grace, her presence cutting through the water like a luminous streak. She was a part of the ocean, her movements as fluid and natural as the waves themselves. The glow of the bioluminescent creatures, flickering like stars in the deep, seemed to follow her, casting a gentle, otherworldly light. Adrian marveled at the ease with which she navigated this submerged world, her figure a beacon of light in the deepening blue. It was clear that she belonged here, that the water and its creatures responded to her as if she were an integral part of their existence. Her long hair streamed behind her like a silver curtain, and her eyes, though distant, held an ancient knowledge that he was just beginning to understand. The further they descended, the more the ocean revealed its secrets. Brightly colored coral formations spread out around them, their hues ranging from deep purples and pinks to vibrant oranges and yellows. Schools of fish darted in every direction, their bodies shimmering in the low light like scattered jewels. Giant, slow-moving creatures, draped in the faintest glow, drifted lazily through the water, undisturbed by their presence. The sea was alive, teeming with movement, but there was a quiet stillness to it, an almost sacred reverence in the way everything seemed to exist in perfect harmony. It was a world both alien and enchanting, far removed from the harsh realities of the surface. Adrian's heart raced as he took in the sights around him. He had spent his life above the water, surrounded by the familiar sounds of wind, waves, and the creaking of the ship's timbers. But here, in this underwater kingdom, everything was different. The usual noise of the world felt distant, replaced by the quiet hum of the ocean, the occasional bubble rising from the depths, and the soft rush of water against his body as he swam. The weightlessness of it all was both soothing and disorienting, and as he swam deeper, he could feel the boundaries between the world above and below beginning to blur. Here, there were no answers, only the promise of discovery. Serena led him onward, her movements unwavering, guiding him toward an unseen destination. The ocean seemed to open up around them, the water growing clearer as they swam. Adrian followed closely, drawn by the quiet strength in her presence, and the sense of trust that had begun to grow between them. He had questions, many of them, but at this moment, they felt less important than the path they were on. There was something comforting about the rhythm of their movements, about the certainty with which Serena swam. It was as if she knew exactly where they were going, and in her confidence, he found the courage to let go of his doubts and follow her. As the ocean deepened, the vibrant colors of the coral began to fade into darker, richer blues. Yet, the water was far from empty. In the distance, Adrian could make out the faint outlines of massive structures, stone-like formations that rose from the ocean floor. There was an ancient quality to them, something older than anything he had seen on the surface. The air around them seemed to shimmer with a quiet, almost palpable magic. He had heard stories of ancient underwater cities and lost civilizations, but seeing it now, in person, felt like stepping into a forgotten world. The sea was not just a force of nature here, it was a keeper of secrets, and he had only begun to glimpse its mysteries. The deeper they went, the more Adrian realized that the ocean was not simply a setting for their journey, it was a character in itself. It had its own voice, its own desires, and its own will. And Serena, as its guardian, seemed to be the key to understanding its true nature. As they swam closer to the glowing underwater sanctuary Serena had spoken of, Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder. This world, this realm beneath the waves, was far more than he had ever imagined. It was a world of magic, of ancient power, and of possibilities yet to be discovered. And with Serena by his side, he felt ready to uncover its most guarded truths. The sanctuary came into view as they rounded the last bend of the narrow passageway. It was nestled in a secluded cove, shielded from the open ocean by a ring of towering coral formations that reached upward like the spires of a forgotten temple. The reef's vibrant colors were muted in the dim light, but the corals themselves seemed to glow softly, casting an ethereal radiance that shimmered in the water. The area felt untouched, as though the ocean had guarded this secret place for centuries, waiting for the right moment to reveal it. As they swam closer, the soothing light of bioluminescent plants seemed to pulse in harmony with the rhythm of the ocean, a natural lullaby that calmed the senses. Serena led the way with effortless grace, guiding Adrian through the narrow passageway that separated the outer world from the sanctuary's heart. The walls of the passage were adorned with delicate bioluminescent flora, their soft glow reflecting off the water like stars scattered in the night sky. Every step they took was accompanied by the faintest glow, the colors shifting in response to their movements. The flora's light wasn't harsh or intrusive but gentle, like the glow of a distant lantern, casting a warm, inviting glow that seemed to wrap around them like a blanket. Adrian marveled at the beauty of it all, feeling as though he was walking through a dream. The air in the passage was different here, charged with a quiet, vibrant energy that seemed to hum in the water around them. It wasn't like the empty stillness of the open ocean. This was alive with the sound of nature, the soft murmur of currents, the distant calls of deep-sea creatures, and the gentle hum of the sanctuary itself. The sound was subtle but pervasive, a calming symphony that settled Adrian's racing thoughts. It was a reminder that he was no longer in the world he knew, but in a place where the very fabric of existence seemed to have its own rhythm, one he could only begin to understand. The hum had a therapeutic quality, easing the tension that had been building in his body since the storm. As they moved deeper into the sanctuary, the narrow passage opened into a vast underwater cavern, its ceiling lost in the shadows above. The walls of the cavern were alive with color, swirls of red, green, and gold coral formations mixed with schools of shimmering fish that darted between the coral like streaks of light. Above them, the faintest touch of sunlight filtered through the water, casting long rays that illuminated the space in an almost magical way. The light refracted off the water, creating 1,000 shifting reflections that danced across the cavern floor. It felt like stepping into another world, a world where time moved differently, and the weight of the outside world no longer mattered. In the center of the cavern, a small but powerful energy radiated from a natural rock formation, its surface covered in moss-like growths that pulsed with soft light. It was a stone altar of sorts, but its purpose was unclear to Adrian. The energy surrounding it was palpable, almost as if the very stone had absorbed centuries of knowledge, of secrets long kept hidden. Serena paused as they approached the altar, her gaze softening as she looked at it. The sanctuary's magic was concentrated here, a silent force that seemed to flow through the water and into everything that surrounded it. Adrian could feel the power in the air, but it was not threatening. Rather, it was grounding, like an anchor to something far greater than himself. Serena finally turned to him, her expression serene and knowing. "This is the heart of the sanctuary," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of generations. "It is a place of healing, of rest, but also of understanding. Here, the magic of the reef is strongest, and its secrets are more accessible to those who seek them." Adrian could sense the reverence in her tone, the deep connection she felt to this place. He was still overwhelmed by the beauty and mystery of it all, but now, with Serena's guidance, he could begin to feel the sanctity of the place. The hum of life around them seemed to grow louder, more profound, as though the sanctuary itself was aware of their presence. It was a sacred space, and for the first time, Adrian felt a small spark of understanding flicker within him. This was a place not just of refuge, but of purpose. As they swam into the sanctuary, Adrian's breath caught in his throat. The sight before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. The underwater grotto stretched out in all directions, a sprawling space of breathtaking beauty. The walls were adorned with shimmering shells that caught the light, reflecting colors that seemed to shift with every movement of the water. Iridescent coral formed intricate patterns along the surface, some branching out like delicate trees while others curled in on themselves like spiraling sculptures. The colors here were far more vivid than he had seen elsewhere, a spectrum of blues, purples, and soft pinks that seemed to pulse with life. It was as if the sanctuary itself was alive, breathing in harmony with the ocean. Natural arches formed stunning entryways, their rounded, smooth surfaces covered with soft algae that gave off a faint, silvery glow. These arches led to various caverns, each one unique, creating a labyrinth of beauty and tranquility. Some caverns were open to the sky, where the surface light filtered through the water in beams, casting ethereal patterns across the sandy floor. Others were more enclosed, with walls that seemed to glow with a soft, internal light, as if the very stones were enchanted. The passages between these caverns were wide and inviting, beckoning Adrian deeper into the heart of the sanctuary, offering no sense of claustrophobia but instead a calming sense of vastness, as though the entire space were a world unto itself. The water in this sacred place was different, warmer and clearer than the ocean outside. It felt like a soft embrace against Adrian's skin, soothing his tired muscles and calming the restless energy that had followed him through the days of turmoil. There was no harsh current here, just a gentle movement, as though the sea itself had slowed its rhythm to allow those who entered this realm to find peace. The clarity of the water was uncanny, allowing Adrian to see the bottom of the grotto with perfect clarity, where schools of colorful fish danced in and out of the coral, their scales shimmering like little pieces of light. Even the smallest creatures appeared in sharp detail, making the space feel alive in every sense of the word. Ambient light streamed through the water, casting a gentle, otherworldly glow that seemed to permeate every corner of the sanctuary. The light was not harsh or glaring, but soft and diffused, as though the very water itself was filtering it to create a calm, serene atmosphere. Shadows from the rocks and coral shifted and danced across the cavern walls, creating the illusion of movement in the stillness. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, a quiet, sacred refuge where the passage of time itself was forgotten. The glow from the bioluminescent plants and creatures around them only heightened the magical nature of the space, giving it an almost dreamlike quality. Serena moved effortlessly through the water, her movements graceful and deliberate, as if she were part of the very current that flowed through the grotto. Adrian, though still in awe of the beauty surrounding him, felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. The heaviness he had carried with him from the world above seemed to lift in the presence of such tranquility. The air here was different, too, a subtle, unspoken magic that hummed gently, carrying with it a sense of healing and understanding. It was as if the sanctuary itself was welcoming him, accepting him into its embrace as part of a larger, ongoing cycle. As they ventured deeper into the grotto, Adrian felt a growing sense of connection, not just to the sanctuary, but to Serena and the mystery of the reef itself. The more he took in the grandeur and serenity of this place, the more he understood that it held not just a physical beauty, but a spiritual significance. This was a place of peace and healing, yes, but it was also a place of secrets, a place where the forces of the ocean converged in ways Adrian was only beginning to comprehend. He glanced at Serena, her serene expression telling him that she, too, felt the deep bond between the sanctuary and the mission they had set out on. The reef was not just a place to protect, it was something much greater, a part of a living, breathing entity that extended far beyond their understanding. "This is incredible," Adrian said, his voice filled with wonder as he took in the sights. His gaze swept across the vast, underwater expanse, and every inch seemed to hold a new marvel. The shimmering shells on the walls, their delicate shapes reflecting the faint light like pieces of treasure, caught his attention first. Each shell seemed to tell its own story, its iridescent surface rippling with colors that shifted as he moved. The coral, vibrant and alive, stretched in sweeping curves, some clusters blooming like delicate flowers while others spiraled in tight, intricate patterns. It was a world so full of life and color that it felt almost unreal, as though he had stepped into a dream. As he swam further into the grotto, Adrian marveled at the way the light filtered through the water, casting an ethereal glow over everything. The beams of sunlight, softened by the depths, illuminated the grotto in a way that made every surface sparkle. The water here seemed to act as a natural lens, magnifying the beauty of the surroundings. He could see tiny fish darting through the water, their scales shimmering like droplets of silver. The clarity of the water allowed him to observe every minute detail, the way the light reflected off the surface of the coral, the gentle swaying of the seaweed, and the elegant dance of the creatures living here. The ambient hum of the underwater life added to the peaceful atmosphere, a soft, constant sound that was both calming and reassuring. It was as if the sanctuary itself was alive, its pulse synchronized with the movements of the sea. The longer Adrian stayed, the more he felt in tune with this rhythm, as though the very water around him was cleansing the fatigue and confusion he had carried from the surface. The peacefulness here was unlike anything he had ever known, and it made the weight of the world feel far away, distant, and unimportant. This was a space for healing, a place where time seemed to slow down, allowing him to gather his thoughts and let go of the stresses he had endured. Serena swam beside him, her presence a constant, serene force. Her movements were effortless, and Adrian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe not only for the sanctuary but also for her. The way she navigated the waters with such grace, as if she had always belonged here, was mesmerizing. She had become so much more than a mysterious figure in his journey. She was a guide, a protector of this sacred place, and someone whose own connection to the reef ran deeper than Adrian could ever fully understand. He watched her, captivated by her beauty and strength, and for the first time since they had met, he began to feel a sense of calm in her presence. "You've spent centuries here, haven't you?" Adrian asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he spoke to Serena, his words almost reverent in the quiet of the sanctuary. "How do you remain so serene? This place, it feels like it's full of power, but also peace. It's hard to believe that anything could disturb such a place." Serena's eyes softened as she turned toward him, her expression gentle but filled with an emotion that Adrian couldn't quite place. "This place does hold power, but it is not invulnerable," she said, her voice carrying the weight of experience. "The magic of the reef is delicate, and even the smallest disturbance can have a ripple effect. It's why I have dedicated myself to protecting it for so long. But it is also a place of healing, a refuge for those who know how to seek its sanctuary. You're feeling the peace because it is meant to offer respite, not just to the body, but to the soul as well." Adrian absorbed her words, feeling a deep, a quiet understanding settle within him. This place was not just a physical location, but a sanctuary in every sense of the word, a place for restoration, not only of the body but of something deeper. The beauty and serenity surrounding him were more than just visual. They resonated with a quiet power that spoke to him on an emotional level, making him feel as if he were not only in a space of tranquility, but in the very heart of something ancient and sacred. He looked around once more, awe still reflected in his eyes. "I can't imagine a more perfect place for what lies ahead," he murmured, more to himself than to Serena. Serena smiled, her eyes reflecting the serene beauty of the sanctuary, as if she herself were a part of its magic. The warm, golden light of the underwater grotto seemed to embrace her, making her appear ethereal, as though she belonged to the very essence of the place. Her smile, soft and knowing, carried a quiet reassurance. "It is a place of magic and healing," she said, her voice soothing and gentle, as if the words themselves held the power to calm any lingering storm. "Where the sea's energy can work its restorative powers. Here, you can rest and recover." As she spoke, Adrian's gaze followed hers, taking in the peaceful surroundings once more. The water around them felt different now, gentler, warmer, almost alive with a quiet energy that seemed to hum in the space between each breath. It was as if the sanctuary itself welcomed him, the ebb and flow of the water syncing with his own heartbeat. The clarity of the water made every movement seem weightless, every breath effortless. Even the air felt different, infused with a subtle magic that seemed to radiate from the walls of the grotto and from Serena herself. This was not merely a place to rest. It was a sanctuary where body and soul could heal in ways that transcended the physical. Adrian glanced at Serena, his curiosity piqued. "How does it work? This magic of the sea, I mean. How can it heal someone so deeply?" His words were tentative, filled with both wonder and respect for the power that radiated from the grotto. He had experienced the strength of the sea's magic firsthand, but this place seemed to hold a deeper, more ancient power. It was as though every wave, every ripple of water, carried the wisdom of ages, offering healing not just for wounds but for deeper scars that lingered unseen. Serena's gaze softened as she floated nearby, her movements effortless in the water. She spoke slowly, as if sharing a secret long held close to her heart. "The magic of the sea is not something that can be easily understood by those who live on land. It is a force as old as the ocean itself, woven into the fabric of the world, carrying the essence of life and death, creation and destruction. The reef, the creatures that inhabit it, and the waters surrounding it all share this energy. When you are immersed in it, like you are now, it becomes a part of you. It heals because it connects to your very soul, mending not just the body, but the spirit." Her words sank into Adrian's consciousness, and he found himself becoming more attuned to the subtle rhythms of the sanctuary. It was as if the sanctuary was listening to him, understanding the unspoken fatigue that had weighed heavily on him for so long. The physical exhaustion from the storm, the battles, the constant danger, all of it seemed to melt away in the warmth of the water. For the first time in what felt like ages, Adrian felt the weariness in his bones begin to ease. There was a gentle pull in the air, a soft pressure in the water, as though everything around him was working in harmony to bring him back to balance. Serena, sensing his quiet absorption in the healing energy, continued. "The energy here can only do so much on its own," she said, her voice lowering slightly, as if the sanctity of the place required a touch of reverence. "It can mend what is broken, soothe what is weary, but it cannot fix what is beyond its reach. It works in harmony with your own will, your own strength. You must be willing to embrace the healing it offers, and in doing so, you give it the power to mend the deepest parts of you. The process is not instantaneous, but it is effective when the mind and heart are open to it." Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words. He realized that this sanctuary was more than just a place of refuge. It was a space that invited him to heal in a way that required more than just physical rest. It was about connecting with the world around him, embracing the power of the sea, and allowing its magic to guide him back to his center. With a renewed sense of calm, he allowed himself to close his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, feeling the energy of the water course through him, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of hope. This place, this magic, was the beginning of something new. Serena guided Adrian to a secluded spot within the sanctuary, a smooth, sandy area nestled beneath the protective embrace of a towering coral outcrop. The coral rose like a fortress around them, its vibrant colors glowing softly in the ambient light, casting intricate shadows on the ground. The space felt almost sacred, as if the earth itself had designed it for moments like this, when rest was needed, when healing was the only priority. The soft sound of the water lapping against the shore added to the tranquility, creating a serene rhythm that seemed to invite Adrian to relax and let go of the burdens that had weighed him down. "Make yourself comfortable," Serena urged gently, her voice carrying a quiet authority, but also a tenderness that spoke of her understanding. She motioned to the sand, its surface warm and inviting, cushioned by the slow ebb and flow of the water's edge. "The waters here will help to soothe your fatigue and mend any lingering wounds." She settled down beside him, her movements graceful and fluid, as if she herself were a part of the sanctuary. The soft ripples of water danced around the sandy shore, their edges kissed by the golden glow of the setting sun that filtered through the water's surface, casting a soft glow over the space. Adrian hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the journey in his limbs and the exhaustion that still clung to him. Despite the warmth of the water and the gentle, comforting atmosphere, he remained tense, his mind still racing with the thoughts of the challenges ahead. Serena, sensing his hesitation, gave him a small, reassuring smile, her eyes filled with understanding. "You do not have to force yourself to relax," she said softly. "The water will meet you where you are. Just let it take you, bit by bit, as you are ready." With a deep breath, Adrian sat down on the sand, his muscles aching from the strain of recent battles, both physical and emotional. The moment he sank into the warm embrace of the water's edge, he could feel its gentle pull, a subtle invitation to release the tension in his body. The water lapped at his skin, not cold or overpowering, but instead like a soothing balm, erasing the sharp edges of fatigue. He allowed himself to lean back slightly, staring up at the coral outcrop above, letting the soft light and the sounds of the underwater world lull him into a peaceful state. As the water began to encircle him, Adrian felt its magic at work, not just healing his body but quieting his mind. The deep hum of the ocean seemed to resonate within him, aligning with his own pulse. His thoughts slowed, becoming less frantic, as if the sanctuary itself was offering him not only physical healing but a mental reprieve. The tension in his shoulders began to melt away, and for the first time in days, he felt himself drifting into a space of clarity and calm. It was as though the weight of his responsibilities had been momentarily lifted, leaving him open to the possibility of rest. Serena watched him quietly, her gaze soft and patient. She understood the power of this place, how it could reach into a person's very soul if they allowed it. The water here did more than just heal the body. It reconnected them to the ancient forces of the sea, to the balance of life itself. Adrian's recovery was not only a matter of physical rest, but of allowing the energy around him to flow freely, restoring him from the inside out. She remained beside him, silently guarding him, knowing that the healing process would take time, and in that time, they both had the space to prepare for the journey that lay ahead. Adrian sank deeper into the soft, sandy bed, the warmth from the water surrounding him wrapping around his body like a gentle, protective embrace. The weariness from the long journey, the battles fought, and the weight of the recent revelations slowly began to melt away. The magic of the sanctuary seemed to seep into every pore, infusing him with a sense of peace he hadn't known in months. As the water lapped gently against his skin, he allowed himself to relax completely for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The surrounding coral and bioluminescent flora glowed softly, their light creating a dreamlike atmosphere that seemed to exist outside the constraints of time, a place where only healing and rest mattered. Serena, standing at the edge of the shallow water, observed Adrian with quiet attentiveness. Her gaze, though steady, held an undercurrent of concern that betrayed her careful nature. The toll of the journey had been heavy on him, and while she had seen him endure much, there was a softness in her heart as she watched him now, allowing himself the rest he so desperately needed. Her presence, though silent, was a comforting anchor to Adrian. The bond between them, forged through their shared trials and the deep trust they had cultivated, seemed to resonate in the air around them, a quiet reminder that neither was truly alone. She remained still, her body half submerged in the water, watching over him with a protective grace. There was a depth of care in her expression, a concern she rarely allowed to show so plainly. The magic of the sanctuary, while healing, was not an instant cure. It required time, patience, and trust. She could feel the shifting currents beneath the surface, the ebb and flow of the ocean's ancient rhythm, and she understood that Adrian, too, needed time to absorb not only the physical healing but also the emotional release that came from allowing himself this moment of respite. Adrian, feeling the pull of the sanctuary's peace, closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sensations of the environment wash over him. The rhythmic sound of the water, the soft glow of the coral, and the gentle warmth of the healing water seemed to quiet his mind and ease the lingering tensions in his body. Despite the uncertainty of their journey and the complexity of their mission, for this brief moment, he allowed himself to simply be present. His thoughts were no longer racing. His body was no longer stiff with the weight of responsibility. In the calm of the sanctuary, he found something rare, true peace. But even as he rested, he couldn't fully push aside the questions swirling in his mind. Serena's presence, the prophecy, the curse binding her, these mysteries still lingered, pressing at the edges of his consciousness. Yet, he realized with a sense of gratitude that he no longer had to carry the burden of these questions alone. Serena had become not just a guide, but a companion. The bond they shared was still evolving, but it was undeniably strong, built on trust, respect, and the shared understanding that their paths were intertwined in ways they could not yet fully comprehend. Serena noticed the subtle shift in Adrian's demeanor, the way his tense posture began to relax, the faintest softening in his face. She knew this healing wasn't just physical, it was emotional, spiritual even. As much as he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, she could sense that he was beginning to let go, even if just for a little while. The bond they had forged through their shared trials was a steady force between them, and for all the unknowns ahead, Serena was certain that together, they could face whatever came. The journey was far from over, but in this moment of rest, they were united in their purpose and their shared resolve. Serena's voice broke the stillness of the sanctuary, her words gentle but laced with an underlying strength that had become familiar to Adrian. He looked up at her, his eyes heavy with gratitude and the lingering weight of their journey. The peace of the sanctuary was palpable, but he understood the unspoken duty Serena carried. Despite the sanctuary's calming embrace, her role as guardian of the reef never ceased, and her commitment to maintaining its balance was something she could not set aside. Her figure, lit by the soft glow of bioluminescent flora, radiated a quiet authority. Even in this sacred space, where healing could take place, she knew that the forces she protected were constantly at play beneath the surface. The reef, its magic, and the delicate harmony of the ocean demanded constant vigilance, and Serena was the anchor that kept everything from falling into chaos. Her gaze shifted toward the deeper parts of the sanctuary, her thoughts already turning to the unseen currents and energies that flowed through the waters. She knew her task was far from over. The balance of the reef was fragile, and though it could heal and restore, it also needed to be protected from forces that could disrupt it. Adrian settled further into the warm, comforting sands, allowing the waters to heal the remnants of fatigue and strain that still clung to his body. He watched Serena with a mix of admiration and concern. He could sense that, even in this place of peace, she was always attuned to the reef's needs. It was a responsibility that weighed heavily on her, and yet, it seemed to be an integral part of who she was. Her dedication to the ocean, its creatures, and the very magic that sustained them was unwavering. He knew that, despite the sanctuary's restorative powers, Serena could never truly find respite for herself. "You don't have to do this alone," Adrian said quietly, his voice thick with sincerity. He understood the burden she bore, the responsibility that had kept her tethered to the reef for centuries. The realization that her existence was bound to the very magic she protected weighed on him, but it also ignited a deeper determination within him. He had committed to this journey, not only to uncover the mysteries of the reef but to ensure that Serena did not have to carry her burdens in isolation. They were in this together, after all, and he had no intention of stepping back now. Serena turned to him, her expression softening slightly at his words. There was a warmth in her gaze, an appreciation for the understanding he had shown. Yet she knew the cost of the path ahead would not allow for idle distractions. The reef's magic, the prophecy, and her curse were intricately tied, and while Adrian's presence had brought hope, the task at hand remained complex. "I will not leave you," he had said. Her heart warmed at the thought, but she had no illusions about the trials they would face. To protect the reef, to seek her redemption, and to break the curse that bound her, each step of their journey would demand everything they had. She glanced back toward the vibrant coral walls that encased them, feeling the subtle pull of the reef's energy. "Rest now," she urged, her voice gentle but insistent. "The sanctuary will restore you. But know that the work ahead will require all of us, our strength, our resolve, and our unity. Together, we can ensure the reef survives." With that, she turned away, a quiet determination settling over her features. As she moved toward the deeper recesses of the sanctuary, Adrian couldn't help but admire her. She was both protector and prisoner, bound by the forces that had shaped her life, but he would not let her face it alone. As her figure receded, he closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the waters and the certainty that their shared path had only just begun. Adrian's words hung in the calm air, his voice soft but filled with genuine gratitude. As the warm, soothing waters continued to surround him, he felt the fatigue and tension that had weighed on him slowly melt away. The sanctuary, with its peaceful energy and magical presence, seemed to cradle him in a way that nothing else could. He could feel the healing magic in the water working through his body, easing the aches and stresses of both his physical and emotional turmoil. Despite the complexity of their journey, the serene surroundings offered a sense of calm he hadn't experienced in what felt like a lifetime. For a moment, he allowed himself to simply exist, allowing the sanctuary to do its work and grant him a fleeting respite from the burdens of the world above. Serena's gaze softened as she watched him settle into the healing embrace of the waters. Her heart stirred with a quiet sense of fulfillment. She had seen countless souls come and go, but few had expressed such genuine appreciation for the magic of the sanctuary. Many who entered its healing waters took it for granted, assuming it was simply a place of rest. But Adrian understood, perhaps more deeply than others, that this place was not just a sanctuary. It was a living part of the reef's intricate ecosystem, a reflection of its power and life force. Her role as its guardian had always been to protect such places, to ensure that the balance of magic and nature was maintained. His words, however simple, were a reminder of the connection they shared, not just in their mission but in their recognition of the importance of the forces at play. "I am glad you find it so," Serena said, her voice filled with warmth and a trace of something deeper, something unspoken. She approached him slowly, the water gliding smoothly around her. She had offered him this space for recovery, and now it was clear to her that the rest had not only been physical. Adrian's connection to the reef's magic, however tenuous, was growing. She had seen his curiosity and confusion earlier, but now she saw something more, an understanding beginning to take root. The journey they were on was as much about unraveling the mysteries of the reef as it was about understanding the bond between them, a bond that had only deepened over time. "Rest as long as you need," she continued, her voice gentle but firm. "This place has the power to heal, but you must also allow yourself the time to rest." Her eyes met his, filled with an unspoken promise. Serena knew the road ahead would be difficult, and there was still much he had to face, not only with the reef but within himself. The prophecy had set them on a path, but the challenges would be many. She couldn't expect him to always be strong or resolute, and she had come to realize that her role was not only as a guide but also as a source of support. Adrian's resolve had already proven steadfast, but the journey would demand more of him than he knew. The weight of the reef's magic and the curse that bound her would test them both. Adrian opened his eyes slowly, his gaze finding hers. There was a quiet intensity in her expression, an awareness that mirrored his own growing understanding. She had been right. He had to let go of the questions for now, allow himself to recover, and trust that the path would reveal itself in time. He could feel the weight of responsibility already pressing down on him, but in this moment, surrounded by Serena's calm presence and the gentle hum of the sanctuary, the urgency seemed distant. He nodded, his resolve solidifying as he allowed himself to sink deeper into the water. "I will," he replied simply. "I trust you, Serena." "Thank you truly." The silence between them felt comfortable, filled with mutual understanding. Adrian let the water's magic continue its work, his mind slowing as the rhythmic pulse of the ocean soothed his thoughts. Serena, for her part, felt a quiet peace settle within her. The healing process, both for him and for the journey ahead, would take time. But in this sacred space, with the weight of the outside world at bay, there was a sense of certainty that they were on the right path. The task ahead would not be easy, but it was one they would face together, bound by a shared purpose. As she watched Adrian close his eyes again, Serena silently vowed to protect him, just as she had vowed to protect the reef. This journey was as much about restoring the reef's balance as it was about finding redemption for herself, and she wasn't about to let either of them falter. Serena's gaze softened as Adrian spoke, and she felt an unexpected warmth in her chest. His words were sincere, and the gratitude he expressed was something she didn't take lightly. The weight of her centuries-long existence, bound by duty and responsibility, had made her accustomed to carrying burdens alone. Yet, in this fleeting moment, Adrian's trust and appreciation were like a balm to her spirit. His acknowledgement of her guidance, of her role in the delicate balance of the sea, reminded her of the reasons she had remained a guardian for so long. There was purpose in her service, and his words reaffirmed that purpose, sparking something deeper within her, something she hadn't felt in a long time. As she watched him relax into the sanctuary, she couldn't help but admire his strength. His journey was just beginning, and though he may have entered this world with skepticism and confusion, he had already shown courage that few possessed. Serena knew the challenges ahead would not be easy, not just for Adrian, but for both of them. The forces at play, the magic of the reef, the curse that bound her, and the prophecy that connected their fates, were all formidable and complex. But there was an undeniable bond between them, one that had been growing since their first encounter, and it gave her hope. Hope that together, they could face the trials that awaited them and uncover the truths hidden beneath the waves. Her words were soft, but filled with a sense of purpose. "It is my duty to protect and aid those who seek to understand the magic of the sea," she said, her voice steady and sure. "And you, Captain, have proven yourself worthy of that aid." Her eyes met his once more, and for a brief moment, she allowed herself to see him not just as the captain of the Crimson Tempest, but as someone who, like her, was searching for answers in a world full of uncertainty. "Rest well, and when you are ready, we will continue our journey together," she added, the promise in her voice unwavering. She turned slightly, her eyes scanning the shimmering water around them, the peaceful hum of the sanctuary providing a soothing backdrop to their conversation. It was a rare thing for Serena to feel at peace in such a place. Her existence had always been tied to the reef, to the ebb and flow of its magic, and yet this moment felt different. Perhaps it was the captain's presence, his curiosity, his trust, that made her feel as though she wasn't alone in her duties for once. For the first time in centuries, the prospect of the future didn't seem so daunting. There was a path ahead, one she and Adrian would walk together, and the thought of facing it with someone by her side brought a sense of calm she had not expected. Adrian settled back into the sand, his gaze never leaving Serena. Though he was tired, his mind still hummed with the questions that had begun to surface since their arrival at the sanctuary. There was so much about the reef's magic, about Serena's curse, and about the prophecy that still eluded him. But for the first time since he had set sail, he allowed himself to relax, to surrender to the moment. He trusted Serena, her strength, her wisdom, and her commitment to the journey they were about to undertake. And as the cool, healing waters of the sanctuary wrapped around him, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, not only for the place but for the person who had brought him here. Serena was no ordinary guide, and though their journey was still in its infancy, Adrian felt that their connection was already far stronger than he had ever imagined. As the tranquility of the sanctuary settled over them both, Serena allowed herself to stand still for a moment, contemplating the future. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she was no longer alone in the way she had been for so long. Adrian had stepped into her world, and together they would uncover the secrets of the reef. They would uncover the truth behind her curse, the prophecy that bound them, and the deeper magic of the sea. There was a sense of purpose now, a shared resolve that filled her heart. And despite the uncertainty of what lay ahead, Serena knew one thing for certain. They were ready to face whatever the ocean had in store for them. As the last light of day faded, the underwater sanctuary seemed to come alive in a soft, ethereal glow. The bioluminescent flora that adorned the walls of the cavern shimmered like stars scattered across the night sky, casting a gentle radiance that made the entire space feel otherworldly. The rhythmic hum of the ocean, its gentle swells and soothing currents, seemed to embrace Adrian, as if the very waters were comforting him. With every passing moment, the tension and weariness that had been etched into his body began to dissolve, replaced by a profound sense of calm. The weight of his journey, of the storm he had survived and the mysteries that lay ahead, seemed to lighten in this peaceful haven. Lying back on the smooth, warm sands of the sanctuary, Adrian allowed his eyes to flutter closed. The sea's cool embrace surrounded him, a comforting presence that made him feel more grounded than he had in days. It was as though the sanctuary itself had a way of nurturing both body and soul, a place where time slowed, where nothing existed but the steady pulse of the ocean and the quiet flicker of light. The sounds of distant waves and the soft swaying of the seaweed lulled him further into a state of tranquility. In this moment, there was no danger, no pressing uncertainty, just the calm, the quiet, and the sense of security that came with the knowledge that he was protected. The exhaustion that had clung to him for so long finally melted away. Every muscle in his body, still sore from the trials of the past days, seemed to relax as the healing waters continued to work their magic. His breathing slowed, and a deep, peaceful sense of rest settled over him. It was the kind of rest that he had not known since before the storm, before the revelations about the reef and Serena's curse. As his mind began to quiet, it was as though the sanctuary was washing away not only the physical fatigue but the mental and emotional burdens as well. In this place, he could finally let go of the worry and fear that had plagued him, at least for a while. As Adrian drifted deeper into slumber, his thoughts swirled with fragments of the journey ahead. Serena's words echoed in his mind, the prophecy, the curse, the magic that tied their fates together. He knew that they were only at the beginning of an arduous path, and the weight of the task ahead had not yet fully settled on his shoulders. But here, in the sanctuary's embrace, he felt a spark of something stronger than fear, hope. Hope that together, with Serena's knowledge and his own resolve, they would uncover the truth and break the curse that bound her. The journey would not be easy, and the road would be fraught with danger, but in this peaceful space, Adrian allowed himself to believe that they could succeed. The comforting rhythm of the ocean seemed to speak to him in the language of dreams, filling his subconscious with visions of the reef and its secrets, of Serena's deep connection to the sea, and of the uncharted territories they had yet to explore. He knew that the path ahead would be difficult, that they would face challenges beyond what he could imagine, but for the first time, he felt a sense of certainty. There was a purpose to this journey, one that had brought them together for a reason he was beginning to understand. As the bioluminescence flickered softly around him, Adrian allowed himself to trust in the unfolding mystery, to trust in the bond they were forging, and to trust that, somehow, they would find a way to restore balance to the reef and to Serena's life. In the depths of the sanctuary, as the final tendrils of daylight faded into the night, Adrian slept soundly, his dreams filled with the promise of discovery. The road ahead was unknown, but for now, he was at peace. The magic of the sea had provided him with the rest he needed, and in the quiet sanctuary, he found the strength to face whatever challenges awaited him. Serena's curse was still an enigma, the secrets of the reef still hidden beneath layers of mystery, but Adrian knew that, together, they would find the answers. And with that certainty, he drifted deeper into sleep, the gentle waves of the ocean carrying him into a night of well-deserved rest. Chapter 10. The Prophecy's Warning. The underwater sanctuary enveloped Adrian in an otherworldly sense of tranquility, far removed from the chaos and dangers of the surface world. Here, beneath the water's surface, the usual burdens of his life seemed distant and insignificant, as if the very essence of the ocean had the power to wash them away. The grotto was a place of profound peace, where the rhythmic ebb and flow of the water created a steady, soothing pulse that resonated in his bones. It was as though the ocean itself was breathing, its quiet exhalations guiding him into a deeper state of rest and reflection. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Adrian was free to simply exist without the weight of constant threat or uncertainty pressing down on him. As the days passed in this serene haven, Adrian found himself adjusting to the rhythms of the underwater world. The initial disorientation had faded, replaced by a growing sense of connection to this mystical realm. The water, warm and inviting, seemed to cradle him, its currents gentle yet steady. The bioluminescent coral that lined the grotto's walls cast an ethereal glow, bathing everything in a soft, otherworldly light. The delicate glow of the plants and creatures illuminated the depths, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that made him feel as though he had entered a different world altogether, one where time moved slower and the worries of life could not reach him. In this peaceful space, Adrian could breathe deeply and without restraint, his body finally able to relax after the harrowing experiences of the storm. Though the sanctuary offered him physical respite, Adrian knew it was more than just a place for rest. It was a sanctuary in the truest sense, a place for healing and reflection. His body, still bearing the remnants of the fatigue and wounds he had sustained during their journey, was mending with each passing moment in the warm waters. The magic of the sanctuary seemed to enhance the process, drawing out the last vestiges of exhaustion and replacing them with renewed vitality. Adrian had been pushed to his limits, both physically and emotionally, in the days leading up to their arrival here. Yet, now, he felt a quiet strength returning to him, his muscles loosening and his mind becoming clearer with every breath. The real restoration, however, was occurring beneath the surface of his thoughts. Adrian had been grappling with the mysteries that had been thrust upon him since he first encountered Serena and the magical reef. The revelations about the curse that bound her, the prophecy that had set them on this path, and the secrets of the reef had all left him with more questions than answers. Yet, as he rested in the sanctuary, Adrian began to feel the weight of these mysteries settle into a place of calm within him. The uncertainty was still there, but it no longer felt like a burden he had to bear alone. The journey ahead, though daunting, had a purpose, and in this quiet sanctuary, Adrian was beginning to trust that they could uncover the truth together. As the days in the sanctuary stretched on, Adrian felt the stirring of a new sense of resolve. The physical healing was complete, but the true strength he had gained here was far deeper. He felt ready to face the next phase of their journey, the next challenge that awaited him and Serena. The answers they sought lay just beyond the horizon, and though the path would not be easy, Adrian was no longer intimidated by the unknown. The sanctuary had given him the peace and clarity he needed to press forward with renewed determination. And as he gazed out at the serene beauty of the underwater world, Adrian felt certain that, with Serena by his side, they could uncover the secrets of the reef and break the curse that had bound her for so long. Serena's approach was marked by a quiet resolve, her movements deliberate as she glided through the water toward Adrian. There was a weight to the air around her, a sense of something significant about to unfold. Her expression was calm, but the subtle tension in her posture hinted at the gravity of the moment. In her hands, she held an ancient scroll, its edges frayed and its surface worn with age. The parchment was a relic from a time long past, its yellowed surface a testament to the centuries that had passed since it was first written. Adrian could sense the importance of this object, the way it seemed to pulse with the power of history, and he braced himself for what Serena was about to reveal. As she reached the sandy bed where Adrian rested, Serena unfurled the scroll with a careful, reverent motion. The delicate parchment crackled slightly, and the markings upon it shimmered in the bioluminescent light that bathed the grotto. Adrian leaned forward, his curiosity piqued by the sight of the document, though the weight of its mystery held him in place. Serena's fingers traced the intricate symbols on the scroll, her gaze fixed upon the ancient script. She took a deep breath before meeting Adrian's eyes, her voice low and steady, as if preparing to share a truth that would change everything. This scroll, Serena began, her tone thick with reverence, was created long ago by those who foresaw the events that would unfold here, in this very place. It speaks of the reef, of the magic that binds it, and of the curse that binds me. But more than that, it holds the key to understanding our path forward, the challenges that we will face, and the sacrifices that may be required of us. She paused, her eyes briefly flickering toward the horizon, as though the weight of the prophecy itself hung over them. This is no ordinary document. It is a map, a guide for those who would seek to restore balance. Adrian listened intently, his mind racing with the implications of her words. The significance of the scroll was clear. It was not just a record of their past, but a crucial piece of the puzzle that would determine their future. The reef's magic, Serena's curse, the prophecy, and their journey, they were all intertwined, bound by forces far greater than either of them fully understood. He could sense the enormity of the task before them, the challenges that lay in wait, but also the hope that came with the knowledge that this scroll might hold the answers they so desperately needed. Serena gently unrolled the scroll further, revealing a map of the reef and a series of symbols that seemed to dance before Adrian's eyes. "We will need to decipher these markings," she explained, her voice now tinged with a quiet urgency. "Some of them are warnings, others are instructions, but all of them are crucial to unlocking the magic that can break the curse. It will not be easy, Captain. The journey ahead will test us in ways we cannot yet imagine, but with this scroll, we may yet find the path to salvation." She looked at Adrian then, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Are you ready to continue?" As Adrian settled into the tranquil depths of the sanctuary, Serena moved to a quiet corner of the grotto, the weight of the scroll in her hands unmistakable. She unrolled it carefully, her fingers tracing the edges of the parchment, as though handling the ancient relic with a mix of reverence and caution. The symbols that covered the surface were complex, arranged in an intricate pattern that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. Faded text ran across the scroll in an unfamiliar script, the ink aged but still legible enough to reveal the depth of its significance. Serena's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the markings, her mind piecing together the fragments of knowledge she had accumulated over centuries. The scroll had been the key to so much of her understanding of the reef's magic, but even now, its full meaning eluded her. Serena's gaze flickered back to Adrian, resting nearby, the quiet rhythm of his breathing a stark contrast to the storm of thoughts raging in her mind. She knew that this moment would change the course of their journey, and perhaps their fates. Her heart was heavy with the knowledge that the path ahead would not be an easy one, that the revelations contained within the scroll were likely to bring both answers and burdens. Yet, it was a path they had to walk together. The scroll held the key to breaking the curse that bound her, and it was through Adrian's help that she hoped to finally unlock its secrets. The weight of her responsibility and the gravity of their mission settled over her like a cloak. As she traced the symbols with a practiced hand, the scroll seemed to respond, its intricate design shimmering slightly in the bioluminescent glow of the sanctuary. Some of the symbols appeared to shift, as if alive, reacting to the touch of someone who truly understood the magic that they represented. Serena's mind raced as she tried to piece together the fragmented knowledge she had gleaned over the years. She had studied the scroll for centuries, yet the full scope of its meaning remained elusive. It was only now, with Adrian by her side, that she felt a renewed sense of urgency to understand it completely. The answers to her curse, to the reef's delicate balance, and to their intertwined destinies were all hidden within these ancient symbols. Her fingers paused on one particular symbol, the lines of the mark familiar yet foreign. It was the key to unlocking the first step of their journey, the piece of the puzzle that would guide them toward understanding the curse that bound her. But Serena knew that deciphering it would not be simple. She glanced up at Adrian once more, her heart heavy with the burden of the secrets she was about to reveal. "This symbol," she began softly, her voice steady despite the swirling emotions within her, "is the first clue. It marks the place where we must begin our search. The magic of the reef is ancient, and it cannot be understood all at once. But with each step, we come closer to unraveling the truth. Serena unrolled the scroll further, revealing more markings, each one a potential key to the mysteries they were about to uncover. She knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, dangers, and sacrifices, but the first step had been taken. The scroll was no longer just a relic of the past, it was a map, a guide to the future. She turned her attention back to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with a quiet intensity. "We have much to learn, Captain," she said, her voice steady but filled with an unspoken promise. "And together, we will uncover the truth. The time has come to confront the prophecy in earnest," Serena said, her voice steady but laced with a quiet determination. She stood before Adrian, her gaze unwavering as she spoke, the ancient scrolls still unrolled in her hands. The weight of the words hung heavily between them, the enormity of what they were about to face settling in their hearts. For centuries, she had avoided fully confronting the prophecy's implications, but the moment had arrived. The curse that had bound her to the reef could not be broken without understanding the trials ahead, and she knew that only through their combined efforts would they be able to unravel the mysteries that had eluded her for so long. As Serena's eyes scanned the scroll once more, the intricate symbols seemed to pulse with life in the ambient glow of the sanctuary, as though they were alive with the magic of the reef. The words and images were a map, not just of the physical journey that awaited them, but of the emotional and spiritual trials they would face together. The prophecy spoke of tests that would push them to their limits, forcing them to confront not only the external forces threatening the reef but also the deepest fears and desires within themselves. Serena knew that these trials would challenge their resolve, but she also felt a strange sense of clarity. The answers were within their reach, they just had to be brave enough to seek them. Adrian, standing silently beside her, absorbed the gravity of her words. His expression was thoughtful, his brow furrowed as he processed what she had said. He had known that their journey would be fraught with dangers, but the weight of prophecy added a new layer of complexity to their mission. He had never imagined himself as part of a grand fate, but as Serena's words sank in, he began to realize that his role in this unfolding story was far more significant than he had initially believed. The reef, the curse, the magic, it was all interconnected, and now his own destiny was tied to theirs in ways he could not yet fully understand. Serena let out a quiet breath and turned her attention back to the scroll, her fingers brushing over the symbols as she began to translate their meaning aloud. "The prophecy speaks of 3 trials," she explained, her voice carrying a sense of both reverence and urgency. "The first trial is the trial of the heart, where we must face our deepest fears and desires. The second is the trial of the reef, where we will be tested by the very forces of nature that govern this world. And the third is the trial of sacrifice, where the greatest cost will be asked of us. These trials are not just about survival, they are about transformation." As the weight of Serena's words settled between them, Adrian couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and apprehension. The trials were not just external tests of strength or skill, but deep, personal challenges that would require them to confront parts of themselves they had long ignored or hidden. Yet, as daunting as it seemed, Adrian felt a sense of resolve building within him. He was no longer just a bystander in this grand story. He was a part of it, bound to Serena and the reef by forces greater than either of them could fully comprehend. "We'll face them together," he said, his voice resolute, though the uncertainty of what lay ahead still loomed. "Whatever it takes, we'll see this through." Adrian, now fully alert and curious, sat up and leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the ancient scroll that Serena held before him. The weight of the moment pressed upon him. This was no longer just about navigating the waters of the reef or breaking Serena's curse. This prophecy spoke of something deeper, something more intricate, and the challenges that lay ahead were likely to test not just their strength but their very will. His heart quickened with a mix of anticipation and trepidation as he glanced at Serena, eager to understand the trials that would shape their path. Serena's gaze was fixed on the scroll, her fingers gently tracing the faded symbols, as if connecting with the ancient knowledge etched into the parchment. She took a deep breath, her expression one of quiet determination, before she spoke. "The first trial is the trial of the heart," she began, her voice steady but carrying a somber weight. It is a test of our innermost fears and desires, a challenge that will force us to confront what we have hidden away from ourselves. It is not just a battle with external forces, but an internal reckoning with the parts of us that are vulnerable, broken, or afraid. Adrian's brow furrowed as he listened intently. The notion of facing one's deepest fears was a daunting thought, but it resonated with him. He had spent much of his life in control, a captain always focused on the present and the tangible. To be forced to confront something so intangible and personal was unsettling, but he knew it was a necessary part of the journey. "What does the second trial involve?" he asked, unable to keep the urgency from his voice. The first trial, though terrifying, at least seemed something he could comprehend. The second, however, was a mystery. The trial of the reef. Serena continued, her voice softening as she spoke of the place that had shaped so much of her life. "This is a test of endurance and connection. We will face the raw forces of nature, the violent currents, the creatures that inhabit the depths, the very magic that sustains the reef. It will push us to the brink, forcing us to draw on every ounce of strength and unity we possess. But it is not only about survival, it is about understanding and working in harmony with the reef's power. Only by respecting its balance can we hope to pass this trial." Adrian sat in silence, processing the weight of Serena's words. The reef, with its beauty and danger, was a living entity, and to face it directly would require more than just physical strength. It would require a deep, intuitive understanding of its forces. He felt the sting of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. This journey was no longer just about breaking a curse. It was about understanding a world he had barely begun to grasp. He glanced at Serena, sensing her own resolve hardening in the face of the challenges to come. "And the final trial?" he asked, the question hanging in the air like an unspoken threat. Serena's gaze grew distant as she took a moment before answering, the weight of the final trial more pronounced in her silence. "The trial of sacrifice," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is the most difficult of them all, for it demands something precious, something irreplaceable. The cost may be beyond what we are willing to give, but it is the only way to break the curse and ensure the safety of the reef. It is the trial where we may lose something dear, perhaps even each other." The finality of her words lingered in the space between them, a reminder that their journey would be filled with sacrifices, and the true meaning of sacrifice was still to be revealed. Serena's eyes traced the faded symbols on the scroll, her expression focused and solemn. She carefully translated the ancient text, each word laden with a weight of history and significance. "The prophecy speaks of a journey fraught with trials that test both our resolve and our bond," she said, her voice steady but heavy with the gravity of what she was reading. "It is said that only through overcoming these trials can we hope to break the curse that binds me to the reef." The words seemed to pulse with a hidden power, as if the very sea itself had woven this fate into the fabric of time. Adrian listened intently, his gaze fixed on Serena as she spoke, the depth of her knowledge and the urgency of their mission becoming ever clearer. The trials she spoke of were not merely physical, he could sense that. They would challenge their spirits, their trust in each other, and perhaps even their very sense of who they were. The bond they had forged, fragile yet powerful, would be tested in ways neither of them could anticipate. "What kind of trials are we talking about?" he asked, his voice thick with a mix of curiosity and concern. Serena paused for a moment, her brow furrowing as she read further, the lines of the prophecy revealing more with each translation. "The first trial is called the trial of the heart," she explained, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. "It is a trial of inner strength, where we must face the darkest parts of ourselves, our fears, regrets, and desires. We will be forced to confront what we have buried deep within our hearts, the parts of us that we dare not acknowledge. Only by overcoming these internal struggles can we proceed." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air, and Adrian could feel the tension tighten in his chest. He had always prided himself on his ability to face danger head-on, but this trial, the trial of the heart, was something entirely different. "The second trial," Serena continued, her voice softer now as she read the next portion of the prophecy, "is the trial of the reef. This one is more tangible, but no less demanding. It will push us to our physical and emotional limits as we are forced to navigate the wild and unpredictable forces of the ocean, the treacherous currents, the creatures that lurk in its depths, and the ever-changing magic of the reef itself. Only through resilience and unity can we hope to survive it. Serena's eyes met Adrian's, and for the first time, a flicker of uncertainty passed through her gaze. We must learn to work together as never before, to become attuned to the reef's rhythms, or we will perish. Adrian absorbed the weight of the second trial with a quiet nod, knowing deep in his bones that they were walking into something far more dangerous than he had imagined. But the final trial, the trial of sacrifice, seemed to draw an even heavier shadow over them. Serena's voice grew more somber as she read aloud the final part of the prophecy. The last trial will ask us to make a sacrifice, a personal, irreplaceable loss. What we give up may seem too much to bear, but it is the only way to break the curse that binds me and restore balance to the reef. Her eyes met his with an intensity that spoke of both dread and resolve. This trial will test not just our strength, but the very essence of our connection. We must be prepared for anything. Serena's voice broke the stillness of the sanctuary, her words carrying an ancient weight as they echoed softly through the water. In the depths of the sea, where shadows and light intertwine, a path will be revealed, she read, her tone steady yet reverberating with the depth of the prophecy's meaning. Adrian listened closely, his attention fixed on her, the words seeming to reach into the very heart of the ocean itself. The imagery of light and shadow was both beautiful and ominous, as if it hinted at the complexity and danger of the journey that awaited them. The sea was no mere backdrop, it was a participant in the trials they would face. As she continued, the gravity of the prophecy deepened. The chosen must face the trials of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice. Serena recited, her voice carrying an unmistakable note of solemnity. Adrian's heart tightened as the reality of the challenges ahead began to crystallize. Courage, wisdom, and sacrifice, each trial was an immense test in its own right. He had known danger, had fought in battles and survived countless hardships, but these trials felt different. They were not just tests of strength or skill, but of character, of their very souls. He felt a growing sense of responsibility to not only face these challenges himself but to do so alongside Serena, to bear this burden with her. Serena paused, her gaze briefly flickering to the glowing coral around them, as though seeking guidance from the very sea that held them in its embrace. Only through unity and unwavering determination will the curse be lifted, she continued, the final words lingering in the water like a prayer. The message was clear. This was not a journey to be undertaken alone. They had to rely on one another, trust in their bond, and find strength in their shared purpose. Adrian felt a surge of resolve rise within him. The thought of facing the unknown with Serena by his side gave him a sense of purpose, but also an undeniable weight of responsibility. The prophecy's promise of unity struck Adrian deeply. He had spent much of his life alone, relying on his own instincts and skills to survive. But now, with Serena and the trials ahead, he understood that the path to breaking the curse would require not just his strength, but the trust and collaboration of both their hearts and minds. He looked at Serena, who stood unwavering before him, her expression resolute yet tinged with a quiet sorrow. They were bound by the sea, by destiny, and by the curse that had brought them together. The stakes were high, but together they might just have a chance. As Serena finished reading, the water around them seemed to grow stiller, as if the very ocean was holding its breath, waiting for their next move. The weight of the prophecy settled over Adrian like a cloak, but instead of feeling burdened, he felt galvanized. There was no turning back from this journey. The trials would come, and he and Serena would face them together, as the prophecy demanded. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: they would have to be more than just allies. They would have to be partners in every sense of the word. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the gravity of Serena's words, his mind racing to grasp the full scope of the prophecy. The trials of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice were not abstract concepts, they were tangible, looming challenges that would test them both in ways they couldn't yet imagine. "What do these trials involve?" he asked. his voice steady but tinged with an edge of uncertainty. How will we know when we're facing them? His gaze remained fixed on the scroll in Serena's hands, as if the answers might be hidden within the delicate lines of the ancient text. Serena paused for a moment, her eyes tracing the intricate symbols on the parchment before looking up at Adrian. The trials are not easily defined, she began, her voice calm but serious. They will manifest in ways we cannot predict, testing our very essence. The trial of courage may not be a simple battle, but rather a test of our resolve in the face of fear, of confronting the darkness within and without. The trial of wisdom will demand that we see beyond the obvious, that we make decisions that go against our instincts, perhaps even at great personal cost. Her words hung heavy in the air, each trial more daunting than the last. As Serena spoke, Adrian felt a chill creep down his spine. These weren't the types of challenges one could easily prepare for. There were no maps or strategies to navigate the trials ahead, no clear enemies to defeat. They were to face trials that would stretch their very limits, emotionally, mentally, and physically. And the trial of sacrifice? Adrian asked, his voice a bit more hushed, as if even the word carried a weight he wasn't yet ready to bear. He couldn't help but wonder what price they might have to pay for success, and if it would cost them something they couldn't afford to lose. Serena's gaze softened, a quiet understanding passing between them. The trial of sacrifice will be the hardest. It will demand that we let go of something precious, something we may not want to part with. It may be a part of our past, a belief we hold dear, or even a personal desire that we must abandon for the greater good. She hesitated before continuing, as though the words themselves were a reminder of her own struggles with sacrifice. We will know when we're facing these trials because they will challenge us in the core of our being. There will be no mistaking it when the time comes. Adrian sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of her words settling over him like a storm. The path ahead was clear in one sense. They had no choice but to face these trials head-on, to overcome whatever tests lay in their path. But another part of him, the part that had always kept his heart guarded, was filled with apprehension. Could he truly meet the challenges of courage, wisdom, and sacrifice? And could he do so with Serena by his side? She was right. They would know when the trials came, but that didn't make them any less daunting. He turned his gaze to her, seeking reassurance in her steady presence. Together, they would face whatever came, no matter how impossible it seemed. Serena's gaze turned inward as she spoke, her expression clouded by a mixture of contemplation and wariness. The trials are not merely physical, she said, her voice soft but steady. They will challenge our hearts and minds, pushing us to confront not only external obstacles but also the fears and doubts we carry within ourselves. They are designed to test us in ways that go beyond mere endurance. They will reach into the very core of who we are. Adrian could sense the weight of her words, and he wondered if she had already faced some of these trials herself. He knew that, for someone bound to the reef for centuries, the stakes of this journey were personal and profound. The trials will ask more than we think we can give, Serena continued, her eyes distant, as if recalling some deep memory. They will force us to examine our vulnerabilities, to question our beliefs and our instincts. It is not enough to simply survive them. We must grow through them, evolving into something stronger than we were before. They are not just obstacles to overcome, they are catalysts, meant to forge us into better allies, more capable of working together in the face of whatever we might face. Her voice held a quiet intensity, and Adrian could tell she was speaking from experience. The idea of the trials challenging them both, and their relationship, struck a chord deep within him. Adrian found himself absorbing every word, trying to understand the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. He could already feel the stirrings of uncertainty within him. Would he be able to work alongside Serena as an equal, without letting his own fears or pride get in the way? Their journey had already begun to test their partnership, but the trials Serena described would push them both further. He had to trust not only in his own abilities, but also in Serena's strength. And yet, something about her words made him wonder if they were preparing for more than just physical challenges. What deeper struggles would they face, ones that couldn't be predicted? Serena's eyes met his, and she seemed to sense his thoughts. The true strength we will find is not in the magic of the reef or our own abilities, but in our capacity to rely on each other," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Only together can we hope to unlock the power needed to break my curse. If we falter in our trust, or if we allow fear or doubt to pull us apart, we will fail. These trials are not only about personal strength, they are about learning to stand together as one." There was an unwavering certainty in her tone, as though she had already seen the path ahead and understood the risks involved. The silence that followed was heavy with the gravity of what Serena had said. Adrian felt the full weight of their quest bearing down on him, and yet, there was a flicker of resolve that began to take root in his chest. He didn't know exactly what the trials would look like or how they would challenge him, but one thing was certain: he would face them with Serena at his side. The bond between them, fragile and uncertain as it sometimes felt, was also the key to unlocking the strength they needed to succeed. He nodded slowly, a quiet determination settling over him. "Then we face it together," he said softly. "Whatever comes, we'll face it as allies." Serena paused, her voice heavy with the weight of what she was about to reveal. Adrian could see that this was a moment of great importance, and he felt the air grow still as she allowed the gravity of the prophecy to settle between them. Her eyes met his with an intensity that made him understand how much was riding on the path ahead. "The first trial is one of courage," she said, her tone unyielding. "We will be faced with dangers that may seem insurmountable, forcing us to confront our deepest fears." Her words echoed in Adrian's mind as he imagined what kind of terror the trials could hold. There were many things he feared: failure, losing those he cared about, the unknown depths of the sea itself. But he had learned that courage wasn't about the absence of fear. It was about facing it head-on. "The second trial is of wisdom," Serena continued, her voice gaining strength with each word. "We must solve puzzles and uncover hidden truths that will test our intellect and understanding. It will not be enough to rely on strength or force. We will need insight and knowledge to navigate through these challenges." Adrian felt a twinge of uncertainty at this. He had always been a man of action, preferring to face obstacles head-on with strength and determination. But now, he realized, he would need to rely on something deeper: his ability to think and reason. The idea of solving puzzles in the heart of danger was both daunting and exhilarating. He knew that Serena's wisdom would be invaluable, but he also understood that he had to contribute equally if they were to succeed. Serena's gaze softened as she spoke of the final trial, and Adrian could sense the vulnerability in her voice. "The final trial is one of sacrifice," she said quietly. "To break the curse, we may have to give up something precious to us." The words hung in the air like a shadow, and Adrian's heart tightened as he considered the implications. What could he possibly be asked to give up? His freedom? His dreams? Or something even more personal? Serena had lived for centuries bound to the reef, and it seemed that she already knew what it meant to sacrifice. But for Adrian, the idea of losing something he held dear was a daunting prospect. He felt a deep sense of responsibility toward Serena and the reef, but the thought of giving up something precious weighed heavily on him. As Serena finished speaking, the magnitude of the journey ahead hit Adrian all at once. Each trial, while daunting in its own right, also felt like a necessary step toward their goal. But the sacrifices they might have to make, the personal losses they could endure, it all seemed too much to fathom. Yet, as he looked at Serena, standing there with a calm resolve, he realized that there was no turning back. They had chosen this path, together, and whatever the trials required of them, they would face it with unwavering determination. "I understand," Adrian said, his voice firm but filled with a deep resolve. "We will face these trials, no matter what they demand of us. Together." Serena nodded, her expression a mixture of gratitude and solemnity. "I knew you would understand," she said softly. "The road ahead will not be easy, but I believe in our ability to succeed. Whatever we face, we will do it side by side, with courage, wisdom, and the willingness to sacrifice what is needed." As she spoke, Adrian could see the trust she placed in him, a trust he had yet to fully comprehend but felt deeply honored to carry. Together, they would face the trials, face their fears, and if the prophecy was true, faced the possibility of breaking Serena's curse and restoring balance to the reef. It was a daunting prospect, but with each word Serena spoke, Adrian's determination grew stronger. They were in this together, and that was all that mattered. Adrian's brow furrowed as he processed the weight of Serena's words, each trial more daunting than the last. His mind raced, turning over the implications of what she had shared. Courage, wisdom, sacrifice, each one required not just physical strength, but a deep well of inner fortitude. He had faced danger before, but these trials felt different, more personal. The idea of confronting his deepest fears, solving ancient puzzles, and potentially giving up something precious to break a curse, it was overwhelming. He had always relied on his instincts and actions, but this journey required more than that. He needed to be prepared in ways he had never anticipated. These trials sound formidable, he finally said, his voice heavy with concern. How do we prepare for them? Serena's gaze softened, as though she had anticipated his question. She took a step closer, her voice steady but filled with the weight of her centuries of experience. The trials will not be overcome by brute strength alone, she began. You must learn to trust not only in your body, but in your heart and mind as well. Each trial will ask something different of you, and you will need to be flexible, adaptable. Courage alone may not be enough to carry you through the trials of fear, and wisdom alone may falter in the face of danger. You must learn to balance them, to wield them as one. She paused, her eyes scanning the horizon of the sanctuary. It will require discipline, reflection, and trust in the bond we share. Adrian nodded slowly, taking in her words. He had always believed that facing challenges head-on was the key to overcoming them, but Serena's wisdom challenged that notion. The journey ahead was not just about physical endurance, it was about mental and emotional strength as well. He had faced battles where he had to think on his feet, but this was a different kind of fight. Balance, he repeated, his voice thoughtful. I understand. But how do we build that kind of strength? How do we cultivate the wisdom we'll need? Serena's expression softened as she considered his question, her voice gentle yet firm. You will learn through the trials themselves, she said, her eyes meeting his with an unwavering certainty. But there are ways to begin now. You must open yourself to the magic of the sea, to the energy that flows through this place. It will teach you, if you are willing to listen. Trust your intuition, and do not be afraid to question what you know. You must also be willing to let go of old beliefs that may no longer serve you. The sea is full of mysteries, and you must be willing to embrace the unknown. As she spoke, Adrian felt the weight of the challenge before him grow heavier, but a part of him also felt something else, a stirring of determination. He was not alone on this path. Serena had walked this road for centuries, and though her burden was great, she had endured. With her guidance, he believed he could face whatever trials lay ahead. I will prepare, Adrian said finally, his voice steady and resolute. I'll learn to trust the sea, trust you, and trust myself. We'll face these trials together. Whatever it takes. He could feel the depth of their shared mission, the importance of the bond they were forming, and he knew that, though the trials would test them both, their resolve was already stronger than any fear or challenge the prophecy could throw their way. Serena's gaze softened with determination, her words ringing with a quiet conviction that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the sea. We prepare by trusting in each other and embracing the strength we find in our unity, she said, her voice steady but filled with an undercurrent of urgency. She took a step closer to Adrian, her presence like the steady pull of the tides, grounding him in the moment. The bond between us is the key to overcoming these challenges. It is only through facing them together that we can hope to break the curse and fulfill the prophecy. We must stand side by side, not just as allies, but as partners, relying on each other's strengths and supporting each other's weaknesses. Adrian looked at her, his mind grappling with the weight of her words. He had always prided himself on his ability to handle things on his own, but there was something undeniable in Serena's voice, something that made him realize that this journey was not one he could undertake alone. The stakes were too high, and the trials were too great. The bond they shared was not just about survival. It was about understanding, trust, and mutual reliance. He could feel the shift in his perspective, the realization that the greatest strength would lie not in their individual abilities, but in the unity they would build together. "You're right," he said after a moment, his voice steady with newfound resolve. "We have to trust each other, and trust that we're stronger together than we could ever be apart." Serena nodded, her eyes reflecting a deep well of wisdom. "Exactly. The path ahead will be uncertain, and the trials will push us to our limits. But it is in our unity that we will find the courage to face what lies ahead. When fear threatens to overwhelm us, it is the strength we draw from each other that will carry us through. And when the trials test our wisdom, it will be the bond we share that will guide us to the right answers." She paused, her gaze softening as she met his eyes. "The greatest challenge of all will be the willingness to sacrifice. The curse cannot be broken without it. Are you prepared to give up something precious for the greater good?" The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Adrian's heart clenched as he considered the weight of her words. The idea of sacrifice was never easy to accept, especially when it meant giving up something that was deeply personal. Yet he knew that this was the crux of their journey. Breaking the curse, saving Serena, and protecting the reef would require more than just bravery. It would demand something far more profound. "I don't know what I might have to give up," he admitted, his voice quiet but resolute. "But I'm willing to make that sacrifice if it means breaking the curse and helping you. We're in this together, and I won't turn back." Serena's expression softened, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. "That is the strength we need," she said gently. "The willingness to give of ourselves, without hesitation, for the greater good. That is what will allow us to face the trials ahead with courage and resolve." She took a step back, allowing the weight of their shared commitment to settle between them like a vow. "When the time comes, we will know what we must sacrifice, and we will do so with the knowledge that it is for the future, for the reef, for the sea, and for each other." Adrian nodded, the unspoken promise between them forming a bond stronger than any words could capture. Together, they would face the trials, and together, they would triumph. Adrian nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose settle within him. His gaze drifted over the tranquil waters, a stark contrast to the storm they had survived together. "We've already faced one trial together, the storm and the shipwreck," he said, his voice firm with resolve. The memories of that harrowing night, the crashing waves, and the destruction of the Crimson Tempest seemed both distant and fresh in his mind. But despite the chaos, despite the terror, they had made it through. And they had made it through together. That thought solidified something inside him, something deeper than just the need to survive. It was a connection forged in the heart of danger, a bond that now felt like an unbreakable foundation beneath his feet. Serena's eyes met his, a quiet understanding passing between them. She had witnessed the storm's fury firsthand, had felt the weight of the curse pressing down on them both. Yet, despite everything they had endured, "That storm was just the beginning," she said softly, but there was no fear in her voice, only a certainty. "It was the first test of our resolve. The trials we will face next will not be so forgiving, but we have shown that we can overcome even the most dangerous of forces when we stand together." Her words were a reminder that they were stronger than they had been alone, and that this strength would be their greatest asset in the days to come. Adrian's gaze hardened with newfound determination. "I won't let anything happen to you, Serena. Not after all you've done for me." He could feel the weight of his promise, a vow to protect the one person who had shared this strange, perilous journey with him. But it wasn't just about protection, it was about partnership. What they were building together was something far more meaningful than a mere alliance. It was a deep, mutual respect, a bond that grew with each shared struggle. "We've already come so far, and I know we can go further. I believe in us. I believe in this." His hand clenched into a fist, as though to drive the point home. Serena looked at him with a mixture of admiration and gratitude. "You're right," she agreed, her voice steady. "As long as we support each other, there is no trial that can break us. It is in our unity that we will find the strength to face whatever comes next." And that unity is the key to breaking the curse, to uncovering the secrets of the reef, and to ensuring its safety. Her words were not just a reflection of their shared purpose. They were a reminder that this journey was not one they could walk alone. They needed each other, not just for survival, but for the success of the mission they had undertaken together. A calm silence fell between them as both of them stood on the edge of the sanctuary, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly before them, a reminder of both the challenges and the beauty that awaited them. Adrian's mind, once clouded with doubt and uncertainty, now felt clear. Their bond had been tested in the storm, and it had withstood. As long as they held onto each other, they could face anything. Together, Adrian said quietly, his voice filled with a certainty that mirrored Serena's. "We will face it all. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together." The words felt like a pact, an unspoken promise that neither of them would falter, no matter what trials lay ahead. And with that, they turned back to the sanctuary, ready to take on whatever the future had in store for them. Serena's eyes softened as she spoke, a glimmer of hope flickering in their depths. It was subtle, but Adrian caught it, a quiet light that seemed to brighten in the face of the uncertainty they both faced. "Indeed," she affirmed, her voice steady but filled with an underlying warmth. "The trials will test us, but they will also reveal our true potential." Her words echoed through the quiet sanctuary, resonating deeply within Adrian. Despite the daunting nature of the challenges ahead, there was an undeniable strength in her conviction, an unwavering belief that they could overcome whatever obstacles stood in their path. She paused for a moment, as if weighing the importance of what she was about to say. "The prophecy's warning is not one of despair but of preparation," Serena continued, her gaze never leaving his. "It is a reminder that the journey will be difficult, that the road will be fraught with trials, but it is also a sign that we have the power to rise to them. It is not meant to break us, but to shape us into the allies we must be to break the curse." Her words, though spoken softly, held a profound weight, a reminder that everything they had faced so far, and everything they would face in the future, was part of a greater plan, one that they were destined to fulfill together. Adrian listened intently, his heart swelling with a mixture of admiration and determination. He understood now that the trials were not just a series of obstacles to be overcome. They were opportunities to unlock a deeper understanding of themselves and their bond. "So, the prophecy doesn't foretell failure?" he asked, his voice low but steady. "It's about what we can become by the end of it." Serena nodded, her expression calm but resolute. The glimmer of hope in her eyes had grown brighter, as if the very essence of the reef's magic had woven itself into her being. "Exactly," she replied. "These trials are the crucible in which we will be forged, and through them, we will emerge stronger, more united, and ready to break the curse once and for all. The reef's magic will guide us," she added, her voice almost a whisper now, as though speaking to the very sea itself. "It is more than just the water and the creatures that inhabit it. It is the very heart of this place, and it is intertwined with our journey. It has been waiting for someone worthy to unlock its full potential, and now that we are here, it will offer us its strength, just as we offer ours to each other." Adrian felt a shiver of recognition run through him. He had always known the sea was more than just a vast expanse of water. It was alive, breathing, and pulsating with a power far greater than anything he had ever understood. And now, with Serena by his side, he was beginning to glimpse the true depths of that power. He looked at Serena, a sense of deep resolve settling in his chest. "We are not alone in this," he repeated, his voice firm with the understanding that had begun to take root in him. "Together, we will face whatever comes next, and with the reef's magic on our side, we'll have everything we need to break the curse and protect this place." Serena's smile was soft but knowing, as if she had seen this moment coming, as if she had always known that they would find this unity in the face of adversity. "Yes," she agreed, her tone steady and sure. "Together, we will succeed. And no matter how difficult the path, we will walk it side by side." As the soft light from the bioluminescent coral bathed the underwater sanctuary in its calming glow, Adrian and Serena stood together, absorbing the serenity of their surroundings. The peaceful ambience of the grotto seemed to wrap around them like a protective embrace, the flickering light casting gentle shadows across the smooth coral walls. Despite the tranquility that surrounded them, there was a palpable tension in the air, a quiet awareness of the monumental task ahead. Yet, in this moment of stillness, they found strength in each other's presence. The beauty of the sanctuary, combined with their shared resolve, ignited a deep sense of connection between them, a bond that was now unbreakable and rooted in the understanding of their mutual purpose. The weight of the prophecy and the trials they would soon face was not lost on either of them. They had already experienced a taste of the dangers that lurked in the depths, and the road ahead would undoubtedly test them in ways they could not yet fathom. But as they stood in the gentle light, side by side, they realized that they were no longer just two individuals with separate goals. The trials were not only challenges to overcome but opportunities to strengthen the bond between them. What had begun as a reluctant partnership had now evolved into something much more profound. They had a shared commitment not only to breaking the curse that bound Serena but to each other, a trust forged in the fire of their trials and their unwavering determination. The glow from the coral illuminated their faces, revealing the subtle changes in their expressions. Adrian's brow furrowed with quiet resolve, Serena's eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and calm determination. Together, they were ready to face the unknown. They both understood that the coming trials would be the ultimate test of their courage, wisdom, and ability to sacrifice. Yet, in each other's eyes, they found not just support but an unspoken promise. They would face these challenges as one, with no fear of what was to come. The reef, with all its magic and mystery, had drawn them together, and they knew that it would be their strength, just as much as the bond they shared, that would carry them through. Serena, feeling the weight of her long-held burden, glanced at Adrian, her gaze softening as she spoke. "We are ready," she said, her voice steady but filled with an underlying sense of purpose. "The path before us may be treacherous, but we've already begun to unlock the strength that lies within us. The trials will demand everything from us, but I believe, with every part of my being, that we can succeed." Adrian met her gaze, his heart stirred by the sincerity of her words. She was no longer just the guardian of the reef or a mystical figure tied to its curse. She was a partner in every sense, someone whose strength and spirit he could count on as much as his own. As they stood in the sanctuary, the gentle hum of the underwater world surrounding them, Adrian felt a surge of clarity. The ocean, with its vastness and depth, mirrored the journey they were about to embark on. It was unpredictable, powerful, and at times, overwhelming. But in that very uncertainty, they found their greatest source of strength. They would face the trials together, side by side, as partners bound by more than just a shared destiny. They were united by trust, courage, and a promise to protect what was sacred. The challenges ahead were daunting, but with Serena at his side and the power of the reef behind them, Adrian felt ready for whatever the sea would throw their way. With the prophecy's warning now clear in their minds, Adrian and Serena stood at the threshold of a journey that would change the course of their lives. The weight of the challenges ahead was undeniable, each trial more formidable than the last, yet neither of them faltered. Their eyes met with a shared understanding. This was the beginning of something far greater than either had imagined. The unknown stretched before them like an endless ocean, full of hidden dangers and untold mysteries. Yet, in the quiet strength they found in one another, they could not help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. The bond they had forged through their trials thus far was a foundation upon which they would build their future, a promise that neither would face the trials alone. Serena's gaze, filled with the wisdom of centuries, softened as she looked at Adrian. The path ahead was fraught with peril, and she knew that the trials would test them in ways that neither could predict. But there was something unwavering in Adrian's resolve, a fire in his heart that mirrored her own. The prophecy had not only foretold the trials they would face but had also shown them the strength they had yet to discover within themselves. With each passing moment, the gravity of their journey settled deeper in their hearts, but so did the knowledge that they were ready. They were no longer merely two individuals thrust together by fate. They were a team, united by a shared cause and a growing trust that would guide them through even the darkest of times. As they prepared to set forth, the sanctuary around them seemed to pulse with the energy of the reef, as though it, too, recognized the significance of their mission. The tranquil waters that had offered them solace now served as a reminder of the strength that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be tapped into. Adrian took a deep breath, the cool ocean air filling his lungs as he steadied himself for the trials that lay ahead. Serena, too, stood resolute beside him, her presence a beacon of calm amidst the uncertainty. There was no turning back now. The reef's magic had already entwined their fates, and they both understood that there would be no retreat, only forward, into the unknown. The first trial would test their courage, a challenge that would push them to confront their deepest fears. Serena had already seen the shadows that haunted Adrian's heart, and she knew that facing these fears would be the true test of their strength. It would not be easy, but they would face it together. The second trial, of wisdom, would demand that they unlock hidden truths and solve puzzles that only their combined intellect could unravel. There would be moments of doubt, moments when the weight of the prophecy seemed too much to bear. But they had come this far, and with each trial, they would grow stronger, their bond deepening with every obstacle they overcame. Finally, the trial of sacrifice loomed in the distance, its significance both daunting and necessary. To break the curse and protect the reef, one or both of them would have to give up something precious, something that would test their very sense of self. It was a sobering thought, but not one that broke their resolve. They had already sacrificed so much to reach this point, and they both understood that true redemption often came at a cost. But no matter what the future held, they would face it with unwavering determination. Their journey was just beginning, and together, they would rise to meet whatever came next, guided by the light of their shared purpose and the strength of their bond.